Yeah, the whole thing is a setup. We got it and we get it. Offering refreshment. Level up your consciousness. Honestly, the essence. This wave is uncontainable. Facts are undebatable. You lanes are unrelatable. Give a fuck about saving you. We could keep on playing you. You just keep complaining too. Game is unescapable unless you're with the gang or no.
Messing with the penguin. We're messing with the penguin. 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 Fucking with the penguins. Yeah, with the penguins. Coming with a vengeance, trying to make you come to your senses. Forget the general consensus, just pay attention. Your fools that has paid for good intentions. I'm clenching my back wrenching, representing only the most superior, independent media. We got that real shit fucking encyclopedia. We're bringing an end to this mass hysteria. They wanna know why it's so serious, cause you must be delirious. If you're still believing stuff, get a grip and show some evidence for your own claims. We don't play no games, we stay relentless, exposing hopes against when DIPS are making an entrance. Busting doors down, cause now's the time for interventions that I mentioned. We're affecting so many man across the spectrum. We stand out from the crowd, we don't blend in. Steady gaining tremendous momentum. There's nothing close to resembling. Check the emblem, it's a penguin, not a gremlin. Just letting you know you're on an infinite plane, it's never bending. We strike like temping, killing all fears and breaking the tension. Gotta know my name, be adventurous. Quit being so sensitive, forget the censorship. We ain't telling fibs. Messing with the penguin. We're messing with the penguin. 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 Fucking with the penguins. Yeah.
Analyze what you don't see, the actual victims. You don't see any evidence of real mass casualty, the victims, the crisis actors. You never see tears. I haven't seen a single tear yet. Nobody cried, nobody died at any of these events.
It's 3 o'clock, 6/12/2022. Thank you all for joining. I just blasted out text message notifications, email newsletters, and I added everybody in the Discord server. So I'm expecting everybody to show up, probably in one of the new channels. We have so many these days. It's only possible to keep up by getting on the text alerts. Just go to infiniteplane.media. I mean, we're kind of unburiable now. I mean, we're very findable. If you search Infinite Plane Radio, you will find us, and you probably have one of the apps that our archives show up on every single day, like, for example, iHeartRadio, Spotify. So if you're on any of those, it's very easy to keep up with Infinite Plane Radio. And keeping up with Infinite Plane Radio means you're way ahead, months ahead, and in some instances, decades ahead of the big trends. And I just got a message a little while ago from someone who said something, someone who's been following this channel for some time. And, very basic statement: white group arrested. Didn't read it yet, no clue what they did. I just know you predicted it. And this is true. I was talking about 6/11 and the rise of the white nationalists, March 4th white nationalist terrorists, the whole narrative that was encoded into the Batman movie. This came out on March 4th. And we found further ties connecting this narrative of the release of the Kraken. And all of it really did center for a moment there on, I think, 6/11. This being the day of Timothy McVeigh's death at 33. And so, yes, I did predict that there would be some very symbolic presentation or event that would signify this threat. And I have found a few other connections. Stranger Things is a big one, which has this Kraken being released, I think in Indiana. Where is the Kraken released in the series? I got to check. It's the Demogorgon, which is a Kraken-esque like thing, concept, and it came from Russia in the series. But anyway, if you haven't seen Stranger Things Season 4, since it came out, we've been discussing the real-time tie-ins to these shootings and how it had this subtext of the March for Our Lives movement against this monster, in this case, the Second Amendment. And all signs were pointing to some kind of significant event connected to the right wing, specifically the fringe terrorist wing of it. For example, the Riddler, based on QAnon, sends his online extremists out to flood the polls. They break a dam and send a wave. They actually flood the polls, like literally. And this has been a GOP slogan for almost a year now. The polls, 2022. And so this reoccurring theme of not only flooding the polls, but right-wing extremists doing it, but also this is all being connected with the Kraken thing, which we'll get into. And we talked about this a bit the other day about Sidney Powell and Mike Lindell, the Kraken and the crack smoker, respectively, and their role in this divide. And I'm starting to think that the Kraken that they're releasing is what we're seeing right here. I have a few theories. We'll get into it. All right, let me go through your comments and see how well the text messages are reaching. I mean, we've had some pretty good numbers in the recent days. Largely, I think, thanks to a guest and his viewers, that would be JL, Jurassic Liars, who had many predictions about this particular 6/11. And he said Elvis would be everywhere. And in their way, that this message, this meme was out there. March for Our Elvis, a perfect anagram. And he found many things, which we'll get into. Many symbolic things that kind of link this bigger story that we've been all picking up on. Joined by Frank Maricope Aesthetic, Ready or Not 31, 737, Rusty, ME Sagittarius Arms Society, thanks for joining. If it's a new channel, wrenches will be dispensed here shortly. Scott Rankin says, greetings from Central Coast, California. Well, I'm glad Seattle didn't fall into the ocean last night, because I know it would have trickled down to where you are. Klaus Huxley, 33, AJ206, Linda Curtis, Restless Bear, Cub Star, Osher, 06, Venus E, Adoria the Explorer. Yeah, we got so many new channels. Okay, so Adoria says it was Hawkins, Indiana for Stranger Things. So where were the white nationalists arrested? Where was this? 31 members of the nationalist group Patriot Front arrested. Now, see, they jumped out of a U-Haul. So the U-Haul opens up and they come out. And I think this is part of this tie-in to this Watergate and the release of the Kraken. And I'm seeing this as a one face of this Kraken, which we'll go into. So I want to find out exactly where this was. If someone can... I have some more links to this story. In fact, I have a few. But the story is, there was a group of Patriot Front, feds, basically, cosplaying. I mean, these are Fed uniforms, aren't they? Tan khakis, blue uniform shirts. But they come out on their way to a pride parade, I believe. And I kind of saw this coming too. You can see the different political footballs that they've brought out. Yeah, I got all these great memes about Justin Bieber's new coming Elvis tribute act. Hey, that thing that he did when Bieber came out, we talked about this, with half his face paralyzed, with a sneer, with one eye closed. It's all ritual. It's all symbolism. What does it mean? We'll get to it. but I think it ties into the meaning behind the Joker smile. And who knows, it may tie into something else too. It all seems to point back to a certain blood pact with the beast, if you know what I mean, the pokey, symbolized by the Space Needle and the saviors attached to it, which we'll get into. I think it's all subtext. I mean, I don't believe necessarily 100% in everything that they're communicating. Like they're not actually going to depopulate the population, but I do know they put these stories out there. I don't believe JFK is going to come back in any form, nor his son, but I do believe that these stories are intact and they put them out there. And that's why I follow these various narratives. And we've been following this Kraken thing pretty intensely since it came out. So it was in Idaho, the group. It was called Reclaim America. It was in Idaho. And here they are. Now check this out. And this, I don't believe these are coincidences, but storylines as they're unfolding, we're just kind of reading it. So here you have the police opening the back of the U-Haul where the Patriot Front were coming out. And they have their hands up. Hands up, don't shoot, by the way, is a Masonic gesture, if you didn't know. There's a few other gestures I saw yesterday worth talking about in this context. Like the guy that was the father of one of the victims came out with his hand on his heart and had everybody do a pledge, which we'll get into. And here was something that really stood out to me too. This guy, who kind of looks like Owen Schroyer. I mean, what is with all these operatives? So, it's like there's like one gene pool that they all grab from. It's like they have this vat where they breed these creatures. I mean, what are they doing? You got Kyle Rittenhouse and Greta Thunberg having the exact same birthday. I mean, I don't know what to make of that. But anyway, this guy came out in DC and he interrupted the event by screaming, "I am the gun." I'm like, okay, that's weird enough. I am the gun. But as if that wasn't weird enough, the arresting officer, the sergeant's name was Tom Twin Name. Tom Twin Name. So if you listen to our Top Gun 2 analysis and breakdown, much of the symbolism of Top Gun 2 has to do with the name Thomas and how it ties into the second coming. Thomas being twin, Cruise being cross. You know, twin cross, the patriarchal cross. One is the death, one is the resurrection. And so the name or the word gun has been used as a way of saying cross in this context. So Tom Cruise's movie, if you watched our video or read my blog post about it, was full of all kinds of second coming resurrection symbolism. You got Phoenix, you got the rooster, which is a Christian symbol. Again, it was not only that, but within the movie itself and the spacing of part 1 and part 2 being 33 years apart. HGU 33 helmet, Tom Cruise's weird thing with divorcing all his wives when they hit 33. This thing was so encoded with second coming Christ symbolism. So now the word gun has some very specific significance here. And the word gun would imply here, I think, when he says, "I am the gun," Thomas and twin, it's referencing the same exact symbol. Now, interestingly enough, in the background behind this big cult anti-gun gathering, they're gathered around that giant obelisk, the Washington Memorial, which is 666 feet tall if you count the 111 feet below the ground. And I pointed this out. See, this is the Top Gun. This is Osiris. That's the reference here. It's all a sick joke / occult ritual. And we're looking at, I believe that they're probably just harnessing the soul energy, the loosh, from all these dupes. It's some kind of loosh fest. And I don't know exactly how it all works other than this is some kind of energy extraction matrix run by a bunch of witches and warlocks plugged into the astro-theological fairy tale, which they use to guide the public. They've given them a replacement faith and religion. And you know, this is being expertly done. This is mind control on a mass scale. And that's why it's just so conspicuous here again. 6/11 on this date, we have these characters front stage, and they represent the Kraken in my view. Rusty says that was Owen Schroyer. Look, it looked just like Owen Schroyer. I swear. I'm like, man, Owen Schroyer. QAnon Schroyer or QAnon Shaman. We've already pointed this out. Here he is, next to what looks like Greta Thunberg. It looks like him. And I'm just saying there's a reason why. It's all about typecasting. It's all about archetypes and conveying a certain story. Okay, so let me bring this up since we're revisiting yesterday. One of the main things, you had the JFK Jr. cult. JFK did not show up at Dealey Plaza yesterday. Didn't even make a show. Looks like a lot of people are dealing with gremlins in the wires, chewing your phone cables. Yeah, if it's buffering, the most I can say is just try a different platform. We're on 14 different platforms. This is actually it's like a 16-headed hydra, if you count Conspiratainment Radio and radio.net. I don't know all of our numbers, but they're good in terms of considering the 5 years of our channel being more or less marginalized, suppressed, and outright banned. We have a consistent pool of thinkers and media analysts and critics. A lot of us are just film critics. We look too close. Well, it's not too closely. It's just that we're so critical of their propaganda. How can you not comment on some of this stuff? Okay, Sean Dexter mentioned that McConaughey's "We Are Marshall" is about a school tragedy. Same green as the Converse shoes. Yeah, people are noticing concurrent programming. So everybody here knows about predictive programming. Concurrent programming is the key, in my opinion. Like, we can look at the old news and reverse engineer it, but there is concurrent concurrent programming messaging in the propaganda, in the entertainment, which has a sole purpose of getting you to believe the news. That's why they gave you Stranger Things with the subtext of PTSD and the monster personified the Second Amendment itself, and that it gave you images of dead children and adults who are blind to the real problem. And they fill your imagination up with stuff so that when you see it in the news, it becomes more believable. Nobody's questioning the existence of space junk. You've all seen it on Netflix. And was it Nixon who said the American public won't believe anything until they see it on TV? I'm like, yeah. They won't believe anything unless they've seen it on TV. Their own eyes, and that doesn't matter even. Okay, so another tie-in here again this is from Spirit Jordan. In episode 7 of Stranger Things, Nancy's diary is on 6/11. This is the date the portal opens. So what I'm suggesting here is that the portal opened yesterday, 6/11, the Kraken having been released. And what is the Kraken? Well, it's the schism. It's the split. It's this cold civil war going hot. Not doomsaying here, but you can see all the right buttons being pushed, the pieces going into place. And so there's a growing and obvious divide here on these polarizing issues. And here we are 2 years into this new presidency, like halfway through midterm elections, second coming of Pluto, which is supposed to portend some kind of fall of an empire. So it's going to get very 1776-y very soon. I mean, that's what it's looking like. And that's what the 1776 has to do with, this revolution, overthrowing these foreign powers, but also the three percenters. So if you haven't looked into the three percenter group, their main thing, and they're all over here, so I see them everywhere. They all drive big trucks and they like to roll coal on you if you're a pedestrian. Three percenters are far-right anti-government militia types, and the premise is that 3% of the people were needed for the revolution. So these guys with big trucks are the ones who are the vanguard, at least in their own imaginations. They probably watch a lot of Tom Cruise movies and stuff. I get the idea that a lot of people just blindly imitate things without thinking about the deeper implications, but whatever it is, this 3%er group, Patriot Front, Proud Boys, they're all feds. And I think the reason why they caught these individuals, and I might even have that clip, they had somebody on the inside. Surprise, surprise. So there's 31 patriots in a U-Haul ready to run a riot on a opposing political party's parade. What percentage of them are feds? That's a good question. I would say 2/3, if not 3/3. I mean, why would we think that they would even risk having a dupe? Somebody who could possibly sue or be a whistleblower. Like, I'm more inclined to think that they're all feds. The group shut down DC, plans to blockade the streets around the Supreme Court on Monday, according to part of the protest shut down. So now, here's the thing. The Kraken was released yesterday. I'm not saying it's only the right, white nationalist, the white Al-Qaeda, vanilla ISIS, the MAGA ban. I'm suggesting that it's on both sides, the Krakens. Like, this is a Kraken on both sides. So basically, yesterday, the Kraken was released on the side of the left, and that's what March for Our Lives represents. So let's take a look at this individual who was speaking all day yesterday, and it's not Jurassic Liars. It looks like him, though. Jurassic Liars has better taste in glasses. But look at this guy. He was speaking next to David Hogg about his son named Joaquin. So those of you who follow this channel know Joaquin's probably a connection to Joaquin Phoenix, the Joker. The Joker, whose emergence in that movie preceded the burning down, and they just announced the sequel, Joker 2. So there's another 2 for you to go with your Pluto 2, your Donde 2, your Satan 2, rocket dangling over us right now. I mean, that's what's on the horizon here. Some kind of second coming-esque event, and that's why all these things are standing out. So again, the Phoenix is another second coming symbol. We're talking about burn down the system, build back better. A lot of things about this scene stood out. They were advertising something called Watergate, Blueprint for a Scandal. So all of this Watergate symbolism. I see Nixon's face at the store on a magazine. Like these days, I tend to read magazine covers like they're tarot cards, unintentionally. I just walk in and it's like, oh look, Watergate. Well, what does this mean? The Stranger Things, which has all these tie-ins to March for Our Lives, has a literal Watergate that they talk about. And it's a gate beneath the water that goes into the underworld. This gate connects to some kind of tentacled thing, so very Kraken-y. And of course, the Watergate would be the thing in Clash of the Titans that you would remove to release the Kraken. So here is the Kraken being released. It's not just the right, but it's the left. So here is this guy who claims his son was killed, and he has his hand over his heart. That's his son's face. One eye is revealed. So one eye symbolism in a triangle formed by the 2 microphones. On his forehead is looks like a corona, like a coronavirus, or a sun. On his forehead, not a coincidence, because he's talking about his son. His son has a thing on his forehead that looks like a sun. The name is Joaquin, signifying the phoenix. Is this: he has everyone put their hands on their hearts, which is a Masonic gesture. So in the 3rd degree, you swear that if you ever tell the secrets, you will have your heart ripped out of your chest. So that's what he's signaling right here, and that's why David Hogg is wearing the blue shirt. It's the Blue Lodge. This is the symbolism. He's wearing blue glasses. So these people are taking some kind of an oath. I don't think that they would know, obviously, but he said, quote, "Create a social disruption. They asked for it." Create a social disruption. They asked for it. Right there in DC. So, all right, let me continue. Sparkling Water says Seattle is still here. At the moment. At the moment. Thirst says buffering is usually the result of a shitty Wi-Fi connection. It's either that or it's gremlins. Take your pick. These days, some people do seem to think, though, that reality is actually fungible. It's not. You can't choose. I mean, you can believe or say you believe, but there's a point where saying you believe something that you don't know to be true is a borderline lie. And it's kind of that cliche about lie, L-I-E, being in the word belief or believe, but there's a seed of truth in that. And I've been seeing it more and more as I realize how many people fall for the big lies. And we'll get into this. There are still people out there who should know better, who are using the phrase false flag. Using the phrase false flag would be like using the phrase or talking about global warming as if it were real, without even questioning the premise. False flag assumes the events were real, but that somebody else did it. And the only people who push false flag theories are the people who don't know that this is a line that is used to protect the mainstream media narratives and accounts of things, or dupes. And I just find it questionable that we still have so many dupes in 2022. And it's time to change that, I think. Kevin Mooring says the Joker movie was a mirror of the world today, Tim. Precisely. And it preceded it. It preceded the masked commie revolution burning everything down. I watched the movie when it came out. Actually, I think I saw it with the subtitles. It was a bootleg. I mean, I don't like a lot of this garbage, and that was a trash movie in my opinion. I mean, just such a low vibe stuff. Mental illness, abuse. Then it has this like resentment to the rich. Newspaper on the ground, kill the rich, and he's sleeping next to his gun, passing out. This total loser of a character who asserts himself by murdering some rich guys on a subway. So he takes some revenge, and so this is actually about class warfare. Is my point. Like, do you remember when Heath Ledger burns the pyramid of money, and he says, because he's burning the money. Why would Joker burn the money? And he says, we're a better class of character, of criminal. This is not about money. We're a better class of criminal. So what does that even mean? Well, better class warfare. The new class, the new system, you don't need money. That's what they're looking for, and they are criminals. It is a criminal system, in my opinion, what they're bringing about. So this also preceded this movie, the new Joker movie, preceded the looting, which is now kind of a new form of shopping. And that's all part of the new age. Amazon Go, just take it and go. Once you're all plugged into the system, that's going to be how you pretty much do everything. You just won't be running while you're shopping, which is what the looters are doing. That's why it's hands off. Hands off, don't arrest the looters, let them do it. Because they're being trained. And I think in 2020, I think we witnessed the ritual destruction of our old way of doing things. So, I mean, even now, I cannot drive around and you cannot go to a Taco Bell. Let's say you just, for some ungodly reason, you want to go there at 3 a.m. You can't if you're an individual trying to get some food. You can only do it if you're working for Uber or one of these companies that makes you wear a mask and whatever else. You can only do it if you work for one of them and you're delivering to somebody who's staying locked down. So they're coercing people into a permanent lockdown culture, which is not new. They've been doing this for some time. We live in a decentralized, in many ways, it's like a decentralized FEMA camp. And now they're just trying to train you not to leave your cell. But the way they're training you is they're making it very comfortable. But then eventually that'll dry up, I think. I'm not sure. I don't know. Who knows? It just seems to me the world never ends. So I just assume we're going into Brave New World, Wall-E, just a matter of time until we start adopting the belief system that sustainability is the ultimate virtue here, and we may have to go into just straight up cannibalism. That's what Wall-E was about. And that may be why they're trying to get us used to the idea of fake meat, synthetic meat. Was that the dad who climbed on a crane and hung a banner? I think so. I believe you're right about that. That might have been a different actor, but all right. Going through everybody's comments here, joined by Ray Champ, Mom with Sons, Garrett Summers. Rusty says, I read the Economist magazine covers as tarot cards. Oh, yeah. Yeah, exactly. And the tarot cards preceded the playing cards, and the playing cards are the same thing. You got your diamonds and your clubs and your spades and your hearts, but those are actually chalices. The diamond is a pentagram. The club is a stave or staff. These are symbols just in plain sight, and your spade is a sword. These represent the 4 seasons. And if you look into the playing cards, 52 cards, 52 weeks, 4 seasons, it's all part of the same solar allegory right there in your hands. And the same code is in the Bible. And I'm not saying the Bible is only an astrotheological text. I'm saying that's part of it. It's part of its structure. So the idea of the elite communicating in allegories and symbols that can be hidden your entire life, like your entire life, you wouldn't see these things unless it was pointed out. One of the things that got me to look into symbolism was I was in court suing somebody that tried to boot my car or something, and I noticed on the wall this mural, and I couldn't photograph it because you couldn't bring your cameras in, and it had this a square with 9 compartments with different numbers, and I looked closer, and they all added to 15 on the sides, and then it had some other obscure things, and so I did some searching, and it turned out it was a, quote, magical square of Saturn. Some kind of a thing using what's called planetary magic. So you have the symbol of Saturn, one of the symbols, and the way you arrive at it is you take the magical square, which is all encoded numerology, and you trace this this pattern it gives you, and it gives you the planetary symbol or whatever intelligence you're trying to quote invoke. So it's used for magic, medieval planetary magic. And I'm like, what is this doing at the courthouse? So I start looking around and I find all kinds of things around the courthouse pertaining to this Saturn thing. It's the same symbolism everywhere. Then I stumble upon Jordan Maxwell, who gets deeper into what the courthouse is and what the black robes mean. And then it became clear to me, yeah, I'm actually looking at some kind of a temple in plain sight. And it's consistent. I've looked at architecture and I've looked at these various buildings in many places, and yeah, clearly there's another layer to this thing. I'm not a conspiracy theorist. I mean, we just make observations. All right, so we were talking for a minute there about Joker because it's about burning the system down, and about how in the Joker movie, what happens is he's being taken away by the cops, and then an ambulance crashes at a crossroads, at a cross, into the cop car. I think it kills the cop. Joker is put on the hood of the car like a martyr. And the mob is all wearing clown masks like Joker, because they were all backing this guy who put on a clown mask and shot the rich. The idea is this system is making clowns out of you. And so you have this dynamic where Batman is very rich and Joker is impoverished. And the only difference between the two is Joker is rejected. You know, he tries to reclaim his connection with his father, and he's rejected over it. So you have this resentment. It's class warfare. And the idea is the system is unfair. Burn it down, build back better. So Joker is on the cop car, and then he stands up, and then he this is interesting too. He wipes his fingers across his face to give himself that Joker smile in blood. And I'm like, wait. Then he puts his arms out like Jesus. So he's got blood on his hands. It's the bloody ending smile from the 2019. And the thing is, the school shooter was said to have done the same thing. Apparently, according to the witnesses there, and according to I believe it was a neighbor or something, they said that the shooter, that Salvador Ramos, had actually, now Salvador like Savior, he scraped his fingers to the corners of his mouth to give himself a smile, which is exactly what the Joker does here. But my point being here too is you have this, here's a few stills from it, where Joaquin Phoenix is resurrecting. Common theme with this guy, he dies and he resurrects. Okay, so he's on this cop car, he gets up and then he does his little dramatic smile, and the mobs of people around him worshiping him all have clown masks. And see, this is the COVID mask. And I was saying this last year, or in 2020, anybody putting on that mask is taking part in the. And I really think it kicks off now, though. I mean, 2020, yes, but that's the start of it, the reset, with a great conjunction, Saturn, Jupiter, a rare occurrence, hasn't happened since Jesus was born. So we're having this great reset, but I'm thinking now, build back better. We've been talking about how I used to joke you can spell it with lowercase sixes, 666 for the World Economic Forum, build back better. B is the second letter, 222, which is the release the Kraken date. So I'm seeing a lot of stuff here suggesting to me that the Kraken is bipartisan, or it's on both sides. And by the way, no, it's not bipartisan, it's actually the antagonistic fringe of each side. It's the part that they can never merge. It's the opposite of bipartisan. It's irreconcilable differences. It's civil war, I guess you could say. Batman versus Joker representing the extremes, or Kyle versus Greta. And you can look at their issues. So what does Joker stand for? Well, obviously, Joker stands for the revolution that burned down the system, but the actor Joaquin Phoenix, before he did this role, he was doing the climate change thing. If you recall, he was doing the Fire Drill Fridays with Jane Fonda. He got arrested, and they were saying the world's burning. They were blaming the California wildfires. They were blaming the fire in Australia on basically capitalism, this system that makes clowns, that makes jokers out of everybody. So that's where he fits in here. So he's the guy who sets off the revolution with, and you know how he sets it off. And here he is with his arms out. And one thing too, in all the movie posters, you see him framed against the flames. Well, his name, Phoenix, Burning Man. Here you can see the conflation of the Burning Man and the Phoenix, and the Christ. Christ, Burning Man, Phoenix, Corona Crown, all these things are interconnected, and it's very consistent in all of the different types of programming. The religious stuff, it's all based on the same religious template. So the guy's kid's name, Joaquin, is very symbolic because it's on the same side of the same political spectrum. It's a leftist thing. And when this preceded the chaos of 2020, which is why, and the masked, again, the masked mobs, the rioters, the looters, that's why when I saw the Batman movie coming out, and I noticed, wait a minute here, the Batman movie is associated with the question mark, the Riddler, which is like Q. And weirdly, the Penguin, but mainly it's the Q thing and the Riddler character. And I was like, look, if the Joker movie signified a rising tide of leftist insanity, we're going to see the same from the fringe right. This two-headed bird. That's why it's important not to take sides. I mean, unless you really believe this stuff. But the far right, as I said, 3/4, that was the date. March 4th, right-wing terrorists, and everything that's followed has pretty much gone along with this. From the Buffalo shooter radicalized online, it's blamed on Tucker Carlson and his popularization of the white replacement theory, and of course the Riddler uses a weapon called a Tucker. We have the Frank James shooting tie-in. All this anti-gun resentment is being built up because of these recent shootings as well. Again, the Batman movie comes out the day the Joker from the Boston bombing, the original Boston bombing, not the Boston bombing, Boston shooting. We have these terror attacks that tie into these Batman movies. So the Frank James subway shooting tied into the Batman movie. He had many Riddler parallels, including YouTube videos to the mayor. You know, the guy who shot 33 rounds into the subway? But the previous Boston event that was connected to the Batman franchise was the Boston bombing. And the Boston bomber, the Joker, Dzhokhar Sarnaev, had his death penalty reinstated on 3/4. And this is what's insane to me. So the Boston bomber on the cover of Rolling Stone. And if you didn't know any better, you would think, hey, it says Joker's World. And this is putting him, and somebody even juxtaposed him with Jim Morrison, the bomber. Now here's an interesting connection. Joker, bomber. If you look up Joaquin Phoenix F-bomb, you find this story that's, to me, it's a non-story, but it just shows you that sometimes these stories, their only purpose is to get certain memes out there. So he's at the Golden Globes. Joaquin Phoenix drops multiple F-bombs. After acknowledging his nominees, Phoenix, a skeptic of Hollywood awards, said, "There's no effing best actor." He proceeded to drop multiple F-bombs that were muted for TV viewers. So this was during his Joker speech, the F-bombs. And a lot of interesting connections with Phoenix and bombs as of, around Phoenix above this Russian power base. And the movie Dark Phoenix came out, and they said, Dark Phoenix bombed. Dark Phoenix bombs. I'm like, what? At 33 million. I mean, if I made 33 million, I wouldn't call it a bomb. But look, Dark Phoenix bombs at the box office, 33 million. Dark Phoenix opens to 33, lowest ever. It bombs. Just looking at all the forced memes and memeage and the patterning here, and you can see it. So let's get back on target. The Kraken has been released on the left and the right, signified by March 4-hour lives on the left and the Patriot Front on the right. And this Patriot versus commie or leftist, whatever you want to call them, commie is just easy for me. It's been conveyed to us in many different ways. Like, you got to see this. This is from earlier this year, I believe. Yeah, Tom Brady and Colin Kaepernick were in this photo together where, let's see if I can pull it up. You have one on the left as the Patriot, and then one on the right representing, of course, the other side, which would be the left. He's the symbolic figurehead of BLM, for example. So what do you have in this picture? You have a couple of things worth pointing out. One, 12 and the 7. Pearl Harbor happened on 12/7. 9/11 involved what? Building 1, 2, and 7. On the left, you have Patriot. On the right, you have, again, BLM. Patriot front, BLM front. These are, I think, symbolic pictures. There's also some psalms on here that might be relevant, but this should be looked at in the context of, this is the GOAT on the left, greatest. That's this ball player on the left, Tom Brady. But without even getting too deep into their names, on the world stage, if you look at what they represent, at a minimum, Kaepernick has been typecast as in some ways, as a Malcolm X type, but in other ways, the Christ or the sacrificial hero, or the person who's giving his life for a cause, has been attached to him with that Nike campaign, with the pretty much the sacrifice of his career, but also that's how it's been looked at, which is all pretty much tied into right now, and even ties in Trump, who was largely blamed for the blackballing of Kaepernick. It's also, I think, notable here, of course, that Kaepernick has been kind of like in front of this thing, Kaepernick in black and white, and now he's got a new documentary that just came out. So he's I guess, the most high-profile, visible example of systemic racism, and he's been more or less vindicated because of some things that were said in private emails that were leaked last year. So there's a lot that can be taken out of this picture. That this is the big split. You can find Kaepernick sitting next to Spike Lee, who's working on this documentary with them, and this part really stands out. They were hanging out at a Knicks game recently, and I noticed that Spike Lee's wearing the 1619 on his hat. So the significance here, there's a few things about this one. I'm just going to focus on 1619 for now. 1776 is having its second coming on July 4th. Pluto returned to its July 4th, 1776 position on 222. Pluto is Hades. Hades releases the Kraken. So I'm looking at this 1776 as especially significant. Also noteworthy, the One World Trade Tower is 1,776 feet tall. So 1776, that's our One World Tower. It opened on 11/3, 33 years after the Twin Towers went down. Kaepernick's got the birthday, actually, of 11/3, and he was 33 when he released all of his major diatribes. And he has been typecast, like I said, in many ways. They've made it clear what his symbolic role is, and I can provide numerous examples. It became very clear when they put his so-called bloody gloves up at an auction, showing the blood in the palms, the stigmata. The symbolism goes deep with all these world stagers. But there's more to come with this one, which we'll look into. It's also notable that Chesley Christ, the black beauty queen that jumped off the Orion building January 30th and landed on 42nd Street, she was one of his co-stars of that documentary he did. There's some fascinating tie-ins here. It's also interesting that Spike Lee directed Summer of Sam, about the Summer of Sam killings and the blackouts on 42nd Street, where the beauty queen just fell. And the beauty queen fell at 7:13 a.m. Those blackouts where the Summer of Sam took place occurred on 7/13. So he's intimately connected to so many of these things, Spike Lee. You can find him connected to the 2020, the Summer of Riots, symbolically. A lot of the things that we saw were introduced in his movies. The movie The Five Bloods. Even Chadwick Boseman was in it, and he died that summer at 42. They lied and said it was 43, but yeah, Spike Lee's connected to many of these things, and I believe after the Michael Brown shooting, he made the news because he was sending people via Twitter to the guy's house. So he's a high-level agitator, provocateur. Okay, so anyway, 1619 is what is being juxtaposed now with 1776. This is what I'm saying the Kraken represents. This is the big divide. 1776 versus 1619, two different visions. It's a reset. Where do we start over? And, there was another Saturn-Jupiter conjunction around that time as well that probably plays into this. But there'll be more to come on this. I just think these are important dates to note. No coincidences. Now the 75 on here with the diamond, might even pertain to Jackie Robinson. All right, I'm going through your comments. Let me catch up. Art of Thinking Out Loud, Live Common Sense Analytics Cincinnati is tuned in. Time Runner 55 is here. Nobody got time for that. Kevin Mooring says Catwoman told Bruce Wayne there's a storm coming for all those that lived so well while the rest of us starved. Interesting. David Hoaxme says the Vax girl in Utopia reminded me of Greta. I'll have to look at that one. So Utopia has examples of predictive programming and how it's used. The whole movie is actually about predictive programming. If you haven't seen Utopia, it's about comic books predicting significant outbreaks and pandemics down to the number of casualties. And the comic book nerds who figure it out become conspiracy theorists who get the newest edition to know what's coming in the future. This information makes them dangerous, and they are then subsequently hunted down and killed by this Mark Sargent looking fella called Arby, who eats raisins like a child while he's shooting people. Anyway, more to come on this Kraken thing. I'm just showing you the fringe of the left and the right. The opposite poles that they're going to crash into one another the next time they 9/11 America. And guns are central to it. Guns are a huge part of this. It's guns and climate. That's why you've got Greta on the left, Kyle on the right, both born January 3rd, 2003, each representing, encapsulating. They're pretty much the poster child of their respective fringe. I shouldn't even say fringe. Is there even a difference between the fringe and the mainstream? Not really. All right, so let me go through my more recent notes. I've been looking at Matthew McConaughey's world stage character and how he might tie into things, and here's a very interesting image. This is Dark Tower. The war is coming to our world, and it's about a parallel world. And a few things about this picture that stood out, and I haven't watched it, but I'm going to have to. And Stephen King is a big meta scripter, definitely worth noting. I see two guns. I see two towers. Their war is coming to our world. And I see two guns. Again, twin guns, Top Gun, two. Very significant. I might go over those blog posts again if you haven't seen them. I can show you the subtext to these stories. Speaking of Greta, I checked this thing out on Snopes. I fact checked it. That is not Greta. She was not a Capitol Hill rioter. She was not false flagging. Did Greta Thunberg disguise herself as a pro-Trump rioter? If so, an uncredited meme would not be the first to report the discovery. A meme showed environmental activist Greta Thunberg in disguise as a member of a pro-Trump crowd that stormed the Capitol on 1/6. Snopes became aware of this below. The Swedish teenage environmental activist was a member of a pro-Donald Trump violent crowd. The meme included a horizontal photo of the mob. And speaking of photos, there were more photographers there than rioters, if you didn't know. Okay, without evidence to support the claim, the meme alleges the person flanking Angeli, holding the Trump flag and wearing a badge, is actually the 18-year-old Greta Thunberg in disguise. If you look at the picture, it's honestly not difficult to see why you would arrive at that. It's really not. And it's kind of ambiguous. I mean, it's within the realm of, is it even possible? Is it feasible? Yeah. Yeah, I mean, the guy, yeah, he's got a stringy, ratty beard, but he's got the face of an 18-year-old girl. I mean, he does look like Greta Thunberg. Or Greta looks like a 30-year-old guy. I mean, it's one or the other. Maybe it's somewhere in the middle. In other words, the Post wanted people to believe that Thunberg's international reputation for ringing the alarm on climate change was a facade to cover her far-right extremism. And she was an undercover left-wing activist trying to make Trump supporters look bad, one or the other. I don't think it goes that deep. I think people make memes like this for laughs and for retweets. I think the inability of Snopes and other leftist outlets to understand sarcasm or satire or jokes is the reason for their outrage. If they could only understand satire, they wouldn't be half as pissy. All right, going through your comments again. A lot of new faces here. Pete Shea is here. He says 888 equals 24. 42 in reverse. True that. And if you really want to go into it, the number 24 or 42, you can lock those numbers together and you can get the sigil of Saturn quite easily. The symbol also contains a cross. Cross is an unfolded cube. And these numbers are used with all of the black versus white psyops. All of these psyops that involve this particular dynamic that they're playing along. And I'm saying black versus white is Batman versus Joker. It's not a racial thing. It's alchemy. It's opposites. It's extremes. And it's about the Hegelian dialectic of polarizing so you can control, which they do. Are they ever going to go into a hot civil war and end this thing, or is this just the polarization that they need to maintain humanity as this perpetual loosh cow? That's kind of what I think. I think we're being farmed. R. Cook says it's always funny how these security cameras are never on during these events. Oh yeah, in fact the subway where Frank James fired 33 bullets, that bloodless massacre where like nobody died, yeah, the cameras weren't working on that particular subway train. What are the odds? Don't Be a Dog's Body says, is Seattle still chopping along? At the moment. Now, Seattle was ground zero for the reboot of civilization. That's why they started the pandemic there. Garrett Summers says, has there ever been any release on the plane hitting the Pentagon? No, they were never able to substantiate that claim, although most people tend to believe it happened. Matthew Nixon is here. I'll be handing out wrenches very soon. By the way, if you didn't know, the entire thing was a movie. It was a PR stunt. That's all it was. Ivar says, police are killing black people by Nikes. Yeah, people did see the Nike thing as a sellout move. It depends on how you look at it. I don't think you can take away credit for what Colin Kaepernick has done in terms of his overall. He has done quite a lot of with his publishing company, his activism, his movies. He's been very, very busy. Like he's a major world star character. The strange thing about him, though, is he rarely speaks. And I'm wondering who's backing him. Like he doesn't let anybody speak for a reason. I think it's because some people are more powerful as icons, and they've really done a great job building up this icon. And anytime they build up a big idol, it's usually because they're going to tear it down. And I've been noticing a lot of things around this particular character as I've covered, which we could look into. Two of his awards, for example. He has two awards worth noting here. One of them is for Nike. He got an Emmy for that particular Nike campaign. The Dream Crazy. This is the one that said sacrifice everything. Anyway, the person who designed that thing, the designer behind this Emmy award-winning ad campaign, was somebody with the name Kennedy. So that was that stood out to me. I'm like, he's been associated with Kennedy. That's kind of an interesting thing. And then he gets the award for humanitarianism. It's the Kennedy Award, but it's the Robert F. Kennedy Award, RFK. R.F. Kennedy Ripple of Hope Award. Yep. Colin Kaepernick's 2020 Ripple of Hope remarks. So this is what I'm saying. When he was 33, this is when a lot of this stuff was really popping up, the symbolism. So what does this mean? Well, RFK was killed at 42. Headshot, or not headshot, but he was killed. And the name Kennedy is one of the things that stands out. So you get an award for somebody who died, or a name after somebody who died. That's kind of interesting, considering the other award he got also has this Kennedy attached to it. And then if you look into the Nike campaign that he was a part of, it's not just him, but there are other athletes who are in it, this Dream Crazy. And some of the ads feature, for example, believe in something even if it means sacrificing everything. That's the big message there, the sacrifice. But this campaign, this Nike campaign was, I believe it was 33 years old at that time as well. The thing about it, though, is it also had this other player, I believe is a soccer player. Let's see if I can find it. with his arms out like Jesus, but he was covered in red paint like blood. I'll go back and I'll revisit some of these advertising campaigns and the overall messaging, but I'm just suggesting here that this messaging and the compositing of the character they've built here, they've created something here, I believe, something of an idol. Even the name Colin Kaepernick derives from Nicholas Copernicus, the leader or the revolution, the Copernican revolution, somebody who changed the world. So he changed the world. After that point, it was acknowledged that the world was actually rotating or revolving. So revolution was first used in a political context after the Copernican revolution. So then if you look at change the world, but you spell it like world ice cream, what do you have? These are just word games. Nicholas Copernicus changed the world. Colin Kaepernick changed the world. Only his is it's the ice cream campaign. But they do this so it's ubiquitous. It's in everybody's face. Everybody goes to the dollar store, the convenience store. Everybody is going to at some point see this Ben and Jerry's with this particular idol. And I think there's a lot more when you get into the symbolism here I can point out that I think is like, okay, look at the way that it's composed. It looks almost like a halo, and it's intentional. If you look at how any saint, but it represents the sun. So here you have another, and this is just the icons and iconography. We're showing how they reintroduce things. So here's Jesus with a halo, one hand up, one hand up. And of course, what's to the left of him? You got a crown. A lot of solar symbolism. And I think there might even be something you could decode here with the I know my rights, IKMR. Could even pertain to the INRI, which is above the cross. So this is just scratching the surface. It goes much deeper when you go into the symbolism of the kneeling, and the kneeling, how it pertains to not just his protest, but the kneeling that we saw on 5/25/2020 with Chauvin and Floyd, where Western chauvinism was kneeling on this is the class warfare thing, the oppressed class. That was a 9/11ing of America. Now the kneeling, of course, was also picked up during Corona and the lockdowns. So these things all merged together, where people are kneeling for different reasons. And I would say that his role was foreshadowed if you look up the quote blackout bowl, and this was Super Bowl 47. And so one of my predictions in the Metascript Decode book is that his world stage role will take prominence when we're in the 47th presidency, post Biden is what I'm guessing. Power outage stops Super Bowl for 33 minutes. So here he is. The Super Bowl was delayed because of a power outage Sunday, leading to 33 minutes of a delay in the biggest game of the year. So he's quarterback during 33 minutes of darkness. 33, obvious Christ. The quarterback is an important figure. He's in this role. And then, of course, when he's kneeling, I think symbolically, since he's the only one kneeling, or he's taking the heat for this, he's the light in the darkness being Western chauvinism, systemic racism. So they've put him in this context, and it's just all really good story writing. Do I think they're actually going to crucify him? No, I don't think they have to. You could look at the kneeling and the denial of the game, the several years as the crucifixion, being crucified, being held back, sacrificing and martyring for the cause. And yeah, let me go ahead and bring this up too. Kaepernick's bloody gloves, because I don't know what kind of football game he was playing, but apparently it got bloody. This is from TMZ Sports. Game worn gloves, Colin Kaepernick's gloves, hit auction block 10/17/2020, bloodied and signed. So here he is, still 33, leading up to his 11/3, which is the Kraken Day. Here's another connection. His birthday, 11/3. That's the day that is very much associated with this Kraken, which again has to do with this left-right divide, 1619 versus 1776. So look at his gloves here. St. Francis, to me, would symbolize what the sacrifice, St. Francis being the story of a rich man who gives up his worldly ways and becomes a poor monk. And he tends to the poor. And in fact, just last week or so, Kaepernick gave away his entire shoe collection to the poor. I'll find that article here in a minute, but I think he was showing off his shoes on Instagram, and then next thing you know, he's giving these things away. So this is all just character building. They're building this person up. So what do you also see with these gloves? Well, they're supposedly bloody. I don't see the blood. But the idea is that they're bloody on the palm, the red. So it's very much like stigmata. You know, the blood in the palms from the nails. Symbolism. Now let's take a look. I didn't want to go too far into this, but we may as well just go a few more steps here. Colin Kaepernick's Twitter. And their social media will usually give away hints and clues. Let's see. Okay, on this one, 2.4 million followers. You have your 24. And then his publishing company, it's obviously an X, which to me, X is another 24 with a cross through it. The number of tweets, 1,300, I'm sorry, 13,600. It was 133 during the times when they definitely do coordinate these things. So the number of followers often tells you something. We'll get onto other areas next. I was just pointing this out. We got into it. And here's a weird thing. This is just a coincidence, I'm sure. Look at Baskin Robbins. Because I was looking at Ben and Jerry's. I'm like, okay, Ben and Jerry's has basically associated themselves with BLM and the move against the police and all this stuff. Well, interestingly enough, Baskin Robbins, another ice cream company, I don't think they've taken the same stance, but look at their logo. Baskin Robbins, 1312. Well, what is 1312? 1312 is two things. One, it's the year the Templars went underground, but also 1312 is what BLM was spray painting during their riots all over the things. Look, BLM 1312 means all cops are bastards. ACAB. So I'm like, that's interesting. ACAB, Baskin Robbins. Is this like surreptitiously getting into the game just without being open about it? I don't know. Coincidence. All right, we're joined by One Eye Jack, Damian Fury, FlatEarth.life. The Hidden Hand says Skull and Bones number is 322. The AR-15 fires 223s. Oh, good point. And how many rounds go into the banana clip of the AR-15? Or the clip? Like how many rounds go into these things? Kind of curious. These weapons, though, of course, have been demonized, and I think I've talked about this for more than a couple of years now, about how it's very conspicuous that the anti-gun actors are the ones who wave around the biggest guns in the movies. That movies are used to destroy the concept of responsible gun ownership, and now a gun is just a device you get when you need revenge or power. And I said, it's not a coincidence that they're doing this because they hate guns. Why are the Wachowski sisters out there with their anti-militia, anti-gun rhetoric when their movies are basically about guns and glamorizing guns? Their gun worship in The Matrix was part of the inspiration for the Littleton shooters, according to the fake news. So why is this? And I've been saying it's because they are actually trying to turn public sentiment against Americans owning guns, destroying American gun culture, basically creating it so they could tear it down. It's not organic. Anyway, I've been talking about this for a couple of years, and now out of nowhere, Bill Maher is now excoriating Hollywood for not toning it down. And he made some great points, though. You know, like the movie Top Gun is a big recruiter for the Air Force. So why wouldn't these movies be recruiters for these other events? Like the logic is somewhat there. Michael Cervantes says, Happy Sunday. Ashy Dog is here. I'll be handing out wrenches here soon. It's a new channel. I had to set up this new channel because my main channel has 1,000 subs. And anytime we get to 1,000, they start looking closely and they tend to shoot us down. Because if we get past 1,000, it snowballs. Before you know it, we'll have 10,000 again. And they don't want that because we'll have 1,000 people live, and then we never stop. And we tend to upend major narratives. Because what we have built here, and it's already been built, we're not building it, it's just growing. It's metastasizing. That's the cracking noise that you hear whenever I get a super chat. What we have built is a parallel media. It's not anti-media. It's not alternative media. We're not catering to any of their sensibilities about what we say in our analysis. And yeah, this is a parallel thing, meaning we're not antagonizing. We're actually just watching and commenting. And we're close enough to get all the facts and to throw popcorn and hit the screen. The Hidden Hand says the police stopped a U-Haul with the Patriot Front group in it. Guess how many people were in it? I heard that. The news reported 31, but the cop on site said 33. And I have that bite. He said, oh, there's 33 on site, but we have informants in the group. That's how we stopped it. Yeah, I'm pretty sure you had 33 informants. Just like I'm pretty sure that at King Soopers, someone had mentioned 322. On 322-2021, someone went into King Soopers store with an AR-15. Shot a bunch of people getting their COVID-19 shots. Imagine that. You go to the supermarket for a COVID-19 shot and you get an AR-15 shot. But at the time they said, we had 33 workers there. I looked into it. They were all union. So 33 union workers. I mean, the word union right there suggests on some level they're colluding on something. Kevin Mooring says Toyota has a new truck called the Capstone. Interesting. Yurt Mama says Nike in ancient Greek religion, the goddess of victory, the daughter of the giant Pallas of the infernal river Styx. There's a very interesting commercial. Let me show you this commercial. I believe it's called Nike. Kobe's in this one, in fact. And this actually figures very, very strongly into this thing. Okay, so the world is spinning. This is fascinating. Nike makes the world go round. I found it. So it's this commercial where a bunch of athletes are running to get the world to spin the other direction. When your world stops, there's only one option. So again, when the world stops, like a revolution, you break it, you bring it down to a halt, you stop, and then you go the other way. This is a burn down build. See, hamsters in the wheel. So now you have these people running. And this is all going to tie in to Kaepernick, to Kobe Bryant, and 2020.
Top scientists are currently racing to come up with a solution. New developments in the top story of the day. The world has stopped turning on its axis.
The world has stopped spinning. Now, this might actually be a clue, too. Stop-ocalypse. Someone had pointed out that the Tops shooting, which the one in Buffalo, a lot of the press conferences had a very prominent stop sign. And I was like, the stop might be a reference to this. And I think we're right. Anyway, this is the stop-ocalypse. And everyone has to go run the other direction to get the world to start spinning again.
Axis. Top scientists are currently racing to come up with a solution.
Let's go! Let's go!
So they recruit all these runners.
Going this way.
Now you get all these athletes. They're all running to get the world to revolve. And now here's Kobe Bryant in his helicopter before his crash. Now before I go any further with this part here. So this is all very interesting to me because of this. Kobe Bryant's crash was predicted on Legends of Chamberlain Heights. And Legends is code for Death Faker. He had another commercial where he threw a basketball bomb into a helicopter. So here's Kobe Bryant jumping into the revolution. Now he died, it was like 1/26, 2020, 1/27 when he crashed. The same week of the Challenger explosion and other significant events. Blows up in the sky. Anyway, the last person to interview Kobe Bryant was Steven Jackson, the 42-year-old twin of George Floyd. Now, George Floyd is 46, but Steve Jackson said, it's my twin, you killed my twin. So Steve Jackson, 42, has a show called, I think it's All That Smoke, and he was the last person to interview Kobe, and at the end of that interview, they give a very obvious Masonic Master Mason grip, the third degree, where you're symbolically killed and resurrected. You can look all this up. My point being, Kobe Bryant's 42nd birthday was celebrated the week of the Kenosha riots by the NBA with Black Mamba Week. So Black Mamba 42. Meanwhile, MLB is celebrating 42s. They would have celebrated on Jackie Robinson Day back in April, but COVID delayed it. And during this Jackie Robinson observance where all of MLB, reverse of BLM, is wearing the 42, Chadwick Boseman dies, and he played Mr. 42. I mean, it's very intricate when you look at these things. It's just too much to be mere coincidence. So here's Kobe Bryant joining the revolution. Now, again, the world stopped spinning. What started it spinning? Nicholas Copernicus, the Copernican revolution. So now we're talking about revolution in the context of Kaepernick's revolution and BLM. And here we have Kobe Bryant, who dies before that whole thing kicks off in the summer with COVID. But let's go ahead and play the rest of this clip and you'll see what I mean.
Let's go.
This just in. Everyone is running the wrong way. Repeat, you're running the wrong way.
So the world stopped spinning, but they're running the wrong way. So now they turn around. So the world's going to turn the other direction.
Let's go. I knew it. I knew it. I knew I was right. You got to do the whole thing again.
So now it says choose go. And then you have an image of the world. So this is about world revolution. It's about turning the world around the other direction. The Copernican revolution. The Copernican revolution. And you see how these tie together? So you're no longer a hamster on a wheel in a cage. It's another one of the subtexts here. Again, this is Nike, who are definitely a part of this bigger meta-scripted story, and they have all their players. Players in more ways than one. NBA, nothing but actors. Hillside Heathen says, Jurassic Liars brought me to this channel. Glad I made it. Oh, you're welcome to sign up for the free text alerts at infiniteplane.media. Osher says they've been listening to IPS. Oh yeah, I'm pretty sure that Bill Maher owes me royalties now. And a few others I could point at. But the thing is, he says these things for completely different reasons though. Bill Maher is not pointing out liberal hypocrisy about media. He's just pointing out what looks to be irony. But what the truth is, it's engineered this way. So he's actually wrong. Yeah, I guess it's somewhat ironic, but no, it's intentional. This is an intentionally engineered schism where they've made guns distasteful. They've made them into these it's just a caricature, but it's part of their mind war. Kevin Mooring says, funny how Cap makes more money not playing football. Right. Well, we'll see. I'm going to watch this story, but there's a new documentary coming out, and there's talk of him going back in. Possibly Las Vegas will take him. But I had written a number of things about the significance of his name, his world stage position, and the specific symbol of kneeling, and how that ties into everything else. Kevin Mooring says, so much buffering. You can also just go to infiniteplanesociety.com, and there's a radio player on top. Joined by X322, Stephen Crumley. Standard mags for AR-15 are 30 rounds. Okay. Well, my point being, it's just a tool. But you see how the media can turn a tool into something else. And if you watch these movies, it's all about the dynamic of the person in power is the guy with the gun. I find Tarantino films mostly unwatchable. Actually unwatchable, but it's just because of an over-reliance on guns to advance the plots. It's just unrealistic. It's kind of boring after a point. But after I realized, wait, look who's putting these movies out. Now it makes sense why. You'll never have a movie with responsible gun ownership. But one of the things Maher pointed out was that how come the left is against the idea of it takes a good guy with a gun to stop a bad guy with a gun, but that's the theme in every movie. And the fact that these movies are repetitive tells you it's propaganda. Okay, I'm going to open phones here shortly. I want to just continue to point out some things. So I had mentioned how the meme, the face, Nixon is out there in the news. So Nixon's out there in the news because of Watergate's being publicized because of some documentary or something. So I'm seeing Nixon's face. Now Watergate features prominently in Stranger Things, and it opens on 11/6. So I think the 11/6 reference in Batman when Gotham floods when the QAnon, when the Riddler's army releases the Kraken, the portal opens in Stranger Things 11:6. So I'm kind of thinking here that yesterday was the opening of the release of this Kraken. Like we saw it, we saw the face of this thing, and it has to do with this particular schism, March for Our Lives versus the Patriot Front. I'm also pointing out that the Watergate may have some tie-ins to the Kraken story in the sense that it's caged up, and it's Hades that opens the gate, and Hades was just returning to the point where it was July 4th, 1776, just a few months ago. So I've been expecting this Kraken thing. Again, Stranger Things, Season 4, Steve gets pulled into the Watergate, the Kraken, the Demogorgon, released by the Russians. And this ties into what we've been saying about the significance of the Hunt for Red October, the Russian sub. Alec Baldwin was in that. He shoots the Ukrainian with a 44. Shoots a guy at Trump's birthday, but again, you have this Hunt for Red October connection. Mike Lindell says that he's got a new plan to reinstate Trump and a new movie coming out next month that's going to, quote, change everything. He says any politician in the U.S. who says it wasn't stolen should go to prison. So this is the crack smoker, Mike Lindell. Again, he's a split character. There's a duality. Crackhead, now clean. You know, he has his journey, dark and light. But the use of a crackhead to fill in for the Kraken, Sidney Powell, and they called her the Kraken, but the Kraken was really this thing that was going to break the elections apart. So I'm starting to think that the Kraken is actually this engineered division. Let me play this clip.
This event on the 16th and 17th of July, everybody, it's going to change everything. And I'll tell you, all the influencers that are invited, thousands of podcasters and TV hosts, radio hosts, that this is going to be the voice of the world. Brandon, I'm going to invite people from overseas, big organizations that have a big influence on the world. They're the ones that are going to be there. And they're going to be handpicked. I'm picking them. They're going to be there, and they're going to put out their voice. And you know what? After those 2 days, if there's any politician left in the United States that says there was no election crime and that they really are in love with those machines, they can sit behind those melted down prison bars made from those machines right next to Brad Rassenberger. We can build a whole big old new prison for all.
All right, so he's going to lock up all the bad guys. Anyway, just bring that up because he's part of this ongoing narrative. Salty Siren says Kaepernick is demonstrating the act of free will, willingly going back into slavery, Stockholm Syndrome, making it cool. Now, on that point, let me bring that point up because kneeling is a symbol of, submission, obviously. But so, I mentioned Kaepernick really makes his appearance on the world stage, in my view, with the 33 Minutes of Darkness in this role. Beyonce was there, by the way. And in 2020, she released Black is King. On the cover, it has someone falling from the sky. Fascinating connections here we could delve into if we want to go into Jay-Z and Beyonce and the occult side of it. But preceding Kaepernick's 33 Minutes of Darkness, he replaced Alex Smith. Alex Smith, again, and I've been saying that 3/11 replaced 9/11, that the COVID thing replaced Islamic terrorism. So Alex Smith, AS, which is 119, and then Colin Kaepernick, CK, which is 311. So you have these same kind of numbers here, like it's being like a torch being passed. But the significance is this: Alex Smith is the guy who had that very conspicuous leg injury. So he had a knee taken out. And the significance of it, of course, is taking a leg. Well, what does Kaepernick do on the field? He takes a leg. He's known for kneeling. So there's a connection here between the taking of a leg involuntarily and then the voluntary kneeling, the voluntary self-sacrifice. That's the Christ side of the Kaepernick story. It's the self-sacrifice. He's kneeling. He's being taken out of the game of his own volition, like Jesus, taken out of the game of his own volition. So I'm looking at this story, the eerie broken leg coincidences connecting Redskin quarterbacks Alex Smith and Joe Theismann, or Theismann. So I'm going to go through some of the coincidences here. So Joe Theismann broke his right tibia and fibia on 11/18/1985. A game in Washington that ended 23-21. It occurred around the 40-yard line. Now, originally I used to find 42, but it seems like it's all been changed to 39 or 40. Alex Smith broke his right tibia and fibia as well, November 18th, 2010, that ended 23-21. It occurred near the 40-yard line. So, identical injuries, identical scores, and there's a few other connections here, including the Defense Player of the Year being the person to do it. So, identical leg injuries spaced 33 years apart. Those are just the beginning of the coincidences. The other coincidences involve Joe Theismann was there watching when it happened. So you have two consecutive legs breaking 33 years apart. Twin Towers were 33 years old. The spacing of 33 is significant, like Top Gun 2 coming 33 years later. So you have these two leg injuries 33 years apart. My take on this, the symbolism here, and it ties into Kaepernick's birthday connecting to the resurrection, the new tower, the single tower, is I think 9/11 was symbolically the challenger to the world system, to the New World Order. Americans, the patriots, being brought to their knees. And then the new tower, which came up 13 years later, Kaepernick's birthday, the one tower represents submission to the one world order, the one world trade tower. And I think the symbolism of it being one tower is that it represents the kneeling, that they've taken a leg, we've taken a knee. So it's voluntary though. And of course, what happened on 3/11/2020? The world voluntarily took a knee. They kneeled to the new crown, the submission. So I do think there's a symbol here of submission. Also, the year 1619 with the 1619 Project might actually tie into that as well, because we're looking into statism. You know, you could say communism, but we're looking at total control. You will own nothing, be happy, post-reset. The 1619 Project is an ongoing initiative that began in 2019, starting with the 400th anniversary of the transatlantic slave trade. So interesting set of years to contrast. But I do think it does involve this a return, or rather, I mean, a reset, but a new beginning. And it's all for this post-reset World Economic Forum ideal. Gardening Gal says, Revolution TV series from 2012 is about grid down, militias, banning guns. Opening scene has gas station prices at $4.69. There you have it, some concurrent, or predictive programming. Nobody got time for that said, my wife's high school best friend married that pillow guy. Deadbeat says, what happened in Seattle? Well, here's what happened yesterday. Yesterday we had nationwide, I think there were 400 cities, protests against the gun. We had a call for revenge by the father of one of the shooting victims from Parkland, the father being named, or the son's name Joaquin. Yeah, the guy actually comes out saying, it's time for revenge. His words are, I'll get a quote here, and I have a couple other things as well. And I actually have audio, I believe, for the guy that interrupted the event. Oh yeah, so many things. Anyway, one of the fathers from the Parkland event is giving a speech, and he's adjacent to David Hogg, who may or may not be Adam Lanza without the bowl cut. I mean, it's pretty close. I would say it's a 90% match, but it's kind of hard to say. So this guy comes out, the father of someone named Joaquin, and he says, quote, create a social disruption, they asked for it. So on the one hand, you have the release of the Kraken. Create a social disruption, they asked for it. Then on the other side of it, you have the Patriot Front being 33 Patriot Front members in a U-Haul being released as they're heading out. It says white supremacists from Patriot Front detained en masse near Idaho Pride event. Now the city where this happened in Idaho happens to be the place where the Aryan Nations has their headquarters. And I did predict this. I said you're going to see white right-wing nationalists active on 6/11. Then you have this one who comes out and he looks exactly like Owen Schroyer. He says, a starved Owen Schroyer, kind of thinner. He says, I am the gun. Protest fear, panic at March for Our Lives rally in D.C. as man shouting about guns storms the stage during a moment of silence. So they have a moment of silence and he runs out screaming, I am the gun. And we'll go back into the gun symbolism here soon and how it relates to all of this. But again, Gotham went underwater on 11/6. Now listen to this. The first season of Stranger Things kicks off on 11/6. 11 accidentally opens the gate and lets the Demogorgon into Hawkins, Indiana. 11/6, the gate. So that's when it opens. So I didn't know even the first season had this thing attached to it. Now Mark Adams had something very perceptive here. So do you remember when McConaughey made that weird clicking sound? It's probably already viral. It's annoying. I almost don't want to play it. McConaughey's speech. In his speech, he makes this weird clicking sound. Very bizarre, very annoying. I think what he said was, all lives matter, and then he made the click. But when he made the click, and I should be able to find it on silent here, not when he was laughing. I mean, he totally Robbie Parkered this whole thing. You know, you can destroy a multi-million-dollar psyop with one inappropriate laugh about your dead kids. And yeah, this guy did it. But anyway, during his speech, he made this weird clicking sound, and left half his face was cocked like Elvis. He had a snarl on his face when he did it. And commenter here remarks that the same snarl McConaughey did with his lip when he made that unexplainable weird fist noise during his White House performance. I like that people are calling this a performance, because that's really what it was. It was a performance. I don't really care to revisit it, but it's just not insignificant that he went to the school. It's his hometown. And I believe he's also getting into politics. In fact, I had someone someone was trying to convince me that Matthew McConaughey is well, I didn't want to say. He definitely looks like Justin Trudeau on some level, but like I said, they're all kind of related on some sense. What is it? I don't know. George Orwell, 1985. Every record has been destroyed or falsified. Every book rewritten. Every picture has been repainted. Every statue and street has been renamed. Every date has been altered. And the process is continuing day by day and minute by minute. History has stopped. Nothing exists except an endless present in which the party is always right. And nowhere has this been more clear and obvious than the J6 committee's presentation, how they were able to completely rewrite reality. They turned a leisurely stroll through the White House, a bit of a frat party looking thing, into an insurrection, into something worse than 9/11. And they did it all with published lies and censorship. The truth has been memory hold. All right, going through some comments. Salty Siren says, was Black Summer the summer of Elvis? Black Lives Matter. Yeah, this was what JL26 was talking about, that Black Lives Matter is a front, or they're being used, like many protest groups, to carry certain messages and memes, like the 1312. When I saw the system releasing the mobs to burn stuff down, and I see the mobs kneeling, and I see the police kneeling, I'm like, okay, I think we're looking at something deeper here. And then I see the 1312, and I'm thinking, it reminds me of the knights kneeling. There's another meaning to it. And of course, the Templars went underground because they were being burned at the stake. They were being burned, and like a phoenix, they came back. The Freemasons are, heirs to the Knights Templar. That whole secret society resurfaces. So I see this as the resurfacing of something that was underground. A kraken being released, in other words, and that we were seeing the symbolism there, and the people who are chanting these chants have no idea. Like, I can't breathe as a chant, it's a perfect anagram for a better China. which is very consistent with, of course, the objectives of this world revolution. It's just basically world communism. It's a rejection of Western chauvinism, as they call it, but the idea of that the West should be so prominent, a world superpower, that we should dominate space, that we should have billionaires and trillionaires made from outer space. These are not sustainable things. That's the idea here, is that we are run amok. America is a pariah. We're the only ones with a mass shooting problem. We're the only ones with a Second Amendment problem. These are the stories that they've put out there for so long. Spirit Jordan says 1619 has the 611 and 911 within. Yeah, I hadn't seen that. Stephen Crumley says, I literally just paid $4.69 for gas 3 minutes ago. It's an indicator. Fascinating. Well, 846 is another one of these numbers that we've done a detailed study on. And you'll find 9/11 started at 846. George Floyd kneeled on 846. The sun set 846. One of the leader of the Proud Boys was shot that summer at 846. They use these numbers to convey very specific things. So we ought to look into 469. Pete Shea says, Robbie Parkland, the clues coming together. Oh, I see. It was Robb Elementary. I knew something was up when I saw their signage, and they had this poster out front, this big banner or something, and it said, "We will rise." It's like, okay, you can't rise until you die, but the idea is you rise after what? After you've knocked it down. So I'm seeing some Build Back Better programming here, and the superintendent comes out and he says, "Oh, we're going to raise the school and build a better one." So the word raise has two meanings here, and this is all just phonetic similarities, but it's word magic. And I think there's a lot of significance here with a lot of these words and phonetic word magic and these basically spoken sigils. So to say you're going to raise the school, well, it means burn it down. Well, do you ever burn down buildings to build a new one? Not really. So why would he say we're going to burn down the school? He said we're going to raise the school. Again, it says rise. So I'm thinking here, okay, raise means burn. Well, when you get raised from the dead in a ritual context within the Masonic lodges, they say you're raised to the third degree. So you're initiated when you get in, but you're raised when you're made a master. And so that's all very significant in this context. Pete Shea says Tim had 493 viewers yesterday live. I don't know if that's accurate, but maybe. And a lot of it was probably Jurassic Liars. I had him on a couple of times. He has a lot of listeners. And also we were on 14 different platforms. Okay, let me see. I'm going through everyone's comments. We're joined here by Portal Complex. Scott Watts says, what do you think I will avoid really means? Yeah, okay, so March for Our Lives. And from the decoding work of JL, Elvis is a very important symbol and icon here. So March for Our Elvis is what he was saying it meant. Well, when you look into the symbolism, yeah, the L in Elvis and his world stage character, it's all part of the story, as you will see. In fact, his story has merged seamlessly with that of, well, Bowie and then into Kanye West. And Kanye West's world stage character is very fascinating right now. And I predicted based on the script that he'd be going into space, and he just said he's going to. We can talk about how I arrived at that later. I actually have some interesting space news as well. Spirit Jordan says Godzilla's cutting off your mic. Okay. Bob Sapp says, is Seattle still standing? Depends on how you define standing. I am Lost 27 says, at this point, do you see the Great Reset as inevitable? How do you see the world operating after 2030? Oh yes, it is inevitable. It's already happened. They already hit the button. They hit the button on 12/21/2020, and there's no turning it back. This is too long in the planning. I mean, I'm not necessarily a doomsayer. I don't think that the future can be changed the way that they're writing it. I mean, they basically program everything and everybody to go along with it. And they've conditioned, I think, a sufficient number of people to accept the conditions of a world that's going to be, by necessity, locked down for its own survival. It doesn't mean we can't have our own philosophical and possibly physical breakaway civilization, but it's always been that way. But I don't know, things do seem to be getting a little bit more, they're a little more egregious now in their power grabs. I mean, 2020 kind of shows you there's almost no limit. And they control the counter narrative so well. This meme says, and then we told them we have to take steps to detoxify our discourse, particularly the scourge of disinformation, conspiracy theories, and hate online. And as we had predicted here, the pandemic was preceded by the use of the lexicon, the words rather you'd use to describe a pandemic. So it's like, wait a minute here. How come the news media is talking about memes as, quote, toxic or as having bad virality? Why are we talking about ideas as though they can make you sick? And then we have the pandemic. And you see what they've done. The pandemic was really about the infodemic. So now they're getting people trained, and they have already, on the need to lock down certain ideas because it endangers public health. They've made that case. We've got to censor for public health. Ideas kill, memes kill. And of course that has been accepted. The premise has been accepted, sadly. So the other day I was talking about yesterday, how the QAnoners were waiting for JFK to show back up, and they believe he's the second coming. And I was asking, if JFK comes back, well, rather, if he comes back and he is Jesus, what kind of symbol are his followers going to carry? Because Jesus was on a cross, Kennedy was shot in the head. So is it going to be cross bullets? Is it going to be an AK-4? What is it going to be? Is it going to be a head with a hole in it? Whatever it is, I'm like, what is their symbol? I guess it would be the execution weapon. But anyway, it turns out that observation was already made by Bill Hicks. It was a joke. He said, quote, "Do you think when Jesus comes back, he's going to want to see a cross? That'd be like going to Jackie O wearing a sniper rifle pendant around your neck and saying to her, just thinking of John." Interesting little connection there. Zero Infinity Live says hashtag mind virus. Yeah, virus of the mind. The very concept of memetics as an analog to genetics, it was put out there years ago to prepare us for this idea that you catch ideas. And since you catch them, you have to be masked. You have to be protected against them. It's not like you consider an idea and you adopt it because you find it to be relevant or true. No, you catch it because you got exposed to it. You catch flat earth. Be careful. Careful looking at the screen. You might want to put something over that when you're not using it because you don't want to inadvertently catch something. Like, no, there's no will. There's no volition. You're just a passive receptacle to ideas. Give me a break. But that's what they think of you. Here's another interesting point here. So the guy that interrupted the moment of silence in D.C. at the March for Our Lives protest, the Owen Schroyer clone, he was escorted away by Sergeant Thomas Twin Name. What kind of name is Twin Name? Thomas means twin. Twin Name, I don't know. And I talked about Top Gun, Twin Cruise, Top Gun 2, the name Thomas meaning twin, and this guy comes out to a gun rally screaming, "I am the gun." And the sergeant's there, his name is Thomas Twin Name. Seems a little absurd. Alright, well, let's continue. We already saw the Duper's Delight with Matthew McConaughey. I think most here know what this thing is. Now, someone asked me what I think about 2030 and where this thing is going. It's a very good question. I mean, I know where I'm going with this and this parallel. Like, this is not going away. This is the infinite plan that I have here for the Infinite Plane Society. Infinite Plane Radio is, no, we're just going to continue to expand what we've done here. We're going into print, and we're going to have a bigger reach because more eyes, more researchers. We have more than 500 people in Discord who know how fake things are and who know what a psyop is versus a false flag. And I think this is really the template moving forward, that we need to have many people looking at things with the right set of eyes, not the filtered view that tells you that everything is real unless you can immediately debunk it, which just isn't always possible. You can't debunk something immediately necessarily, any more than you can prove it to be real necessarily. You kind of have to assess the facts. And this fact-based assessment is also known as conspiracy theory. A CEO of Nokia explains that by 2030, smartphones will be obsolete. They will be built into your body. So by 2030, we will have entered the metaverse. There'll be and I suggested this the other day. I said, by the time we're merged with these things, people won't even have to ask your vax status. You'll walk by people, and if they're unclean, if they don't have the saving grace of Bill Gates, you'll just see their face with a COVID ball on it or a monkeypox. Like your augmented virtual reality might even delete them so you won't see them. But that's what's happening. 2030, listen to this. World Economic Forum. And notice on the right palm, if you look at the thumbnail, there's a hand. And it has World Economic Forum. And the slash goes through the O's. O is the 16th letter. the 15th letter. So add 1 and 5, you get 6. So you have 666 with their logo right there on the palm. Very mark of the beastie, I would say. And moreover, this is about merging with the beast system. So here's your CEO of Nokia explaining by 2030, you're going to merge with your smartphone.
You all think we're going to move from this form factor to something that's on your face glasses and when computing's all on the edge?
All right, 50 seconds. Who wants to answer quickly?
I think it will go. It will. First of all, it will definitely happen. I was talking about 6G earlier, which is around 2030. I would say that by then, definitely the smartphone as we know it today will not anymore be the usual kind of the most common interface.
Wow.
Many of these things will be built directly into our bodies.
So it'll be directly built into your body.
You all think we're going.
And this will be perfect, because then you can go looting and it'll just get billed onto your credit card. Total accountability. So here's the man arrested at March for Our Lives for screaming, "I am the gun."
I'm God!
What's interesting about this is I had posited that you would see a right-wing gun nut taking it out on March for Our Lives. So they did it. They created the panic, but it was only a stunt or symbolic. But again, it happened. We have seen the various aspects, the two aspects of this Kraken on both sides, both of them giving each other or themselves permission for, I guess, revolution, political warfare. Hey, listen to this. This is a fascinating little connection here. So I was talking about how Kanye is going into space soon. And this is kind of related to it. Damian Fury says, talking about Kanye being in the car accident, you know when he sold his soul to the devil and became a huge rap star? Well, listen to this. So Kanye is going to space soon, but it turns out that back in 2015, Lady Gaga was also going to go to space. Lady Gaga and Virgin, again, Virgin, Virgo, Isis, Babylon, everything she represents. And again, Virgo, Persephone, these are characters that are constantly in our faces, and they have many different actors playing these roles. So Virgin Galactic and Gaga were trending because she was going to get married in space. It says here that to cancel her wedding plans and her concert in outer space in 2015. The tragedy that led to her changing the place of her wedding stems from the explosion of a Virgin Galactic spacecraft in California. So Virgin Galactic Halloween crash canceled her wedding in space. So here you have a connection here between Virgo and Halloween and a crash. And the wedding, of course, has more significance if you look at the occult calendar between the alchemical wedding, the priest and the priestess. Now here you have another interesting connection to this, I would say, because these holidays, Halloween, it's to them it's about the midpoint of the year between the solstices and the equinoxes. The solar symbol is the cross for a reason. The holidays are celebrated directly across from one another, solstice to solstice, equinox to equinox, and then that midway points are also celebrated. The major holidays of their year being Beltane, May 1st, or Beltane's Eve. This is Halloween is basically the opposite side of the year. So it's interesting that they have an explosion on such a date. It's a very significant date. And speaking of which, just heads up, we're very close to Cancer. The sun going into Cancer, which marks the summer solstice, longest day of the year, and the beginning of summer. And the thing is, Putin too, or rather Putin has Satan too, threatening to blast the world, and he's supposedly got cancer. And so there's a suggestion that maybe that he's going to, he's got very little time left. Might be desperate. Okay, so this is the CEO of SpaceX. I'm just going to play a short clip here because it ties into Halloween, and it's another blonde woman, like Lady Gaga or the woman painted on the side of the Virgin Galactic plane.
Can't be at school again. I'm going to go.
She's the Chief Operating Officer, the COO of SpaceX. Her name is Gwen Shotwell.
In 88. Interestingly, I started on Halloween in 1988 at the Aerospace Corporation, and my boss wasn't there when I started, but came back a week later. He was on vacation, and he said something about flying in on my broom.
So here you have a little reference to the witchcraft inherent at SpaceX, which is really is. I mean, I don't want to go too far into that now, but we cover that quite a bit. And I'm just noting that their COO started on Halloween. So that's likely not a coincidence. Her name is kind of interesting, Shotwell. And I don't get too big into names and birthdays necessarily all the time, but Shotwell is kind of interesting because she's the president of SpaceX. And she was born 11/23/63. So she's born a year and a day after JFK was shot. Well, kind of a nothing burger coincidence there. There's a video by Jake Gibson coming out called Flat Earth Deep Dive, Pearl Harbor False Flag. I just bookmarked this for a few reasons. One, Pearl Harbor was actually called originally Operation AI. So you got AI, which is 19 hijackers on September 11th, 19 years later, COVID-19. Now you got Gaia, the Global AI Alliance. A lot of 19s. There were 19 students shot. That number is consistently used. I mentioned Pearl Harbor happens on a 12/7, like Building 1, Building 2, Building 7. I put a link in the chat. That starts in 75 minutes if you want to check that out after, just anybody who's following his channel. The main reason, though, I noted this thing is he said Pearl Harbor false flag. And I'm interested to see if they're of the opinion that it was a hoax or a false flag. Because there's a habit that many have of calling hoaxes or PR stunts or perception management, quote, false flags, which is a narrative which implies that the event was, quote, real. People died. And that's something that I will continue to dispute. But anyway, there's going to be a conversation about Pearl Harbor being a, quote, false flag. I'll put a link there. We've been talking a bit about Justin Bieber's Joker sneer and the green hat, like the Joker's smile. We've been checking out the story regarding the Patriot Front. The release of the Kraken signified on 6/11, the guy with the gun, or screaming he had a gun, or he is the gun. And I just briefly mentioned the symbolism of the gun as it relates to the obelisk, and even the needle. You know, you can call an obelisk a needle, and I've been saying for some time it's guns versus needles with this artificial dialectic they've set up. If you're pro-gun, you're probably against mandatory pokey. If you're pro-mandatory pokey, you want to take the guns. This is a perfect split, a schism. This is the crack. This is the crack in our world that they've engineered. And that's what they're going to continue to play off of. And the release of the Kraken, I think, is when they push it to the breaking point, which is, I think, very, very soon. Not making any predictions, but definitely reading trends. And we have been vindicated repeatedly here. The Batman movie, March 4th, right-wing terrorists, all of it has vindicated what we have been saying. There's also quite a lot going on up above, so let me go ahead and go into the headlines before we get too much further here. All right, we have, what is Babylon? Oh, I have a picture of the Tower of Babel. Just a reminder, I've been talking about how Jeff Bezos symbolizes Nimrod, and that his big mega yacht parties where he's up there flexing with all of his servants in masks while he and his friends just flaunt their wealth. What you're seeing there is an unsustainable lifestyle. This is the billionaire, the guy who flew into space on the Tower of Babel, which the space program is. It's the unification of all mankind, one language, the internet, one mission, Earth to space, one big deception. The Tower of Babel is about to fall. That's the Kraken, knocking down this global, quote, unity, breaking down the system to its core, scattering the tongues. So I said Bezos represents Nimrod. Bezos now is building a headquarters in Virginia that looks like the Tower of Babel, the Amazon the Helix building, the headquarters. It looks like the Tower of Babel. So they say, oh, Bezos is building the Tower of Babel in Virginia now. So I'm thinking, wait, Bezos, Tower of Babel, Nimrod, wealthiest man in the world, pokes his head into the heaven, so they've already reached it now. And then on season 1, episode 6 of Inside Job. So you have your 1-6, the Kraken, the insurrection thing. Season 1, episode 6 of Inside Job, which will have a season 2 soon. In that one, Jeff Bezos is on his yacht, and he gets killed by a Kraken. So you see, again, Bezos, the Tower of Babel, the Kraken, associated with 1-6, the insurrection thing. And of course, it's his boat, and he's on water near Seattle. And then one other connection, Bezos is based on Dr. Evil and the Man Who Fell to Earth. Those are the main characters that go into this composite that we know of as Jeff Bezos, in addition to Nimrod. Well, Dr. Evil's headquarters are in the Space Needle in Seattle. Another interesting connection there. Elon Musk's Starlink makes China, quote, very scared. Well, he almost knocked down their space station twice with CubeSats. Imagine just floating along at 17,000 miles per hour peacefully, and then this washing machine sized cube thing just flies by your window. I mean, I don't know if that's what CubeSats look like, but that's what I picture. It seems like these satellites all look like cartoons to me when you actually see them deployed, which is kind of weird. Satellites in space. Now here's some symbolism for you. Anytime you see satellites in space, what do they look like? Angels. You see you got the wings, which are the solar array, which take the light from God. You know, they're just up there in their place, in their orbit, established by God's plan. They never deviate. These are just satellites that are only in place because of their perfect relationship with gravity, which is pretty much the God that holds a system together. Now, what happens if a satellite strays from its appointed path, if it becomes a wandering star? Well, it falls. Fallen angels, the ones that wander. Or the ones that, actually you have two. You have the fallen angels, the ones that go too close to the earth because they like the women. So they basically get damned. So the falling satellites, what happens as they fall? Well, they burn. You know, they lose their wings, they crash. The ones that, if they were to go too far out, like the ones, if you had a satellite that went out of its perfect orbit, out of its perfect agreement with the will of gravity or God, its position, if it has its own will and it goes and it would slip into the outer darkness. It'd be one of the, I think they call them, isn't that wandering stars from the book of Jude, where it talks about the ones that, yeah, riding the waves of the sea, foaming at their own confusion, wandering stars to whom the storm of darkness is reserved forever. So I'm thinking here this was just a bit of symbolism there, but the idea that it'd be lost in space, away from what? Earth's gravity, God's love, or gravity's pull. It's just the replacement faith that holds the world concept together. They've replaced the divine fallacy of God as an overarching explanation with gravity, and they have various subtle ways of repeating the same stories, conveying the same symbols. And this is not a stretch. If you have any doubts about it at all, look into the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration and tell me this isn't just straight biblical, that they didn't just steal it. Here's your ark, here's your flood. Noah, again, Noah the flood. Why did God flood the world? Well, Noah said, you guys, your wickedness is going to trigger a flood. It happened. Our wickedness today, which Noah warns us about, is our carbon footprint. And then what's more, the symbol of Noah is the dove, right there with their ark. Well, if you look up Noah from the Bible and his ark, he's always there with a dove. God sent a dove out. Yeah, anyway, I mean, Noah sent a dove out to see if there's any more life on earth, basically. So he sends the dove out there and it brings back a branch. Post-flood, post-reset, after global warming. And this is why the dove is also a symbol of the reset, like the phoenix is a symbol of a reset. Burn it down, build back better, flood it out, build back better. And then also note this. The mockingjay on Hunger Games is a bird that looks sort of phoenix-like, and it's got an arrow in its grasp. Well, the arrow symbolizes the olive branch that you saw in the beak of the dove. So the olive branch is a repeated symbol here. And this is the mockingbird as a phoenix. Again, this is all to, we mentioned Lady Gaga earlier. Well, she, at the inauguration of this, here we go, at the presidential inauguration of the 46th president, she performs wearing what? A big dove from the Bible with the olive branch. But look, what is she wearing though? She's wearing the clothes from the Hunger Games. So is that a dove? Or is that the mockingjay phoenix? Whether it's the mockingjay phoenix about a post-reset future Hunger Games, or it's the biblical dove, or it's the phoenix, it's the same exact symbol. You know, I mean, it's just kind of like, again, we're looking at the iconography and you can see they tell the same stories again and again. No coincidences here. All right, I'm going to catch up on your comments here, make sure I haven't missed anything. All right, let's see here. Damien says the Kennedy family is just as evil and corrupt as the British royal family. There's no way they're coming back as any holy people just because he's good for America. Yeah, the Chappaquiddick crew. You know, you can find some strange things. Like this is strange to me. So JFK Jr. is supposedly this like savior or something, but he was on Jay Leno making some very Pizzagate-like jokes. If you haven't heard this, this is a year before he died, where they're talking about Monica Lewinsky and how when she was like 12 years old, she was writing love letters to Clinton or something. Here we go. There's some bizarre story here. Let me play the clip. But she was describing how she's like a piece of pizza, and she's writing these. Oh, that's the story here. I'm sorry. As a young child, she knew she wanted to be in politics, and she described herself as a piece of pizza. And in the context of the Lewinsky scandal, JFK Jr. makes a joke about this by publishing her letter in his magazine.
There's this great soup place. I don't know. In the 50s.
Really?
Yeah.
How is the service?
He's an ill-tempered kind of guy.
Now, the sound's not the best, but he's here with Jay Leno and Seinfeld making what is an unfair joke about Monica Lewinsky's scandal, and then drawing everyone's attention to the fact that she wrote a letter about her future, and they joke about how she knew what she wanted to do when she grew up. And of course, the pizza reference, you know the reference there. So I'm just like, well, is this guy really the savior? It was just so strange. And then you look at pictures of Trump hanging out with Ghislaine Maxwell. How many times? I've seen him with so many pictures with Ghislaine, different wigs, different places. He hangs out with Epstein. If any of this stuff is true. One thing about the Kennedys, too, though, is that the Kennedys are deeply, deeply woven into all of the major PSYOP predictive programming work of Stanley Kubrick. And by all indications, Kubrick directed the Kennedy assassination, which was fake. And this would explain the significance of Riley's Coffee, the place where Lee Harvey Oswald was working before the assassination. The people from from the Riley's Coffee went to go work for NASA, and Oswald thought he would too. But no, he makes it to the grassy knoll instead, which makes sense now in retrospect, given Kubrick directed Apollo 11 and much of everything else there with NASA, and presumably too with his capacity as a director, whatever, would involve the assassinations as well as all the shootings. Like, I kind of think that the same department that fakes space fakes everything. But my point is, Kubrick would have been a common director between those two events. Again, Lee Harvey Oswald thought he was going to go work for NASA, so there's kind of a connection there worth exploring. It's called Riley's Coffee. Okay, so many great comments here. How much does it cost to phone in from Britain? I do have Skype. Just look me up, Infinite Plane Radio on Skype. Your mama says Fritz Brickmeyer was over the target on many things. Bloodline of the Illuminati called out the Kennedys. Sure, I remember that book, and the idea that Trump could be any kind of savior is kind of canceled out by his involvement with things like 9/11. They almost called the One World Tower the World Trade Center Phoenix. Trump was sponsoring that. The World Trade Tower 2. So, he's too integrated to be a savior. Now, the Q thing, you may want to ignore it. However, it comes from the same place. The story of Q ties in 9/11, the Kennedys, and the Kraken. The QAnon movement itself has all been scripted decades and decades ago. They're all basically following Pied Pipers. Climate change is a bigger threat than war, Fiji tells Secretary Summit. Yeah, misinformation is the new cause of death. It's the leading cause of death. But you can put climate change on your death certificate. NASA scientists flock to Australian outback to see the 1-second, quote, flash that could unlock the secrets of Pluto. This came out today. So I'm thinking, the high priests of the astrotheological cult, the high priests of Mystery Babylon dressed up as science, NASA, they're out there staring at Pluto waiting for some flash, which sounds to me like some kind of way of saying that maybe the Kraken thing is now, which would connect with 6/11, as we've been saying. So something's up. A flash associated with the Kraken. Now think about that. Let's say the Kraken is an EMP, an electromagnetic pulse, a high altitude nuke. Russian scientists complain that the ISS is tainted with disgusting pathogens. Yeah, they don't have running water. Go camping with 6 of your friends for 20 years. That place has got to be so disgusting. You're telling me in 20 years no one's ever vomited up there? I don't mean to be gross, but 0G. You think there'd be some scientific footage of it? No. What tells you it's fake is what isn't there that should be there. Inside, China's plan to go to the moon and Mars as work continues on the private Chinese space station. Yeah, there's going to be a communist moon base made out of astrocrete. They're probably going to take blood donations for that too. Imagine, get a pint of your blood sent into space, and they'll make it into a brick with the moon dust. Little blood blood brick on the moon. Redgreenandblue.org, 10 feet of sea level rise. Antarctica's riskiest glacier is under assault from below and losing its grip. So the Republicans have been saying flood the poles 2022 for about 9 months now. The Batman movie, they literally flood the poles. And now you have global warming's 33 years old right now. It'll be 34 in a few weeks, but it's about time. If it's going to happen, it would be now. And coincidentally, it looks like we might see a flooding of the poles, as in the South Pole, North Pole possibly. Joined here by Rocky Calzone, G.I. Joe. Oh, don't worry about missing things because I'm streaming on several different YouTube channels, and the big channel with 1,000 subs will turn off. The 24 will stay on, but this section will be segmented so that you can just start from the beginning. Archives get posted daily, so if you're on Spotify, Apple Music, iHeart Music, it doesn't matter. Any podcast app carries infinite plane radio. From citywide blackouts to aircraft chaos, the shocking impact of a major solar flare. Another heads up. Russian space chief speaks out on UFOs. Yeah, the head of the Russian Space Agency, the guy that says that they're going to drop the space station, 500 tons of metal on us. They've threatened to nuke us. They basically broke up with us in space. Yeah, he believes in extraterrestrials. Going to heaven left William Shatner weeping. So William Shatner was sent into space for a few reasons. It was around Halloween. It was October the 13th. The flamage beneath the rocket was orange for some weird reason. He went up there as Rocket Man. Some 42 years after he sang Rocket Man at the Saturn Club. Now, Rocket Man has some interesting connotations because of the symbol of the obelisk being synonymous with the symbol of, for example, the dagger in a witchcraft ceremony. And I'm bringing this up because we're really close to Halloween when this happened. And the movie Halloween just came out with a Knife Man. So you had Knife Man and Rocket Man on the world stage. And Knife Man, as in Michael Myers, actually wears a William Shatner mask. So I'm like, that's a weird kind of coincidence. Knife Man, Rocket Man. It's not over yet with these connections. But so he goes up into space. Space, A New Frontier, Captain Kirk. Very fascinating connections here. If you didn't know, one of the first explorers of, one of the more well-known explorers who checked out Antarctica and sailed around to find out there's an ice at the bottom. Many will say this is the guy who found the ice wall, whatever. His name was Captain Cook. Captain Cook exploring the new frontier. Nothing to see here, just ice. Captain Kirk exploring the frontier out there in space. The idea of these are the names that they use at the frontier. Kirk and Cook, very similar. But they brought Captain Kirk up there to symbolize that to Bezos, the billionaire, to Nimrod, to the Western chauvinistic capitalist polluters with their unsustainable lifestyles that are about to become metastasized because of meteor mining and stuff. They send this guy out there because space, the new frontier, Jeff Bezos, a cowboy hat, the Wild West, they were conveying this is how the West sees it. Outer space is a new frontier to plunder. And this is the big divide between the West and, of course, the Russian Space Agency, the commies, where they're about not destroying the world because, of course, climate change, by not allowing us to. Well, it's not in their interests to let the Americans lead the way to Mars. We'll put a McDonald's on the moon before we solve world hunger. So it's just a kind of a culture war up above, but you can see it's the space race, and it's still ongoing. Now, this book that came out recently, it looks interesting. It's called Don't Look Up. We're in heaven now because Earth is a spaceship and the sky is space. So I've said before that outer space has been used to reintroduce the concept of heaven that will transcend all the different religions. It's a heaven everybody can accept, even the atheists, and they've succeeded. And they've attached to heaven hope, utopianism, freedom from carbon pollution and Republicans and AR-15s. So yes, space as heaven. It's not a new concept. This is a replacement concept. So we have a replacement for sin and evil, and for a wrathful God rather, with a globe. We have all these replacements, and this is just another example of how space is this new heaven. New research, Earth may have less time to reach Paris Agreement temperature than previously thought. Yeah, we're running out of time. The end is near. We're in the end times. Does that sound like science or religion? Aaron Rodgers' alleged new girlfriend reacts to witch rumor. Wasn't Tom Brady also, isn't he married to a witch? What is it with these quarterbacks? Did Tom Brady's witchcraft habit help him win the Super Bowl? Tom Brady's wife is a witch. They have some crazy pre-game rituals. Tom Brady describes their rituals. According to the quarterback, the other equally important part of the equation is the pre-game rituals that his wife has him go through. In the days after the Patriots' 13-3 Super Bowl win over the Rams, he describes some of those rituals. Okay, so it says, she's all about the power of intention and believing things that are going to happen. She always makes a little altar for me at the game because she just wills it so much. She puts together an altar in front of me, and I put pictures of my kids. So I have these special stones and healing stones and protection stones, and she has me wear a necklace, and I take these drops and I say these mantras. I started to feel like it was kind of crazy, and then 4 years ago we were playing the Seahawks, and she said, "You better listen to me," and it worked. He actually said, "And by God, you know it worked." Are you sure that was God? Anyway, I'm just bringing this up. This is old news from a few years ago. Everybody knows that these guys are all witches and warlocks in high places, but it's kind of funny. Aaron Rodgers' wife is now having to answer to claims that she too is a witch. Simon says Macaulay Culkin was in the Pizza Underground, a comedy rock band parodying songs by the Velvet Underground with pizza-themed songs. Songs such as All Pizza Parties. Right, yeah, pizza parties. Like he and Michael Jackson just had pizza, right? So insane. Oh, so QAnon leader said JFK would return. He didn't. Does that matter? I guess not. Marjorie Taylor Grumer, associating now with Milo Yiannopoulos. So you got Milo Yiannopoulos, advocate of bad stuff. I mean, I think you can look into it if you care to. He's a victim of it, but endorses it. Then you've got Matt Pizzagates ordering 17-year-old slices on his Venmo, which publicly shows your... Okay, this has been great, and we're not done yet. I wanted to go through some voicemails before we get too much further. I'm just going through the news and catching up on things. Appreciate all the comments, as always. And also, by the way, Tuesday is Donald Trump's birthday. So heads up there as well. Okay, let's see what we have here. I got a few voicemails lined up here. Okay, this one's kind of long. Let's see what we got.
Tim, John the plumber here, down in Florida. Love you, man. Big fan. You know it. I got some big ideas I want to talk to you about. Next time you're on the show, next time you're live, give me a call. You know my number. A couple of my ideas are in response to other callers. I don't know. I just got a few things I want to talk about with the show.
I see a few things here that he's covered. It's a long message. So I will definitely get him back. In fact, I'm going to send him a text here. Okay, next one.
Hey, Tim. Yeah, I was going to talk about, did you ever watch the sitcom series Frasier? There's a lot of 9/11 stuff in there. One is, there's an episode, it's Frasier Crane Day, which is 1997, September 11th. And the producer, I think it was the executive producer, David Angel, with 2 L's. He died on American Airlines Flight 11, him and his wife, 4 years later. And what else? Oh, and season, I got it written down here. Oh.
Okay, here we go. You get the phone call. It's the wrong. Okay, girl arrives on American Airlines Flight 11. The wrong number, and the apartment is 1901. Okay, there's a lot of 9/11-y stuff in Frasier.
You get the phone call. It's the wrong number, and it's a girl arriving on American Airlines Flight 11. It's the wrong number, but that's in there. And his apartment number is 1901. There's a 9/11 in there. There's a lot of 9/11 stuff in the series Frasier. You might want to check it out.
It's all programming. It's all programming. Entertainment is a side effect. Let's see next.
Oh, you shook my.
Whoa. Not going to play that one. Blocked number. Okay, next.
Hey, Tim. Osman. Bin Laden. It's Quincy the pilot. Just calling. Trying to make sure that you're good. And you're enjoying life on this flat world. It's getting crazy. Let's go, Brandon.
Awesome. Okay, Quincy the pilot. So I'm going to put my notes here. There's two I'm going to call out to. I'm going to call out John the plumber and Quincy the pilot. We have the best callers here. And Quincy the pilot has some very, very interesting things to say and an interesting perspective. And, we who are questioning don't have all the facts, but nor do the people who are convinced that they have the facts, who are actually repeating the wrong ones or unverified or unverifiable. Matt everywhere says, hello, all truth seekers. So many new people in here. Excellent. All right, let's continue. Rourke66, good to see you here. He called the other night. We had a 5-hour hangout a few nights ago. Just caller after caller after caller. Lynn called in. All right, here's another one. We have...
Just calling in to see if I can talk to you on your show. I will try again later.
All right, so soon, I'm going to make a point here to start putting the upcoming times on the screen. So I am taking notes. We are making improvements. We've expanded onto many platforms. Anytime they shoot down something like Twitch, they took out our Twitch. So I took a day to build back better. And so, yes, we are definitely doing just that. And we have great callers. We have a great think tank. This is a parallel media. What do you want to call it? And it is already built, what we have here. There are a number of people who already know what the news is and are discerning enough to see through the real and the fake and are willing to talk about it. And it's very philosophical after a point, and it is entertaining. Learning is entertaining. Learning is always entertaining. So it's kind of what we're doing here. And it's not about always being 100% right, because the people who are 100% right are the ones who have all the answers, and they're not really looking, and they get mad if you bring up that their answers might be wrong. Well, they are wrong. Everything has to be, I think, re-examined once you understand the role that media has taken in our lives while pretending to be neutral. It's not insignificant. All right, again, 6/11 was yesterday. JFK did not show up, but there are indications that the so-called Kraken has been released, and it is still an ongoing storyline here. I'm not sure where it's all going. I know March for Our Lives is out there right now still. Thirst says, happy hoax anniversary, 6/12. Shout out to the Pulse Crisis Act whores. Oh, I'm glad you brought that up. So the fact that they had the white nationalist rioters showing up this week is also intentional, because this is also the week of the Pulse shooting. And I was noticing that there's all this resentment being built up toward the drag queen events. Very conspicuous all of a sudden right now. And I'm like, okay. Why are they kicking this particular hornet's nest right now? Maybe they're trying to agitate for a reaction to justify another Pulse. But if you remember, the Pulse event was done by a radical Islamist whose dad was with the Taliban. Remember, his dad showed up at a Clinton speech sitting behind Hillary Clinton. Let me bring up this photo. Pulse shooter's father hanging out with Hillary Clinton. Father of Pulse shooter at a Clinton rally. Yes, USA Today. Pulse's shooter's father attended a Clinton rally. I love these coincidences. Like Kyle Rittenhouse, front row at the age of 17 at a Trump rally with a white hat. I'm sorry, white hat, 17, stops the rioters. Seems like a story. Pulse shooter's father attended Clinton rally. You can just circle him back there. What are the odds? Omar Mateen killed 49 and injured dozens more at the Orlando gay nightclub in June. Such a strange story. It didn't, I mean, we can go in a few different directions with this one, but the main point of it was Trump was able to seize this, because this was, of course, during Pride Month, and he was able to seize this and say, hey, look, I'm on your side. The Democrats are going to let the bad guys kill you. So I was thinking they're probably going to have some kind of major hate crime like that again. But this time, I think they're going to have to target the right wing as the culprits instead of the radical Islamists. And if you look at the changes we've had since then, radical Islam was replaced by COVID. And the radical Islamic extremists motivated by the Quran have been replaced by those motivated by the QAnon. It's a direct one-to-one parallel here. They've created a replacement. So I'm waiting for parallel psyops. We says, how about new media? I like that. I like that. New media, neo media. The alt media try to be new media. I do like that. But I'm going with parallel because I'm not intersecting. Like, I'm not necessarily trying to change them or correct them. We're forming a parallel body of observers, commentators, satirists, philosophers, and also people who are, I would say, media deconstructionists. But we're not antagonizing, we're not anti-media. I started using the name anti-media, and right after that, there was a shooting in Annapolis at a Fox News station by a guy who the media said was motivated by anti-Trump's, quote, anti-media sentiment. So I had not seen the phrase anti-media used in the way we used it. It wasn't being proliferated, and then suddenly an anti-media shooting happens. And it had nothing to do with media. The guy was getting back at his ex-girlfriend. Infinite Plane Media. All right, fascinating. This always happens with the same number. There's got to be some kind of glitch here. Infinite Plane Media.
Hey, I just wanted to bring up that Fraser works and lives in Seattle.
Ooh, I didn't know that. So there's a 9/11 Seattle overlap with Fraser.
Yeah, and like the beginning of the show, they do like an outline of the skyline of Seattle with the Space Needle at every opening.
Wow, and that's one of the main things about it is that you got the parallel the Twin Towers, the skyline, and then you have the Seattle skyline. These are the most iconic things out there, and the predictive programming for the Seattle skyline being de-space needled is legion. Yeah. It goes back so far. So hey, appreciate that insight.
Yeah, exactly like New York. Yeah, New York skyline with the Twin Towers. How many movies start out with the Twin Tower? Like they open with that.
Exactly.
It's like, okay, here you are. You're in New York. Okay. Yep. Just wanted to bring that up.
All right. Appreciate it. Thanks for the call. And as always, see you out in Discord likely. We're probably going to do some more South polling.
Oh, nice. Okay, great.
All right,
cool. Have a good one.
Fascinating how they merge these things. Yeah, there's a new episode of South Pole in the works, and it's really coming along nicely. One of the subplots, I don't want to give any spoilers. There's going to be some Manson-esque stuff in there. Now, there was a magazine series, it was called Cracked, and it ran for years. Cracked magazine. And the weird thing is, this is back in the time when you had kiosks, and so you'd get instead of websites and web surfing, in your feeds, you're going to kiosks, you're grabbing magazines. So you're still in a hyper-mediated environment. And Cracked Magazine was a very popular one out there in the area. And it seems like 90% of its covers have some kind of cryptic reference to 9/11. But it's always with the word cracked. So here's a random example. Cracked Magazine. We need new quarters, it says. And you have what looks like a demolished New York. And in the background, it's not Twin Towers, but it's a tower split in the middle looking like the Twin Towers. It's usually similar to that. Some more subtle than others, but there have been many, many examples of 9/11 being, or the Twin Towers being hit, destroyed, and again, the word cracked is what stands out. But for all the 9/11 predictive programming, there is as much, if not more, for the Space Needle to take a fall. That caller was Pete Shea asks. Great caller, yep. Lilith was Frasier's other half. Fascinating. Someone else points out, oh, this is interesting too. Frasier's crane is Sideshow Bob. You know, Sideshow Bob actually figures prominently in some of the Seattle predictive programming. If you look up Seattle 113 Sideshow Bob, I believe there's a Simpsons episode. Yeah, November 3rd, Seattle nuclear attack. The Simpsons, episode 9 of season 7, Sideshow Bob. I believe he uses a blimp to blow up Seattle or something. I'll see if I can find it. Here we go. Simpsons, season 7, episode 9, Sideshow Bob's Last Gleaming. There was a conspiracy theory covered by the usual assortment of kooks and wingnuts. They put together all this stuff about Seattle being destroyed, the Space Needle being destroyed, but yes, one of the main sources of this was Bob's Last Gleaming. And I believe it had to do with a blimp, which also ties in many ways. The Goodyear blimp ties into all these psyops. Even the George Floyd attack, the killing of George Floyd, it was Goodyear tires right next to him. And the Goodyear has tie-ins to the 1977 movie Black Sunday about a blimp-borne nuclear attack on a stadium. Anyway, these are not rabbit trails. These are scripts that you can just read if you feel like it. They're just somewhat decentralized, but the message is so unified, it's impossible not to get it. Rise of the Planet of the Apes 113. I'll put a link to this video. This is from Tominoid. He sent this to me here. Apparently there's a lot of 113 references in Rise of the Planet of the Apes.
The 113.
Again, I appreciate the link. I'll put a...
My father's immune system continues to reject the 112 virus, rendering the gene therapy obsolete. I need a more aggressive virus strain, a faster delivery method.
Tighten your mask.
Passing the 113.
Tighten your mask. They bring out the 113. Okay, fascinating. A lot of 113s connected with this idea of a ending of the world. Rise of Planet of the Apes. The original was out in 1968, the same year as Night of the Living Dead, 2001 Space Odyssey. All of these movies had significant relevance for 2020, as I recall. All right, this is Chief Crow and the Flat Earthworms, the airship. 24/7 will stay on. The main channel will go off, and I will be monitoring everything as usual, but we're in Discord for most of the rest of the day here working on a couple of projects, a documentary on the Mandela Effect and on the South Pole cartoon. Thanks everyone for joining, and sign up for the newsletter. I'll put a link below. right, it's Friday night, 6/10/2022, on the eve of what might be the end of Seattle. Possibly the return of JFK, and also March for Our Lives. So the return of our favorite crisis actor, Adam Lanza. I mean, David Hogg. They prefer to be called by their most recent role. And you know who cried about being called a crisis actor? Gave a real tragic face. Kyle Rittenhouse. He said it takes away from something. All right, let's see who's here. Yes, we are live. I didn't send out text notifications because I'm waiting for my credits to recharge. It takes like 3 hours. The thing says it recharges in 5 minutes, but it takes 3 hours. No, I'm just kidding. But that's what's really going on with these cars. I was reading this New York Times piece about a couple of reporters getting in electric cars to drive across the country, finding a network of charging stations. And you have to wait. I'll just walk and I'll let the car charge itself and automatically drive and pick me up like 5 or 10 miles down the road. Like, I'd rather walk than just sit there. All right, we are joined by, hopefully no bots tonight, Clockwork 113. Diana South says, Genesis 6:11, the earth was corrupt before God and the earth was filled with violence. Now, does that connect to the fall of the tower or the flood? Interesting stuff. Clockwork 113 says, can't take McConaughey seriously after that surfer dude movie. You know, speaking of McConaughey, I dug up something, because I used to watch a lot of horror movies for some weird reason, and there's this backstory behind Texas Chainsaw Massacre that suggests that the killers were all doing it on some kind of FBI contract, killing for the Illuminati. The towing company's called Illuminati Towing. And I believe that there's some rich French guy who was, had this perverse interest in watching these gruesome deaths. Anyway, in one of these episodes, Matthew McConaughey is the driver of the towing company, and here he is with one of his, I guess this would be an anti-gun PSA disguised as mere entertainment. Here we go, Matthew McConaughey. Couldn't hide the duper's delight, by the way. I watched a few of his recent performances. It's interesting how they have to use actors to sell everything these days. And that's because people trust celebrities for some weird reason. All right, here we go. This is Matthew McConaughey in Texas Chainsaw. Like just pointing this out that many of these, if not all of these, anti-gun nuts on TV and in the movies, I mean in real life, are pro-gun in the movies. They demonize guns. Like, this is one of my points. He's now the face of the anti-gun movement, and here he is on TV terrorizing people. I mean, in a movie. Texas Chainsaw Massacre Next Generation. It might have been on TV. But anyway, yes, here he is with a shotgun in his mouth, terrorizing people with a gun, just really flaunting the power of this thing. And they do this with all the movies. And the people who are the most egregious, I would say, like action heroes, the ones who most egregiously exaggerate the power of the gun, like maybe even the Wachowskis with The Matrix. You know, The Matrix, and I have something on The Matrix, by the way. I mean, on the Columbine shooters, because right after The Matrix, you have the Columbine shooting, where they come out with their trench coats, their black glasses, and their guns, and they shoot everybody, the trench coat mafia thing. And they took their aesthetic from The Matrix. Not unintentional. My point being, you have these anti-gun people misrepresenting guns in order to help scare people about what they really are. It's just a consistent pattern that I've noticed. What I'm saying is that guns have been the victim of a terrible slander. JT says, I cannot watch a horror movie. You know, there's no need to. I mean, really, the horror movies that used to be kind of shocking are nothing compared to what's on Netflix now. I mean, you got to watch the new Netflix season 4 of Stranger Things if you want to get your fill of mangled dead kids to go along with the nightly news where they say it's happening. It makes it seem realer. Clockwork 113 says, stock up on krill and Orville. Yeah, let me go through your comments. This was a good one here. Diana South says, Seattle Kraken is in the National Hockey League. Fans are known as crackheads. Yes, we've been talking about the Seattle Kraken. Okay, so the reason I brought up McConaughey is he's the face of this anti-gun push at the moment, and of course he's out there speaking just as David Hogg is, and tomorrow, as in the 11th, March for Our Lives is marching across the country. So the significance of this, and this comes from JL, who's been on here a couple of times recently, is Elvis is an anagram for lives, or lives. And these anagrams tie into this bigger storyline about this beast from the sea, which connects to the Kraken, which we've been talking about. So, and we'll go through this. There's multiple threads. If you watch the news and you follow along with the characters in the news or the various storylines, like for example, the Frank James, the subway shooter, happened to correspond very strongly with the Riddler in the Batman movie that came out the same time as that shooting. The shooting was in a subway. The Batman movie starts in a subway. The shooter is sending these crazy video missives to the mayor in real life and in the movie. I mean, so many parallels. In fact, I'll be bringing up Frank James tonight because he shows up again in this little. But okay, so to get to the point here about McConaughey and March for Our Lives, they're going to be marching tomorrow all across the country on one of the most divisive issues in this country right now, which is, of course, the gun thing. And I've been saying for a while, since really 2021, it's guns versus needles. That's the split. That's the Kraken. And it's about your relationship to power. Are you a statist or anti-statist? Do you have your own immune system, or does the state inject one? Do you believe in self-defense, or do you give up your gun so the state can defend you? It's about your relationship to power, as we've seen. And so it's not insignificant that March for Our Lives is going on this weekend. And I have a few things to go along with that. Also, weirdly enough, Negative 48, who's like the leader of the QAnon Kool-Aid drinkers, or QRACK, crack pipe smokers out there in Dallas, the one who brought this notion out there that JFK is going to show back to the place where he was shot back in 63. Anyway, he had a bunch of people out there for 11/22. JFK didn't show up. Well, now here he is, I guess 105 years old now, as of May 29th, supposedly making an appearance this Saturday, according to Negative 48. So who's going to show up? JFK, Elvis, the Kraken, Infinite Plane Radio.
Hey, IPS, how you doing? It's Lickety Split here.
Hey, what's up? So who's going to show up tomorrow? Elvis, the Kraken, or I guess, what's the alternative? I mean, any idea?
Matthew McConaughey. I don't know. But the Kraken, I did hear something recently about the Kraken, and I got to go back through my notes about it. But I called in real quick because you mentioned the Wachowski brothers, which is really interesting because I just saw something today. Did you know that they both went full trans?
Wachowski sisters. Yeah, I did catch that. And I don't know how much of that is real, how much is PR stunt, and how much of it ties into some alchemical thing. What's your take on the transition of the brothers into sisters? And by the way, they both put out statements against the threat of American militias. So they're 100% anti-gun, and they started really popularizing the notion that anybody that sees through the Matrix is a threat to it somehow. Like you're going to arm up.
And just like you were showing with this Matthew McConaughey clip, I mean, like the Matrix promoted, you know, it was like grab a bag of guns and go like shoot up a federal building or whatever. Like that was like the best part of the movie, kind of. But yeah, no, I don't know. I think it ties into something because it's just so strange. Like all the movies that they've done, like you've talked about a few of them, like Jupiter Ascending, and like all these really strange out there occultish movies they're connected to. And I mean, I do have a video. I'm not trying to self-promote here, but it's actually Tracy Twyman's video where she covers the tranny cult pretty well in a different way, not like your usual whatever transvestigation bullcrap, but you know, like more into like a depth, you know, like religious, why it is what it is. So
well, okay, let me
I won't
bring
like try to
a
get
commenter here. Lean
Go ahead.
Dion said that the Wachowskis even said that the Matrix is actually a trans awakening story, and they did plant a lot of clues there in the names of the characters. But the thing about it is that it can be taken in multiple ways. This whole the Matrix thing, but yeah, they actually dropped that later, And I guess they're trying to reclaim the red pill from the far right. So I kind of don't know if that was something they made
Okay.
up after the fact, but you notice how red pill became a wing thing. And this is what
Yeah,
woke is.
yeah, yeah.
The woke thing was invented to be the left wing version of the red pill.
Okay, yeah, that's interesting take on it. I'd be interested to hear more about that. But yeah, I saw that today, so when you mentioned it, I had to call in. But yeah, anyway.
Any take
All right,
on
thanks a lot.
any take on
Oh,
Seattle?
go ahead, go ahead.
Any take on Seattle before you go? And anybody who calls in is gonna have to answer for Seattle because it's kind of on the news.
Um, well, 6/11, I'd be interested to go look into the Roman calendar and see how it comports to what, that calendar would see 6/11. But
I have a few things on that. I'll bring it
yeah,
up.
go ahead.
Okay, I'll bring it up then after this call because JL did talk
All right.
about the different dates that correspond to 6/11, and my guess again is
Right.
suggesting right wing has been the program, and 6/11 was the date they killed Timothy McVeigh at the age of 33. So if you look at him as the OBL, the Osama bin Laden of the far right white nationalist, it would make sense that this would be a significant date, and it's kind of an upside down or inverted 9/11 if you look at the numbers.
Right, and I think 66, ultimately, 66 is the number of the great work. I'm not sure if it's 33 or 66. I think it's 66, like Manly P. Hall or somebody, with a quote from them.
Okay, a couple more things though. So on that number, because this has got to be, for the last few days I've been having personal coincidences, and people could say bias confirmation if they want, or pareidolia, but the fact is I'm listening to a podcast where JL is talking about Jackie Robinson in the context of Elvis. And I walk into a dollar store and I see two magazines. The King Lives On with Elvis and then Jackie Robinson on the right. And then today I go into a store and you just kind of like, there's a stack of donuts, 3 boxes, each one is $6, so it's like 666, no big deal. And then a guy with a red Chicago basketball jersey walks by and it says on the back Chicago Bulls with the bull number 66 really big, and he's holding a watermelon up like it's a globe or a basketball in his hand. And I see this as I'm paying for my groceries, and you have those black sticks you put on the conveyor belt to separate your groceries from the next person. This one was called Black Star Sticks, but it was spelled like the river Styx, like Hades. So anyway, I'm just like, maybe I'm just seeing things here, but I was just everywhere I looked.
Right. Well, yeah, and but at the same time, it's like if you were like the cult of the monolith, you would have your symbol tagged everywhere anyway. So you are going to see that everywhere because this whole like simulation, if you will, is tagged up with their numbers and their symbols. So it's like that's what it is actually is. That the whole simulation is just their symbols. That's what it is. So, yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if that's happening. I mean, I get a lot of that kind of shit too, but
tend to agree. Just running it by you because I think that we have the idea of research as being just grabbing material and information and correlating it and collating it. But however, personal synchronicity and whatever you want to call it, these weird coincidences tend to play a role in a lot of the research of people that I know, and I just think it's another facet that I think we should acknowledge when it happens. Anyway, thanks for the call.
All right, yeah, I'll see you later.
And by the way, we're going to be on likely tomorrow morning, afternoon, and evening, depending on what happens throughout the day, but Infinite Plane Saturn Day is pretty open, and I am going to have this 24/7 chat open, so this is not going to close. And I expect to get a lot of interesting calls. It's going to be on a number of topics. Right now in Dallas, I think these QAnoners are trying to hijack. Maybe that's what it is. I'm not quite sure. There's a lot going on. There's already existing marches going on. But out of nowhere, the leader of the Q cult in Dallas says here, the JFK QAnon cult is heading back to Dallas for another second coming. Michael Protzman, a QAnon influencer, promised JFK would appear. Now, Michael Protzman is disingenuous. He's the type of person who won't lie, but if you accidentally make a mistake that causes you to come to a conclusion that's wrong but benefits him, he'll stick with it. For example, he led people to believe by not correcting him that he was JFK Jr. for the longest time before he had to show his face in public. And no, I don't think JFK Jr. would put on that mask. But even if he did, none of these prophecies have come true. And it's also kind of weird that this whole QAnon thing is based on the worship of the Trumps, and then you got Ivanka Trump not really turning against her dad, but she doesn't buy into the election having been stolen thing. So how does that work? You think there'd be some unity in the family? I thought it was where we go one, we go all, or whatever they chant, which they claim was from JFK. President JFK's boat had a bell on there with WWG1 or something. Where we go one, we go all. And this is like one of the main things they believe, and it happens to be completely fake. And it comes from it's probably some really bad movie, I think. Okay, it says it's been 220 days since more than 1,000 people traveled to Dallas at the behest of Michael Protzman, -48, who promised that JFK would reappear in Dealey Plaza, and JFK did not reappear. And their evidence is garbage. Last time he said, okay, the reason he didn't appear is because the Rolling Stones concert tonight is going to be Prince, JFK as Keith Richards, Prince as Mick Jagger, and he just like makes his stuff up on the fly. So all these QAnoners go to the Rolling Stones thinking that JFK is playing the role of Keith Richards, and that the Rolling Stones is now suddenly a reference to something else, like Rolling. I don't even want to say it. It's so dumb. My point is, it's real. They're real. And they've moved the date several times. The goalpost keeps shifting. And, you know, if you don't know, the Q drops technically stopped. But they're always referenced again because there were so many of them. I believe there were more Q drops than Bible verses. Like, it's huge. So they'll say, well, this one doesn't pertain to 2017. No, it's 2022 when they're going to arrest Hillary Clinton. So they're always pushing the goalpost. I was noticing that there's a Q drop that happens to pertain to 6/11 that's being shared by all the Q believers, and it says something about, and these things are always vague, but what verses aren't vague when it comes to the Bibles or any kind of holy book? It has to be vague and ambiguous. That way you have to go ask an expert to interpret it for you. That's generally how it works. So here is one that was tweeted by a guy who claims to be JFK Jr. He's retweeting a Q drop from June 10th, 2020, which said, "Do you understand what's about to be, quote, unleashed?" from Q. Now, he cross-references a couple of tweets, one from Vincent Kennedy that says, "One thing for sure, Trump is unleashed." So they've used this word unleashed in conjunction with 6/11 and 6/10. Now again, this is bad hopium, insanity. What do you call this? But the thing is, people are driving across the country and they're meeting up on Saturday to hopefully meet a 105-year-old. Jenna Lovecraft Reeves says, I just saw a headline, Justin Bieber says half of his face is paralyzed. Yeah, he can't feel his face. I saw that. And the first thing I thought was, because he was on the cover of Drudge. And I was like, wait. In fact, I memed it. I'll bring up a couple of things here. One, who takes a picture of themselves while they're having a seizure? It's like, look, I have a really bad injury. Let me share it with millions of fans. Like, this person has a blemish. They're not going to show their face. And yet, here he is having this horrific face spasm where one of his eyes is blinking shut like he's malfunctioning. And he's tweeting about it. This is on the cover of Drudge. Now, if you're just listening, it's Justin Bieber with one eye open, looking kind of crisis actory. And he's wearing a green beanie cap. Green, not sure the symbolism, but just pointing it out. Now, interestingly enough, there is a connection here with Seattle and some troll under a bridge that has this one eye thing and has this really bizarre situation, which JL has a video all about it, and we'll probably talk about that later. But yes, one other thing I wanted to bring up here. The reason why his face is like this is that he's got something, is it Bell's palsy? Something. They're not explicitly saying it's from the vax, but my point is, he's got this sneer, half his face is paralyzed, and I've been correlating that with the Joker for a very specific reason. When Dark Knight Rises came out, Heath Ledger, you had the Why So Serious thing, and it came out as Sirius was rising. You know, it was the summer. So there's already these connections. The Aurora shooting happened the next day. But ever since then, I was noticing this Why So Serious has a connection to the dog star. And so, just pointing it out here, Justin Bieber doing the Joker smile might have a deeper meaning than just weirdly broadcasting all of his symptoms. Strange. Okay, I have a few things to go into as well. This is an interesting one. Taboo Conspiracy says he did a poll. What's your opinion regarding the Mandela effect? I think some of the so-called proofs are interesting and fun, but far from conclusive. I think these widespread mistakes are related to faulty propaganda scripts, something like Sinclair's "This is extremely dangerous to our democracy," but with a typo. Anyway, real or fake? Do you think it's real? Please explain how and why. So I may go into that. I was kind of curious to see, how is this poll going to go? How is the average YouTuber going to be, and what percentage can see through? What I would suggest is more or less a psychological operation. So let me go ahead and take a look. So if you're looking at the screen, I'm going to go take a look at the poll and kind of get an idea of what people actually think. And again, the channel is Taboo Conspiracy. If you want to participate in that poll, I'll put a link in the chat. Okay, let me see. I'm going through your comments, by the way. JT says rain in Seattle. Kenny says, makes sense. Trump is the Antichrist. Biden is the savior. Eric Stevens says Q-tards are 2 chromosomes short of a Trump-tard. Right. And they're even a few more short of a Mandalard, which is the ugly cousin of the flat earther. We're saying all this in jest. Really, the flat earthers and the confused conspiracy theorists on the Q side are honestly probably the closest to the truth that you can be. I mean, considering how fake everything is, the people who reject the big lies are in a better position, even if their conclusions are off. Now, the QAnoners, though, are totally being misled. They're a bunch of sheep. They think President Trump is Jesus Christ. Could you imagine nailing him up to a cross? How would you hang that guy? All right. Teresa Selby says it's been like spring rain here in Washington State. Washington State, 42nd state, really important place in this story, which we'll be discussing tomorrow all day. So a few of our topics: March for Our Lives across the country tomorrow. Is that the Kraken? The reason why 6/11 figures in this, from my perspective, mostly it's the Batman movie predicts something, which we can talk about. So goodbye, Seattle. Also, Frank James, by the way, Frank James, the shooter in the subway thing, had a Joker smile. It was called a smirk on The Drudge and on some various tabloids. And I think there's something significant about the Joker smirk. Not quite sure what yet. I have a few ideas, which we'll probably get into. Okay, so we're also talking about, yes, JFK. So many things. Teresa says, yes, the people are speculating side effects. I think he's an actor. Yeah, where's the Weeknd? I'm curious now. I just figured anytime I saw this really bad skin on Beavers because of his mask, his Weeknd mask. All right, I'm joined by Rocco Calzone, Bullet 01536X322X. Okay, we have a good number here. Again, we're going to be on tomorrow off and on all day, and if you don't want to miss it, if anything big happens, anything breaking happens, you want to get on the text alerts. So infiniteplane.media. If you want to get the text alerts, that's the place where the sign-up sheet is. I'll put a link in the chat. You shouldn't miss it. Also, I would recommend signing up for the newsletter. Okay, so Taboo Conspiracy said, what's your opinion regarding the Mandela effect? So I already voted on this one. And it looks like I may not be able to vote without logging in, which is going to make it very difficult. So I'll come back to it, but I can read some of the comments. I've been kicked out of so many accounts. If I log in, YouTube will not let you read comments unless you're logged in. They want to know who knows what. They want to know who read what, who was exposed to what meme. They contact trace every single idea. Okay, here we go. Jacobian says, to call the Mandela effect fake or misremembering is to fall for a mainstream narrative that you can't trust your own mind and senses. My take on it is, falling for the Mandela effect means that you have you fail to understand how you can misunderstand things. For example, if you misspell a word, what's more likely? The dictionary changed, or you got it wrong. So I think that a lot of the Mandela affected people don't understand how memory works, and there's a huge thing that's missed by all of the mainstream debunks. And this is why nobody can debunk it outside of this channel, really. I mean, there are some who'll leave it open. Like even people who've looked at this for years will say, I can't debunk all of them. That's like saying I can't debunk all the moon landings. No, you debunk one, you debunk them all. It's a process, and this is what they're missing. It's the setup, the interrogator's bias. The interrogator who asks you, "Do you remember this or this?" That's an interrogation technique, framing the question, and it's a tainted witness because he already believes it. There are a few other dynamics that go into it, but it's all about getting somebody to recollect off a prompt or take sides. It's not about an authentic memory. And people who do say they actually remember these things are generally lying, which is misremembering is a nice way of saying lying to yourself. And people can, I don't know if you can lie to yourself. I mean, I've never done it, but I believe that people can lie to others about what they believe or misstate it, perhaps to fit in ulterior motives. There are a lot of reasons why people believe in things, and strange things in particular. And with the big community with like the ME, it may have nothing to do about reality shifting and more about a community of people. And I'm not knocking it, but it's just another religion. Okay, so bushwhacking history in Buffalo says, I'm starting to believe in it less and less. Also with context, I thought of the effect of it being purposefully contrived so as to act as a diagnostics op, in the sense of if it is programming. Yeah, I see what he's saying. That's kind of what I'm at too. I'm thinking that it's too intentional. There's too many things about it where it's too popular, too mainstream to be a nothing. It's a something. It's not a fluke. It's not organic. It didn't arrive spontaneously. There's a reason why it's only an either or proposition with this or that logo, person, or thing. You know, and some people just don't. This is the context part of it. This is the part you have to get, I think, to understand how this thing can be rigged. Because it's a rigged game. The Mandela effect is more like a party trick. People will say, Dolly had braces, I remember. Well, your context is one scene. And if you only talk about it with that one scene, and you don't include every other scene in your analysis, then you're in no position to say this. And if you watch the whole movie, it wouldn't make sense. Sadly, it wouldn't. I know it would be nice for her to have worn braces, because then she and the guy with the messed up teeth also could have kids, and they could have braces too, but it doesn't work out like that. Sometimes things look like they would fit better in a certain way, but in reality and context, no, not at all. And this goes for every effect. There was a recent one where somebody was making a statement about the Scary Movie 2, and some character talking about his strong hand having changed from his little hand. Well, the fact is, he said both, two different scenes. Somebody will take one scene out of context and say it changed. Alright, so I'm going through some comments again. These are just random people's reactions to the Mandela effect. Okay, here Kitty Kitty says, you can't have supernatural your way but not see it when it's actually changing. It's changing the Bible. That's what gets a lot of people. The idea that the Bible isn't written in stone. No, it was written in stone. It's never changed, right? Like, isn't the Bible one of the most edited, contested things in the world? I mean, I've known biblical literalists who you could not put in the same room because they would probably beat each other with their respective Bibles. And they all believe it's literally written as, it's meant to be taken literally, like by the letter. So how can you have a disagreement? Like a stop sign. Does it say stop or does it say stop? Well, Bible literalists will find a way to disagree. Okay, let's see. Going through many comments. A lot of people still believe in it. Stuart McKenzie says, mirror, mirror on the wall is now magic mirror on the wall. That stumped me. Again, to me, it's about the root memory, the formative memory. Did you actually have that memory, or are you referencing a popular conception or misconception? Okay, Stavely's here. He says, obviously, you know my take. I'm Ryan Stavely, for those of you who don't follow his channel. Obviously, You know my take. I'm enthusiastic about your curiosity. If you ever want to have a talk or on a live stream, one-on-one, I will be down. So Taboo Conspiracy and Brian Stavely might actually talk it out. I don't even think Taboo Conspiracy can debunk it, because they think it's a matter of believing or not, if you've had the experience or not. And I think it's about a magic trick, stage magic, like Chris Angel or Houdini. This is sleight of mind. And the reason why I think it's important is that if you can be tricked by the framing of a question, then you're still in the media matrix, because everything they do, the reason why they have filed people into these broad categories with a schism right down the middle is because they frame every question, every debate. They've Mandoozled the world. They've Mandoozled, the whole world is, quote, Mandela affected, and it's not a good thing. Being Mandela affected means that you accepted a faulty premise, went with it to its illogical conclusion, and now you've dug your heels in, and you're not going to let it go, which is fine. I'm not trying to take anybody's miracle away from them, their supernatural so-called experience. But I'm suggesting here that everything about it is fishy, mainly because it is very much being pushed among those who see through fake news. So it seems like an attack on cognition, so they don't really get a grasp on the fact that news isn't neutral. It's not real or fake issue to issue, but it's a different has a different apparatus altogether. But there's no way you can be rationally discussing the Psy War and disarticulating perception management by government media when you also think your peanut butter labels or your underwear might change, or reality is always shifting. You have to have an objective reality in order to call the news fake anyway. Who are you to call the news fake if reality's fake? One or the other. You kind of have to take your pick. What's fake, reality or the news? I mean, we can argue about, the bigger picture beyond that, but I'm saying that we're looking at a worldview warfare situation. All right, let's see. Portal Complex says, if you get dementia, is the Mandela effect real? Interesting. Okay, I'm going to move on here through some of these comments. The chick in the James Bond movie with braces. It's not even a match the storyline for her to not have braces. Okay. Interesting. So many people claim bad in a movie about a pirate or something. No, I'm sorry, a genie. And it has to be a genie. It couldn't be a pirate. Even though we're talking about reality shifting, it can only shift in one of two ways, supposedly. I mean, that's your first clue that you're looking at a rigged game with the Mandela effect. But so many people say, I remember Sinbad in that excellent genie movie. Well, if you remember it, and it was so good that it was on TV, then produce it. Say, hey, I got this idea for a great script for a genie movie, and it could easily be on prime time. You would have people calling you, yeah, I want the script. And yet I ask the Mandela effect, hey, if this movie was so good, what was it about? And they don't remember. They have a vague recollection of Sinbad, who always dressed like a genie, in the role of a genie. I wonder how that happened. Teresa Selby says news is a reality show. Oh yes, I would say this, that the reality TV show model is how the news actually works, where it's actually part of a bigger production, the world stage production. It's so uniform. But yes, it functions like reality TV in the sense that there's more creative control than you would think. And if you think reality TV is real, ask Alex Stein. Alex Stein worked on Cheaters, and he doesn't tell you specifically it was fake, but he told us that he had NDAs he had to sign so that we wouldn't find out it was fake. So yeah, it was all staged. Every single event was staged. There's nothing in reality TV that's real. Then you have these court cases. You got Johnny Depp and Amber Heard. We have the J6 committee. That thing had 20 million people watching. Brad Pitt, Angelina Jolie want to have their day in court. Maybe Marilyn Manson and Evan Wood can talk about everything that they supposedly did. I mean, this is interesting what's going on here. That's why I'm looking forward to Kanye going OJ on Pete Davidson, which seems to be in the script. All right, Kenny says staged events are more entertaining. Yeah, that's true. They do embellish things at a minimum, but it's beyond just staging events. And look at this. I will never watch 30 Rock again. I hate to admit that I liked a couple episodes, but I'll never give credit to any of these SNL creeps ever again. They're all implicated in this sickness. Tina Fey, no longer funny. Seth Meyers, was he ever funny? Horatio Sands, scum. And Jimmy Fallon, he's not any funnier than your average teleprompter reader. These are just puppets. But anyway, they all watched Horatio Sands abusing a 17-year-old on a couch. They all watched it, and they giggled and laughed and didn't help her. And she got away or something, and there's these complaints. She's still a Jane Doe. My point being, I thought it was just him and a couple other, I thought it was him and Jimmy Fallon, but apparently, no, they were constantly sneaking underage fans into the SNL after show parties, and nobody said anything. So it's eyes wide shut over there at SNL. Totally disgusting. I will probably never watch it again. I can't believe that Musk actually hosted that stuff. I mean, it's just trash. Kenny says 30 Rock was decent. I liked it because it didn't have a laugh track. That's probably why I liked it. I liked it because it was about a group of writers producing a comedy show, and I kind of like the idea of a group of creatives brainstorming. It's kind of what we do in a think tank. That's the only aspect I liked out of it. It was occasionally funny. But if I watched it again, I'd probably hate it. Everything that I enjoyed or watched in the news, in the media, prior to finding out how fake everything was, I hate now. Evil Coyote says Jimmy Fallon was never funny. No, he's always been cringy. Super cringy. And he used to fake costume wardrobe flaws like his mustache falling off because he would get extra laughs, and the other characters, the other actors hated him for it. All kinds of jealousy with these comedians. You know, they're taking out comedians. Maybe one of these guys. No, actually, I think Pete Davidson might be next, to be honest. And he just got his send-off from SNL. And SNL has a history of, death fakers. Chris Farley dies 33, comes back as was it Rob Ford, Toronto mayor? But you got Chris Rock, Dave Chappelle, attacked, Pete Davidson. There's something in the cards that he's going to be attacked. And I would say this because of a few things. One, the Kendrick Lamar video had this interesting face morph where Kanye turned into OJ, turned into Will Smith. And I'm thinking, Will Smith, slapper, OJ, stabber, and Kanye's mad at Pete Davidson with Peter Rock. Chris Rock gets attacked, Dave Chappelle gets attacked. There's a few connections here when you get deeper into the names that could go into it. However, you got Heather McDonald falls, hits her head, Norm Macdonald dies, Bob Saget, the head of Full House, hits his head on the headboard and dies. There's a few others that died as well. So I've been seeing this as maybe they're killing comedy. Comedy's too effective at spreading memes. Jokes go too far, get yourself killed. And now you have Pete Davidson making jokes at Kanye West's expense about his mental health. And Kanye West has publicly made it clear that this is payback. He put out a music video where he kills Pete and puts a bed of roses on his grave. And then he sends a truck with the bed full of roses over to Kim Kardashian's house for Valentine's Day. How creepy is that? And on the side it said, "My vision is crystal clear." And then you already have the OJ connections with the Kardashians. But then it gets a little more along these lines, I think a little more in the direction of where I think it's going. So here is not a bad track at all. I mean, this has been described as the beat of the summer. This is Bloodstain, produced by Ye. Happy billion-dollar birthday, Kanye 45. And here he is dressed like the Riddler. Again, that's interesting in itself. Kanye dressed like the Riddler, but yeah, he produced a new track called Bloodstain, and the artwork is pretty much looks like a message written in blood, which actually happened at the Manson killing site. So many fascinating connections here, and a lot of this led me to believe that we're about to see some kind of a reprise from the massacre over there at the hands of Manson's killers. And here you have Kanye West, buddies with Marilyn Manson, making these really overt threats. And he didn't just Pete didn't just die in that music video. I wish I could play this track, but, copyrights. It's called Bloodstain. You'll hear it, I'm sure. So Pete Davidson didn't just die in the Kanye West video. He died on SNL when he went to Mars, and Musk killed him. And Musk is a friend of Kanye, and if Kanye goes to space, it'll be with Musk. So Musk killed him by sending him to Mars. Pete takes his helmet off, and his head blows up. This Pete Davidson also died in the Suicide Squad, which is kind of interesting. And then he also died in a new movie he just did called The Home, which has some significance as well. The home, the chapel, the house, there's a few things about that. But anyway, he's been dying quite a bit lately. And if you didn't know, Pete Davidson's dad died at 33 in one of the Twin Towers on 9/11. So he's already integrated into the PSYOP entertainment complex. Lickety Split says Fallon and Will Smith both of them simulated romance with the Sophia robot puppet. I don't think it was simulated. On her part it was. Okay, let's move on here. Lean Dion says Taylor Hawkins dies after the 666 movie and cryptic texts about dying sent to John Stamos. Another house connection. And that movie you're referencing where Taylor Hawkins dies in that movie by David Grohl about a group of musicians recording a rock album at a haunted house, more or less, which enables demons to get into the record. So there is this reoccurring theme about murder in a house. And then you have the reference to Pete Davidson dying in the home. Of course, someone mentioned here the Stamos connection to Taylor Hawkins. And of course, the other connection to be the home where the Manson killings happened is for sale for like $58 million or something. Anyway, the home is owned by the guy that was the producer of Full House. So there's some interesting connections here involving murders, Manson murders, and deaths of comedians. And we mind map this. If I were to put some, I guess, index cards on a bulletin board, you would see there's a story here which we've been decoding. Kenny says, I like Phil Hartman in News Radio. Too bad he fake died. Yeah, didn't Phil Hartman get shot like 3 times at 3:30 a.m.? If you look it up, it's probably exactly like that. Charles Manson was 33 when he became a cult leader. Portal Complex says Manson banged Marina Abramovich on 3/11. Yeah, Marina Abramovich, wow. Spirit cooker for the elite. BFFs forever with Jay-Z. Likely the sister of that, I don't know. I mean, I jokingly call them the Frankenstein sisters. There's all kinds of them. Fauci's wife. Then, of course, Abramovich being sisters is not new. There's a few in this collection. And some say that Abramovich is the aunt of Lady Gaga, which isn't shocking. I mean, I've heard so many stories connecting all these different characters, but there's this, the Maxwell sisters. Ghislaine being related to Abramovich, being related to Fauci's wife. Very interesting. And they all do look alike. But there's a point where all of these characters kind of start to look alike. Once you get high up enough on that Illuminati dung heap, it's a pretty shallow gene pool. All right. Let's see. Going through some more comments. I have a lot of stuff to go through here. Infinite Plane Radio.
Hey, I wondered if I'd catch you live on air.
Oh, yes, we are live. It is Friday night, and tomorrow's a weird day. JFK is expected in Dallas, and who knows what, the Kraken in Seattle, and then David Hogg's marching across the country tomorrow.
I just heard that Rudolph Giuliani's son is running for governor of New York. Is that right? Are you familiar with this at all?
You know what? I wouldn't be surprised. I've seen his son once, and oh man, that's gonna be bad.
Right, Andrew Giuliani, is that his name? I'll tell you why I raised it.
Yes, he was. There you go. I found him.
Because here's the thing. People will say, well, why is this guy running for governor of New York? Well, because his last name's Giuliani. That's it. But of course, as soon as they say Giuliani, immediately all the AM radio talk show hosts call him America's mayor or America's 9/11 mayor. And so, to me, the name Giuliani, the mere mention of it is the occasion, always the occasion to say, oh, yeah, he's got to be one of the 9/11 perpetrators, Rudolph Giuliani. Got to be. No one's going to convince me that the guy who was mayor of New York City on that day, who had his headquarters right there in Building 7, the Salomon Brothers building, that he didn't know what was going on. And if he didn't know before, he certainly knew the day after. So that's what it is for me. It's and that's going to be kind of interesting because it makes you pause and question. Now here we're into another what has been referred to as a reality breakdown. You want to get into the discussion?
Regards to the Giuliani, really quick here, like what is really worse? Because you raise a great point here. What is worse?
This is his son, right?
Yeah,
This is his son.
Is it worse that they are in on it, obviously, because of their proximity, or that they are too dumb to know what's going on around them? Like, I don't think they have plausible deniability, but if you give him that, you're admitting that they just are clueless. And I'm looking at this guy, and he looks like Eric Trump, kind of reinforcing what I said about the gene pool.
Yeah, you think he's another one of these clones or something, you know?
Yeah,
exactly. You posed the obvious question here. Is this young man, Andrew Giuliani? I have no idea how old he is. Is he dumb? Is he pretending to be dumb? No. He's got to know. He's got to know. This has got to be part of his legacy. Now that's really a very, when you think about it, imagine that you go to one of his campaign rallies wearing a T-shirt that says 9/11 was an inside job. You know, one of those old black T-shirts that the Alex Jones people wore when they marched through New York City back in 2005 or 2006. You know, with their torches, their tiki torches, and all of them wearing this black T-shirt that said 9/11 was an inside job. You're confronting. This is where the rubber meets the road. You know, that kind of confrontation, that question, excuse me, you're Rudolph Giuliani's son, and you don't know what happened on a 9/11? You've never seen that classic, iconic, unforgettable clip of Building 7 going down, you know, whether it's real or not. Everybody knows that Building 7 was taken down. Everybody knows that, or they don't know that Building 7 exists. They're that ignorant that they don't even know about it. You can't say
that's sad, but you're right. I mean,
WTC 7 won't go away. You've heard that they started that on that No Agenda podcast like 5-10 years ago. You know, WTC 7 won't go away. WTC 7 won't go away. And that's the kind of situation you're in here, and that's the argument. This guy, Andrew Giuliani, thinks he wants to run for governor of New York. He shouldn't be able to go anywhere without somebody saying, oh, yeah, Building 7, your father had his offices in Building 7. He had to be in on 9/11. Right? Can you tell us something about it?
People have short memories. I mean, I feel like I live in a parallel universe. I was just watching a lot of this 1/6 committee footage, and I'm realizing from the perspective of people who don't pay attention, it's horrifying. It looks like a real attempt at a coup, an insurrection, a conspiracy.
Well, like a movie. It
Yes.
looks the way a movie. So you're telling me it's a question of how good a job they did producing this movie, probably in advance. You know, one of the claims I'm making about these things, like for example, you know, some of these the fake mass shootings, is that most of the material, and we learned this from Sandy Hook, we learned this from a lot of things, 9/11 certainly, that most of the material you see broadcast on television, most of the visuals and the photographic images, is prepared in advance. And you could sometimes prove that too.
You know what?
You could prove that.
This stood out on this thing. This is an example of that. A lot of the footage that is being shared with the J6 committee is from Nick Quested, a documentary maker. So you got a guy making a documentary. He's a tainted witness. You can't take that as evidence, in my opinion. And I think that's strange in itself. That's what I'm saying. Our news is like a reality TV show. So this guy comes in, he's not objective. But yes, Nick Quested, it's a documentary maker who happens to provide most of this footage. No way, because you could be very selective in how you present what you present.
Yeah, that's the whole thing. Why would you even? There's to simply accept this. Well, we're back into the auto hoax perspective. That is to say, our perspective is we've been faked out so many times that now we assume it's that until proven otherwise. We got to say there's a high likelihood or a probability that this has been faked. And then from there, you can find individual things, like individual performances that are so bad, like in the case of Uvalde, the Uvalde event. And that was the other thing I was going to mention is that, you were saying you were just watching clips of January 6th. I haven't actually seen these. I probably have. They're probably the ones I've seen in that now famous BitChute video, Everything Wrong with the January 6th Insurrection in 21 minutes or less, that I think a lot of us have seen. But in the case of Uvalde, they had some really shitty crisis actors on there, including there's one clip of what are alleged to be two parents who they don't know where their 10-year-old daughter is, and she was at the school. And they asked her, well, they happened to ask her, the news anchor or news reporter interviewing her. First of all, why they would be giving an interview to begin with is insane.
That is insane. I think that to me stands out. It's like, wait, you can't actually know for a fact that there's not another shooter coming. So you're making your eyewitnesses into potential targets until the case is closed. It's just too fast. And of course, yeah, you're mentioning they didn't know the child's grade, which is kind of strange.
Yeah, right. I mean, and they kept referring to her as the daughter. The mother actually says, "Oh, the daughter. We don't know the grade, but we know the age. She's 10." That's. And, when was that clip taken? Who knows? It could have been taken weeks before the actual drill at Uvalde, or it could have been taken that day itself. What difference does it make? They sound ridiculous. But they trotted these Uvalde, they had some kind of hearing in Congress, I guess, because, they've got this raft of red flag laws and gun control legislation. The latest events are pushing these red flag laws. They really want these things. And the idea here is, well, we can prevent this through these red flag laws. And then they trot out. I listened to one witness. I picked this up on C-SPAN on the radio, who claimed to be the mother of a young person who was shot at the Buffalo. Was it a Kroger Mart or whatever kind of grocery store it was up there in Buffalo? And she's describing, my son had a hole in his neck and a hole in his back, and she was reading from the script.
Oh yeah,
where she was
I know
describing the wounds. Yeah.
She said, and she didn't show the wounds, but she said if you saw these wounds, your mind would change. So they never show us the violence directly, and she said this is a symptom of the violent, racist nature of America. I mean, this has become an attack on America in that sense, and I'm like, okay, totally scripted.
And we ask ourselves first, well, how many people watched that testimony in the Congress? Probably very few. That particular hearing, probably very few. But whether it's, you're into the reality breakdown thing again here, because oh my God, these alleged witnesses, they're not just putting on a media performance when they get up and testify. It's called testimony. They're giving testimony in the House of Representatives or in the Senate, wherever this hearing was held. I'm pretty sure they're sworn in and they're under oath. But even if they're not under oath, they're still committing perjury by doing this. This is a crime, not just a media performance. This is a crime.
Yeah, I see what you mean. I mean, I call these PR stunts with guns, but it's more like perception management because it goes into the realm of PSYOP. And the other part of it is about plausible deniability, because this implicates the entire system in these frauds. I mean, just the fact that you would have an obvious hoax and then actors, propagandists would be giving testimony, like you said. Yeah, this is just propaganda in plain sight. It's fraud, and is it criminal? I'd like to think so.
there's no way it can be offloaded onto the media. Oh, yeah, the media is the instrument they're using. But don't say, oh, it's just the media. You can't touch them. They can report anything they want. They can lie, like a tabloid newspaper. They can make it up. Well, that's a different question there. Who's involved in propping up their narrative? The people that come out wearing uniforms, cops and sheriffs, or suits who happen to be mayors or city council presidents or politicians. That's one thing. When you see these public officials get on camera and lend the prestige of their job title to convincing people that this is real, that's a crime too. But when you're standing or sitting in front of that Congress and testifying and telling such a lie, bearing false witness to death, I think John LeBon may have been the one I first heard use that phrase. That bearing false witness to death is itself a criminal act, and you're under oath doing that. That's beyond media itself. That's the reality breakdown right there. That's a crime being committed on camera, and somebody can be prosecuted for that. That's the reality breakdown.
Yeah,
and
isn't it?
Then
and then where are the saviors in this whole picture? Because when Trump came out, I thought, this guy's calling out the media as nothing but biased propaganda serving the Democrats. It's like the Democrat media complex is what Andrew Breitbart called it, which sounded plausible at the time. But then I saw, no, these guys are all complicit in all of this fraud. And this latest event is just a repeat of a previous event. It has all the same features. And they even said they're going to raise the school so they can build it back better. Raise means burn it down. I don't think they
That's
mean
Sandy Hook.
Just like
Sandy
with
Hook
Sandy
all
Hook.
over again.
Exactly. 100%. And just like with that one, he killed his grandma before he went to the school. Adam Lanza went.
Well,
same
that's
story.
a further reality. That's a further reality breakdown. Because anybody who's maybe who was older than 10 years old when Sandy Hook happened in 2012, so it's 10 years ago. But we're being asked to believe that the same people who are rolling over for this phony Buffalo shooting, or for the Uvalde thing in particular, because it's a bunch of kids allegedly being shot at a school, that they never heard of Sandy Hook, or that they must also believe that Sandy Hook was a real event because they've never really looked at it. Of course, it really doesn't take more than a minute or two, as you have observed in terms of your own experience personally, to look at a Robbie Parker or a Gene Rosen or a Wayne Carver or the McDonald's, the two of them, Lynn and whatever her husbands, with Anderson Cooper, giggling and grinning and laughing as they talk about their dead daughter, Grace. In fact, the headline of that story was, "Parents Live Through Grace." And you actually watch them grinning, watch the mother grinning and laughing and smiling as she remembers Grace, one of the victims of the Sandy Hook shooting. Anybody who has seen that knows how fake Sandy Hook was. So the reality breakdown goes even further there, because anybody who's getting behind this Uvalde thing has to claim they've never looked at Sandy Hook.
You know what?
Because if they've looked at...
You're also dealing with children who maybe they were children when that happened, and so now they had to grow up and have their own initiation. They're all turning, 10, 13 or something. So it's almost like an initiation for them into this mass shooter generation story where they're victims of their parents' voting decisions. They're victims of these laws that don't restrict the weapons that are killing them. And this is the children's crusade narrative they've been building up. And there's this movie that came out, the series Stranger Days, which is about teenagers, and it has way too many Uvalde and Buffalo shooting connections. It even says, warning, this series might remind you of the Texas school shooting. And the whole series has constant flashbacks to dead, mangled children's bodies. So you don't see the bodies, but you watch Netflix and you kind of get this. You kind of get it anyway.
And that's another level of, that's an intergenerational level of reality breakdown, in the sense that some of these kids, well, first of all, any child who is being used as a prop to participate in something like a Sandy Hook or an Uvalde, that child is a victim of abuse right there. There's something going on right there. There's cult behavior going on right there because they're getting the child to go along with this horrible lie. And that kid's got to realize sooner or later that they were part of a massive, massive hoax. They've got to. So within a year or two of the event itself or down the road, participants themselves who may not have realized at the time that they were involved in a drill, they're now going to look back at the residue of that historical event and realize they were a part of it, that they were used as stage props. Now, are they going to keep quiet about it too? And that you see these different levels of, it gets back to that question of how can they get away with this?
Well, there's at least
so
3 or 4 I can think of.
It.
Okay, at this last event, there was someone who mentioned something about a drill. At the Sandy one, some kid talked about the police rattling the doors. Another one,
Parkland.
Yeah,
Parkland. The
Parkland too.
School thing.
Yeah, there were many instances where the children who are participating in a drill are locked down while the PSYOP happens. So if they do a drill concurrent or even close to it, or even if they record it in the morning, present it later, yeah, you have a lot of what you would call people bearing false witness, faulty eyewitnesses. All these children are now eyewitnesses to something they didn't actually see.
Yeah, and what are they going to? They're going to say, oh well, they're just being handed a script, and they're reading, playing a part. Like the two parents at Uvalde, it's clear they were given a script, and it was really a shitty script. It just had a few items in it. It didn't even have much backstory to it because they didn't even know what grade she was in. But they're participating. They're a part of it. Everybody that's a part of this thing, maybe they weren't a part of the original event in the sense maybe their appearance on camera is something that was part of a drill that might have been recorded 6 months earlier. But they're a part of the event once that clip has been used in news media coverage. They're a part of that event. They're part of that reality breakdown.
I wonder if they get royalties. I mean, really, because this is David Hogg, for example. We've been talking about him. He and the Parkland survivors started doing die-ins, which is so grotesque, but it's actually foreshadowing. Because right after the school shootings, they realized only the people in the schools living beneath the desks know what it's like. So immediately after, the script changed, where now they're doing these die-ins where they play dead in the grocery stores with signs saying, "You killed us with your Second Amendment." So they were trying to put fake dead bodies in everyone's faces. They were trying to kind of do the same drill or PSYOP thing in places where it would encounter us because it wasn't in our faces. And now, interestingly enough, just before David Hogg goes marching again, starting tomorrow, we have a few of these supermarket shootings now you can point at. And they also targeted country music concerts for the same reason. I think they're trying to make sure that this Second Amendment threat is not just limited to fake kids. It's got to really be spread out everywhere.
Yeah, it's a movement. The participation in fake reality is a movement. It's a movement because what really brought it home to me is a classic interview at Parkland with, and you played this a couple of times, I think, Nick Cruz's schoolmate, whatever her name was, being interviewed and kind of laughing about it. Said, yeah, we were all being evacuated from the building, and there was Nick Cruz standing right next to me, and I was joking with him and saying, hey, Nick, that could have been you, couldn't it? And Nick said, what? What do you mean? You know, that clip is still around, and you can see her. She's smiling. She is smiling in that clip.
She's smiling because it was a good joke. I mean, I still think it's funny. She made that up on the spot. She was ad-libbing. You can tell she was an actress. Her makeup was well done. And she was kind of grinning. She's just like, she looks to the right and she says, yeah, I saw Nick. And I said to him, if anybody was going to shoot the place up, I thought it would have been you. Because that was one of their storylines where they were all predicting it in advance. And so, yeah, it was kind of a flub there. It's funny, though. It was obviously an alibi, too.
Yeah, anybody who is listening to this conversation and doesn't understand what we're talking about is, quote, inappropriate emotional affect, unquote. Utterly inappropriate emotional affect or absence of appropriate emotional affect. You don't see the tears. You don't see them upset and grimacing. You don't see them stuttering. You don't see anything that would be a normal response to somebody who was really in the middle or anywhere close to this terrible mass shooting. Instead, you see them kind of smiling and kind of grinning and laughing, and it's being called duping delight. That's what it's being called.
Matthew
That's how I
McConaughey
explain it.
did that. McConaughey held up a picture, a framed picture of one of the victims. He looked down and he giggled to himself and he covered his mouth. So we got McConaughey laughing at the podium.
Yeah, and those weird clicks that you played at the end of his speech, that's kind of strange too. I don't know whether I don't know where those sound effects were coming from. The Uvalde thing, as soon as I saw that, this Matthew McConaughey, right? He's obviously he's a very popular movie star, and he was on a TV series about Pizzagate type stuff with Woody Harrelson called Detective Story, I think. Within the last couple of years, he's been in some major productions.
Wait, that was the one
upon.
where I remember some scenes. They were like symbols, spirals carved into dead bodies or something. So it had some kind of serial killer and occult connection. And I think that's kind of similar to the role that he was in with the Texas Chainsaw Massacre, where he was the guy who would basically kidnap people for the Illuminati killing rituals. And yeah, a lot of Pizzagate stuff. It was called True Detective.
Yeah, he and his wife, and I guess this is how this works in Hollywood, that when they buy one of the spouses, they buy the other one with them. They made their trek to the White House or to Capitol Hill to make that speech, and they brought this pair of green Converse high tops that were supposed to have been worn by a 9-year-old victim of the Uvalde mass shooting. Pictures of them sitting there, and somebody sitting there, I couldn't tell if it was his wife or AOC. It might have been AOC they had sitting there, with these green Converse high tops, pristine, in perfect condition. It was important to mention these high tops because apparently this 9-year-old little girl had with a pen or a magic marker or something, had drawn a little heart on the toe portion of these shoes, and that was made visible in the pictures. But when you looked at the pictures of the shoes themselves, they're huge. They're huge. They're twice the size of my feet. These shoes don't look anything like a 9-year-old's pair of sneakers. They look like some, a large adult or maybe a teenager's sneakers. You understand? They don't look like the sneakers that a 9-year-old wears. They're too big.
Every one of these shootings always has some weird shoe symbolism. Like, remember the Dayton, Ohio shooting where you had a big pile of shoes in the middle of the street? As though every single person being shot at, they were running so hard their shoes came off. And I'm like, that's not how running shoes work. Running shoes don't fall off your feet when you run. Otherwise, you would see at the starting line of every race a bunch of shoes. But that happens at every event. Every one of these events has some, and there's got to be some meaning to it. Pop quiz for you, and I'm pretty sure you're going to get this one right. How many mass shootings have there been in the United States since Uvalde?
Oh my gosh, don't say 33.
Correct. ABC News reports on it, 33. Piers Thomas reports on the spike in shootings in the U.S. 33 mass shootings.
Well, their narrative is, we're having a pandemic of mass shootings.
It's an epidemic.
A viral outbreak, an epidemic of mass shootings. That's their narrative. So not only do you have to believe one or two of them, you have to believe all of them are occurring over such a short period of time. Therefore, they must be happening everywhere, up the street. I wouldn't be sending my kid into a public school if I thought that were the case. When I went on Facebook and started posting close-ups of these shoes, one in particular where the shoes are sitting on somebody's lap, and you can see how big these Converse high tops are sitting on her lap. So they didn't even go to this is the weird thing. I posed the question. I said, "Why? Look how ridiculous! It's ridiculous for them to think they're claiming that this little girl, this little 9-year-old, along with the other kids, was so badly shot up in this Uvalde event, so badly shot up that one of the only ways they could identify the victims was by their shoes.
That's right.
And
They said
therefore,
they said some of the victims were decapitated, which I think is just such. It's a gross overstatement. It's absurd, and I have questions.
it's Texas Chainsaw Massacre again,
Ooh,
right?
good call. Yes.
Matthew McConaughey. Yeah, Matthew McConaughey is participating in this the same way he participated in the making of a movie. That's all it is another movie. And let me say first about him and his despicable
Good call,
wife.
because Texas Chainsaw Massacre, kind of like Deliverance, is a movie that misrepresents people in Texas as uneducated, basically cannibals in the woods. The hills have eyes. They kind of create that perception with these movies where if you travel through flyover country, one of these rednecks is going to, kidnap you and slaughter you and do horrible things to you, wear your skin. Eddie Gein was kind of thrown into this mix, but a lot of mischaracterization. And to have Texas the target of this event makes perfect sense as well. I mean, it's all political anyway.
Yeah, Texas and Florida are obvious targets. States where people are still maybe defending the Second Amendment, still kind of believe in it, most of them. They're definitely targeted in this. But the fact that people are willing to participate in this targeting, like this despicable prostitute, and I'm calling him out, Matthew McConaughey and his wife, they know what the hell they're doing in this thing. They know that. They know that. And those shoes are an indicator of that, because they didn't even go to the trouble to find. Look, one of the commentators on Facebook said, well, first of all, look how clean and pristine, what kind of clean, perfect, pristine, brand new condition those shoes are in. Anybody who knows a 9-year-old knows that real 9-year-old sneakers would never look that clean or that pristine. They look like they came right out of the box or something, and then you just penciled that heart in. But they're too big. They're too big. And right away I started getting responses, and one of the responses was somebody in my family who said, she said, well, of course, did you think they bring real blood-spattered shoes there? Of course they used a prop.
Oh, come on, they make excuses
they're
for it.
entitled. Yeah, they're entitled to use I said, and my response was, yeah, but look what contempt they have for us, and look what kind of contempt they have for their audience in terms of the coherence of their narrative. They could have brought some brand new, pristine, child-size sneakers, 9-year-old size sneakers. They didn't even bother with that. They didn't even bother with that. I heard a commentator
really quick here. I think the symbolism here too is they're making this seem like it's a war, that there's this mass shooter generation, and this is America. They say it's an epidemic of violence because it's an American thing. But when you think about it, you have like the image of boots on a cross, or boots and a rifle, boots and a helmet. Like this is just pure symbolism. But I'm pretty sure I've seen propaganda of dead soldiers' boots displayed very dramatically, and I think that's kind of what they're tapping into here. The boot display of
yeah, they're creating what's called an iconography. You know how Joe Atwill talks about in connection with his analysis of the gospel narrative, that it's what he calls a typology. Any of us who are familiar with biblical narratives that you see, or out of Greek mythology that you see, appearing over and over again, they're called archetypes sometimes. That's what Jung called them. Archetypes.
Yeah, this has got to be one, because you have people who have cried over these fallen hero memorials, which consist of shoes, pairs of boots, and now you have this war in America as they're framing it. March for Our Lives is playing into this idea that they've been the victim of this war, Children's Crusade, and that's why they're marching. But yes, the symbol of the shoes, it's like it's kind of the same thing, because they don't wear boots because they're children.
Right. It's what we would call religious iconography. Right? I mean, the martyrs, the symbol of the martyr, like a crucifix or a cross. That's what those shoes, and if they keep showing you the shoes over and over again, then that's how it becomes, the symbol itself takes on a life of its own above and beyond the narrative, so that anytime anybody sees it, they may not be familiar with any details, but they know how they're supposed to respond emotionally. They know what it's supposed to remind them of. And that's how iconography works. Then the image of the icon itself becomes a symbol of something above and beyond whether it's a real object or a real piece of evidence or not.
Yeah, they sat in a room. And they sat in a room and they said, okay, this is what we're going to do. This is how we're going to frame it. So let's, and this is definitely why they have to use actors to sell it, because this is storytelling. And it's presenting symbols in very theatric ways. And yeah, without even making the conscious connection, the connection is probably there, especially for veterans or maybe even people who have very strong pro-gun sentiments. You know,
so McConaughey and his wife know. They know when they walk up on that when he walks up on that rostrum to make his speech. They know that those shoes that they're carrying are a prop, that they're not the real shoes from the real shooting. They know that because they're just too big, right? As soon as somebody hands them and say, "Here's your prop," you're going to look and say, "Well, wait a minute now. This isn't even a kid's pair of shoes. Can't you give me a more plausible prop to use in this drama?" Who knows? That discussion may have gone on, and then they were probably told by the director, "Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Just shut up and read your lines." No one is going to convince me in 100 years that Matthew McConaughey and his wife are not in on this shit. Up to their ears. They're in on it.
Look, crisis acting is the new Hollywood. I made this statement before, and it became very clear in 2020. Yeah, these actors are all part of the PSYOP entertainment complex. You can consider them to be agents in a way. Operatives, PSYOP operatives. Beyond PR stunts, they are perception management operatives, and they're very well appraised in their roles. They have to be. There's no plausible deniability here, which means they know it's all a hoax.
And so the question that should always arise here is, I wonder how they got compromised. I wonder how they're compromised. We know everybody in Hollywood is compromised one way or another, either through bribery or through blackmail. We know what a dirty, mobbed-up scene it is. So the first thing I'm thinking is, I wonder what they've got on Matthew McConaughey and his wife, or what hold did it, because
is it compromised or incentivized? As an experiment, a friend and I put some ads up on various websites to recruit crisis actors, and we said, yeah, you're only going to be paid $50 for an hour's work, but we need you to lie to the news, if that's okay. And we found a non-stop line of willing participants, people willing to lie on camera for their actor's reel, or just to lie in general, to the news even, for a little bit of money. So I'm thinking you don't even have to have bad people who've been compromised. You just have to have very greedy people. I think that's what we might be looking at.
And that's the reality breakdown. What is the reality breakdown? You're living in a country where there's no limit to the availability of people that are willing to get on camera and lie for either, what do you say, $50 for $50 an hour, or for whatever they're willing to take, or even for nothing, just to be part of the narrative, right? Like 9/11. Look at all the New Yorkers that were willing to get on camera and lie on 9/11. That's just mind-blowing when you think about it, just so they can be part of the narrative. Yeah, I saw the planes. Oh, yeah, I saw the plane, and maybe they saw it on television.
Now,
but they got to be part of that narrative, and that's the reality breakdown.
Okay, so now we're looking at also an unending supply of people who will believe anything. And you have Michael Protzman, -48. People are gathering right now around this man in Dallas because they think that 105-year-old JFK, a.k.a. Jesus Christ Part 2, to them, is going to show up today, now that it's the 11th. So, yeah, they expect JFK to show up, and their whole cult has put it out there that they believe this to be true.
Well, what's the question you're going to run into from normies out there? They're going to say, how could such a terrible, evil conspiracy have so many people involved? And how do they get Hollywood actors and people like that to get on camera who must know that you expect me to believe that all these people are in on it? All these people are in on it? And let me explain to you how all these people are in on it. Because this is very important here, what I'm going to say right now, because it's something that probably has already been forgotten or isn't known by young people. But it's something I grew up with, and everybody my age right on up to maybe people who are be in their 50s, I would say, knows what I'm talking about. The explanation for the reality breakdown is quite simple. The phrase is, and a cast of thousands. If you're old enough to remember the big budget, blockbuster Hollywood epic movies of the 1950s and 60s, the trailer ads for these movies, Ben-Hur, The Ten Commandments, El Cid, and they would say, and starring Charlton Heston, and star as El Cid, and starring Sophia Loren, and starring
You're talking
Cary
about
Grant.
literal cast of thousands.
Well, yeah, no, but that's what I'm saying. Exactly, because the ads would always be the same. And starring, and a cast of thousands. And then they would show you a clip from the movie where you see, soldiers, hundreds of them running across a battlefield or horses charging, they'd show you the scene that proves that they hired a cast of thousands. A cast of thousands. Now, was it really a cast of thousands to make this movie? I got to ask you, how old would somebody have to be now to remember when it was commonplace?
Well, even if you have a cast of thousands, the director knows a little bit more. Everybody higher up on, closer to the top is going to know more than everybody beneath them. So the knowledge is also stratified and compartmentalized. And if anybody's still stuck on the idea that conspiracies aren't possible because they require thousands, I can point to one that doesn't involve deep state or Democrats eating babies, Southern Baptist Church. Catholic Church. You will see multi-generational conspiracies of creeps preying on people and covering each other's tracks and exfiltrating each other out of countries, protecting each other. That's a conspiracy. There is a conspiracy worse than I think the QAnoners imagine, and it's right in plain sight. So the idea that people can't keep secrets, that's naive.
Oh, yeah, and there's no accident that so many of these fake events have been done at churches, and usually churches that are in financial difficulty or churches that are about to shut down. So we had this with the Charleston church shooting. We had this with the Sutherland, Texas, which was really sloppily done, and there have been confrontations over that. Yeah, churches are particularly vulnerable here, as you pointed out, because they're so corrupt. But of course, it doesn't have to be a cast of thousands. And this is why, if anybody wants, if somebody asks me, well, what happened on 9/11? I said, well, it was a movie made for TV news. You want to get into the details of the movie? It was a movie made for TV news. And a movie always has its stars, Rudolph Giuliani, America's 9/11 mayor, because, man, he was on camera for 9/11. He's one of the people you see the most on camera, right there on the street for the whole 9/11 deal with the firemen and the cops.
You know what I've been bringing up?
And starring.
I've been saying that I think most people, like from Alex Jones on down, when they break down the news, they make this mistaken assumption that the news is neutral, that they're recording an event and they just assume it's real because if it was fake, they would find out. They don't realize that the news media is actually in front of the screen. They're backstage producing these events. So, yeah, anybody who thinks that what you're saying, that this is just a made-for-TV movie, don't understand what media actually is. They only pretend to be reporting news to keep you informed. They're actually controlled opposition to you being informed. They gatekeep real information. That's all they do.
I call it bodyguarding the media also. Bodyguarding the media. Or protecting, like bodyguarding Alex Jones.
That sounds better than guardrailing. I've been using guardrailing, but bodyguarding actually makes more sense. Makes sense.
This went on, I saw this dramatically in the aftermath of 9/11 when the phrase "no planers" started being thrown around. To those of us who said, we don't think real big bellings were involved in any of this. We don't know whether it was missiles or drones or whatever they used, or maybe just stationary bombs in the building. What difference does it make? One way or another, there's no way that this crazy, stupid Hollywood script of 19 student pilots armed only with box cutters and evaded NORAD, on and on and on. It's a stupid movie script. It's a dumb movie script. But there's always plenty of actors in the script, and starring as America's 9/11 mayor, Rudolph Giuliani, and a cast of thousands. And a cast of thousands. Now, Bernard Kerik, who I believe was acting police commissioner on 9/11, next to Giuliani, he's probably one of the people who's in on 9/11 the most. He has just recently come out with some cryptic statement that January 6th event was a deep state operation. He used the phrase deep state operation to describe what happened on January 6th. And I can't find out any more than that.
That's
but
amazing. People still, I mean, 1/6, for anybody who was paying attention, you can find multiple examples of how, yes, there were real people there. Yes, there were many dupes, but they weren't all in on the inner circle. And there is, in fact, plenty of footage to show you that there was a psychological operation played off in the back where they killed Ashley Babbitt. That could have been recorded the day before, but that was a separate set from everything else. And they kind of put everything together in this recent production. But really, no, there's two different ways to look at it. One, staged, simulated riot, and very lightweight compared to what Antifa was doing for the entire summer. Or you can look at the way the mainstream news produced it, which is just a slick movie. And they've had a long time to get their story straight.
And a cast of thousands, with a cast of thousands. And it wouldn't, nowadays you wouldn't need a cast. Well, nowadays, you know, what distinguishes modern movies or contemporary movies from those great blockbuster epic films that used to have a cast of thousands? Well, you don't need to hire a cast of thousands now. Anybody who saw, I thought about this when everybody ranted and raved over the 300 Spartans, which to me was just a silly-ass cartoon. I didn't understand why people were so excited about that, because it was all digitally done. But nowadays, when they make a movie, they digitally reproduce the cast of thousands. You know, they just take and repeat images. And you can, if you get a still from one of these movies, you can, sometimes people will point out how they've repeated the same image, how they've used digital graphics to create the impression of a cast
CGI
of thousands.
deepfakes, and we'll notice too, even in these events, they will recycle crisis actors within events. They'll play multiple roles or across various events, but that reduces the number of whistleblowers. It reduces the number of insiders, and it probably saves them on their money anyway, on their budget for cast. But yes, a lot of it's going into pure CGI creations where you don't know if these people ever existed or if they just completely were created in Photoshop, which I think is the case with many of them. And that was the case with many of the so-called 9/11 victims and fill-in-the-blank mass casualty event. Usually the victims are often fictional.
And it may mean that notion of a cast of thousands will be forgotten. You know, the generation growing up now, if you said in a cast of thousands, you said in a movie a cast of thousands, it wouldn't mean anything to them, because they're growing up in a world where everything is digitally. Well, what do you mean? You mean thousands reproduced digitally, or real people, a real cast of extras, people who were hired to do nothing but put on a costume and carry a rifle with a bayonet, or on a horse, running across a screen. That notion of a cast of thousands is rapidly fading away with people my age who are old enough to remember it. But I'll still say it. That took a cast of thousands, and
it's a good time. It's a good time to be in crisis acting. It's a good time to be in the PSYOP entertainment complex. That's why you see so many Hollywood types having their foray into the realm of crisis acting, and that's what politicians all are. Whether you trust a politician or not, or you like their platform or not, every single elected person out there is going to believe all of the main worldview establishing psyops as real events. And the furthest they'll go is they'll consider false flag theory, which is a variant of the mainstream story. None of them will offer a backstage view. That's how rigged the system is. I hate to say it.
Yeah, and the weird thing, the strange thing to figure out here is, well, I guess it's not so strange to figure out, because the question is, what price to be a part of this, to be a participant in this giant ritual that, well, the movie to watch on this, actually, the novel to read is Nathaniel West's 1938 classic, The Day of the Locust. Now, this was made into a big budget Hollywood film. I guess it was pretty big budget. It had, some top names in it. The Day of the Locust. The subject matter is, and let me see if I can situate this here. The country, America, is in the midst of a terrible economic recession, 36. And people are in soup lines and they're wasting away. But out west, this might as well be Elon Musk's Mars or something, but out west in California is a magic place where everybody goes to find work, and what's happening in Hollywood, because the Day of the Locust is about Hollywood in 1936. And what he recreates, he shows you, first of all, the outright prostitution that's going on. That a big part of the Hollywood scene.
Hollywood Babylon. Did you ever catch that book, Hollywood Babylon?
Yeah. Yeah, and there's also Jay Dyer's Esoteric Hollywood, which is another kind of, gets into all the symbolism.
For people who don't know, Hollywood literally is the pageantry of the New World Order's religion. It's the one faith that everybody shares. And so
it's their Mecca.
It really is.
It's their Mecca.
Yep.
Or their Jerusalem, their holy city, maybe their new Rome in a way. In Day of the Locust, he shows you everything. He shows you the massive prostitution. He shows you the people coming there to become like, in this case, it's an artist right out of Yale. The story revolves around him. He graduated from Yale, and he's come out to California because he's got a job in the studio. And they've got all these artists sitting around, really not doing much, just sitting on their hands for the most part. At one point in the movie, there's about 20 of them in this room, and one of the managers comes in, and they're all saying, "Well, when do we get to draw? When do we get to work? When do we get to do our set design? We're all getting paid, but we're not doing anything." And he says, "Hey, just relax. And he picks one of them to go meet the art director to talk about, designing scenery for one of these massive films that they're going to make. In this case, it's a movie that includes the Battle of Waterloo. So they've got a scene in it with one of these cast of thousands, and they show you the staging of this scene. So once again, it's the movie within a movie, right? You get to see the staging of a scene with a cast of thousands. Of course, there's probably only hundreds in it, one of the subplots it's a small subplot in the movie, but it really reveals a lot. They've erected this phony battlefield scene on a scaffold, this rickety scaffold. And, what happens in a Hollywood movie is you've got different scenes being produced simultaneously in the same studio at the same time, sometimes within a stone's throw of each other. So there's one group working on one scene, and another group working on another scene, and there's different directors saying, "No, go here, go there." No, let's see more bayonet, They're directing this battlefield scene, and there's a pile of signs sitting that were supposed to be put up around the scaffolding. The scaffolding is set up there's a scaffolding, and then over top of it, I guess they put dirt and made it look like a battlefield. But the signs that say danger, there's a whole, because there are rules. They're supposed to post these signs around the scene, but you see this pile of signs that were never posted. And so in the middle of creating this blockbuster epic, there's this terrible accident where the scaffolding collapses. And you can imagine, people get their leg. There's all kinds of broken legs. One guy's in critical condition. It's just a massive accident where a lot of people are injured because of this thing. And the directors are sitting around at the studio barbershop talking about how, fortunately nobody was killed. Since nobody was killed, we'll be able to pay off the people who were injured. And this young graduate of Yale says, "Excuse me, Mr. So-and-so, but those signs, those danger signs, they weren't up." And one of the other guys says, "Oh, you must be mistaken about that." Or so, in other words, don't worry, just shut your mouth and go along with what's going along. The insurance company's going to take care of everything. And they show some of the actors who fell in this accident. My point being here, of course, that when you've got a cast of thousands and a big budget epic psyop and all kinds of props, things will go wrong. There can be accidents. People can be injured. One of the participants, one of the crisis actors in one of these drills could trip and sprain an ankle.
Sure.
Right? Running out of Sandy Hook Elementary, or
I guess so,
or Parkland.
But the big distinction here, though, that I've been making on this channel for a few weeks now, and I'm really sticking to this point here, is that if it still stretches your imagination too far to think that they could fake news, then you're not really looking at these things closely enough. And it's a bigger burden of proof to prove that somebody actually died than to demonstrate that it's a psychological operation. And all of these psychological operations fit the same mold, the same pattern. And I think that's how we've been so accurate in calling these things out. Like just a few minutes ago, I gave you a pop quiz and I said, how many shootings have there been since Uvalde? How many shootings has there been? And you correctly answered on your first guess. How is that even possible that you would know that there's been 33 shootings since Uvalde?
Well, we know certain numbers, 33, 19, you
it just tells, right there though, it says, yeah, these things can't be 100% real, or you're psychic, which if you want to take credit for being very psychic, we can just say that. But I'm like, nah. How many bullets did Frank James fire into that subway?
33, right?
Yeah, 33.
Where 33 shell casings were found, is what they'll say, right? Well, we found 33 shell casings. At the very end of this movie, which everybody should watch, really, The Day of the Locust. And by the way, I think it was nominated. I think it got some Academy Awards in 1976 at the Academy. It really was an impressive film. Donald Sutherland, William Atherton, Karen Black plays the prostituted starlet, Hollywood aspiring starlet. She wants to be a star. Burgess Meredith, I think, won an Academy Award nomination for his performance as a sort of burned out, poor.
So this movie, I haven't seen it.
Performer.
Is this movie something of a behind the fourth wall type of view about how it all works? I mean, what's the?
Yes, it really is, and I hate to do the plot spoiler in this.
Oh, that's what we're here for. We're here for spoilers about not just movies but reality itself. Like Seattle might fall into the ocean in like 12 hours, according to some.
Well, that's kind of what this is like. Because if you watch this movie and you get all the way through it to the end, the final scene, the climax, is this massive riot. What it is one of these events, and this used to be, now remember, in the back of your mind, you got to understand, the United States, the world, is in the midst of a terrible economic depression when all this is happening. But there's an unlimited budget in Hollywood. In Hollywood, the executives live in these palaces and these mansions. In Hollywood, there's jobs for thousands and thousands of crisis actors to be in the movies, to be part of that cast of thousands. And I remember an interview I saw with Betty Davis, if anybody remembers who she was. She's a Hollywood legend. And she used to really make fun of Ronald.
Of Human Bondage, of a movie about a codependent and a narcissist, and she just destroys him. Yeah.
Right. W. Somerset Maugham's novel. There's a couple film versions of that. Yeah, she's known for that. But, many, many movies she made. And in interviews, she used to disparage and refer to, we remember little Ronnie Reagan. He was president at the time she was being interviewed, I think, or had just been president. And, how this she'd call, we remember little Ronnie Reagan. She didn't have a very high opinion of him. She was telling the story of how Hollywood, they don't do this anymore, but they had a celebrity train. It was literally some of their top box office stars.
A celebrity train? This sounds bad.
Yeah. Clark Gable and Betty Davis was one of the rising stars on this Hollywood train that was going from place to place in America, promoting a couple of big movies, promoting Hollywood movies in the middle of this awful depression. And here's what Betty Davis said She said her most vivid memory from being a participant, one of the young celebrities on this celebrity train that Hollywood ran across the country, was all the tents and the shacks and the Hoovervilles, as they were called, because Herbert Hoover had been president when the crash and the depression happened. And now of course you see in the underpasses and along the highways of California and places, you see all the homeless. Well, this was everywhere in the United States in the 1930s, and everywhere this train would go, this celebrity train would go, they'd be passing by these shanty towns of the poor, the unemployed, the starving in depressed America. And she said at several train stops, people would start throwing rocks at them and jeering them, and
Really?
crowds would gather around. And they actually had, on one occasion, they literally had to start at the train and get the hell out of town quick because a riot was starting. The people didn't want to see this train of Hollywood celebrities coming through.
Because it was such trash. And for people who want context, you just got to look at Kenneth Anger's Hollywood Babylon. And Kenneth Anger is a very interesting character in the story. He was a Mickey Mouseketeer, grew up to be co-founder of the Church of Satan, produced all kinds of occult films, and he was friends with Alfred Kinsey and took him down to Aleister Crowley's sex dungeon. Anyway, very big in the film and film world underground, showing how Hollywood has always been a bunch of sickos. And originally, I guess there was a time where people didn't invite it into their homes. They didn't say, "Yeah, here, go ahead and plug your sewage pipe into my living room."
They were rightfully very suspicious of it. They were, because they knew what was really happening in the country, the misery, the poverty, and everything else. And yet there seemed to be unlimited money out there in Hollywood. Hollywood had all kinds of glitter and no expense spared, especially the cast of thousands. Now, at the end of this movie, The Day of the Locust, like I say, released in 1976, but telling a story that's supposed to be taking place in 1936, really is a literal cast of thousands, and they had to have thousands to make this scene.
So okay, so your point here though is very well taken here, is that it is well within the capacity of the movie industry to have productions that involve that many people. And that's not a stretch. And that was back then. Just like I like to point out that before they even put anything in orbit, before Sputnik, they had this program called Needles in the Sky where they were using little planes with flashlights to simulate low Earth orbit satellites for astronomers. So they've been able to fake the entire reality that you live in for a long time.
There is a clip. I think Matt McKinley has a commentary on this. Remember SpaceX and the video clips we saw of the control room for SpaceX with dozens and dozens and dozens of these blue-shirted technicians sitting in front of their terminals. And as they announce, "We're up in the air, we're off," they're all jumping up in the air, hysterically clapping. Every one of them is pumping their fists up in the air and jumping up and down. And Matt McKinley poses the question. He says, can all these people be in? Because there are like dozens of them in this scene. And they're perfectly synchronized. Like every one of them is pumping his fist in the air. And of course, maybe they could have digitally created this. That's possible. Or they've just got a couple hundred crisis actors willing to, or people who are part of the SpaceX scam, who are willing to act hysterically excited that, "Oh, we did it," and they're pumping their fists in the air. It's another one of these reality breakdowns.
Yeah.
Well, at the end of the Day of the Locust, they stage a riot, a massive riot. And what it is they're showing one of these events that apparently used to be pretty frequent in Hollywood, called a premiere. And they used to have them in Hollywood and also on Broadway in New York they would have them. It's where it's a parade. It's literally a massive parade with limousines. And they bring out the stars in their gowns and tuxedos, like at the Oscars. Clark and allegedly this is the in the story, this is a massive Cecil B. DeMille spectacular called the Buccaneer. that has, I think and introducing Merle Oberon. She was a really big Hollywood
Hey,
star.
someone in
And
the
Clark
comments
Gable.
here says if someone says here, crisis dance, will crisis dance for food? I don't think that's far off. I think too, since Hollywood, like you're talking about these big premieres, these big stars, it's breaking apart. Media's been TikTokified, and I think the way that they're having to really accommodate this is they have to compete now with the news to be in front of people's faces. They have to compete with the decentralized media. That's why you get a McConaughey in front of a shooting like this. That's why only celebrities were catching the bat flu, because clearly this is how they remain relevant. The big movies, big movie stars, that time is kind of passing. And recently, there's been a lot of talk about how Tom Cruise is like the last movie star. And I just watched his last movie, and he did insist that it wouldn't be streamed. He wanted people in the theaters. But again, that's just kind of archaic at this point, isn't it?
Yeah, I think it's that culture is passing, and of course, with the mobile device cameras that everybody's got now, everybody can be their own Hollywood their own little Hollywood cinematographer. They can capture images on their cell phone, and then it becomes a question of, well, is this fake too? Is this real? It's as real as can we trust the word of the person who uploads this? Like for example, the George Floyd video that just conveniently suddenly was there, all over the internet of Derek Chauvin with his knee on George Floyd's, that particular video, or
everything
like
that's viral is force memed. And hey, you're on the topic of crisis actors at SpaceX. You're not going to believe this. Well, actually, you probably will. The QAnoners now are following a fake John Kennedy account, and now they're tweeting out fake advanced spacecraft with Tesla logos. And a lot of the QAnoners are thinking that these are actual photos. And this is just as fake as what you expect from SpaceX. But these are ships that would only exist in science fiction and in the minds of the QAnoners. But you see how this has been a trend. And I think you might want to, if you have any comments on this, the worship of Elon Musk by the right as some kind of savior, not just another technocrat.
Well, cult of personality figures big in this, because it isn't enough to have a cast of thousands for a successful psyop, or a cast of dozens for a successful psyop. You do have to, in a Hollywood movie, you had to have some big name stars. You did, and that's the deal with the Uvalde psyop. It wouldn't be enough just to have these mediocre, terrible crisis actors who really, when you watch some of the interviews, they're ridiculous.
Do you think they hate this? Clearly, I mean, look, these are real people. You think these crisis actors hearing us critiquing them, like, hate hearing that? Because after the Walmart shooting in El Paso, there was one guy, PFC Oakley. We had called this guy out where his story
allegedly committed suicide. Allegedly.
Yeah, they got rid of this guy, but his story was about how he was putting kids in a shopping cart and shoving them across the parking lot from the shoe store.
Yeah, right.
The shooting didn't even happen there. And then his boss or his superiors at Fort Bliss said, "What are you doing off base talking to the news?" Then you find out his sister's an officer, his whole family's high up in the military. So yeah, this was a military brat turned crisis actor who was so bad at it that he actually uploaded a video crying about having to address the rumors on the internet from bloggers. And I'm like, who was criticizing him but us?
Well, that's because the president came down to shake his hand. Donald Trump, crisis actor in chief, Donald Trump, went down there to Waco to shake this soldier's hand, remember?
Yeah, that's right.
I saw a picture of it, standing next to his shoulder with, Donald Trump with his arm around his shoulder and all that. Oh, you're a hero. And then allegedly the guy committed suicide because he was caught lying or something, somehow or other.
He went AWOL.
He ran into trouble.
He went AWOL, but yeah, he had to like confess on TV about exaggerating about how heroic he was because they couldn't substantiate any of his claims. So he was kind of caught lying. But then, of course, he went AWOL. I think he probably went to Mexico or something. But yeah, supposedly he killed himself. I'm expecting to see him again in a leading role in the near future.
Yeah, he'll show up again, and maybe they'll do a better disguise this time so you won't know it's exactly him, or, maybe he'll be wearing a face mask. I'm seeing these face masks all over the place here in Central Maryland. I can get into that too. But
Oh yeah, there was a guy that was robbing homes throughout Los Angeles, and he just wore a fake mask. So you have this 30-something um, black male who's being reported as a white guy with glasses and blonde hair because he's got such a good disguise, and he was just walking into homes and taking stuff. Uh, that's how good these deep fake disguises are. They're foolproof. You don't need a mask
here
to hide your
again,
face. You just need to put a different face on.
here again, that Walmart event, which was very sloppily done. There are a lot of great videos that came out that said, "Look how stupid this is," and people pointing out how the EMTs weren't acting anything like they're supposed to act, and where are the ambulances and all that stuff. And clear evidence that some of the video material for that event had been prepared well in advance, or the drill had been staged somewhere else than that Walmart. There was evidence of that as well. But remember, what gives us its credibility? Yeah, you need the cast of dozens or cast of hundreds or cast of thousands if it's big enough, but you also need the stars. And the stars in this case were Donald Trump and Beto O'Rourke, both who really jumped on top of that Walmart event.
Oh, Beto
and they lent their
O'Rourke?
star power. Yeah, but don't you remember, Beto O'Rourke is actually caught laughing. He's on camera, grinning ear to ear and laughing, and then he goes into his speech about how messed up. I think he curses in it too about
He did.
the Walmart shooting.
He said this is fucked up. He was cussing because David Hogg was cussing, and I remember I called him. Who is this? It's like David Hogg on crack. He'd stand on tables and yell at people and say this is fucked up. The thing about Beto O'Rourke though is that he wrote this bit of fiction that came back to haunt him, and the story was about how he liked to drive around running over children in his car, and he got a sick thrill about it. So this guy literally wrote stories about, it sounds autobiographical, about the sickening crunch of running over children and feeling their bodies break beneath his car and how much he loved it. So I think it's just kind of weird. Like, these people are all psycho. I think they are.
Well, this is an interesting question because Beto O'Rourke, and I guess this guy ran for the Senate in Texas against Ted Cruz. Did he also run for governor? I don't know. He's constantly running for office there in Texas. So he's
no, hey,
getting
really
money
quick.
from-
I was 100% quoting him. I just want people to know. I was quoting him because they quoted him because it was such a big deal. Even the Daily Beast, they said, look, this is fucked up. End gun violence now. So the fact that he was using the F word was supposed to be a really big deal. That's what I'm saying. It's corny, like somebody's dad cussing or something. It's just ridiculous.
Especially when you look at the clip of him making the speech, and he's laughing. The guy is laughing. He's grinning ear to ear. It's really a bad moment for them, I think, to anybody who takes a look at it. They're saying, what is this guy? What's wrong with this guy? But, here's my question for you, reality breakdown question. Was he scripted into the Uvalde thing to show up at that meeting? Remember they had a meeting of all the officials. Ted Cruz was there.
And
the mayor was there.
He stood up again.
He
always
disrupted.
stands.
He disrupted. Greg Abbott, the governor of Texas, was there. This was Greg Abbott's show. And Beto O'Rourke showed up, and they physically, they shouted him down. He was called a son of a bitch by the mayor or the police chief in Uvalde, and then they ended up physically hauling him out. And when that happened, I thought to myself, I wonder how many of them knew in advance. Actually, that was discussed because an observer noted that they were looking at videos of that meeting, and they showed how someone came in and occupied a seat in the first or second row. And then when O'Rourke showed up, he walked in between the chairs there and took that seat that had been saved for him, and the person who was originally there got up and left this. In other words, someone went in there to reserve a seat in like the second or third row for Beto O'Rourke to read his line, to do his performance where he stands. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been anywhere near the stage.
Yeah, it's all a PR stunt.
He would never have been able to get close to.
Yeah, it is. And if I was a restaurant owner, I wouldn't let this guy stand at my tables. And if I was a dirty political trickster, I would probably make sure that the table he stands on has a shortened leg or something. Because every time he stands up on a table, he's put his entire credibility at risk. It's all for imagery. And it's always been this way with the left. It's image over substance. They would rather vote for a guy that stands on a table and cusses than somebody who has sensible opinions about the right to defend yourself.
When you see this scene at the end of the Day of the Locust, where they stage a massive one of these parades for the premiere of a blockbuster film that's being released, with the canopies and the microphones and the limousines and the crowds, densely packed crowds of thousands of people, shoulder to shoulder, and of course you need a lot of cops. Oh, they showed all the cops lined up to keep the crowd back. Oh, and introducing Clark Gable, star of the, and on and on and on. And what happens in this thing is it is for one reason or another, it turns into a riot. A riot with people turning over cars and setting fire to cars and smashing stuff up. And the riot scene at the end of this movie, The Day of the Locust, is literally a cast of thousands. The director, I keep forgetting who the director was, John Schlesinger. John Schlesinger was the director. He might have done a French Connection or some other big films. He was doing some big movies. He has staged this thing with a literal cast of thousands, because back in 1976, you didn't have digital graphics that could make a convincing-looking crowd scene. You needed real people. So here, it's so weird. Here is this movie that has recruited a cast of thousands.
Speaking of a cast of thousands, all the riots of 2020, Antifa, they bring in activists and maybe they're not all crisis actors, but they may as well be unpaid crisis actors because they're participants in these psyops. The 1/6 event, look how many dupes were there. You can bring thousands of dupes in, and then it makes it look like the real event happened. And hey, by the way, on the screen, I have an image of Beto getting a goo blood injection, and as Jack Burton comments, he has Betty Davis eyes in this photo. Not a good look. Needle in the arm, his eyes, yeah.
So he did. He showed so he went on screen to take the COVID shot as well. Is that right?
Yeah, and I love how they blend these psyops together. Like after the King Supers shooting on 3/22/21, they're in Boulder. They said, oh, a lot of these people are only there at the supermarket to get their COVID-19 shots. So the subtext is they go for their COVID-19 shots and they get an AR-15 shot. And it's just like this nice merging.
That's good. One media psyop kind of steps on the toes of another. They have so many of them going on that they literally interfere with each other. And that's probably going to create problems for the narrative somewhere down the line, right? Actually, you pointed that out because you said you happened to go to where was it where you said it was a place where they commemorated another one of these mass shootings. Yeah, and there happened to be a crowd there that day, but they were there for a completely different reason, right?
Yeah. For people who don't know, the Aurora shooting had this shrine set up of all these swans, like floating in a pyramid shape by the courthouse. I went there to go watch or look at this thing because it had just opened, and I see all these people I thought were mourning walking around. I get in close, and I'm live streaming the event, and I find out that these people are all hunting Pokemon that was actually situated around the courthouse. So the courthouse merged a Pokemon hunt with a memorial opening. So whenever the news reported it, or if you looked at it from the side, it looked like all kinds of survivors of the shooting and their families gathering around. Nah, they were looking for Pokemons.
Yeah, that's what they would do probably every year when they have that memorial up in Shanksville for the Mythic Flight 93. They'll have some Pokemon hunters up there. But which, by the way, that whole Pokemon thing, when it was going on, I was a member of my family was kind of participating in that. And I pointed it out, hey, what they're doing is conducting an experiment to see how effective their tracking is. That's all that is. To see if they can track you on your device as you pursue whatever, scavenger hunt or treasure hunt they sent you on.
I remember reading about people hunting Pokemons and walking off of cliffs, and I'm like, is this some kind of nefarious game where they know that people are just staring at the world through their screens, and if you put their little prize just over here off the ledge, they'll just walk right off it, and they're probably laughing like we're a bunch of lemmings.
or they'll end up being part of that cast of thousands of crisis actors who are being used to fabricate a crowd. They don't know what they're doing there. They don't know. They're there for, I'm here for a completely different role.
Just wait. Wait until they merge it so much with the metaverse to where people walking around will know your vax status based on some kind of metric where, like, your face will just be a big COVID spike ball or something on their like, so, they're looking through the screens. You augment their reality enough, it'll make it very possible for them to make that kind of thing happen.
It'll be like that scene in Invasion of the Body Snatchers where all the zombies notice that there's a normal person there, and they also go, they all start pointing their finger at the normal person. It'll be like that because that's how much the population will be zombified into being a part of basically one script after another. This is the whole foundation for a new economy. It's the foundation for a new economy. The PSYOP industrial complex, entertainment news PSYOP industrial complex, is indeed an economic model. It really is. You can make a living at it. Well, you can get a small check, I guess.
Okay, now this is interesting because the whole fourth industrial revolution thing about getting people to adopt this new model, new political economic system, communism, this technocratic society where they're getting rid of how you shop, getting rid of the need. With COVID, it was all training, I think. But now that that's passed, now they're coming up with other excuses for lockdowns. And I saw some news about how in Ireland, they were saying, because of fuel shortages, we may have to use the same lockdown measures. And I thought, wow, maybe the lockdown was all there just to essentially train the public on how to live like a post-reset citizen, working from home, no longer driving, saving the planet's the new excuse. But you see what I mean? Like, if they can say, we have to, because of a fuel shortage, lock everybody down, it fits into their big 2030 plan.
I watched that video out of Ireland where he shows how, and he outright says, well, right under the COVID restrictions, the cops could stop you if you were driving. And if you were more than 5 miles away from your home, you had to have an excuse. Either you were going out for food or you were going out to get vaccinated. They could strictly control your movement. And he was saying that already in writing, they're putting forward the legislation and the measures and to do this, not using the excuse of a pandemic, but using the excuse of a fuel shortage caused by the climate crisis. And
having to lock
he
you
makes
down.
that point.
I mean, they're trying to coerce people out of commuting. They're trying to coerce people out of participating in the marketplace. And I think they want everyone to be ready for universal basic income. And of course, the government being the central distributor of everything. Biden wants to have, it used to be a chicken in every pot. Now it's like a crack pipe in every pocket. But they want to give you everything. And they pretty much do. When you look at some of these big corporations, are they any different from, it's corporatism is what you could call it. A nice way of saying fascism, but corporatism.
Well, here's the reality breakdown there. The price of gas is going up so fast that in itself will be sufficient incentive for people to stop driving. And they're already doing that. People are already saying, I listened to an NPR news story where they were interviewing somebody who was saying, well, we plan all our trips now together so that we use less gas and we map it out. And they're trying to show this is the new normal. So that's already happening. And the incentive there is the price of gas. And that's kind of the reality that's underlying this, that they're going to impose material conditions on people that are so miserable and so desperate that, hey, they get that involuntary cast of thousands to do whatever they want, which mostly is stay at home.
Well, as we've said before on this channel, everybody who put on the face diaper was a crisis actor. If you got your stimmy check, that was your pay. And we were all basically underpaid crisis actors, whether you wanted to be or not. They didn't give us the option to get off the world stage. They're like, no, you may not believe in it, you may not be a participant in this world stage deception, but there's no opt-out. At a very minimum, you got to put on the costume. And that's what they had us do.
Armies and navies are run this way. You know, if you sign on the dotted line, if you sign the contract, that's it. You got to participate in whatever drills they stage. And you know, whether you're part of a special effect, whether you're part of I guess that's what battlefield maneuvers do. Don't they involve a cast of, don't these battlefield training
Theater of
exercises
war.
involve?
And we live in the theater of Psywar. And these words are used, I mean, and you know, I think that this was perfected such a long time ago. I was thinking about William Randolph Hearst. He's like, you supply the photos, I'll supply the war. Well, if you gave me the raw footage from 1/6, I could have provided you with either a comedy or a horror movie, like a Tom Clancy. And from my perspective, it was a comedy, looking at Jake and Jelly with the animal horns running around like a fool. It was pretty funny. Baked Alaska, obviously drunk, stumbling around Pelosi's office. But then the way they presented it on TV, no, this was like worse than 9/11. Amazing. It's just about how they can really just control perceptions. But you know what I'm noticing too is the political left didn't notice Antifa burning the country down summer 2020, and the political right is not recognizing the violence of 1/6. And my point being, it's just too partisan here. Each side sees the other side as violent, and each side sees itself as a peaceful protester movement.
They're really prostituting themselves because, and if you listen to right-wing talk radio, they'll say that, well, the left doesn't care about the truth. The left will lie to your face. Like, you know, Joe Biden was at a Summit of the Americas today or yesterday, whatever, and they're broadcasting his speech, whatever. And interestingly enough, probably the most important other leader who should have been present at that meeting, if indeed the main object of discussion were these millions of migrants who are they're fleeing Venezuela into Colombia and into Peru, and I guess they're coming up here. The one other person you would expect there to be there at the Summit of the Americas would be the president of Mexico, López Obrador, but he refused to attend. He very prominently refused to attend this summit, which in a way is humiliating the United States and Joe Biden. It's making them look stupid and irrelevant. He refused to attend because the United States would not allow Nicaragua, Venezuela, or Cuba to participate in this Summit of the Americas. It's just kind of crazy when you think about it, because Venezuela's a lot of these immigrants are coming out of Venezuela. So you would have thought you'd want those governments participating as well. But when the U.S. said, no, these three countries, we're not going to allow them to participate, the president of Mexico says, well, but I'm not participating. Have your own conference. I'm not involved. So what happens there, the movie works out a little different. Obviously, they're not going to feature that as prominently in news coverage because it really makes Biden and his administration look really stupid. Well, what did you go to this summit for if the president of Mexico wasn't even represented there because they refused to participate? So what was the point of this thing? A lot of these things are going to be like that. It's just it's people going through the motions of things because it's already been scripted in advance, but maybe not all the stars have been co-opted into the script yet. Elon Musk gets to back out of his.
Yeah, this is all all very much, I think, consistent with what we'd expect for a 2022 midterms. So the big story this weekend is loads of predictive programming, like what we saw leading up to every other event, 9/11, everything. Loads of predictive programming suggesting the release of a Kraken, and a number of us have said, this Kraken thing is inextricably intertwined with this Seattle Space Needle as an icon, as a monument. So there's a lot of chatter that Seattle might have a big day tomorrow. And also there's the QAnoners are gathering in Dallas thinking JFK is going to come back. They're still pushing that. They're still pushing that JFK thing. So I'm going to be on all day tomorrow for basically covering this thing. If anything goes down, if JFK shows up, if a Kraken's released, march for our live protests, if there are counter protests and riots, we will be here covering it. So just a heads up, this is going to be an interesting Saturday.
It'd be a good day to cover. What do you make of this prediction that one of your correspondents had that August the 8th would there might be a headshot on Donald Trump?
Yeah, that's the big one. So the channel Jurassic Liars does not the exact same kind of analysis we do, because we tend to focus more on the popular culture, on the cartoons and the news. But he's been looking really intensely into birth dates and names and the type of coding that the initiates obviously are using here. And all signs seem to point to Trump is going to be a part of some major psyop where he survives an attempted assassination, and two, Seattle's going to get it, and Seattle's supposedly getting it today, 6/11.
Well, on the other hand, if they fake Donald Trump's death, they could do that, right?
Easily.
Right, and that would resolve that. That would kind of that would create an interesting configuration for the way they're going to run the political theater of this this midterm election coming up in November. I can't get over how wrapped up all these people that voted for Trump, how wrapped up they are in this promise of the next election in 2020, the election coming up in November, that they think is going to sweep it's all you hear over AM talk radio is.
Oh, really? I haven't been listening for good reason.
The polls, yeah, even the legacy media is saying this. Well, the polls show that the Democrats are in real trouble in November, that they're going to get swept from the Senate and the House, and then of course they're also getting people to invest emotionally in the promise of the presidential election of 2024, which might as well be an eternity away to me. I mean, 2024 might as well be 100 years from now. Anything could happen between now and then. And considering how old Trump is, he really could die before the 2024 election, or he could be sounding more like Joe Biden by the time that comes around.
It's just
they could have.
There's too many universes colliding right now, because the QAnoners believe that Trump is working for JFK, and that JFK is the second coming of Christ, and that he got the head wound in 1963, which makes him a miracle that we're all going to follow. Then there's this other storyline suggesting that this might actually happen with Trump as the leading character, not JFK. So it's just kind of curious now that we have this deification, this worship of presidents as though they were all somehow, royalty. And I picked up an interesting biography at a thrift store on Elvis Presley, and coincidentally it's just kind of sitting on my desk today, and it's like it just opens up with a discussion about how there's no monarchy here, but there seems to be some innate need or desire for one that's been created, and people are very quick.
King of rock and roll?
Yep, exactly.
And that Michael Jackson insisted that he was the king of pop.
Yeah, that's right. And he married the king's daughter. And this is one of the things that the Jurassic Liars really gets into, is the symbolism behind the world stage character of Elvis. And one of the things I've noticed is that they've taken that role and they kind of passed it on to Bowie. They've kind of passed it on symbolically, the same sort of archetypes, the same storyline, the man who fell to earth, this rock star savior thing. You'll see how it's been encoded, but now it's being pushed on a Kanye West, who's now in this, I would say it's almost like a historical role of, of a prominent musician who's the center stage for a lot of psyop and propaganda.
Well, the whole rock star image is a cult of personality thing. I want to take a moment here to make an observation about David Bowie, because he was someone whose music work I really kind of did admire. I thought it was innovative, and I listened to it a lot. I remember when every time he came out with a new album, it was a big deal. I remember people calling me up and saying, "Hey, I got the new Bowie album. Everybody's coming over to listen to it." That's how big he was. And all that really ended for me right after 9/11, when I turned on, I guess it was C-SPAN, and they were showing this big event very shortly after 9/11, within weeks or months, within a few months of 9/11. and they had assembled, the usual crew, some Hollywood and rock stars, and Bowie was there, and he was on the stage, and the crowd was going wild, and I was watching this, and of course I knew then that 9/11 was at the very least an inside job. I knew those were controlled demolitions. I knew that the Pentagon hit couldn't have been done without at least a NORAD stand down, and therefore it had to be an inside job. I knew all this. And I'm watching David Bowie do a performance of his song "We Can Be Heroes." We can be heroes, you and me. And I'm thinking to myself, you fucking bastard. You fucking bastard. You know as much as I know about this thing. You know there were no passports survived. And you knew that this whole thing is fake as fuck.
Okay, Bowie, by the way, his music has been consistently used as a soundtrack for the advent of the space age. From Space Odyssey tying into Space Oddity, the character David Bowie ties in with David Bowman. And for him to be there at 9/11 is very significant insofar as it's likely that Kubrick was one of the main metascriptors, and you have this connection here with Space Odyssey 2001 building up to September 11th and what it really means, which is about this inauguration of this new age. There's a subtext there, but Bowie is a character that fits prominently throughout this movement into the new age, specifically like Starman, that Tesla set the Roadster into space. Yeah, that was a Bowie character. Starman, Mr. Satan, the man who fell to earth.
Well, it's like Matthew McConaughey doing the business with his stupid shoes. Why would my God, if I were a rock star, if I were someone with a reputation, accomplished, distinguished from my acting roles or my musical performances, I don't have to get involved in this kind of stuff. Can't I just say, hey, guys, not me. I don't want to be a part of that. Find somebody else to do it. Don't make me get out there on stage and shill for your bullshit psyop. Don't make me do it. I don't need to do that.
I think we're dealing with partisan. The fact that these psyops are partisan explains it. People will lie for the greater good. And I think that's what we're looking at here. So let's say you're a leftist and you're afraid you're a gunophobe. Well, if somebody says, hey, look, we can help solve the gun crisis, the gun pandemic, but we're going to need you to play a bit of a very shocking role and a bit of agitprop. You could convince somebody that they have the moral high ground to lie if they're saving children versus letting the status quo remain. So I think we're looking at activists who are participating in psyops. On some level, they're ideologically copacetic with the objective of the psychological operation.
Any artist who does this is showing themselves up to be totally prostituted because they know what they're doing.
We call the media prostitutes, and I think we know what the Hollywood, whatever. I mean, movies, not all actors, but the whole culture there. Essentially, it's just. To me, they're all very much leaning towards statism. They're extensions of Big Brother. I was describing in a recent newsletter how Big Brother exists. Many faces, many different platforms, but it's the same voice.
And a cast of thousands, there are an unlimited supply of Americans who are so thoroughly prostituted that they don't care. They'll be part of the next cast of thousands or cast of dozens. Usually it's a cast of a dozen or so. I mean, most of these psychological operations don't involve that many people. But there've always got to be a police department involved, right? There's always got to be public officials involved. There's always got to be supporting actors wearing their uniforms or their suits coming out, mayors and officials, to lend their prestige to this, to convince people that it really happened.
Dancing nurses. Think of all the hospitals that sold out to this this whole technocratic overhaul of our previously free society. And you can see where it's going, and most of the damage has been done because it's all been cognitive impairment, where they've destroyed the ability of people to perceive real from fake, because we live in a reality TV show. So now you have to make the distinction between fake and fake fake. And that's the level that we're at here where, yeah, there's fake news, but then there's completely fabricated reality augmentation, complete superimpositions. But anyway, hey, I've had you on for about 96 minutes now. It's been great. I'm glad you brought up this movie because people need to think about it. It's not out of reach to assert that thousands of people would collude. I mean, conspiracies are a fact of life.
It's easy. It's easy. And me, about the last place in the world I would want to be checking into would be one of those hospitals where there are so many of these dancing nurses willing to act like fucking silly ass whores just to promote a phony pandemic narrative. So
Maybe they weren't real
really
nurses. I've been thinking there's a strip club, a topless bar, kind of close where I live, and ever since the pandemic was declared, the sign has said "still clothed," like clothes, but CLOTHED. And I'm like, well, what happened to all these out of work dancers? And then I see these empty hospitals and these dancing nurse videos. I'm like, well, maybe that's where they went. Anyway, yeah, thanks for the call, and definitely stay in touch this weekend because big news in Dallas and possibly Seattle.
We'll see what happens. Have a good one.
All right, and some of our favorite crisis actors are going to be out there in the streets. All right, let's see. Yeah, very busy chat tonight. I see about 116 people at one of the Infinite Plane radio channels, and total, though, there's about 175 or 200 people listening. Jerry Albert says, best chat ever. Yes. All right, let's see. Let's go through comments. Yeah, the dancing nurses were probably not nurses. And the reason why I say this is that real nurses would not be abusing the medical equipment. They wouldn't be using bedpans as drums. They wouldn't be shoving hospital beds down the hallways like they were like race cars. I mean, they were goofing around. They were twerking on IV poles while the IV poles were being pushed down the hallways. I mean, it wasn't that they weren't good at dancing. It's just that I thought you guys were fighting a pandemic. All right, I got a few voicemails to play. Let me go ahead and take care of this.
If you're still curious about what Bob could mean in the Top Gun movie with the twin cross there, looking at Twin Peaks, David Lynch.
Okay, so something about Twin Peaks. Twin Peaks, David Lynch. Okay, yeah, we were talking about David Lynch, and we were looking if he had any sort of... Okay, yeah, I'll dig into that. Appreciate that. I got to find out what we were looking at there exactly with David Lynch. I know we were looking at his movie Mulholland Drive and Lost Highway. Lost Highway had to do with the same actress, Patricia Arquette, playing two different roles. A bit of deep fakery in the movie. Kind of surreal, though. The most realistic depiction of how news works and how the world actually is the movie Utopia with John Cusack, the American version, the one that was cut off after one season. That one shows you how 2020 actually happened. It even has, in this movie, scenes where crisis actors are used to convince the public to vaccinate their teenagers. After this character, who's obviously based on Bill Gates, has a meat factory that makes synthetic meat, and it causes some kind of it spreads a flu that targets the youth. So he sells them all on a vaccine, which sterilizes them to save the planet. Anyway, the movie showed how crisis actors are used to fake the news, to convince the public to do things, and how environmentalism isn't because they... I really don't think it's about saving the planet, it's about controlling people. And the movie only lasted for one season. All right, let's go ahead. I have a few things I want to go through first before we go any further. We're talking specifically about the JFK returning tomorrow, about Seattle tomorrow, and a few other things. This is probably a tie-in to the Doctor Strange multiverse movie. The Bewitched statue in Salem this is vandalized, I say improved, vandalized with red paint on June 6th. So 6/6, I guess it's a 666 date. But they covered her in red, which, again, this is an interesting thing because I mentioned Jack Parsons earlier, godfather of modern rocket science, friends with Jack Parsons, and L. Ron Hubbard. So Jack Parsons and L. Ron Hubbard have this third person they associated with. This would be Marjorie Cameron, first woman to have seen a UFO, but she was also hanging out with L. Ron Hubbard and Jack Parsons. She played the role of the Scarlet Woman, or the Scarlet Witch, which happens to be a character in this new Doctor Strange movie. Very significant because this would be the vessel, this was the priestess in a ritual meant to incarnate the Antichrist. This is the reason why I would suggest that a Scarlet Witch on 6/6/2022 is a very interesting occurrence. I was looking at the picture from Vietnam, Napalm Girl. Many of you have probably seen this movie. I was doing a little bit of research into some of this Vietnam photography, and listen to this one. As any other famous photograph, this one's controversial. And this is the one with the supposed napalm attack. I cropped the picture, but it has a bunch of children running down the street. And here's what the article says about it. At first, some people, including then President Richard Nixon, doubted the photo's authenticity. Quote, "The picture for me, and unquestionably for many others, could not have been more real. It's authentic as the Vietnam War itself," was what one said, but then Nixon says it was fake, and that the girl was burned with oil and no one could survive napalm. And then, of course, here's the thing. There were people questioning the authenticity of this photo, which became very iconic. So the thing about it is, I have the cropped photo. So I'm just studying. This is a famous photo. And if you look outside of the cropped area, there's some guy that looks like he's rolling a cigarette or something. Or no, he's messing with a camera. But the idea is that he's very out of context, making it look like maybe this wasn't some kind of emergency evacuation. Just another example of a photograph possibly taken out of context. But I looked into the photographer, and the photographer is the same guy who photographed Paris Hilton crying, which is a very famous photo. Just a common theme here, where iconic photos tend to have some photographer behind them who's usually connected to something else, equally questionable. So, for example, the guy that photographed Robert F. Kennedy falling to his death also photographed the falling man on 9/11. Anyway, just bringing this up, I'm looking at various photographers. I think it's an interesting rabbit hole to go down is look at who took the pictures that become iconic. In fact, I have a photo of David Hogg, since he's going to be marching tomorrow. David Hogg, March for Our Lives, in front of a poster. And it looks like the photo was stylized deliberately off of a picture of Elvis Presley. And I'll pull that up on the screen here momentarily. Again, Elvis Presley, or Elvis, is an anagram for lives. So you could take March for Our Elvis. But the way the photo is presented, yeah, it looks almost intentional, like David Hogg with his jacket was arranged to look very Elvis-y. I'll pull that up here momentarily. Also, this is something I read yesterday from Anton LaVey, founder of the Church of Satan, wrote in his notebook, "Many of you have already read my writings identifying TV as the new God. There is little I neglected to mention until, there's something I neglected to mention until now. Now, TV is the new God. That was one of the main points here. I've been saying for some time that it seems like the mainstream televised worldview is the new religion. That's why they're trying to get rid of anybody who disputes what is being pumped out of that that outlet all the time, 24/7, 365. It's all worldview warfare, and they don't like people interrupting it. But anyway, the founder of the Church of Satan identified the TV as the new God, and I think it makes sense. What he says here is there's a little thing I neglected to mention until now, which is that television is the major infiltration of the mainstream for the new satanic religion. And he was the one who said back in the 60s that the sign of the horns would be shown to the many. So the the sign that you see, the index and pinky finger raised, really started in the 60s with, I believe, he was one of the first ones to popularize it. But anyway, can you say that he's wrong? Now, speaking of Satan, Putin has the Satan II rocket, which he may be launching at possibly the West Coast tomorrow. Maybe that's the Kraken. But what's kind of interesting here is that he is said to have, I guess he has cancer. Putin might have cancer, and they're saying he's going mad. And cancer is also the sign we enter when we hit the summer solstice, which is coming up in a couple of weeks. So I brought this up how in the summer solstice of 2019, there was a phoenix spotted above a Russian power base in the aurora. So think about it, Phoenix over Russia, and at that same time, that same solstice, you had the Dark Phoenix movie out by the X-Men, which had a space station blowing up, a space shuttle going through flames. They said it, quote, bombed at 33 million. But my point is, Cancer has already been associated with the solstice and with the Phoenix and Russia and some kind of space attack against our space station. It's already been put out there. So just a heads up. Another possibility. JFK in Dallas, Kraken in Seattle, and the ISS may be getting hit by Satan II. Now listen to this. Simon pointed this out. He said, Putin chooses the Samson option, quote, if I'm going, then the whole world's coming with me, like in the Christopher Nolan movie Tenet. The villain with terminal cancer wants to end the world. Now, Tenet, interesting. That movie, if you want a spoiler, it's not a spoiler. I mean, we're just breaking down the storylines because it's more propaganda analysis than anything. But about that movie, it's essentially about man going back in time to stop man from destroying the world with climate change. Sort of the same story as T2, Terminator 2. And again, Terminator 2, Satan 2, these are parallel ideas and symbols. The Terminator line is where the night becomes day or the night kills day. It's this line dividing or bisecting the ball, supposedly. If it's a look for the Terminator line with your own eyes and tell me you believe that that line that you see separating day and night is bisecting a ball 25,000 miles in circumference. I don't really think the Terminator line looks all that convincing. Kind of a side note. But the idea of the Terminator is it's the death of the sun god. So T2, the Terminator comes back in time to kill JC, Jesus Christ, John Connor. Here's some more symbolism, just kind of a side note. Because Pluto returned on 222. Pluto is Hades. Hades releases the Kraken. And I think this is all part of this reset idea. And of course, the second coming of Pluto. Pluto is also Hades, god of the underworld. So 222 is also BBB. If you want to go with the, very simple gematria, numerology, or whatever. BBB, Build Back Better. You could also spell it with sixes instead of lowercase b's. But yeah, so the Build Back Better has a connection here to the Kraken release. Okay, I'm going through my notes here before we go much. I don't want to get too lost here. But there's just been so much going on in recent days. I want to catch up on everything, and then we're going to be live all day tomorrow, off and on. I highly recommend you go to infiniteplane.media and sign up for text message notifications, or at a minimum, just get the newsletter, which is free. Okay, again, I'm going through my notes. Seattle will fall, sinkhole expert calls in. Yeah, there's a lot about Seattle we're going to be watching for tomorrow, so just a heads up. Also, slightly paying attention to the nonsense in Dallas. But this JFK nonsense has to come to an end soon. Speaking of twos, there's a new Joker sequel that's just been approved. Again, Joaquin Phoenix. And this is part of our analysis has been the significance of this character, the Joker. Not a coincidence that on 3/4/2022, Batman movie comes out and the Boston bomber that they called Joker, his nickname, the Joker, Dzhokhar Sarnaev, his death penalty is reinstated. So Batman movie comes out, Joker's death penalty is reinstated, and you have a psyop with Frank James, the guy who shot 33 bullets in the subway, that perfectly matched along with the story in the Batman film. And it's not only that. You know the guy that shot up the supermarket, the Buffalo shooter. Again, Buffalo, think QAnon shaman, right-wing terrorists, Buffalo horns. The Buffalo shooter was motivated by what? Postings on the internet. What did the Riddler do? He sent his shooters from the internet. It's all about an internet radicalizing people. So the Buffalo shooter, 18 years old, radicalized by what's on the internet, goes out and does his shooting at the Buffalo supermarket. And so that's a tie-in right there. The Buffalo thing, the motivation being, of course, having been sent out. But also, the shooting was initially blamed on Tucker Carlson because of the replacement theory thing. And so I was like, wait a minute here. The Riddler sends somebody to do the shooting, according to the story, the Riddler in this case being Tucker. Because the Riddler symbolizes right-wing hate being spread by anonymous people like QAnon. So Tucker was the Riddler that sent the Buffalo shooter. And of course, the Riddler in the Batman movie used what as a weapon? If you look up the Riddler, and it's really silly in my opinion, but his weapon is actually a Tucker. And you can buy the toy. You can actually buy a Riddler action figure, and he carries in his hand a Tucker, which is used for tucking in carpets. But of course, the symbol again, Tucker Carlson was the Riddler who sent the shooter, the Buffalo shooter, who even had a Twitter account that was QAnon 16. So it's like QAnon 16 2021. So the Buffalo shooter actually had the QAnon shaman's name in his Twitter account. And on October 29th of 2021, he tweeted, Q sent me, which was the slogan of the QAnon shaman with the buffalo horns. Going through comments, Johan Francis says whites are being genocided, though. I don't think so. And I think it's really funny, in fact. I think it's funny that it's the Holocaust deniers who say, oh, there's no way that Holocausts could happen. No way genocides could happen. It's all fake. And then at the same time, they're like, oh, but the people we're accusing of faking these things are doing it to us right now for real. But nobody believes us. So it's like they're all about, you're denying my Holocaust. Meanwhile, they're denying somebody else's Holocaust. Like, what about those of us who don't believe in any of them? Like, I don't believe in the white genocide thing. I just don't. And if you believe in it, what are you doing? You should be on the dating apps. You should be out there having babies. I find that puzzling. Like Eric Dubé, the yoga instructor, flat earth guy in Thailand, puts out this video about how all the Europeans need to defend the homeland and send everybody back to their country of origin. Ethno-fascism. It's like, well, what are you doing in Thailand? You're not exactly helping the fatherland. M. Macca says, are you suggesting there was an actual shooter? No, it's all a movie. If you didn't know, it's a reality TV show. Okay, so the Buffalo shooter, and I have more connections here, was clearly based on one of the characters from Stranger Things. And again, Stranger Things starts off with the main character, Elle, who kills all the kids. And she's playing a game of tops. You know, spinning little tops on a table. Obvious connection there. The Buffalo shooting happened in the Tops store. So, another indication you're looking at a Major League hoax. And I go further. I say that the entire season of Stranger Things, season 4, the entire season was really about school shootings, about PTSD. Every character has PTSD. Every character is dealing with adults that don't understand their plight. The tone-deaf adults, the authorities don't understand. So you have this David Hogg-like character who rises up and says we need to do something. Well, so you have this correlation between, and in the movie, by the way, the Russians are the bad guys. The Russians have a kraken-like creature called the Demogorgon that they release. But throughout the movie, yeah, the subtext is America's got an undiagnosed mental health problem and has since at least the 80s, and that this movie is just showing how nobody had a clue then. So I think it's all about, again, the Second Amendment is the big monster. So David Hogg is going marching out tomorrow to fight this monster. Infinite Plane Radio.
Hey, how's it going? Lickety Split here. Real quick again, sorry. I see so much use of like this word white in the chat and just like in this whole discussion in general. So I just want to like point something out. People can, it's like a really interesting Google search or whatever. If you look up white and Benjamin Franklin, and you're going to find out that there is no such thing as white. The only people that were like referred to as white were maybe Anglo-Saxons, which would mean like English, you know, like pale English colored skin to where you're like, you got rosy red cheeks, you know. So there's like an actual article where Ben Franklin writes about this. But other than that, there is no white. Germans were considered, there's another word for Germans, it'll come to me in a second, but you had like a yellow skin skin tone. So this whole idea of white is just like, it just needs to go. And like everybody is so tricked by it. It's so crazy. Like it's not a thing. There is no white. It's
Sure.
not a thing.
Yeah, I know what you're saying. It's this whole black versus white thing in America, just like the gun thing. These are contrived things that they've done where they're really agitating. And I don't even think it's about race. It's about the alchemy of social transformation, and it's global. So this black versus white thing, left versus right, yeah, it's not even about that.
Ooh,
But the role
okay,
of,
that's interesting.
well, I mean, look, systemic
Yeah.
racism, as this narrative has been brought out, I think as a replacement for more religious concepts of evil. I think they brought back sin in the form of the virus. They brought back an angry God that can flood the world if you don't change your wicked ways. And they brought that back in the form of global warming. So I think that a lot of these issues are really just ways for them to control us by redefining.
Right. So like white, right. So the use of the word white is just a mechanism towards a greater, simplification.
Yeah,
of
let me run
things
this by
that
you.
they'll use.
Why is it that all of the anti-cop types on the right, the ones who are like really about against the police state, how come they're not marching with the anti-cops? Why aren't they going with the march
Right.
with the Black Lives
Right
Matter? It's
now,
like, aren't you all against state oppression? But no, it's too
right.
politicized. It's like, no,
Yeah,
you're
and
only against it if it's against the people on
well,
your side of the political spectrum.
not only that, but you have, okay, so people might not realize this, but they should, that we have two different citizenships, right? You have your federal citizenship, you have a national citizenship, and you have a state citizenship. And what they do is they turn you against one or the other with these news. Like in one case, you're supposed to be mad in your capacity of a federal citizen versus your capacity of a state citizenship. So this is just how they easily turn people against each other.
Oh yeah,
Just
look, I like
based
to
on
point out too that you can actually, I believe, deduce everyone's political opinions off of one opinion because it's so perfectly polarized. It's absurdly polarized, and I like to point out how it's really encapsulated in the characters of Kyle Rittenhouse and Greta Thunberg. They're both born on the same day, hatched out of the same vat, January 3rd, 2003, and they each hold all of the opinions that embody the extreme and the fringe platforms of their
That's
respective
crazy.
sides.
Yeah.
And so are you on Team
Right.
Kyle or Team Greta? If you're on Team
And I
Kyle,
like
you're
how like
brainwashed. If you're on Team Greta, you're brainwashed.
and you use the word hatch as in because like that is a word that gets used in like a lot of like mystic religions is the cosmic egg is like everything came from this one egg and essentially and out came
Oh,
Rittenhouse
I assume that
and
most of
Greta.
these world stage characters are reptoids. And you can't even say that on TikTok anymore. Apparently, TikTok is saying you can't talk about
Right.
reptoids because they're saying it has to do with anti-Semitism. And I'm like, no, as far as I know, reptoids come from the dog
Oh
star. They come
God.
from Sirius.
Right, and that's the whole thing with, okay, great that you brought that up too, is that, they won't get into that too much. But, just hoax history off so easy with ADL type style tactics with that. Really quick, some things that Lynn was talking about, really interesting. She brought up the whole, the ending of travel to work via high gas prices.
Yeah,
Right?
yeah, in
That's
Ireland, yeah, exactly. Using the pretext of high fuel prices to justify lockdowns after they've already trained everybody how to live in a lockdown society. So we've already been trained. They already, and you know what they did too is
right.
they've given us the best
Well,
food, the best entertainment, everything's delivered to your door. And this is crazy too. I went driving around yesterday just to get something to eat, and everything's closed. And even if you wanted to go, let's say you wanted to go to a Taco
yeah,
Bell, right?
yeah,
Let's say you want to go to Taco Bell. Guess
yeah,
what? You can't go through the drive-through unless you're an Uber Dash type person. So unless you're picking up an order to
right,
deliver, they don't want you at their
right.
drive-throughs here at night. And
They're going to be, next time they're going to be like, show your ID. Like, if you want a fucking taco,
the only place
like,
you can go to
you
eat
better,
if you don't want to starve to death at night is stale donuts at the Maverick where people get shot. Like that's the only place after midnight. I'm like, this
right,
seems like a food
right.
shortage already.
And so I think so I read a little bit about like China style of communism and all that, and I'm sure that it exists where that is actually how things work, is that you are required to work within your area, so to speak. So that's actually like in
I've been
existence.
saying that the
And
green world order is going to be neo-feudalism.
oh
And so
man,
instead of having
yeah,
you in a fiefdom with big walls and your little sections, no,
right,
it's even more decentralized, and it's even so that it's this is the model. And I think that when everyone is fully immersed in the metaverse and that's your primary mode of interacting with people, what I mean is
yeah,
that when you're more in the meta than the meat verse, more through the screen,
hmm
through mediation, you see more emojis than faces. Yeah, that's when I think the big shift happens, and that's happening now.
So I don't know if you got to watch the video. I think I put it in one of some Discord. It's called The Green Virgin, and so I want to really mention this woman's channel and whatnot. Her name is Nikki Pahana, and she breaks into this shit. Like you've heard me mention it before. This whole communitarianism, and this is exactly what we are describing right now. The whole that you should only work in your community and that you're going to be stuck there, and that's all you should do. And that it's basically local dictatorship and a social credit system. All of that is within the communitarian ideal. And this woman put out a great video called The Green Version. And I swear to God, like you guys are like, you guys must have like at some point been friends because you guys talk about so many similar things.
What's okay? The
So
Green
fucking,
Virgin. Yeah, please put a link.
yeah,
Post it
The
in the
Green
Discord
Version.
servers, and I will look into it because
Okay.
this is the
One last
future.
thing, yeah. Okay, one last thing also, going to 611 real quick. I was just looking it up while you've been talking. So apparently on the Roman calendar, actually 6 is sex, and it has to do with Sextilis being the 6th month. So they consider it August. So there might be, if nothing today happens, there might be, I mean, it's so hard to like,
Yeah, I don't make
figure out how
predictions
this
because
shit
nobody's
works.
ever predicted anything. I mean,
Yeah,
really,
yeah,
with specificity. But there are patterns,
yeah,
and there is predictive programming. And so
absolutely.
the only reason I'm even making what sounds like a prediction is the predictive programming, not just the numbers, but there's a million points that are suggesting the 611,
Right.
and it's concurrent programming even more so. Like I was saying, everything in Stranger Things that correlate the March for Our Lives fight against the guns is coming to mind now because March for Our Lives is tomorrow. The Stranger Things has a David Hogg-esque character, and the whole story of these
Yeah, I
kids
haven't
fighting
checked
their
it out yet.
PTSD. Yeah, it's happening tomorrow. So tomorrow is the release of the Kraken. If you go by Stranger Things and the
Yeah,
Batman movie, where the Riddler sends his people to flood the polls, where they literally break a dam and flood the election, and Batman's like, it's 11/6, we're underwater. And I'm thinking, wait,
that's the flood. Yeah,
611, that's the flood, we're underwater, and the GOP has been saying since last year, quote, flood the polls 2022.
yeah. Okay, and one last thing, just also for the whole slave discussion of auto-hoaxing the history. Irish slaves were considered the same as blacks. There's documents to prove this. So when people want to talk about this whole slavery ideal, there's plenty of proof that it wasn't just based on skin color. Irish slaves were just
Yeah,
as bad
I have
as
a problem with
black slaves.
a lot of the way that things are framed today. You know, the idea that you're going to be held accountable for what your great 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 grandparents did. Well, I'm sorry, but do you know for a fact that you reincarnate within the same bloodline? That doesn't make sense to me.
Yeah.
Was I even like, I mean, how do I know?
Yeah.
Maybe I was an oppressor in
Yeah.
a previous life. Maybe I was oppressed. There's just no way to know. So the idea that there's any kind of collective guilt, collective shame, this is all just illogic that they use to program us for other things, like the collective shame that gets
Right.
people to confess their climate sins to NBC on the
Right,
website.
yeah, which all ultimately leads, like I said, to the whole communitarian thing. Again, her name was Nikki Pahana, and The Green Virgin is the video, and it's fucking amazing, and you guys are like all on the same page. I would love to hear an interview with you and this woman.
I'll reach out. I'll reach out to the Green Virgin because this is an endlessly fascinating topic, the green religion, where people
Right,
genuflect
you get
before the recycling
exactly.
dumpster.
You understand.
Yep. If
Yeah,
you're
you know exactly
recycling,
what it means
you
by
are
Green Virgin.
worshiping the green god. Hey, thanks for the call,
Awesome.
and thanks for the
Yeah,
recommendation.
talk to you later. Yep.
Okay, let's see here. I'm going through comments. Don't want to miss too much. And look, we're going to be live off and on all day tomorrow. Salty Siren says, how far back do we go back in history? Exactly. How far back do we go? Well, how far back do you trust the news? Was it real before 2012 when you noticed crisis actors? No, it wasn't. The more I retro auto hoax, the faker it gets. So I really don't know what we're standing on. Climate madness. Prince Charles backs face masks for cows in a bid to tackle climate change. Right. Okay, so if they're willing to mask cows to fight climate change, then what makes you think they won't be willing to mask you to fight climate change? I think that was the message all along. You guys talk too much, you spread misinformation, and you breathe too much. It was never about stopping you from spreading some virus. No, it's always because you breathe too much. That's why they hate yoga now. But yes, Prince Charles is fine with muzzling cows because of their breathing. Speaking of waste of air, Brad Pitt demands trial by jury against Angelina Jolie over French wine estate. That is not going to compete with Amber Heard using Johnny Depp's bed as a litter box and then chopping his finger off. Like, that's not going to sell. I am kind of looking forward to Evan Woods and Marilyn Manson having their day in court. All right, I want to say thanks really quick here to everybody who's been supporting this channel. We are independent 100%. Everything we do is in-house because we are a parallel media organization and movement and philosophical movement. We're completely separate from mainstream media and separate from alternative gate-kept media. We are parallel. We are not false flaggers. We're not bodyguarding, to use Lynn's phrase, which is better than guardrailing. We're not bodyguarding mainstream psyops. We're deconstructing them. So everything here is in-house, and so it wouldn't be possible for me to send out text messages. Wouldn't be possible to do any of this stuff were it not for our generous supporters. So thanks everyone here for feeding the penguins. And if you want to support this channel, obviously it's voluntary. It's $2 a month to get into the Discord server, which the memes are free. Well worth your $2. All right, let us continue again. Just a heads up note, anybody here, again, I want to say thanks specifically to all of you who've been, basically pitching in $2 a month or contributing here and there, because we've had 120 some channels, and the one you're on right now, like 120 channels have been killed on, and 4 more on Twitch, 5 on Twitch. Anyway, I've noticed a pattern. Whenever we get to about 1,000 subs, they target us. So there's about 125 of you right now on a YouTube channel, Infinite Plane Radio, with 990 subs. There's a good chance that they're going to shoot this channel down once it reaches 1,000. So I recommend getting on the newsletter before that happens. It's a certainty. Infinite Plane Radio.
Oh, hey Tim. I had a question for you.
Yeah, ask away.
Remember when Elon Musk sent the Tesla into outer space? Now, I recall him coming out and saying that it was fake, but I was talking to my girlfriend and she said, like, he never came out and said it was fake. Like, it was supposed to be legit. So apparently there is a Tesla floating in outer space.
That's an interesting story, and I remember watching it thinking, okay, this is obviously a PR stunt, maybe it's a car commercial, but when I watched it, I thought, this is going to do some damage to the credibility of the space program because it looks so fake. What is Musk doing? Because here's a private guy doing it, and I thought he was going to outperform NASA. But no, the thing was debunkable in a million different ways. The thing about it, though, is it looked so fake that people actually were asking about it. And Musk's answer to this, he sat down, and I thought he was on acid because he was laughing, and he said, it must be real because it looks so fake. If we were going to fake it, it would look a lot better with our graphics. That's what he said.
Yeah, I remember reading that as well.
It must be real because it looks so fake is like saying, I must be smart.
Did he not come out and say it was a hoax, though? I think I'm Mandela affected here because I thought he came out on the news and said, oh yeah, this is actually just a fake story. I never put a Tesla in space.
No, this is the exact quote from CBS News, and it's ambiguous. He said, and you can tell it's real because it looks so fake. We have way better CGI if it was fake, and the colors would look weird in space. So it was very ambiguous, and he was laughing when he said it. And he even said this too. He said, it looks ridiculous and it looks impossible. So yes, he even said it looks impossible. He said it looks ridiculous. He admitted it looks fake. So if you say it looks real, you're the conspiracy theorist. So you can tell your girlfriend she's a conspiracy theorist.
Yeah. I mean, yeah. And then I looked up the news, and I mean, he never said it was fake. Like in my mind, he had come out and like said, "Yep, it's completely fake. We never actually put it in space. It was just like a hoax day or whatever, April Fools." But
you know what? You might have
apparently
intuited that.
So now Elon Musk has the power to, like, he has cars in there. So what, he can bomb anyone he wants with his car essentially if he wanted to.
Well, he's got like, CubeSats. They've even said that his CubeSats, 2 of his CubeSats have actually went off and almost hit the Chinese space station. So the idea here is that, like, well, yeah, technically, and he's putting 42,000 of these things up there. So those to me are all weapons, and I'm surprised that this connection hasn't been made. Anything in low Earth orbit is essentially worse than an IC or a potential ICBM. But yeah, the story is it's still up there, and I think it was going to Mars originally. And this is weird because it was originally they said he's going to Mars. And I thought, that's kind of cool. Weird. They're sending a car to Mars. But then they changed the story. They said, because environmentalists were saying, you're going to contaminate Mars, you're littering, you're going to bring some bacteria and potentially kill alien life. So as soon as he got some negative press from sending junk to Mars, suddenly it went on this new trajectory. So now it's going around the solar system.
Fascinating. Yeah, well, I love your show. Yeah, climate change is a hoax and stuff. But yeah, I'll leave it there, and maybe I'll call in again sometime.
Cool. Thanks again for the call. Appreciate it. Have a great night.
Okay, bye.
Yes, Musk actually said, it looks so ridiculous and impossible. It looks so... Look, Mousegate should seal the deal for you. If you've never heard of Mousegate, CRS 19, and this was December 6th, 2019. SpaceX launched a resupply module to outer space containing genetically modified rats. They said that they were like Mighty Mouse. In fact, I think you can actually search Mighty Mouse and SpaceX, and you'll see the mission. Yeah, CRS-19 Research Overview, Mighty Mice in Space. So the idea here is SpaceX was launching genetically enhanced mice into space. This was December 5th, 2019. Well, on the mission, you happen to see, if you were watching, or you might be in denial about it, a lot of people did see this, on the outside of the Falcon 9, you actually saw a mouse on the outside of it. And this was actually covered by Express UK. Viral clip of a mouse on a SpaceX Falcon 9. It splits the internet. Quote, it is a mouse. And this is the fact. No, you couldn't possibly have a mouse at Mach 8. No, obviously you could not. That's obvious. Like, it doesn't take a rocket scientist to tell me that that wouldn't be possible. But when I'm looking with my own eyes, not listening to what Metabunk tells me, but when I use my eyes running around this thing, and this has been noted by many, many people. So it's a conundrum. In fact, after I noticed this, the head of Starlink's security started stalking me on Twitter. Weirdly enough, I'm like, why is this guy following me? He's following me and he's following Musk. So yes, this is real. Now, what is it though? It's CGI, augmented virtual reality. They have a special effect where they have condensation. They said it was space ice forming on the side of the thing. Yet, this supposed space ice happened to form into the shape of a mouse, and it runs little loops around this thing. So then my question is, how come the people who are insisting it's merely ice aren't more impressed? The fact that you have ice at Mach 8 that could form into the shape of a mouse and run laps is impressive enough. But what's even more impressive is that this mouse is on a mission where they were sending genetically modified mice into space, aka Mighty Mouse. You know, Mighty Mouse, a mouse in space. And here you have it, a mouse in space. And I just, look, I am amazed at how unimpressed people are by this thing. It's like if you believe in outer space and you don't think it's a miracle that ice could just form like this and move like a mouse, then you just have no sense of wonder, no imagination. Anyway, SpaceX mouse in space. A muskrat, possibly. Oh, look at this. I actually have a painting I did of it. I must have sold this. I remember I actually painted this thing. I was really focused on this thing for like a couple of months there, and I was able to bring this before die-hard Globe believers, SpaceX fanboys, and they would say, okay, fine, you got me. It looks like a mouse. It's probably a joke. And that's what I was saying. It's a CGI insert. Somebody did it as a joke. There was another one too. I have another video I could probably dig up where there's a person that falls off the rocket at 42 seconds in. Okay, I'm going through some comments, everyone. Rourke66 says Musk is an agent. Well, Musk is a composite. Musk is a combination of Werner von Braun, Willy Wonka, Tony Stark, and there's someone else in there somewhere. But for the most part, it's those three. All right, let's continue here. I see there's a lot of people on DLIVE. And by the way, DLIVE has not been doing well since the crypto crash. They haven't paid up. DLIVE owes me $90 worth of lemons. Looks like we're joined by Marve Live. Here's your wrench. If you're in the Discord, if you're in the YouTube channels and you want a moderator wrench to fight off the really aggressive bots, by all means, just say hello and I'll hand one out. Rocco says Musk is like Kim Jong-un. Kim Jong-un. You know, it's funny you say that. Kim Jong-un recently did a commercial where he tries to make, here, I have it here. Kim Jong-un stars in film of a missile launch. So here he is, dressing up like Elon Musk, and quite literally presenting his rocket launch as though it were a rocket going into space and not a nuke. This is great. And I think this is like right in time with Top Gun. So he comes out with aviator glasses, pointing like he's giving directions, looking important. This video edit was broadcast on North Korea state television. It's like an action movie. It gets better too. Slow motion. He just keeps pointing everywhere. Like, what is he pointing at? And didn't he lose weight? I thought that this guy lost a lot of weight. This is some old footage, but so they have this new type of intercontinental ballistic missile. Lots of shots where he's checking his watch, and you got to see this. This is dramatic. I'm going to speed it up at. Put it at 1.5. It's boring because it's all slow motion, but it's meant to be dramatic. All of his generals checking their watches like 50 times in a row. Look. And they must have done about 5 or 6 takes of him taking off his glasses. This deserves a slow-mo. I don't mean to be wasting your time with all this, but this was on their North Korea TV, and I'm pointing out here, I think he's jealous. I think he's jealous of the way that Elon Musk is worshipped. It gets even better, if you can believe it. Thinking of vanishing art says, oof. Here's your wrench. Now, it gets even worse, though. So they bring out the big rocket, which I believe is based on a more ancient ritual, procession of the phallus. It's all just sun worship. It really is. So here comes their... And look, it's got the same checker marks as Satan 2. See, if you haven't noticed, the rocket launches that North Korea does, all their tests are fake. These are cylindrical airships, aka blimps, with jet-assisted takeoff and CGI-assisted takeoff. That's it. I'm pretty sure they buy their stuff from Bezos. Like Bezos' spent rockets go to North Korea. They spray paint them drab olive green, this olive drab, and make it look like they're actually missiles, not rockets. Okay, here's the countdown. Dramatized propaganda footage. Now they're counting it down again like it's SpaceX. The best part, though, is yet to come here. Now again, if you've been watching fake rocket launches, then you'll know this is fake. Like if you know space is fake and NASA's fake, you shouldn't be scared of nukes. And I think most of you already know this, but look, this is a blimp. With some CGI assisted takeoff. And I notice when Musk lands his rockets, they're usually padded by like a large supply of pixels, which I think pixels helps to pad the landing and it helps you not see that it's all bullshit. Like, no, the camera's glitching. Yeah, right. You know, they use that same technique in the Buffalo shooting. If you didn't watch it, you didn't miss anything. It was all glitchy, AVR. Special effects, very bad editing. Here goes the blimp. Now, I don't have the final clip of it for some reason. It's not on this video, but you should find it for yourself because at the end they all hug, they high five. It has soldiers crying. Soldiers are crying while this thing goes up into space. Not because they blew up some other country, but because it's such an achievement that this phallic symbol got flung into the sky. Now, there's another rocket company. It's one of these, I think it's Astra, where they had this really bizarre launch where their rocket went sideways because only 2 of its rockets fired. And so instead of going off like launching sideways, it actually stayed vertical. Yeah, here it is. Rocket startup Astra failed to send a rocket into orbit for the 3rd time. This time the craft hovered sideways. And it's the strangest video because this rocket is hovering sideways like a balloon caught in the wind. And where I live here, we have this balloon thing every year, the balloon fiesta, and it's world famous. And if the wind's more than like 9 miles per hour, they don't launch. And I'm thinking here that this thing got caught by the wind. Again, you're looking at Astra and one of their rockets going sideways because something didn't work. The string, someone didn't cut the string fast enough. Look how corny that looks. That's not going to space. Obviously, what are you looking at here? And it hovers around sideways like a mylar, like a birthday balloon in the wind. It's embarrassing. And here you have these articles about it. This is the strangest rocket failure ever. No, it's not strange. You can actually find many examples of blimps. You can find many examples of obvious blimpery. That's why we say it's the billionaire blimp club when we look at Bezos and Branson and Musk. Joined by Army Ann says, great to listen to a live show. All right, there you have it. You have a wrench. Yes, and if you don't want to miss live shows, infiniteplane.media, and I'll be sure to put a link in the chat. Infiniteplane.media. You can get press passes there. And look, if you don't want to be locked down, because your country's out, out of this or that, out of fuel, you have a new strain of something, you can make yourself essential. And the way you make yourself essential is you carry a press pass, because media apparently are the most essential people out there. So click down to Infinite Plane Radio Press Pass. I also have links there for text alerts, which I only send out when we are live taking calls. And tomorrow I'll be doing that. Now, Jack Burton says something about the blimps, and he's right. But it's not just like, it's not a coincidence. The rockets that you see are, in fact, obelisks stylized for the New Age. So the New Age atheists don't believe in God, they don't believe in floods, they don't believe in Noah's Ark, but they believe in global warming and floods and space arcs. On the screen you're looking at, this person does not exist. On the right, Benicio del Toro. Does not exist. It's not a conspiracy theory. Benicio del Toro does not exist. That is in fact a character played by Brad Pitt. You know who else doesn't exist? The Weeknd. Wes Berry says, your live shows are hard to catch. I'm just north of Seattle. They're going to be easier to catch as we go along. It's been difficult to maintain a consistent schedule, but now that we're more independent than before, I'm not worried about YouTube monetization. Things are stabilizing, and I try to do live streams 9 to 11 Mountain Time, also in the mornings. But the text alerts are the best way to know for sure. Okay, let's continue. So many things to cover. Most of the stuff you already know, like for example, after the fake events, they usually have a lot of false alarms, so you think they actually can stop these. Like, that's one of the common things. They say copycats. Yeah, it's just a hoax to kind of milk the fear. Media is the opium of the people. Yep, that's true. It's the new religion. Broncos sold to Walmart. Only pointing that out because the white horse might be something there. Maddie33 says, in the new Sniper Elite 5 video games, the main plot is to find intel and destroy a new Nazi super weapon, which will be deployed into the US, and it's called the Kraken. Somebody earlier on had said that the fans of the Seattle Kraken are called the Crackheads. Okay, I'm going through a whole lot of links and things that I think are crucial to go through. Someone posted this, and I think it's probably likely. It's an interesting little rabbit trail. So if you want to look at the dates and check for yourself, the date 7/13 is very significant for a lot of reasons, and this is just going to be brief. 7/13, 1977, blackouts in New York, historic blackout, Summer of Sam, Son of Sam shootings. 42 years later to the day, blackout in New York, 42nd Street on, puts 42,000 people in the dark. So there's that 42 connection, the date 7/13. Well, on 7/13, 2019, Naya Rivera shows up. Well, she dies on that date at the age of 33. On that same date, there's a CEO with green hair, dismembered, very ritualistic deaths at the age of 33. A poker player, age of 33, was burned and drowned. Anyway, horrific stories, but a whole lot of 33-year-olds popping up dead on that date. And she, Naya Rivera, is buried where Paul Walker and Nipsey Hussle, another 33-year-old death faker, are supposedly buried. So there's a section in this cemetery in Hollywood. Presumably it's empty. Anyway, my point is, Naya Rivera is believed by some to be just a side character played by Kim Kardashian. I don't necessarily believe this one. I haven't looked too deeply into it, but just bringing it up. Now, here's one more interesting connection. Last January, there was an actress who was on Colin Kaepernick's Colin in black and white. It was a beauty queen. Now, this beauty queen, and I'll pull this up, she fell from the Orion building. So Orion is another name. Well, the Egyptians called it Osiris. So this beauty queen, Miss USA. Now the significance here, USA 2019. That was when we had the blackouts on 42nd Street. So Miss USA 2019. Again, 2019 was the year also of the guy that burned himself on the ellipse with a USA shirt. And I've been saying it's about USA's about to burn. There's this lead up to the summer of 2020 that we were evaluating. But interestingly enough, 2019, that year was the year that Chesley Christ was crowned Miss USA. So after being crowned Miss USA 2019, she had some acting gigs. She was in that Colin Kaepernick thing. Anyway, January 3rd, 60-story Orion building. So you have a few connections here we can go into, but the main one is this. She hit the ground on 42nd Street. So there's a 42nd Street connection here, 2019, and if you look here, it says, this is from TMZ. Again, Orion is Osiris, very significant. NPD responded to a 911 call at 7:13. So she hits the ground at 7:13. That's when they phoned it in. So 911, 7:13 on 42nd Street. Just a kind of a little bit of a trail. But what I've been finding here, the common theme here has to do with the name Christ. Again, the 33-year-old Naya Rivera, 7:13. And when you mind map this stuff out, you can begin to discern the bigger picture. And this thing has so many interesting tie-ins to other ongoing psyops. In fact, there was another beauty queen that jumped from a high-rise or a condo in Miami. So you had these like twin beauty queens jumping. On 222, you had these twin Blackhawks, again, Black Hawk helicopters, that went down in Fork Canyon. Again, the twins, the doubles, two Black Hawk helicopters crashed near Snowbird. No injuries, but Fork Canyon, again, implies. And again, 222 was the date that happened, February 22nd, 2022. The significance is this is the day of Pluto return, or Hades. And Pluto, or Hades, carries a fork. It's not a trident with 3 prongs, it's a bident with 2 prongs.
Accident today involving 2 Black Hawk helicopters near Snowbird Ski Resort.
Fortunately, no one was seriously injured. News specialist Lad Egan is live in Little Cottonwood Canyon with the latest. Lad?
These 2 Blackhawks were on a routine winter mountain training exercise, and the Utah Army National Guard says they were landing in an approved area. But this ended with some very scary moments for the 8 crew members on board and also for skiers on the ground.
Now again, Fork Canyon, the Fork, 2 Blackhawks going down, 222. Lots of interesting things happened that day. That was the day of the Dawn Day 2 event. But again, there's a correlation between that and these the beauty queen, Miss USA falling. USA falling is a huge part of this thing. Ryler05 says 3 military crashes happened on the West Coast this week. Interesting. John Kennedy tweeted this picture, and the QAnoners believe it's real. This is why you know the QAnoners will never get along with the flat earthers who deny outer space, because they need to believe in some kind of space savior. So you'll see some pictures circulating of fake Tesla spacecraft. I mean, Tesla did send the Roadster into space, if you want to believe that. You know, one of the problems with that, with the Starman in space, is that when you looked at the Earth, it was pretty obvious that the lights were off on the dark side, that you could see day and night, but there were no indications of like life at all. I mean, I get it, it's night, it's the dark side of the Earth, but why is it pitch black? And we're talking about, again, the Earth as seen from space, the dark side. Obviously, I understand it's in the dark because, well, the sun's light on the other side of the ball. But where are the lights? So let me show you some footage. Earth from space, ISS. So when you look at the Earth from space, and here's a video of it, it's lit up like a Christmas tree. The dark side of the Earth is glowing. So which is it? And can it be both? Either the Earth is like this, and it's lit up, and you can see literally the shape of every country. You can even see I can see my city right here. So which is it? Is the Earth dark at night, or is it lit like a Christmas tree? Well, I guess it just depends. It really depends on who's doing the editing that day. Like, look, I mean, you want to believe this is not computer generated, be my guest. You know, that's fine with me. I know it's a cartoon, I know it's a rendering because I've worked with this type of software. But you may not have. So again, this is supposed to be real, but my point again is, how come you can see, not only can you see every city, but you can see lightning storms. You can see all kinds of activity. It's like a living thing. But then Starman goes to space. Commenter asks, what are your thoughts on the Starlink trails? Actually, I have a picture that sums it up. Those are satelloons. They're balloons. And moreover, Starlinks are not high enough to reflect the sun much after sunset. So I've seen videos of people showing these trains of lights above their head at like, midnight, 2 a.m. And it's like, that's just not possible. The shadow of the Earth would preclude anything like that. We're talking a shadow that goes up 870,000 miles into space. So for you to be reflecting the sun, you got to be pretty far out there, not in the umbra. Here's an interesting meme. They somehow managed to demonize coughs, sniffles, and having no symptoms at all, while normalizing strokes, blood clots, neurological disorders, and dying suddenly. Yeah, that's rather true. Now, this is just a bit of programming. I was watching the J6 committee presenting evidence. Anyone here, look at this. If you can see this, Proud Boys march by the Peace Circle Monument. So the Proud Boys show up at 11:22, and they make a point, 11:22. Obviously, a reference to when Kennedy got shot, an atrocity. Michigan police officers say they will not show up to non-life-threatening calls because gas is too high. Just a good indicator where the summer is going to go. I'm starting to think that a lot of our predictive programming examples are a year off. Like Soylent Green and Mad Max is going to happen all at once next year, or maybe this summer. Infinite Plane Radio.
Hey, what's going on?
Just going over the fake news of the day. So tomorrow is the Kraken to be released in Seattle potentially. Any thoughts on what might go down in Seattle or possibly Dallas with JFK?
I don't think anything in Dallas, but possibly. You think something in Dallas, really? I missed that.
I don't think so. But no, the QAnoners are gathering in Dallas because they think JFK is coming back.
Yeah. They're always, that's what they're about, right? They love to give hope, I guess is what you call it.
Well, they think he's Jesus. And I'm wondering now, so the Christians wear a cross because Jesus was on a cross. So if the QAnoners are going to worship JFK, then what should they have around their necks? crossed AK-47s, maybe just a head with a hole in it. I mean, what's the emblem for that particular?
Right. Yeah. I think that just the Kennedy head with a big flap. You can flap it back, and you can make it yours. Make it so it's pliable.
Yeah, pretty
hanging
much.
around your neck, or hanging around your mirror on your car, and you could put some air fresheners in it or something.
Well,
something like that.
So yeah, this new normal is obviously absurd, but the predictive programming has some predictive capability, and I don't have hope. I'm not holding out hope for this, but I do have a slight expectation that there's going to be some major drama tomorrow, just based on that. What do you think? You think I'm on target with this?
No, yeah, no, definitely something is brewing, and it's about to explode. 100%. You can just feel the energy in the air.
Isn't it
something? I mean,
it's not
because nothing has happened for a long time.
It's not going to be a radical Islamic terrorist. Like it's ridiculous how we know who it's going to be. They've already told us it's going to be a right winger.
Right. It has to be a right winger, otherwise to the left. They can't have a right, the right people. That's a good one in office this next presidency for sure, and this next November midterms, because they don't get to play their little games. Their games suck, and people are onto it. I think people are actually moving to the right, or to other. They're getting out of the Democratic Party, let's say, because of the bullshit. Oh, sorry about that.
Possibly. It's interesting, but like it looks like is Musk moving to the right? Well, maybe, but the big picture is still Great Reset. However you look at it, I don't see anybody going towards independence, limited government, the rebirth of 1776. I think we're going to 1619. And I was talking with the previous caller, Lickety Hugh, about the black and the white thing, and the way they've divided this with Kaepernick being this this thing about systemic racism being front and center. So Derek Chauvin and George Floyd represent two things. One represents Western chauvinism, and the other represents this big reset overhaul thing. But interestingly enough, the right is always chanting for 1776. The left is chanting for 1619 project.
Really?
And the 1619 project.
What is that?
The 1619 project is the basis for a lot of the CRT thinking, which is basically that 1776 is too Eurocentric. We're not thinking about people who are here first, and that to be really inclusive about who built America, we need to actually start our historical frame of reference as 1619 at the very beginning of the transatlantic slave trade, when they first started bringing them over here. So that's the idea. And I'm not necessarily opposed to that or the other one. I'm saying that's the dialectic they've set up here. So we're having two different versions that are competing. And it's also, I think it's
just strange, I think, anyway. I mean, I think that's why do you have to have these dates to relate to as a political party? Why do political parties have to have
why do we have a great reset?
Innuendos.
Right, a great reset versus a great awakening. It's because this is revolutionary thinking, where they convince a lot of people that the world sucks as it is, but we can have this utopian ideal if we can just burn this one down. And that's what we're looking at here. And that's why I don't know if people are going to the quote right, because it seems like both parties are here for revolution. They're both here for total power.
They figured out how to herd both sides, and we're being herded into a gated ranch, and it's getting smaller and smaller. I can totally see the boundary being closing in, and I'm like, it's not going to happen. There's too many people or something. I just don't think it could actually, but they're doing it, and I don't know how they're doing it. As some kind of fucking witchery. Sorry about the F bomb.
No,
but it's like some kind of witchery or something that they're doing. I don't know how they're doing it.
It's a lot of it is the science or the practice, public relations. at the level they do public relations, it almost is like witchcraft or magic, lesser magic. And
Yeah.
Kenny Edwards in the chat, son of Dennis Edwards of Temptation, says, "quote There was no slave trade," and that's an interesting statement. I think I've heard arguments that the transatlantic slave trade has been misrepresented, or that even didn't even happen, and that the real indigenous are the ones that we call African. I mean, it's so I'm like totally on board with let's go ahead and not judge everybody by a supposed past that may not have happened.
Right, right. Oh, yeah, because we know what's going on right now is that textbooks are or putting in fake, or what do you call psyops, that we know for real, that have not happened. Sandy Hook did not happen, and it is taught in schools. I believe it's in textbooks.
Yeah, you got to feel guilty for that now because it's in textbooks. You got to feel
Weird.
guilty for global warming and your carbon footprint, because even before you knew that you were a pollution super spreader, a carbon super spreader, you were poisoning the Mother Earth with all of your diapers and all of the resources that went into keeping you alive. Yeah, the Earth will never recover.
Oh my God, that's funny.
But the thing is, if you recycle and you pay carbon taxes to the Church of State, yeah, you can save your soul.
Oh yeah. I make sure I recycle. I mean, I do, but I've seen the recycle people. They put their trash in with the recycling. I go, what are you guys doing? Oh, it all goes to the same place. Like, oh yeah, I figured. Trash and the recycle. They don't even. I don't think they even deal with it because it doesn't actually exist. It's just
it's all symbolic. It's all for catharsis. It's all for you to expiate your guilt for being a consumer. And when you sacrifice your personal comforts, you cut off your air conditioning, you drive less, you're pleasing the globe, and hopefully you won't have to get into a space ark to escape any floods.
Yeah, right. That's right. Have you seen? There's I think it's a new video of Quantum of Conscience. You know that guy. I think you've watched a few of his videos, perhaps. I'm not sure.
Yeah, he did a pretty good video showing the connections between JFK's assassination and Lincoln, and I think
yeah.
I don't agree with his views on the reality of events, or certain things, but for the most part, his research is solid, and I really like his breakdown. He has a book. I haven't read it, but I think his book is something I should probably pick up.
Oh, I didn't know that either. Yeah. He's been at it for a while. I mean, he's hit and miss. Sometimes he gets annoying watching his videos, but
that's probably
there's a
everybody.
new one I haven't watched. He talks about Southland Tales. I believe it's a brand new video, which is the Donnie Darko second movie after Donnie Darko by the same director.
Oh, okay. I have never heard.
Yeah.
I didn't know. I haven't followed up on it.
Yeah, it just came out. Okay, I'm looking at it right now, and it doesn't have a date, which is weird. How come YouTube doesn't use dates anymore, and they don't tell you how many people have seen the video? I don't get that. So anyway, yeah, it's called Movie Southbound Tales. Throw out everything you know about it. He says, yeah, it's a piece of work. It's so discombobulating and like horrible to watch. But if you watch it more than once, you will get it. You're like, and 99.99999% of the people will not get this movie. Only people in the know will understand this movie. This movie is genius, is what he's saying. I only watched the first 5 minutes.
I'll take a look. I mean, it's
May
obvious.
26th. Yeah, he just put this out. Yeah.
Yeah, Donnie Darko had a lot of 2020 predictive programming, a lot of 9/11 predictive programming, and it really did connect Donald Trump weirdly into a lot of things. So I'll check it out for sure.
Just see Southbound Tales, and it is a piece of work. I didn't like it.
Well, my take on it is this, though. The directors who are involved most heavily in scripting the big psyops, whose works reflect these psyops or predict them, I look at them as usually as worthy of at least research. We need to look at these guys and see what other movies they've done, because it's not a coincidence that the same directors and the same actors are in the same films promoting the same types of ideas, same archetypes.
Right. Yeah, that's true. I I don't like the fact that The Rock is in this movie. He just doesn't. It was bad enough that he was on Saturday Night Live and showing off his invention of the year, which was.
Oh, The Rock is so disgusting. Yeah.
Do you remember that? That was just.
Yeah, The Rock.
The other day I feel out that.
Look, this is the thing. As much as I mock a lot of the hardcore QAnon Kool-Aid drinkers, they have very good reasons for thinking that Hollywood and the entertainment industry is run by a bunch of pervs. Even The Rock.
Okay.
I mean, The Rock's a very rich guy. He's got kids. He's got a family. He knows how popular he is. He didn't have to play that skit in SNL where he invented a robot that abused kids. That's disgusting. And they made a joke about it. I'm like, how are they laughing about this stuff?
Yeah, it was like it was like make a creation of something, a robot that's the worst robot you could possibly make. And he's like, is that what it was? I think it was a concept of the worst robot you could actually make, and it was.
Now, for those, did you see my earlier? I brought it up how pretty much everyone at SNL has been a passive witness, a complicit party in a lot of SNL groomers. I mean, that's what they're doing. Basically, Saturday Night Live has they've crossed the line, and I thought maybe it's just a couple bad apples, but no, it's a club. It's a club. They're all in on it.
Yeah, I can see that happening too, for sure. All those people are just like Tina Fey always kind of rubs me the wrong way too. She's like, they're not that great.
Well, they've never been funny. I realize now that they're not funny, but they use laugh tracks, which are cues for people who don't know the difference. Like the people who don't know the difference between real and fake are often confused about what is comedy and what isn't. And most of these so-called comedians are just government jesters. Like it's a conspiracy theory in my view that Dave Chappelle was ever actually funny.
I think he was funny, and then he changed the second coming of Dave Chappelle, and is not funny at all.
The theory is that he used to be funny, and now he's not funny.
I think no. If you really look at his old stuff, you will. I think it's gold. Some of his his stand up, and then you watch the new stuff, and you're just like embarrassed to watch.
I only think you think this because you've been. I think because you see too much. I think now. I think before maybe you were a little blinder to the machinations of the world stage. I went back and checked, and the stuff wasn't funny. The only reason his stuff is funny today. Here's the reason why. His jokes only make sense if you believe all the fake news. Outside of that context, his jokes make no sense. So, for example, he's like, the good thing about COVID is you don't have white kids running around shooting people anymore. Well, that's hilarious if it were true that the bowl cut shooters were actually going around killing people. But since the shootings are all fake, the joke's not that funny. It's a propaganda line being fed to him and fed to people.
But I don't think he was like that before. I don't think Dave Chappelle didn't talk. He would say things that were just outrageous. Okay, I'll look into the things I haven't watched the video for a while.
I'm saying his jokes before were all reinforcing mainstream media stereotypes about what America was. And I think it's always been that way. I think it was always propaganda disguised as comedy, a government gesture. Now, he is a skilled comedian, funny delivery, definitely a funny guy, but he's also a sellout. And when I saw his Netflix special, Dave Chappelle Sold Out, I was like, yeah, definitely. Because he's taken his gift and he's basically prostituted it out to the PSYOP entertainment complex.
Okay. Yeah. That's a good point.
But again, I mean, but I will say this, though. Off the cuff, all of his interviews, yeah, the natural comedian in him is funny. I'm just saying his stand-up acts are all controlled.
Okay, yeah. I need to look into it. I haven't seen one in a minute, so it's I can't really.
Maybe it's wrong. Maybe somebody can debunk me and send me some clips that I find funny. But I find this to be the case with almost all of these people. Like, I mean, Jimmy Kimmel. When was the last time he said anything that wasn't just outrage at Trump?
That guy just makes me want to barf all over the thing. That's like, ew, God, how could he even live with himself? Like, God, can somebody just punch him in the face and let it?
Yeah, where's Will Smith? Where's Will Smith?
He is the worst. Wait, where's Slapper? Mr. Slapper in the house? Got any slappers? Shit.
Hey, by the way, okay, so Dave Chappelle was recently attacked And guess who was doing the security at the venue where Dave Chappelle was getting attacked while Chris Rock was on the side?
Yeah, it was the guy that did the portal hole in Austin, Texas.
Yep, same security company. Okay, wait. Rocco says here the Dave Chappelle show was funny. Okay, you might be onto something there.
Yeah, yeah. There was some funny stuff. Like, he did some he did. I did watch something where he makes fun. He gets Oprah pregnant.
Okay, I got it. I'll check
so
it
he
out.
goes and lives with her. It's
That
all
already
right.
sounds
It's
good.
It's all right. It's like she goes to work. He goes like, "See you, babe," and she comes back. He's like having a massage by like these women. It's like it's just silly stuff. But
Dave Chappelle getting Oprah pregnant.
I think his older work is better. I mean, he was real. I don't know. The new stuff. This guy is trying. I think it's an imposter. To be honest, I don't know if it's some kind of stage a double. They found somebody that talks like him. Big deal.
Yeah,
But he doesn't really talk like him.
There's a pretty good theory that the original Dave Chappelle didn't want to put on a dress or something weird, and so he's like,
yeah, that's true.
So what he could have done is he could have just hired a body double, and maybe he still writes jokes for the guy, or it's basically just a replacement. Wouldn't be hard, like an Elvis impersonator.
No, I think he is tied up in the basement, and he's forced to watch this guy do him, and he's cringing all the way to the non-bank because he's locked up in some kind of underground thing, and they're like, "See, here you go. That's what you get for not like complying with us." That's his torture. And seriously, that's what I think in a sense, because it's like, who is this imposter that thinks he's funny on stage right now? This guy is embarrassing, and just because he kind of talks like him and looks like him a little bit, he's not him. I know Dave Chappelle is fucking hilarious.
Second question: who's funnier in your opinion, Bill Hicks or Alex Jones?
Alex Jones is very funny, as because he has that comedian background, for sure. But Bill Hicks is funny too. I mean, they're both funny, really. I mean, they both are.
It's apples and oranges.
They probably are each other.
It's really not fair to compare, and we don't know what Bill Hicks would have been like in his prime, but. Yeah, anyway, I brought this up before because I actually think joke for joke, Jones is funnier. I think Jones is funnier. You got to listen to his commercials.
Yeah, I heard you say that Jones is funnier, and he is kind of like, but Hicks was fucking he did say some funny things, like when he talks about pizza. And not, why did I say pizza? But he does talk about pizza. It's like, yeah, what if everybody's stoned and they're delivering pizza?
One of my favorite parts about... One of my favorite scenes in 2020 was when it's like 6 weeks into lockdown. Alex Jones, who's got a basement full of like storable foods, he's like 6 weeks into lockdown. Oh, I'm beginning to look at my neighbors. He's like, yeah, he says he's gonna eat his neighbor's ass and feed it to his daughter. I'm like, this guy's 6 weeks into a lockdown. We're watching Netflix. We're buying popcorn and just enjoying our stimmy checks, and he's talking about eating his neighbors. That's funny.
Yeah, do you think he regrets
funnier
that?
Than Bill Hicks.
That's funny. I think he just says that off the cuff, right? And he's like, "Oh, let's keep it." Is that what you think he's like? Or does he like go like, "Oh shit, I said something that's a little bit maybe
honestly,
too racy"?
I think that he is somewhat histrionic, and he meant it in the moment. And then later, he's like, "No, I was trying to be like Jonathan Swift. I was trying to be satirical." It's like, no, man, that wasn't satire. He was sharpening his knives.
Yeah, he does that with everything. Sandy Hook as well. I mean, he like, oh yeah, that Sandy Hook was fake.
Yeah.
And then when it comes down to it, like, can you just like go to court and help this other dude out? The guy that lives in a van down by the river?
Oh, he screwed up on Uvalde too. He apologized, said, "Hey guys, I got it wrong. I trusted the mainstream news. No, the cops didn't go in and let the killing happen." So he's still on Team False Flag. Alex Jones is not actually a source of he's a false flagger. And that's fine. He's a mainstream media character. I just see it as entertainment. A little.
Yeah, exactly.
At this point, he's a bodyguard.
I agree with you.
He's a bodyguard for the mainstream media narratives.
Hey, but what you did with that book with the other dude that studied Sandy Hook forever and got his book banned, and then you went and said, "Hey, how about we do the book with as a fiction?" And it's still actually selling right now. That's the one of the best that's an awesome idea. To change
that's
a
still
nonfiction
there.
book into a fictional. It's just brilliant, dude. That's so awesome going there. That was great move on your behalf.
Thanks. And yeah, for people who don't know, Jim Fetzer's Sandy Hook book was Nobody Died at Sandy Hook was yanked off Amazon. So I pitched him on the idea of making a fictional version of it, calling it the Capstone Event, which he did. And I basically put him in touch with a writer. I had a publishing company at the time, and the book's called the Capstone Event, and it's still on Amazon.
Yeah.
And it says the first casualty of war is the truth, but what happens when the war is psychological and waged in secret? And yeah, he basically took the Sandy Hook story, put it into fiction, and got past. And the cover of it, and this was like just a joke, is we put David Hogg's face mixed with Adam Lanza's face, and then put it on the cover.
I'm trying to picture that Adam Lanza with David Hogg's face on Adam Lanza's body.
With Adam Lanza eyes.
Oh, they're lookalikes anyway. Yeah, I think probably the same person, right?
Yeah. Someone earlier was talking about Betty Davis and Betty Davis eyes, but Adam Lanza eyes, that would be a cool song, because he's got like the eyes that all the shooters have had since.
Yeah, and that picture that was he's like above Trump, or not, is it Trump? Elvis, and they're doing the same gesture with his arm up, and Elvis is singing with his gyrating body. It was it was like, and it had the in blue letters, save lives, lives and lives. You know, you can spell Elvis with that. That's definitely. I mean, where do they? Are those pictures actually in sync with each other everywhere, or is that something you found instead of?
I'll pull that up tomorrow, I'm sure. But yeah, we've been finding some very interesting things. Hey, question for you: are people around you still wearing face diapers?
Yes. Not a lot. No, it's actually very chill and very laid back. But there are those few that are in their cars or at the store wearing face masks, and I'm like, no one talks about it. I mean, it's not even in the news. As far as I know, I don't listen to the news. But
yeah, that's what I'm saying. I'm like, this person must watch TV. That's all I know, because they're catching some mind virus.
I don't. Right? Why is that? Like, why are you wearing a mask? I really wanted to say, what are you scared? So when I see people like that, this is what I do. I always like walk by them and go, I'm scared. What are you scared of? I'm so scared.
Well, I got this person on the screen, which I'll
hate to do that, but it's just like, Jesus.
I emailed this doctor. She said, in my house, we're wearing the mask 24/7. We're going to bed wearing masks. And I've been thinking about how the whole idea is that you're pre-convicting yourself of being infectious. And it's kind of like how after 9/11, they had to find out who contains these dangerous mind viruses. Let's quarantine them, put a cloth on their face, and then dump water on them until they tell us the truth. And so the waterboarding, Guantanamo quarantine thing already existed. So now with this event, they have people self-convicting, self-testing, and then they're wearing their masks in the showers. The ones who really feel like they got it, like this woman here. And I'm thinking, how is wearing a mask in a shower, which is a cloth over your face, any different than self-waterboarding? Like, isn't not the same thing?
Right. No, it is the same thing. It's bizarro.
So you're admitting, I'm a terrorist. Waterboard me, big brother. I'll waterboard myself. That's the level of submission here. That's the level of complicity in our own.
Self-torture. Is that what that is?
What's that?
It's self-torture.
Oh, yes.
I'm just self-torturing in the shower here because I'm bad. I've been a bad little girl.
Flagellants. That's what flagellants are. You know, people, you whip yourself with a whip to expiate your guilt for your fleshly sins, mortification of the flesh. It's the same thing that a lot of the greenies advocate, and it's what they want you to do. They want you to torture yourself to please God, not God, but the globe, and to punish your flesh because you're a carbon super spreader. They've reintroduced these very religious concepts under this new scientific paradigm.
That's the new one that's coming in, right? The new space age puzzle piece that they're bringing in right now, which is climate change and things falling from space. Hey, you know what? In 2020 though, when I went to go see my brother and his 2 kids and his wife, it was like his kid opened the door, and then my brother came right in and said, hold on, what's going on here? And pushed me back from on else I was already on his deck. He like pushed me back over there. He was like, you can't just come in here. We haven't seen you in months. So I was like, yeah, that's why I came over to say, hey, what's going on? And he was like, you can't come inside the house. Like, I was like, oh my God, are you serious? Like, he was all over. Like turn off the TV, dude. Turn off the TV. It's corrupting your mind.
Okay, so
he's like, no, this is not fake. This is not fake.
He was like, have you been saved? You can't come in unless you've been saved.
Yeah. He told the kids, like, do not come out here. Just stay there. And his wife listened from the porch, and he pushed me out into the yard and stood 10 feet away from me. I'm like, dude, I'm your flesh and blood. We're brothers. We grew up together, remember? Like 3 years apart. Like, you can't get any closer than that. Brothers, family. And he's like, yeah, no, I don't know where you've been. I don't know what's going on. I haven't seen you in a while. Like, yeah, that's why I came over to like communicate like what's going on. Like, there's been some weird things going on, but now I see that you are over.
What could you have done? Like, could you have lifted up your sleeve and showed him your Vax tracks and be like, look, I got 6 boosters. Like, what could you have done?
I just said, like, dude, I just don't think it is what it is. If you're this nervous about this, like this whole thing, then how do you go through life? What are you thinking? Like, the neighbors down there, yeah, you come to the house, okay, and then all of a sudden the neighbors down, 2 houses down, the older couple, they come over every once in a while, and then they're going to get it. And like, your logic is out of control. You need to like step away from the TV. I'm serious. And he said, no. Now, call me when you grow up. That's what he said. Call me when you grow up.
You can't tell someone to get away from the TV. That's like saying,
no.
That's like saying to somebody who tells you to modify your behavior because you're going to go to hell. It's like saying, you got to put down your Bible. You got, because when you're talking about an actual belief system that they have where you do represent the enemy.
Yeah.
You represent, you're the devil, and you have to understand, like.
Thanks, Rocco.
Yeah, it is like you're like sort of like there's ostracism in religious communities. I knew some Mormons, and one of the Mormons I knew was convicted of shoplifting once or something, and she wasn't allowed in the temple. I'm like, wow, you can't be friends with these people and these people because you've done these bad things. So yeah, that's quarantine. And so you've been quarantined because not because of you're sick, because if he really believed that you had the bat flu, he wouldn't have put his hands on you. He would, like if you were a zombie, would he have touched you? No.
Right.
But he's treating you like that. So it tells you, no, you have the wrong political opinions. Get out of my house.
Yeah. And he's just neurotic as hell about it. And I'm like, and it's like, why? I mean, we used to be such different people. Like, we just like growing apart. I mean, I have 3 brothers and a sister. And then but you understand that we've had problems in our family with TV where we all said, fuck TV, man. We're fucking done with it. Like, because our mom and dad they were saying, oh, you guys watch too much TV. Like, no, it's you that watches too much TV. You guys come home every night from work and you watch TV. No big deal. We're not saying anything, but you watch too much TV. So we decided, like, as kids, all of us standing together, and we said, we're not going to watch TV anymore. Let's not watch it. And we actually did it. We stopped watching TV.
That's funny.
And
I remember
they continued.
Growing up, I noticed that my friends who had parents that drank and smoked didn't drink and smoke. And my friends who had parents who were really into TV kind of it's kind of funny how that can work. And yeah, the TV is the common denominator that pretty much connects everybody making the same bad logical errors with regard to how they take in information and process it. The TV's the source.
Oh, right, yeah.
If there is a source of dangerous
but it's a bad thing. It really is a bad thing.
If there is a source of dangerous mis and malinformation, it's not YouTube. And it didn't start last year. It's actually...
TV was it,
and before the TV, it was religion and other forms of mind control. Anyway, thanks very much for the call. And hey, by the way, are you anywhere near Seattle or Dallas?
I'm not. Actually, this is Roar 66. So shout out to everybody. And did you know that was me, right?
No, I didn't know. Rourke 66. Yeah, we see you in chat all the time, though. So yeah, awesome to have you call in.
Yeah. I haven't called in for like 2 years. I called in like a while back when I first got on the show, heard the show, but it's been a couple of years, I think, since I've called. And so I just thought I'd give it a call. So thanks for listening. You're awesome. I've been listening to you IPR for 3 years.
Awesome, and
Close
so
to
then,
3
and you
years.
also then how awesome our think tank is. I mean, isn't this incredible if you really think about it?
Yeah.
That we've had
Oh yeah,
a
yeah, yeah.
pool
That's the best
of
thing about it.
some of the
Or
most
it's one of the best things.
yeah, really, we have like an army of the most dedicated media deconstructionists, people who are up to speed to and of course we're networked here, and that's why I'm leaving this chat open 24/7 because yeah, this is a great feature, and I appreciate you being a chatter, adding pieces to our million piece puzzle, and for calling.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. No problem. I'm glad to actually be a part of it. 100%. It's been awesome.
Yeah, it has been, and I
and
think
also, and yeah, you're if it wasn't for you, just something about. I wanted to ask you a couple of questions, I think, and one of them just came to me. What's your take on? Okay, let me just tell you a story that I heard about with Matt Powerland. I used to be on like watching his channel before I found you, and he was always going off on you, like, oh my god, the worst. And like, so I was like, geez, what's awful about this IPS? I never watched you. I just heard about you through Matt Powerland, and he told me that. What's the guy's name? The Flat Earth Asshole. Yeah, Flat Earth Asshole was on his show, and he said, yeah, I was hanging out with IPS, and we put up a billboard together. And on the news it said Matt Powerland puts up a billboard in New Mexico. Is that true?
no, actually, what happened was it was in Philly, and here's what happened: we were building up our think tank. We were doing chat rates. We were putting the flat Earth topic out into the mainstream, breaking it out of this biblical-based theory that I didn't think had any real merit. And we were saying the only way this topic's going to go anywhere is if we blast it out there and get people interested who might have some information and put some dots together. And so we were doing these chat raids, and back then we'd have like 500 people in the chat, and we would send people to other chats and just spam them with, look at like research flat Earth was our meme. And so then at one point I was like, hey, let's do a billboard, and it took us less than 2 live streams to raise enough money to put a billboard in front of an airport in Philadelphia that said research flat Earth. Well, right before the billboard got up there, Math Powerland called me and he said, don't do it. He said that if we put this up there, it's going to lead people into misinformation. He said, don't publicize this. He was trying to stop us. And then he said further that he was the quote leader. And I'm like, okay.
Yeah, he wanted to be the one to do it. That's probably why.
And I said, okay, so I get it now. This guy's got a big ego about this thing, and I just want this topic to explode. And we're laughing at the media because they can't handle this stuff. So I'm like, okay, let's just go ahead and pull the trigger on it. And then if they want an interview, I'll just send them over to Powerland. So I told the guys at the news agency at ABC News, I'm like, yeah, Powerland's the sponsor of this. He discovered this. He used to work for NASA. And they ran with the story. They screwed it up a little bit because he wouldn't come out and speak for himself. Instead, he claimed that he didn't want to support the billboard. So he ran from the publicity. That's what happened, and he was mad about it.
That's what they said. That's awesome.
Well, he was mad. But the thing is, when he first called me, he said specifically, don't do it. Don't do the chat raids. So he was trying to bodyguard the topic. He was trying to stop us. And I'm like, you know what? It's not just me you're trying to stop here. There's a lot of people, and we all want this topic to break the mainstream. But yeah, he never quite got over it. But the thing is, he sent Jake over to my place. He actually sent him over, like he's like, go check this guy out. I'm like,
oh, okay, cool. Yeah, that was just one thing I remember, and him going off on tyrants.
Well, everything was fine until this though. So Jake comes over and he says, looking at my channel, he's like, okay, you're doing very well. And I showed him my stats, and I was showing him how I monetized the channel and how I was making this whole thing work, because he hadn't actually done that yet. He was doing ads, but he hadn't done it yet. And I was like, he had just left Powerland's place, and he said Powerland's not doing well. He's on a couch. He's sleeping in a garage. He was making it sound like the guy needed money. And I said, oh, well, let me show you how to monetize your channel, and then you can go back and teach him. You see, because like I'm actually in this for the right reasons. I was not trying to
Right.
destroy anybody. I wasn't trying to stop anybody from doing what they're doing. I didn't say, "Hey man, give up the guitar. It's crap." You know, I don't put people down. Yet here he is trying to stop us and throw water on everything we're doing. And but anyway,
Because he's selfish. That's what it
I'm
is.
trying to
There's a
help.
difference between. I think he's a selfish person. He really is. He's all about him. He plays the guitar, that shitty guitar, for an hour. Like, dude, give us a break. Oh no, we're gonna talk now. Whatever. God damn, dude.
Well, I
We
tried,
gotta
look,
go
I
through that
tried
fucking.
to show him, and I was like, look, the best way to get someone to accept the idea of monetizing their channel is to show him how easy it is and how people will want to support him because they know he will snowball. So I had Jake Gibson go live, and I was like, look, we're going to just, the premise is you're going live so you can go across the country and get everybody who's into this topic to kind of network, community building, whatever. So he's going across the
Yeah,
country
yeah.
meeting people everywhere, but he
I
did
met him.
so with the money that we raised that night. And I just set him up with super chat, and I think he raised a couple thousand that night. And one of my donors was being funny
Oh,
and was like, they threw him $666. And so, I mean, it's a
wow.
joke, right? And so I make the triple
Okay, I
six
get.
hand sign behind his head as a joke. Next thing you know,
Mhm.
Paroland tells him, you just sold out to Satan. You sold out to the bad guys. They're giving you money to buy your loyalty. So he thought that this was rigged and that was my money being routed through agents to give to him.
Ah,
No, it's organic. It was real. But anyway, that's the
yeah.
story
Well,
behind it.
he's jealous. He's jealous and sort of just a lot. He's a very smart guy. I used to watch his channel because he did have some interesting, very great things to say, and he was funny at times too. But he has, we all have faults. So I'm not
Well,
going to
he's a
say anything bad about
comedian.
him
Look, he's
because
a comedian, a performer. He's been on MTV, so you're not talking
yeah,
about
and
an
what,
amateur
his
here.
comedian
But
part was actually awesome. I loved his comedian stuff. Actually, that's the best thing I think he's ever done.
yeah, funnier than Dave Chappelle. I mean, actual comedians and
Yeah,
real
yeah,
comedians don't get the big gigs.
thought provoking. But the way he did it, yeah, thought provoking. Like, and I could see them saying, "We got to stop this guy. This is not what." Yeah, because it could have just grown. That thing could have grown into something big. But they put a stop to it, I think, right? Or why did he stop doing that? Because it was brilliant.
I'm not sure I'm not really sure the trajectory where he went or anything like that next. Some people are really immersed in the whole conspiracy being real deaths, everything's real, chemtrails are real, and I just stopped watching because
Right.
it seemed like he was lost in a lot of those fears. People are really dying,
Yeah.
Vaxageddon's coming, but anyway, Jake,
How can you enjoy your breakfast when there's chemtrails above us?
yeah, how can you enjoy? Yeah, exactly. And I
What's in that
don't,
one?
I just don't buy into a lot of the fear-based stuff, and I'm more about reverse engineering the fake news. But I don't even think it was you mentioned maybe jealousy or something. It's more like competitiveness. Within YouTube, there's like a limited supply of viewers that's how many people see it. And they get super competitive and they
Oh, okay.
think if your viewers come to me, they're never coming back. And it's not like that. People go to different restaurants, they go to different movies. They don't always go to just one source only. And my take on
That's
this
a good
whole
point.
topic was we need to have, like back when we had the big channel, 500 people plus gathering together, I would send them to other channels. I'm like, okay, our live stream's ending. Let's go to this person. So we would work to build networks of people. So we would always have a 24/7 chat all the time. And I just figured working together, rising tide
That's
raises
where
all
that
ships.
people don't see that they want to compete, but if you actually work with other people in the same level or of what you're doing yourself, that's like filmmakers do this. They work with other filmmakers if they're a low income filming apparatus. I have friends in Ireland that do that, and all the filmmakers in Ireland that are independent, they all hang out together and try to come up with projects and stuff like that. It's it's where it's at, actually. You don't try to compete against. You're just going to try to like say, hey, I'm going to make this movie, but I'm not going to let them know. No, it's not about that. It's about sharing and caring, sort of, yeah. Sharing, yeah, and
Teamwork,
making yourself
teamwork makes the
known.
teamwork makes the dream work. No, it's a cliche, but no, for real, there is this thing here.
No, it
where
is true.
If,
Yeah,
because what
giving
you
is
have
good.
with YouTube though is people treat it like I've been calling it sub pinatas, where this guy's got more subs than me, and if I attack this person, his subs will come to me. And like Russian Vids spends all his time hitting sub pinatas. He attacks this person, that person, thinking it's going to somehow build his channel. And it doesn't work that way. If you hit a big channel, you don't win their subs. And if some, and again, I think
It's negative energy.
that kind of negative form of
The
channel
Morgile is
building,
a perfect example.
it used to work though. Like in the early days of YouTube,
It used to work that way.
you used to be able to say,
yeah, I've heard it.
maybe it'd be like this, it'd be like reply to a video. So your video would be right beneath it. So you could reply to anybody's video. And so there was a lot of this responding to this person, responding to that person. And that's where a lot of these early YouTubers kind of got their big numbers. And so that, I think that's why you still see a lot of that kind of
Oh, okay, I get it. So it's not jealousy or anything like that. It's like they thought it was a way to grow the channel, like by negative publicity.
Yeah, in a way.
I mean, it does work.
Let me. I'm going. Someone mentioned here about the teamwork, dreamwork thing. I only said that because I was going through Twitter this morning, and I saw this video of this bully beating somebody up, and then this other guy comes along and then slugs the guy and knocks him out, and someone else comes in, and the caption was "Teamwork makes the dream work." Like I would never say that, but I saw it today, and I was like, oh, it just kind of.
Where was this at?
It was in a school. I don't.
Is it a news story?
No, my Twitter feed. My Twitter feed's a nightmare.
Oh, okay.
I've been catching a lot of violence on Twitter, but a lot of the stuff is like people doing violence and getting what they deserve. And I saw this one video.
Oh, payback, like revenge.
Yeah.
Or
And,
something. Revenge.
I think that there's some kind of reward center in your brain that gives you a little boost whenever you see some bully get what he deserves. It's in there.
Yeah, I kind of like revenge movies. Really, actually, I do like revenge movies, like Carrie. Creepy Carrie. Carrie's one of my favorite movies of all time because it's like, yeah, get them, Carrie. They still, and like it's disgusting what they do to her, but it's like, you know what I mean? Like, but
I didn't actually see it, but I am familiar with revenge.
You ever
fiction.
seen it? Oh, it's an awesome movie.
I'm sure it's like
It's a comedy.
Oh, it's a comedy. See, I didn't watch it because I thought it
Yeah,
was.
in a sense, it really is. If you look, you'll laugh your ass off. It holds up today. 1976, Carrie holds up well today, and it's only an hour and a half. We should watch it all together sometime when we get a chance, maybe in the fall or something.
I may.
Kicks and giggles.
I do. Like I watch a lot of movies just as part of my research. Although sometimes I will put them in Discord. So yeah, we have done that. In fact,
that'd be cool. Yeah, a group session of that would be awesome, and maybe a couple. And a David Lynch film I always want to see with the Penguin group, the Penguin Nazis.
Yeah, the David Lynch thing. There's Mulholland Drive and Twin Peaks and Lost Highway. I think were three things we were discussing. Mulholland Drive is a good one.
The last season of Twin Peaks was best. Yeah, that is a good one. Yeah. And Lost Highway is, what I think of Lost Highway is that it starts off and it goes all the way up to a crescendo in the middle of the film, and then he changes into another character on jail. I'm not going to give any, I don't think any spoilers away, but he goes to jail, the main character, and he turns into somebody else right in the middle of the film. I'm like, what the fuck? But then from that point on, it's a mirror of itself all the way to the end. So the second half of the movie is a mirror of what's going on from going up the side of like a triangle. So it mirrors its way down to the beginning of the film. That's my analysis of it because it's a freaky film. Yeah.
Yeah. All of David Lynch's films are freaky. Mulholland Drive has some interesting connections because it's like it got me looking into John Mulholland, who was this person who was tasked with this by the CIA with writing up a manual on illusion and deception. And so that movie has as one of its main themes illusion and deception and people playing multiple roles. So Mulholland Drive might not be specifically about that street Mulholland Drive, but I think it might actually reference that director, the writer.
Yeah, no, it does actually. It starts on Mulholland Drive, the movie does, but that's all basically.
Yeah, yeah. John Mulholland is the guy's name, and again, I don't think he specifically mentioned.
Is that road made after? Was that road named after him?
I don't think it. No, it wasn't. It wasn't. So there's not a real direct connection. But if you look into John Mulholland and his book on illusion and the art of
I'm looking it
illusion,
up right
John
now. I'm gonna
Mulholland.
write it down.
Yeah, I think that's kind of a clue to the purpose of Mulholland Drive in that whole movie, which is
Well, that's
all about.
interesting because David Lynch would never tell you what his movies are about.
Well,
He's
remember
like,
that one person
not
is singing
ever.
that woman singing the Roy Orbison song "Crying." She's singing it in Spanish, and then she falls mid-song, but the song continues because she wasn't singing. It was all lip syncing, but it was all an illusion. And they do all kinds of.
Was that? Was
Anyway,
that on Mulholland Drive?
yeah, in Mulholland Drive. Then of
Okay.
course you have.
Okay.
I mean, you've seen these movies. You could break them down, but there's reoccurring themes. With the Lost Highway, you have Patricia Arquette playing dual roles, and of course, like you said, that one character becomes the other character. Paradoxical stuff.
Yeah, and his movies are scarier than like other horror movies, I think, because they have the quality of something that can actually happen, like freaky psychological. They're trippy. They make you think like, oh god, like they like Blue Velvet. I mean, that could actually be something that could happen in real life. Like finding an ear and then finding out the psychos are running the town over, and what's his name? The main character in that is Dennis Hopper. Yeah, brilliant, perfect choice for that particular role. And he fought for it though, so he got it. But who was up for that role as well was the I can't think of his name. Anyway, did you ever see
His
Lost
soundtracks.
Highway?
His soundtracks are always interesting. Blue Velvet, I think.
Yeah, he has great soundtracks for sure. He does the sound himself. He does all the sound design of the movies. He does all the things like the little footsteps and little like sound effects.
Well, I used to have
so
a collection of Lynch's student films, and when I was in school, I was always into cinematography, film, but mostly animation. And you can find a lot of his old stop motion animation. A lot of it's kind of abstract, but yeah.
I've seen it, dude. It's good.
Yeah, so
I
like him as
very similar.
Experimental filmmaker, and of course, yeah, he does a lot with sound as well. But his musical
One of those
scores.
grandma.
Yeah, anybody who can do a musical score like that usually it's like it's next level because they're communicating on multiple levels. It's not just outsourced, and everything's intentional with his movies.
Oh yeah, 100%. And he works close with the Angelo Badalamenti. He does the soundtracks to all of his movies. The same guy, and he's like, yeah, Lynch is right there next to me the whole time and telling me like, oh no, we need this. You need to make it like this. But the other thing about David Lynch that is interesting is that he is a freak. I can't think of what I was going to say, but his movies are thought provoking and it's something you can watch over and over, and he'll never tell you what he thinks about it. He's like, movies should be your own personal experience. Well, that's what I was going to say. He also makes music. He sings. Have you seen his singing videos? They're good. They're really good. Clown, what's it called? Something Clown Time. That album is great. There's a couple of videos on there, and Sally caught her hair on fire. He does the voice of singing in like his high pitched, like David Lynch only could get away with voice.
I'll check it out. I mean, I like it though because I don't let the propaganda and the fake news or any of that ruin my appreciation for good filmmaking. And
that's true. That's the point, because it can actually.
Yeah,
his films are not. I don't think his films are really that a part of the. I mean, he could be.
They're probably too abstract. They're probably too abstract. I mean, the heavy doses of programming go in all the mainstream films that everybody lines up to see at the same time. I don't know if his movies could do very. I don't know.
Yeah, I think they like him in Hollywood. They like him for some reason, and they just let him do whatever he wants. But I don't think he's a part of the agenda at all. The CIA. I think he's over their head. It's like, that guy's too much of a freak. I can't even talk to him, much less fucking tell him what to put in his movies. You know what I'm saying?
Is Carrie really a comedy? Somebody here is questioning that. They said, "I'm so lit."
Yeah, it really. Well, if you watch the making of the movie, like with Piper Laurie, she was nominated for the Academy Award for that movie for Best Supporting Actress. And the first time that a horror movie was ever nominated. And Sissy Spacek was also nominated for Best Actress. And when Piper Laurie got the script from Brian De Palma, she's like, I don't get this. She said, with her husband, she's like, I don't understand this. This is like stupid. He's like, don't you know Brian De Palma does everything as a comedy? That he looks at everything as comedic. Look at it that way. And then when he told me that, I was like, oh my God, this is hilarious. This is so when you watch it, dude, it's a horror movie, 100%. But there is a quality of comedic. I don't know what to call it.
So it's not technically going to be like, okay, see, because there are things
it isn't. But it's funny in the sense of if you have a sense of humor and you're like, okay, this is 1970s, but it totally holds up. Like,
no,
I
know what you mean. I sit around.
The cast is really good.
We do these I wouldn't call them watch parties, but we sit around watching psyops, and it's like a lot of it's a matter of interpretation, your perspective. Was the 1/6 event a horror movie or a comedy? Was it a guided tour or an insurrection? It just depends on your perspective.
Good point.
And I think that
and some people will,
there are inside jokes, like the little winks and nods to the fall of Rome that tells you the thing's a comedy if you really know what you're looking at.
Yeah. No. So it's same difference, really the same difference. It's how you view the world. And I've seen Carrie so many times that I just know, for what I think of it, it's comedy because it just is. Because it just shows. It's a time capsule, actually, of 1970s high school in America and what was going on in 1970s high school in America. And the dorkism that was going on, it's like there's a bunch of dorks. And not knowing, naive, high school people, which that's what they are, still learning their way in life. And it's kind of funny. And Piper Laurie is amazing in it. And Sissy Spacek together, they just like work off each other so well. Really good.
Did you keep up with Stranger Things, which is kind of set in the 80s?
I haven't. I need to get my. I have a friend who has a Netflix account, and he gave me his password, and I can't get a hold of him because I lost it. So I just need to get that, and I can start catching up on a bunch of things. So I want to see the Sex and Robots thing. I heard that's really good. Is that Netflix too, right? Sex, Robots, and Love?
Yeah,
or...
I think you can get a free trial and binge watch on Stranger Things, but I would wait until the rest of the season comes out. But it is 100% tied in with all the concurrent. So I'm using the term concurrent programming instead of predictive or in.
I love that, dude. That's a great term.
Yeah, because there is plenty of predictive and concurrent programming. And here you have Stranger Things tying into both of these shootings. That's just too much. That's showing you, hey, this is a tie-in.
You said something in the Discord server that like blew my mind. They were like saying, "This is that Stranger Things is the thing that they're using as." Because if you have the idea that kids, they say, "Oh, I'm sorry about this episode, but the kids were." If it reminds you of all the shootings, we don't intend it to be that way, but they are intending it. That's what they want. They want you to see that.
In the light of these recent
I love that, dude. You pointed that out. That was good.
Yeah, we really got to warn you that in the light of these shootings, you might be really offended by the images of dead kids. It's like, okay, because it wouldn't have been offensive if it didn't happen within a few weeks of a shooting.
Because we don't see it. We don't get to see the dead kids on the news, so they bring it to you in the movies. Oh my God, that's brilliant. They're really, that's how they're pushing it.
I think that's what they do because I don't make any distinctions between the fake news and the fake movies and everything else. And so when it comes to you as a perceiver and your immersive experience in this hyper-mediated environment, you're now saturated, like with everybody else, with imagery of dead kids. Whether or not you consciously think about each one, it's there. Then you see it on the news. And so now whether you consciously or not think about it, these associations are there. That's the nature of programming. I'm convinced of it. That your subconscious is being programmed all the time.
Yeah, that's it. And they know it. They know that it's a way to carry it in without actually showing you the real thing, because that's already in your mind. That's in your mind already. And then they bring it in with the movie. That glues it together. Yeah.
Yep, exactly.
100%.
They do this with everything. They prepared us for space junk. They prepare us for buildings falling. Everything that we're experiencing, we're prepared for. And that's why I think it's so significant now that today.
You just throw a tomato the other day, did you, up in there?
What was that?
Did you throw a tomato up in the air the other day? Because you're in Albuquerque, right?
I am in Albuquerque.
I think it hit me. It hit me in the face, dude, just yesterday.
What was the context? No,
Whoever threw that tomato, man, I want to get them like, oh, that's not a space junk, that's a tomato.
Oh, yes. No,
just being silly, dude.
No, for this entire time that this channel's been around, though, and you've noticed it too, all we do is we analyze predictive programming and as everyone else has, but in the last 6 months, it just seems like everything's been sped up. Like they don't even bother giving it to you predictively. It's just real time Batman movie, real time concurrent events that tie into the movies. And so yeah, there's just no way you can escape it. You can't Netflix and chill and not be made aware of the shootings that you're responsible for.
Oh, 100%. You know how many killings there's been, how many shootings, those school shootings are just general shootings after Uvalde? I'm sure we all know the number.
Yeah, exactly.
30,
I've already told people, look, this is kind of a cheat sheet for you. Anytime I ask you how many blank at this event, the answer is 33 every single time.
Yeah. It's overkill. I don't know why it's always 33. They love that number so much because it's a nod to let everybody know, like, this is ours. Oh, hey, look, it's ours. Is that what it is?
I think it's their hoax code. Look at Wag the Dog. The movie Wag the Dog. They have this thing, they call it the Unit 303. So it's like they shout out to the Unit 303. It's the guys who fake everything. And so I think 33 might be a reference to the...
And they're like in a van, like going, oh, hey, they made a reference to us, dude. Hey, we're doing a good job, I guess.
Yeah.
Is that kind of like that? Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
okay, cool, yeah.
I think that these are just clues and definitely... So you're in the know, because we've been in the know by following their clues. I'm like, we're basically reading their plans. We have their playbooks, and they hate it.
Quit covering your eye. I don't care if it's with your knee or a black goo. We know you're covering your eye. You're covering one eye. It's like overkill, and it's so obvious now.
I just like to think,
but
though,
people
that
don't see it.
If any crisis actors are out there listening, that they take our criticism as what it is. You know, we're not trying to tell them to quit. We're trying to improve them. We're critics. And as critics,
oh yeah, no, I love snowflakes. I mean, I love I want to heal a snowflake. I want it to not melt.
Well, I mean, I want the crisis actors to cry when they're on the scene. I don't want them to cry because they hear our bad reviews about how crappy they did.
Right, and crying too. There's one teardrop this time. They got one teardrop, right? I think I heard that there's one teardrop at the Uvalde. I'm not saying that's a bad thing, but at least they got one this time, because last time there was nothing, zero. I think they got one. Was that Uvalde, the 1 year teardrop that they got a close up of?
I think it might have been Photoshopped, though. I need to run it through a filter, and I need to do a check.
It was for something else. Like, I lost my car. For something else.
I know. To be fair, though, I did see some tears once. There was a time when crisis actress Emma Gonzalez cried. This was a Parkland actress, but it wasn't for the 17 dead kids. No, she cried when Ellen DeGeneres gave her a $5 million check for March for Our Lives. So if you want your crisis actors to cry, you just got to pay them bigger.
That's so true, dude. And that's why Jenny Hug goes on tour all the time. Like, God, we got to milk this. We've only made $300 million amongst just 7 of us. Oh, God. I mean, it's disgusting. These people love money. Would they live? They bathe in it?
Ellen DeGeneres, her stage, if you haven't seen it, the back of her stage, it has palm trees and blue and white stripes looking exactly...
We know what that is.
Yeah, it's Pedo Island. It's right out of Epstein Island. And so then she brings on Justin Bieber. It was in January 2020. So here's Justin Bieber, and there's Epstein Island behind her, and he's singing a song called Yummy. And the sick thing is, the song Yummy was he puts the song out, and it's a song about it's an adult theme song, right? But on his Instagram account, he posts all kinds of pictures of babies with reference to the song Yummy. So I'm like, well, that doesn't make any sense. That's weird. That's gross. That's Pizzagate-y. And now here he is on Ellen DeGeneres, a Pizzagator, on Epstein Island singing Yummy.
Yeah, and that song is sick. I've seen the video to that. It's disgusting. It's like who what you wrote that? Really? Justin Bieber? I don't think
Did
so.
you see him today? Apparently, I don't know the cause, but apparently his half his face is spasming, and so now he's got this Joker smile and one eye is open. I saw him on the Drudge Report.
No, I haven't seen that.
Yeah, look.
Oh no, yeah, he's numb. The numb face, you mean?
Beaver's
Is that numb
face
face?
is paralyzed by a rare virus. So you can catch that.
I think it's from the jab.
You can catch that. It's from the virus.
I thought it was from the jab. Isn't people getting like Breyer disease or whatever it's called?
Is it weird anyway?
The governor of California get it as well? Or
I think these celebrities are just weird in themselves, that they're like, you're going to be, you know, you're basically your face is your livelihood. You're all about your image, and then you get some weird disease, and you're going to start Instagramming all of your symptoms. Like, I'm glad he doesn't have gout.
Yeah, actually, I thought it was at the weekend. Like he was like, it's like, oh, I know what this is. This is him halfway between becoming the Weeknd and Justin Bieber. Oh, okay, that's what I thought it was at first.
Oh yeah, for people who don't know,
Like,
the Weeknd.
He's transforming into the Weeknd. Just let him be.
The Weeknd doesn't exist, and if you want to know why Beaver's always got the mask knee, it's because of the Weeknd mask. That's the theory, right? The Weeknd is
right.
a mask.
I think it's true. I think you got something there on that one.
It's not the other way around. It's not the other way around. And this is
Say
just
it again. What did you say? I missed that. Maybe I missed that.
It's not the other way around. Justin is the Weeknd on the weekends. It's not the Weeknd.
Oh, right. That's
is the
right. Yeah,
Justin
that's right.
Monday through Friday. And I always look at this whenever you compare it to people that you suspect of being the same person. You got to just check the skulls and make sure that this person's head could actually fit inside of a mask, and yeah, the Weeknd has a big bobblehead, and it does look like, yeah, it looks like a big hood, a big rubber
Bobblehead.
deep fake mask. Yeah, he's a bobblehead. When you see him walking,
And I know I sing. I can sing just like Justin. I mean, what? I'm not Justin Bieber.
Well, look, it's not.
I hate
It's
that
not
guy.
just that
He's
they
my
look
enemy.
the exact same, except for a little bit different. But they have the same girlfriends. They have the same wardrobe.
Right.
They live in the same neighborhood in Canada, but they've got overlapping girlfriends and relationships. How does that happen, given they're both their same
both Canadian?
stature? Well, they're both Canadian. They're both very successful in their respective genres, and they have the same girlfriend, same wardrobe. It's absurd.
And their moms, are they like, do we can have a father? Does he have a? Because I know Teresa, I mean Justin Bieber has a mother that pushed him into the business, right? But I mean, right? For the most part,
sure, but
she's the one that got him in there.
Okay, so now that I think about it, there is something there. There's plenty there to dig into, but what what's the suspicion here is, though, is that if this is true, the Weeknd would have been a character invented a long time ago, that they play these roles concurrently, but it's well within the realm of possibility. And if you don't know about deepfakes by now, after having a deepfake president for 2 years, I don't know if we can help.
Oh my God, Charlie! Is he gonna wear? How many different masks is he gonna wear? Is he gonna wear the one that cooks his earlobes or not? Come on, buddies, get it together. Does he have hooked earlobes or does he not have a hooked earlobe? Seriously, I mean, it's like that. It's like blatant. Like, are you guys doing that on purpose? Yeah, the hooked earlobes thing. You know what I'm talking about, right? I mean, of course you do.
Yeah, kind of do actually. Yeah, you got lobes and no lobes, Joe.
Yeah.
Okay, so
they're attached.
there's another deepfake that I'm very interested in seeing exposed, but it probably never will be. Owen Schroyer. Do you think Owen Schroyer is playing the role of?
Oh God, dude, that was a good one. I don't know who Owen Schroyer is, but that guy and the deer hunter are the same person. Mm-hmm.
Okay, so deer hunter, the guy with the bullet horns and the spear.
Yeah.
Okay, so
that dude. Yeah, that's a deer hunter.
Infowars is the
Look
tip of the spear.
at that. That's identical right there. 100%. Those people are 100% the same person. I think, anyway. Have they been in the same room together?
Infowars is the tip of the spear. QAnon shaman's the guy that ran with the spear into the Capitol. And I don't know if they've ever been seen in the same room together, but my breakdown of it is it's the same guy. Shaved the mustache.
Yeah.
The one difference is this. The QAnon shaman's
That's
upper
the
lip,
same.
it looks like he's pouting. He's got trout pout. Well, that's because he's got a plumper or fake teeth. That's the only difference. There's a few other pictures in here that show it's the same body, and he even uses the same gesticulations, same
Of how
finger
he stays
pointing up,
words and
same
yeah.
arms. And let me ask you this: how many
Oh yeah,
shamans,
muscular arms.
how many shamans and animal
Tattoos are easy.
skins taking mushrooms do you see at your local gym?
No, I only see them at the Capitol usually, and they're actually having a coffee with the security guard and saying, "Hey, what's going on? This is great. Blah, blah." I'm in the know. Like what? Why wasn't that shown in the fucking at this hearing for the craziest night since January 11th or since 9/11? You know, why is this January 6th such a big deal? Nobody died. We all know that, but I mean, but nothing happened.
Oh, the media lies.
You know?
They even said, I was listening on 1/6, they said the 1/6 committee was like 5 cops died. It's like no cops died. The ones that died after from suicide, and one guy had a heart attack or something. But no, they lie like
Right, and
crazy.
Pelosi had to wait
But
2 hours to get a drink. I mean, come on.
but no, it's all staged, and this proves it here. QAnon shaman is Owen Schroyer. I've seen shamans, and they don't. This is all fake. This is just such a caricature. But look at the arms. Somebody who's doing drugs and talking about what this guy talked about. This guy completely out of touch with reality. He would be
Not at all.
skinnier. He would have track marks. He would have worse tattoos. This is all fake, recent tattoos made up. And
No,
then,
they had the same arms too. They worked out. You know, and the tattoo on the shaman guy, it makes it look like he may be less muscly, but you know, it's the tattoo that's making it look that way.
actually, I checked that out, and no, it's the same arms. The only reason why he might look less muscly here is that his elbow's a little away from his body, whereas on the other picture,
Okay.
Schroyer, it's pressed against his body. And this one here, I swapped out their lips just to show you how it's just a plumper. And yeah, there's
Yeah,
no
and
difference.
they have the same mouth configuration, like the way the mouth is shaped. And there's a picture you showed before where it's like a kind of a lower camera shot of their head, and they have the same mouth, same teeth.
Now, there's one
I mean,
more thing here.
they're-
If this is still hard for someone to see, I would say this: if Bill Hicks became Alex Jones, then it's all the more likely that the QAnon shaman is actually the QAnon Schroyer.
Right. Well, that would be cool if that would happen. You know, like all of a sudden everybody turns into their regular role to begin with. Like Alex Jones morphs back into, because he can't help it. He's like, I miss my fucking Bill Hicks. I miss Bill Hicks. I'm just gonna be him. And this guy turns into the other guy. I mean, like if everybody just turned into their regular self, then we would have less Brad Pitts in the world, probably.
Yeah, that would be quite a day if all the masks just came off at once. Which
But
that's
it won't happen, will it? It's not going to happen. That's the sad thing about it. And it's not. Who cares if it doesn't? Let's party anyway until it's 1999. Oh, sorry, past that.
well, no, the QAnoners actually do believe that Prince, speaking of that song, Party Like It's 1999, that Prince and all these other death fakers are going to come back, and that Rush Limbaugh is going to come back as his original form, Jim Morrison. So we'll see. We'll see this big awakening if Diana
I'm
comes
not
back.
I'm not a QAnoner, so I don't know these things. But I'd like to be a part of that group. They sound like they have a lot of fun. At least they push the envelope.
If you can make it to
things
Dallas, you could not only become a full-fledged, full-blown QAnoner, but you might be able to meet JFK, aka the Second Coming of Christ.
At 105 years old? Oh my God! I've been wanting. I mean, I'm going.
It's like Jesus Christ on a wheelchair. I mean, that
Jesus
105.
Christ on a wheelchair. Roll him out, everybody. Here he is. Well, slap that thing back. Slap that. That's just a hairpiece. It's not the actual brain motion. Oh my God.
He'll be an easier target on a wheelchair than in a moving Lincoln. It won't take 3 shooters to take him out. You know, now that I think about it,
No.
hold on, 3 shooters,
Fucking fight.
3 nails. They're
No, it was definitely the wife that did it, and if it was a real event, I think she did it. His wife, I can't remember her name. I'm terrible with names, so sorry about that.
Oh, Marilyn Monroe.
She was right there. It looks like she's like takes out a gun, so there's kink, but it's the guy behind that shoots him. Easy shot, and Hinckley, or not Hinckley, but Mr. Guy in the window. I'm so terrible with names. He was just a scapegoat. Yeah, 100%. He couldn't shoot Billy in the eye with one of those shotguns. Or maybe he could. I don't know.
There's a great story about this, though. Lee Harvey Oswald worked at Riley's Coffee when he did the shooting, and everybody at Riley's moved to NASA except for him. So how is it that Lee Harvey Oswald ends up on a grassy knoll while all his buddies end up at NASA? Well, it's because...
He picked the shortest straw.
Well, I think that they all went to go work on Team Kubrick.
Ooh, yeah, you're
Kubrick
right, yeah.
directed the JFK assassination. He wasn't there for the 11/22 screening of Dr. Strangelove because I think he had other things to attend to. And there are some very interesting connections between everything Kubrick and all of these major psyops that are worth going into. But yes, the JFK fake assassination was likely directed by Kubrick. Kubrick directed Apollo 11. So if everybody around Oswald went to go work for NASA, then it's all the more likely that Oswald did too. But instead of going to the moon, he went to the grassy knoll. But same.
He actually got an extra up a lift. Really, he got himself notarized, and so after that they said, "Okay, we're going to kill him, but we're not. You're going to go to NASA. Have a good time." Kubrick's NASA.
I'm starting to think too that maybe NASA does all the psyops. Like maybe what we think of as NASA is actually just the government PSYWAR department or the military PSYWAR wing, and it's like, well, our PSYWAR is also involving dominating the above the air, like the airspace and space itself. So yeah, I would think PSYWAR would include above and below, and so it makes sense to me that Kubrick would be involved with all the assassinations and even the school shooting psyops. Not just him specifically, but this department. These things are way too interconnected. Look at a Senator Mark Kelly. You know, astronaut, his wife Bifford shot in the head. So
right.
So he's connected to both, and then government. So he's in government. He's in the shooting.
The one here in Colorado, right? Is that the guy? He's married to the lady that was the secretary of
it was Arizona.
The Colorado shooting.
The Gerald Loeffner shooter was in Arizona.
Where's the Littleton one? What's the Littleton place called?
Yeah, Littleton, Colorado. But again, my point though is that you can see that the school shootings, the government itself, all the political theater, and the outer space opera stuff, they all share the same backstage.
Okay. It's a good one. Yeah, I think I've heard you say this before. I do think that could be a check mark right there. That's a good one. But you know what's interesting? I like it when you talk about the Littleton shooting and the three people, like the sisters, right? Isn't that the one from married to Fauci is involved in that, right?
Oh yeah, in fact, I have a picture of the Littleton shooters, and this is wild. So the Littleton shooters, Dylan and Klebold, which is where you get Dylan Roof, you know, they like to tie all these things together. And I believe Dylan and Klebold were also reputed to be fans of like Marilyn Manson, KMFDM, and I believe they were also reported to be lovers. So this is where it gets kind of interesting here. We Are Woke TV found this. It looks like the creators of South Park, Matt Stone and Trey Parker, were also the roles of Eric Harris and Dylan Klebold.
No, that's a good one. I like that. That could be true. You know, I have a friend that was at Columbine. That's what it's called. Columbine during that shooting. That he comes to my house every once in a while and tells me that. I was like, dude, I thought that was fake.
Yeah, it was fake. I just let him know. Chill,
and,
bro.
Yeah, he's like, no, it was real. I was like, dude, you live in a rosy mist. I got to tell you. I go, well, I was there. I'm like, oh God. He claims that he was there, and I never listened to his side of the story because he never has anything. He's always all over the place, and it's like it's hard for me to follow what he's actually saying. So I'm like, I just don't, you know, dude, you're He's like, I bought them the trench coats. Whatever.
Interesting. Yeah, probably made up. But a lot of people
Yeah,
like to
I
attach
don't believe it.
themselves. They probably like to attach themselves to events for various reasons. Like if I believed every person that knows somebody who died in 9/11 or Vegas, 5,000 people died on 10/1/2017 in Vegas, and I think about 10,000 died on 9/11.
Oh, right. That's it. And we haven't seen one funeral, have we? Maybe we've seen a few fake ones, yeah.
Yeah.
I can't say that, yeah.
Conspicuously
Funerals, my family doesn't believe in funerals, so that's why I say that. I've seen one funeral. I don't even know what that means. I don't believe in funerals. Like, what? You don't believe in coffins?
Yeah, no, I know what you mean. You believe in them, but you just don't. Yeah,
I think they're at the point where like, it's just a waste of time. Let's just throw my ashes into the mountains. Oh, okay.
Well, there is
Whatever.
a reason why you wouldn't want to, though. I mean, like you wouldn't want people to find evidence of a hoax later. That's why I think it's important that they don't have any sort of visible trace. Like
Good
Adam
point.
Lanza doesn't exist anymore. His father said they just didn't even bother giving him a grave. But do you
Right.
remember when COVID started? They were saying that they were just throwing bodies into piles and burning them, and you could see the smoke from space, mass graves in Central
Yeah.
Park.
The smoke is so terrible in Mexico. Yeah, it was like Mexico and loads of other places. Yeah. The smoke is so thick that it covers the sky like a swarm of bees.
Yeah, that was my
Well, not
favorite.
quite,
Where
but
in Mexico they were saying that that the crematories were on 24/7. The skies were turning
that's
black,
it.
and it's like, okay, I used to work around crematories, and they have afterburners, so you don't get any black smoke, so that wouldn't happen. But
Oh, good to know.
and then what's more, okay, I was working for a decedent transport company recently, and they said, hey, great news. We don't have to use the outside freezers anymore. I'm like, what do you mean? They said, yeah, the hospital closed the morgue beneath the hospital for the duration of the pandemic. So that we had to go, when we were picking up from that hospital to take them to the county morgue, we had to pick them up from outside of the hospital. So the idea here is,
Oh, where?
well, everywhere where you were,
Okay.
every single hospital that you saw empty tents outside, they were trying to give the
Yeah.
impression that the hospitals were overflowing. And if you heard trailers outside,
Okay. Yeah. That is bullshit right
okay,
there. Yeah,
well,
I
they
remember
said
that.
because they didn't have
Yeah.
enough room at the morgues. But anyway,
Just like the ship that became in New York, right? Wasn't that supposed to be for extra bodies as well?
yeah,
But nothing happened with
the
that.
empty boats, the empty ships that came out and did nothing. Well, the thing is,
Fear tactics. Yeah.
the public sees it and they're like, okay, the hospital's so full and they got these bodies, they're so dirty, they are so contaminated that they put them outside. And my point is, no, they were using regular bodies as crisis actors by putting them outside.
Oh, I know. What? That's disgusting. Exactly. They're putting them into so it looked like they were putting real bodies in there. And that was the whole
So
purpose.
so you were really putting bodies in there, but they weren't because the hospital was full.
But the hospital morgues were empty.
Because they were specifically closing the hospital morgues, so they would have to use the outside morgues as a PR stunt to keep up the
So
illusion of a
desperate.
pandemic. It worked though. It worked. And
It did.
nobody's
You're right. It did work.
and how would you have known unless you had an ability to go check one of these things? And so I already knew this was the ruse, but I had confirmation with this last job where I was
Oh, you
employed.
did? Okay. I just had intuition. That's how I go by a lot of times. Like there's no way
Well,
that's
I
happening.
figured those freezers were just empty, but that I was told no. The reason why they had to use them is there was no alternative. So I'm like, makes sense because now everybody at the college down the street has to listen to these outdoor freezers all day, and they can hear it in this parts of town where they're most heavily brainwashed. I'm like, that's very powerful. That's some good programming.
But it is. It is. Oh God, the freezers just kicked in again, Martha. I can't go to sleep. Oh God, I'm going to sleep.
Yeah, I can't sleep because I'm hearing the morgue trucks.
I'm hearing the motor of the freezer going off again. It just went off. Oh my God. That's just disgusting. That's just like these people are like so funny. How they can, they're not creative, but they are in a sense. But it's this bizarre.
It is the
bizarre
PSYOP
world.
entertainment complex. They are using entertainment as a weapon of war.
And I hope I didn't say anything that was like devastating or something on this. I mean, for some snowflakes. I mean, not snowflakes. Yeah, snowflakes. Let's just put it out there. Snowflakes melt, and that's just the way it is. God Sorry
Well, look,
about
we're
that.
5 hours into this live stream, so anybody who's hung
Jeez
on this,
Louise, are you serious?
well, I mean, you've been on the phone for
It is
80 minutes,
3:26.
but yeah, so
Oh,
yeah,
sorry about that.
anybody who's been on this long clearly has a thick skin, or they are capable of processing
Right.
information without melting and demanding that we burn some books.
Oh yeah, and book burning is this so 1984. Oh, but that's where we're living in.
Well, digital
I
book
forgot.
burning. Yeah. Anyway, hey, thanks for the call. I'll be on
No,
tomorrow.
thank you,
Rather,
man.
today, Infinite Plane Saturday should be super interesting if JFK shows up in Dallas and Elvis or the Kraken shows
Any
up in
reports
Seattle.
of anything going on in Dallas, as the Space Needle tips over, or is it until anything going on there? Because I've been on the Space Needle before, and it's like a tin cup up there. It's like, okay, get me off of this thing, because I think this tin cup is going to float away.
That's yeah.
I felt like it was going to fly away from the wind. Like, this is like a tin cup. Let's get the fuck out of here.
They put $100 million into renovations, and so the Space Needle's prepared for some kind of, I don't know, catastrophe. So I hope it's good, whatever
That's
they
too
do.
much money for that price. Too much money.
I'm looking
$100
forward.
million?
Look, EMP is what we're going to do. So don't worry, you're not going to get nuked. You're not going to blow up if you're in the Northwest, but they might shut off your internet for a few days.
I don't live in the Northwest anymore. I used to, but you know, I'm predicting that Chief Crow might have a live stream tomorrow night. Do you think so? I think he's about due.
I
Yeah,
would,
let's say, yeah.
It's Saturday, and he had been doing some, so hopefully he's got some new songs. Have you heard the new song "Dinosaurs in Space"?
Yeah, it's good. I like it.
Yeah,
He's hilarious.
I think it's important though to do music about scientific concepts. Got to really reach the youth.
Because, you know, that brings the kids in too. That's what I liked about the Beatles, because they're kid effective. My parents raised me on the Beatles. We would listen to Beatles every Sunday, and Neil Diamond, and brilliant music. The Beatles stuck to me forever because they have this kid-like quality about them. Like, it's like kind of playful and like, woo,
Arrested emotional development. And you know, by the way, John Lennon, yeah, Steve Jobs. John Lennon never died.
Steve Jobs, right?
Steve Jobs was
You're
spotted.
right. I mean,
Steve Jobs didn't die either. And the weird thing is this: the first thing that Steve Wozniak said when he was told that Steve Jobs died, he said, "Whoa, it's like losing John Lennon again." Like, what the hell is
I was
that?
right to tell you that.
I mean, that
because
would be
they
like,
have to give their little.
like I was gonna say this, when Bill Hicks died, when Alex Jones dies, when he gets shot or something, whatever they do to him, because I think that's in the script, I'm gonna say, wow, it's like losing Bill Hicks all over again.
It's brilliant. I love it.
Yeah, when
it's true though.
when Limbaugh
It's
died,
so true that they can't.
Limbaugh was on for what, 33 years with the EIB. When he died, I'm like, man, it's like losing
You
Jim
mean Jim Morrison?
Yeah, it's losing Jim
Oh, right.
Morrison all over again.
So I mean, this is the end.
Hey, have you seen Basketball? It's a stupid movie. Eric Harris and Dylan Klebold
It's
were
the
in
people
that.
from South Park, right?
Oh yeah, South Park guys. Yeah. At the end of the movie, and I don't care for South Park's creators very much, but they did this movie called Basketball, and at the end they made out. I didn't understand the inside joke. Now I do.
Yeah, they're kind of gay that way. They're weird gay. They're like
Well, I don't even
don't
think
know.
that was
They're like weird gay.
That's not what it was
I don't
necessarily.
get
There was
it.
some kind of inside joke in the context of the movie. I'm like, well, what does this mean? I mean, I don't care if they are or not. My thinking is Dylan
I think one of them
Klebold
is.
and Eric Harris were also reported to be in love. So the idea that Matt Stone and Trey Parker would kiss, I think, is just a reference to, hey, we're the shooters. It's just kind of an inside
Yeah,
joke. It
well
has
then
to
you
be.
know. Hey, you know about those guys, Trey Parker and they did a thing about the Academy. They went to the Academy Awards because they were invited because they had a song that was nominated, and they said, "Oh, what can we go as?" So they both went in drag on acid. They took acid. We took some really good acid, and it was like when we got there, it was like we didn't want to get out of the car, you know, because when you change environments, that's the hardest part about taking acid. Like, okay, we got to go from the car to this crowd. Okay, let's just do it. They did the whole thing on acid, and they talk about it. It's a pretty good YouTube video. I think you just look up Trey Parker Academy Awards acid, and it'll come up.
All right, I may take a look. I may take a look. I think
You may not?
there are a couple of crisis actors though. This is a new development. So.
Right, because they are the bomber, the Columbine shooters, black coat trenchmen that made a big impression on the Matrix community. right, for the most part.
Oh yeah, exactly.
Anyway,
they set the template.
well, no.
Matrix breakers are dangerous. Anyway, thanks again for the
Yeah.
call, and have a great night. Rourke66.
Thanks for listening, and the chat's been great. You guys are awesome, you all know. And love you. Have a good time. See you
All right, see you
tomorrow.
later. All right, Rourke66. All right, let's see what we have here. Going through comments. Licky Spliss's basketball is great. I only saw little bits of their movies. Again, lowbrow garbage, but yeah, what isn't on TV these days? Creators of South Park, Matt Stone and Trey Parker, are likely. This is from We Are Woke TV. The government has been trying to disarm us for years. Columbine Massacre in '99 was nothing more than an earlier push for gun control. And as you can see here, C.C. Garnham says, participants in hoaxes get promotions. So what he's suggesting is that Eric Harris and Dylan Klebold, after they did their fake school shooting and their fake suicide, got a promotion. I would say that's a match. It's from We Are Woke TV. Is this a match? This was posted by, I believe, JT33 found this one in Discord. I get everything you guys are posting in Discord. I do get it, but I don't always have time to vet everything, every alleged fact. Can someone go ahead and fact check this? I saw this chupacabra-like thing. It was making the rounds. Someone took a picture of this creature. But anyway, if this is a match, let me know. Is that a morgile? It's not a chupacabra. Could be a morgile, but I'm not a specialist. Okay, going through my voicemails to see if there's anything else here. So much going on this weekend. So much going on. Lean Dion says, drag that dummy across the grass, Sarge. Oh yeah, the Columbine Massacre. Usually you can say no dummies were injured in the production of this PSYOP, but I'm pretty sure they hurt some dummies at that drill there in Littleton. Everything wrong with the Capitol shooting in 21 minutes or less. I made this video available on Rofkin. So if any of you have not followed me on Rofkin yet, here's one reason why. We are now putting all of our banned videos, everything that's necessary to watch that we can't keep on YouTube, over there. So here's a link. Everything wrong with the Capitol shooting in 21 minutes. And this one shows you that the whole thing was a hoax. And one of the dead giveaways, of course, is the Ashley Babbitt PSYOP. And during the PSYOP, and this is a frame-by-frame breakdown, you're actually able to see certain social media influencers here who are part of the PSYOP. One of them claims he caught Ashley Babbitt, and then he got blood on him, when he didn't catch her. But on his way out the door, he touched her so we can get fake blood on his hands. That would be this person. So this guy, his name is Benjamin Barani. Benjamin Barani is a confirmed actor, crisis actor, who knows Ashley Babbitt didn't die and that the entire thing is a PSYOP. So let me play a few seconds of this thing here. It's on Rofkin Infinite Plane Radio, and the video I uploaded is everything wrong with the Capitol shooting in 21 minutes or less. And I put links to the information about the original uploader if you want to follow them on Telegram. But I'll play a few clips here from it.
Cringe hour.
They shot a girl!
But listen to what this lady says. That's amazing. It completely validates everything we're doing here. And notice coming down the stairs like a damn...
Okay, so you actually have people who weren't part of the PSYOP saying they're all actors, they're all acting. You know, kind of like what Lynn, the first caller, was saying about the number of actors or people who could be in on something. Yeah, this was comprised of many, many actors. These are all actors, with a few dupes thrown in there. I'm going to play the intro to this video, Everything Wrong with the Capitol Shooting in 21 Minutes.
Disaster is overwhelming. Paid actors.
We can take that place. We got more people coming up. Let's get them down here on the track.
I want to confess that I was paid to pretend to protest today.
So a lot of paid protesters, paid actors. It was a simulated riot. And in 20 minutes, you could do all the due diligence necessary to know this thing was a hoax. And so go to my Rofkin account. I'll put a link below. There's another video that shows also a jump cut during the supposed Ashley Babbitt killing. All right, there's a new Kanye track out. Well, he produced it called Bloodstain. Hopefully we're going to have our new Charles Manson-esque event very soon, the next OJ event. The OJ Simpsonification of Kanye West is nearly complete. We talked about the gun control farce and the various actors pushing it, and I showed you a clip from Texas Chainsaw Massacre where Matthew McConaughey puts a shotgun in his mouth and then terrorizes Renee Zellweger with it. And I was stating that my belief on this is that in these movies, they turn guns into villains. They demonize a tool, a weapon. They make guns inherently scary, and they make it look like only crazy, scary people would want to use them. Commenter New Perspective says, JFK becoming Jimmy Carter seemed unlikely to me until I compared Rosalind to Lem Billings. Send links. Send links. Because JFK is scheduled to come back tomorrow. But if you're saying JFK is Jimmy Carter, as some have said, well then that's kind of problematic. How are they going to do that? Jimmy Carter is still walking around. I guess we can pick up on a lot of the stuff tomorrow that we missed, that we didn't cover, but there's so much here. Adam McKay says, new film script, a comedy drama, his take on the ills. Now this is interesting. This is the guy. Adam McKay is the director that wrote Don't Look Up. And he said the film is about an asteroid set to destroy the Earth amidst rampant social media conspiracy theory denial. So this affirms it. It was never about an asteroid killing the Earth. It was about misinformation. Don't look up. That's what they're really saying. Don't look up. Phys.org, women in simulated space missions demonstrate more sustainable leadership. NASA's so far behind. They're so far behind. Cis women demonstrate more sustainable leadership. You know, what exactly are we talking about here? You can't just say men and women. The binary no longer fits. And so this is kind of cis sexist. I don't know what you'd call it, but supposedly women are better at faking space. That's the basic message here. A new study based on the Mars Desert Research Station reveals distinct differences in female and male leadership behavior. Although both genders are task-focused, women tend to be more positive. It says women emphasize mutual support and may be better suited for long-term space missions. It says in 10 to 20 years, when the missions to Mars start, it may be mixed gender groups that are sent there. But it goes on to say that the data suggests that within the dynamics of mixed groups, you may want to have women leaders because they're more supportive. Good to know. They've been drawing this, they've been making this point for some time. They said spacesuits are too big for the women. They can't do spacewalks. This idea of space having been too sexist has been brought up for some time. So that's probably what they're trying to do here. Do you remember when that NASA employee suddenly, supposedly, he put a probe on a comet like 200 million miles away? I mean, this is a major achievement. NASA puts probe, I think it was on an asteroid or a comet, 200 million miles away. They landed it. NASA landed a spacecraft on an asteroid 200 million miles away. All these types of things that I consider to be, these are miracles, if real. Anyway, one of the astronauts that was behind this thing, his name was Matt Taylor, had to apologize after this incredible mission. Not because of anything other than his shirt. The scientist who wore a sexist shirt as he gave a report on the Rosetta mission has apologized for his big mistake. He actually cried.
Matt, how is this, maybe it's too early to really to say how the science is comparing with that from the Rosetta orbiter, but perhaps you'd like to give us a bit of an overview of how it's going to compare with the data that we collect from the orbiter.
Okay, the shirt I wore this week, I made a big mistake, and I
Now he's literally crying.
offended many people, and I'm very sorry about this.
Now he's crying because he wore a shirt that had women in bikinis with machine guns. So basically, he wore his toxic masculinity on his sleeve. And for this, his accomplishment of landing a spacecraft on a meteor millions of miles away, the equivalent of landing a fly on a speeding bullet, meant nothing because he offended some women somewhere. I'm just pointing it out that this is just kind of part of their trend. I don't think these stories are coincidental, that women in simulated space missions are better than men. His shirt just had women in bikinis and guns. That's it. Okay, this has been absolutely great. Appreciate all the callers. So much. Oh, look, Finding Freedom Seattle, a movie featuring Seattle being destroyed. Yeah, that's been the big story. So if you didn't know, Seattle may be getting hit with an EMP on 6/11, which would be today. Kraken may be released, and the QAnoners are waiting for JFK to return because they believe he is Jesus, the second coming. I have a newsletter about this, and if you haven't subscribed to my newsletters, I'd highly recommend it. You get live stream notifications. Oh, here's another one too. Huge asteroid the size of the Statue of Liberty is going to hit us this weekend. You notice how they always use asteroids the size of certain things to make political points? It's election day. An asteroid the size of Trump Tower is going to hit the White House. Well, here we have one the size of the Statue of Liberty. So now NASA can land probes on comets 200 million miles away, but they can never accurately predict something incoming. Like, why is that? You cannot predict incoming objects with accuracy. QAnoners believe that JFK is coming back. They're flocking to Dallas. rawstory.com. Two more headlines here. This is what I'm talking about, the O.J. Simpsonification of Kanye West. Kanye West is upset and hurt over Pete Davidson hanging out with his kids. New song by Kanye West. Kanye West produces a new song, Bloodstain. See what I mean? There's a picture emerging here. Okay, now tomorrow, March for Our Lives goes out. And listen to Matt Gaetz. Matt Gaetz says Republicans will need AR-15s to stave off Dem midterm violence. Just mentioning this because both sides are preparing, and I would say this, if nothing else, just the fact that March for Our Lives is going out is enough of a Kraken being released to be very consistent with much of the predictive and concurrent programming. So I'm not sure, for sure about what's going to happen tomorrow, but I do know that the main polarizing issue right now is, of course, guns. So all of it's kind of tying together neatly. And hey, I just did a quick search here, and it turns out that yes, just to verify it, Lee Harvey Oswald shot 3 bullets at Kennedy. So this Kennedy-Christ connection, 3 bullets, 3 nails. I can see how they wrote this story. I think it's all story. Everything is. I mean, look, the Riddler using a Tucker, and then the Riddler is compared to the Tucker Carlson, who then sends off his killer. I mean, these tie-ins are so definitively, this is just what are you going to call it? Concurrent programming. But it pretty much says it. Yeah, we're living in a reality TV show. Stranger Things is preceding March for Our Lives. Same story, PTSD, some threat that the adults don't see, and the youth have to rise up, and it's about to hit the streets, so it should be interesting. Alyssa J says, Saturday morning with IPS should be a regular thing. Miss Lynn, she's dope. Yeah, we had a call earlier with Lynn. In fact, we're already like 5 hours into this thing. So I will probably be sending out text messages tomorrow morning, closer to 11 p.m. Mountain Time, just depending on what's going on, but Infinite Plane Saturday as normal. Kind of went a little later than usual tonight, but want to make sure we caught up on everything so we can focus tomorrow. I put a link in the chat if you want to get a press pass. Again, if you get a press pass, you're considered to be essential, and you will not be locked down because the country's out of gas. You won't be locked down because somebody ate a bat in China. And you won't be locked down because the ocean levels are rising because of cow flatulence, or whatever excuse they make up that will satisfy the average media consumer. And when I say, what I mean by that is you're either a regular average media consumer, a true believer, or you're a critical consumer of information. Lean Dion says, it's right, the kids are trapped in an alternate reality of darkness and violence. Yeah, absolutely. Stranger Things has way too many tie-ins to be coincidental, and again, the Russians release the Kraken. The Russians release the Demogorgon in the Stranger Things. So I think that the Russians release the Kraken is kind of told in The Hunt for Red October, which was referenced in the Rust movie shooting, because Alec Baldwin was in it. He shot a Ukrainian who's from the place where that submarine comes from. And again, Hunt for Red October is a Russian sub that's undetectable. And as we speak right now, the Russians, or Putin, is threatening to nuke the West Coast with Satan II, the Satan II missiles. So there's quite a lot that could happen tomorrow. And if you ask me, the thing that makes the most sense is that the Russians will use a right-wing nationalist as a proxy to commit something, that or Russia will literally drop Satan II on us. And interestingly enough, on April 31st, on May Eve, there was a portal above the White House, according to Roger Stone. Might have been a lens flare, but he's convinced it was a portal to hell. And he stayed up all night praying to close that portal. It sounds absurd. I might as well just go ahead and play the clip, because I'm thinking the connection here is this. If Stone, who's obviously an actor, crisis actor, he's talking about a satanic portal above the White House, then doesn't that kind of connect to Satan too?
There you can see it. It's very, very clear. It doesn't move day or night. It's harder to see during the day, but you see it at night. And I'm absolutely convinced about the inherent, there it is again, about the inherent evil of what's going on in the White House, what's going on in the country. And I think it's imperative that people know about this, that people of good faith, that Christians know about this, and we begin a national, essentially a prayer assault to close the portal. We were born for this moment.
Yeah,
I absolutely
for sure.
believe that.
For sure.
I've been preparing this for this moment my entire life without even knowing it. I just thought I was a political warrior, but this is no longer a war in the political realm.
That's right.
All right, so Satan's portal above the White House. Then you got Satan 2. Something's going on. I pointed this out. There's a lot of this Satan stuff out there. Ryler05 says they just want to trigger the Christians. Yeah, you can tell. I mean, this is a political operative. Roger Stone is as hellbound as anybody. He's got a tramp stamp of Richard Nixon. There's no way he's a prayer warrior. This is obviously a joke, but I'm just thinking maybe Satan 2 is going to come out of the hole above the White House or something. I'm not sure. And then there's one other thing to consider here. The hole above the White House that Stone is talking about appeared on the 56th anniversary of the Church of Satan. Very significant because that's also Travis Scott's birthday, April 30th. And Travis Scott was at Astro World, where they seemingly opened a portal, and that was 666 months and 6 days from the founding of the Church of Satan. So you have a pretty strong portal to Satan 2 pipeline here. Anyway, this is One-Eyed Jack on the Shells, Pope Elon. Thanks everyone for the calls, and we'll see you all tomorrow. If you want to get on the text alerts, just hang out for just a minute, and I'll spam the chat with a link to infiniteplane.media. Thanks again to all the supporters. Thank you, Kimmy Cool. We appreciate the support. She says, I'm in for the long haul. Yeah, and the long haul is, it's the infinite plan. The infinite plan. We have built a parallel media, and we are continuing to build this thing. It's not that we're competing. We're not anti-media. We're not alternative media. This is actually entirely a parallel concept in media. It's never really been done because free thinkers, critical consumers of news aren't really allowed to, or generally they're not even permitted to mix this much. This is a super spreader event. This is a dangerous misinformation super spreader event right here. All right, One-Eyed Jack in the Shells, Pope Elon.
It's like, we're all going to die someday. And if you're going to pick some place to die, then why not Mars? Okay. If we're born on Earth, why not die on Mars? Seems like maybe it'd be kind of exciting. But so I think, given the choice of dying on Earth or dying on Mars, I'd say, yeah, sure, I'll die on Mars.
After this, it's going to the 24/7, but the main YouTube channel will shut down for about 30 seconds. So just refresh, and you'll find the 24/7 stream.
Bread, and forgive us our sins, for we ourselves forgive everyone who is indebted to us, and lead us not into temptation. Did you drive your car to Mars? Do yourself a space? Hiding behind Tesla's name, afraid the sheep will wait. Will you save us from our sins? Will you help us to begin to feel the pace we can't call home? The Mars colony of our playing a game with all the souls who don't know deception is your name.
All right, thanks everyone for joining us. It is 11:13 p.m., 6/7/2022, 4 days away from what might be the end of Seattle. Let's see who's in the chats here. Hopefully the bots aren't here, and you're going to notice a big boost. Yep, there's some bots. You're going to notice a boost. A Restream, for some reason, has lifted all limits, and so I pulled out all the socks from the drawer. We must have like 8 YouTube accounts live. Multiple DLIVEs, so even the demonetized ones should be on. So I'm expecting a larger following than normal. And I also have text message alerts going out right now as we speak, so also expect more people, more rafts to arrive from all directions. It's funny, people forget that we're here. or they think that when the channel's gone, it's over. But that's never the case. We have been back for this is the 122nd strain of IPS. Joined by Slave Rescue Hound, Druth, Ready or Not 3-1, Garrett Summers, Molly Rollins, Frank Mirror, Rocco Calzone, Rome, Tunax, Moon Harvest, Cannabear, Media Deconstruction. Yeah, we are media deconstructionists. We're not doing hate speech here. We actually love the really poorly produced fake news. It's like Mystery Science Theater 3000 here with us. We know we're a captive audience to some kind of hostile alien consciousness, which is there to drive us crazy with bad science fiction, but we see through it, so we retain our sanity. Lord Dorkington, Rourke66, Gubby, Lean Dion, Salty Siren. Alright, 5 minutes of fame is here. Moonharvest says, it's a cold, sunny afternoon here on Australia, and I'm enjoying a beer and live IPS. What more could I want? All the way there on the other side of the disc. And I do have Skype open for people who are in different time zones and other parts of the world can't call in on the 833-311-1984 number. Digital Wonderlands here, Vic Tree, Penny Gwyn, Penguin Doctor, in case we have any snowflakes. We got a doctor in the house. If anybody misses their fainting couch and hits their head. I mean, we're supposed to make way for all the snowflakes, and they have just really an extreme amount of power. There's something else I wanted to mention today. Oh yes, we were talking about lockdowns and climate lockdowns being the real basis for the COVID thing, and I think I've been vindicated, sadly. I saw some report today, and I'll see if I can find it really quick here, suggesting that the next pretext for lockdowns will be we're out of gas. And one of the things we've been talking about in the last few days has been the Top Gun 2 and the number 2, and how prevalent the number 2 is everywhere. From Satan 2, Pluto 2. Anyway, there's a Joker 2 in the works. So, and you'll see it has all kinds of, I would say...
I discovered the 8 immortal kings of Samaria lived...
That would be YouTube ads. That's what happens when you're a YouTube pariah in exile. You're forced to endure garbage ads all the time. You can buy YouTube Red, but then you lose it. We'll get back to this in just a moment. Exploring again, Evil Coyote, that SOB, excellent. A lot of people piling in here. Jurassic Liars, Elvis, Seattle, 611, Trump, 84, Ohio is here. Says, is this live? Yes, we're live, and in fact, phones are open if you want to call in. I was just checking in on your channel and recommending it as usual. So if you want to call in, again, 833-311-1984. And the backup number's on the screen. For some reason, sometimes the other phone doesn't work. Just assume gremlins are chewing the wires. Oh, one of the things we've been talking about, aside from the new Top Gun movie and the symbolism inherent therein, is the concurrent programming consistent in Stranger Things and the Batman movie. But specifically, Stranger Things has all kinds of tie-ins to the recent school shootings. A number of tie-ins. And the general theme, and this ties into what's coming up on 6/11, the general theme of Stranger Things, if you look at the subtext, you could look at the monster as a personification of the Second Amendment. That's one of the ways that I think that the things being framed, and you have a very David Hogg-like character who really sets the adults straight. Hey, there's a problem here. You guys don't understand it. The police don't understand it. It's all just metaphor. But when you see how it's concurrent, and it's actually referenced in the very beginning of season 4, where they say this might remind you of a recent school shooting. Anyway, we have found a number of other things. You know, like you had the supermarket shooting at Tops Supermarket, and then in Stranger Things, the character who kills all the other kids is playing with Tops. I mean, that's the kind of stuff we have found, and it's pretty much very consistent throughout. However, even more, this 11th, on 6/11, March for Our Lives is going to be active across the country, meaning David Hogg. The David Hogg character has the real-life parallel about to hit the streets on 6/11. And I always talk about this mirroring of reality. It's a funhouse mirror, but this is what they do. Here's David Hogg, who's ready to march with us around the country on June 11th. So this is one of the topics which we will be covering. I mean, think about this in the context of the recent school shootings, 18-year-olds, and then you had Kyle Rittenhouse saying, "Come and take him, Joe," with his gun. And if you didn't know, and so many people on the right are just worshiping Kyle Rittenhouse, they need to know that Kyle Rittenhouse is a manufactured character. Gage Grosskreutz didn't really have his bicep blown off. That was a squib. Sadly, the pedo and the strangler aren't really dead. If they really committed those crimes, and I tend to think so. I think a lot of people who are drafted into PSYOPs are federal informants or people making deals. But anyway, Chris Kyle, in my opinion, is really the basis for Kyle Rittenhouse. And Chris Kyle died in February of 2013, had 150 confirmed kills. But remember, Kyle runs or drives across state lines with his weapon to deal with looters, rioters. Well, listen to this story here and tell me if it sounds familiar. This is Chris Kyle after Hurricane Katrina. During Hurricane Katrina, after hearing about the civilian strife in the area, he and another man drove to New Orleans to stop the looters. With sniper rifles, they traveled to New Orleans and positioned themselves at a vantage point on top of the city's Mercedes-Benz Dome. There, Kyle claimed they started shooting a number of armed residents and looters whom they identified as making trouble. Some reports stated that Kyle shot 30 with the other sniper. Now, there's another story here about how he said he was robbed at a gas station in 2009. During the robbery, he told the man he would return to his car to give him his keys. He grabbed a gun and shot them both dead. Medical examiner's office have no records of anyone being killed during that time. The Navy attributes, I think, 160 kills to him. He says 160. Anyway, my point is, this is a manufactured character. I'm surprised that they have a statue of him in Odessa, given that he murdered 30 peaceful protesters. You could never get away with that today. And he's wearing a Punisher logo on his chest. But there's no way today, in today's political climate, that, Kyle could go live and actually, lay waste to 30 people. And you notice they were really careful. They cherry-picked the ones that he actually shot. They made sure that no one from BLM was shot. It was actually just basically the cast of characters. Let's see here. It looks like we have a voicemail. One second.
Hey, Tim. Sort of disappointed sitting here in a rainstorm. You can call me back at my 666 number.
Okay, I will be calling this person back here. Okay, let's see here. I'm going to go ahead and put that on hold for now if anybody else wants to call in. Okay, I was talking about how fake Kyle Rittenhouse is. Just something to keep in mind. Alex Jones admits he was wrong about the Uvalde shooting. Now, this guy has a forked tongue. He admits he's wrong, but he's not right. It's a meaningless admission. Infinite Plane Radio.
Hey, what's going on, bro? This is Jurassic Liars.
Oh, hey, great to hear from you, Jurassic Liars. And a lot of people had positive things to say about hearing our conversation the other day.
Yeah, your viewers are great, man. I appreciate it.
Well, we've all been looking at this picture that's unfolding, and in my opinion, the Kraken symbolism that's been very prevalent in the last couple of years, as you've covered, I think it completely relates to whatever's coming. But with regard to 6/11, I'm watching with some expectation that there's going to be something, in my opinion, probably from the right, and I base that on the predictive programming in the Batman movie. But do you have any thoughts on it specifically, or?
Well, let me. Oh man, I'm getting a phone call. Can I call you back in like 2 minutes?
Yeah, by all means, call back in 2 minutes.
I'll call you back in 2
and I'll
minutes.
tell people in the chat so they can ask questions if anybody has.
Yeah,
them. Cool.
I'll be back in like 5 minutes.
Sounds
All
good.
Right.
Awesome. Okay, Jurassic Liars 26. In fact, let me put a link in the chat to his channel. So if you're not subscribed to him, subscribe now. You're not going to want to miss this. And I'm making sure that I'm stocking up on krill and popcorn on the 10th. All right, let us continue. Oh, yes. So Jones says, I got it all wrong. I went with the mainstream news. So he admits that he defaulted to the mainstream. And I'm like, okay, so you defaulted to the mainstream. But what's your conclusion? His conclusion was the police let it happen. His conclusion was it still happened. So in other words, Alex Jones is still pushing the false flag theory. And as I've said before, the job of the mainstream conspiracy theorists out there is to preserve the mainstream deception. And that's exactly what he has done. Molly Rollins is here. Glad I caught the show. Hope everyone is well. Hey, we're also live on Rofkin. So if you're a Rofkin user, it's Infinite Plane Radio. We're pretty much new there. And what's more, I'm uploading a lot of BitChute content that was banned. They banned a lot of our stuff. I had no idea. They didn't email me to say, hey, we're going to take down your documentaries about school shooting drills being terrorism against children. We're going to take down all of your documentaries about Christchurch. They didn't say anything. They just quietly banned it. So that's BitChute for you. But I have a lot of great videos. If you go to, again, it's over up on Rofkin. A borderline shooting hoax, photo analysis, 1, 2, and 3. Nobody died at 1,000 hoax. 1,000 hoax, worst crisis actors ever. New Zealand mosque shooting debunked, magazine already there. And many, many more. And every day I'm making it a point to upload 1 or 2 previously banned videos. So a lot of things are resurfacing. These are the bubbles that are preceding the penguinzilla coming out of the ocean. The kraken noise you hear when people do the super chat is a reference to this unbanning, releasing of this kraken. All right, let's see, going through your comments here. Yes, Krill is penguin feed. Gubby says Rofkin or Rockfin. I don't know, you'll have to ask Ryan Stavely. Hey Ryan, is it Rofkin or Rockfin? And if enough of us agree that there's a discrepancy, technically we can have it entered as a Mandela effect. Maybe we can get it recognized as an official. Infinite Plane Radio. Hey, what's up?
I apologize for interrupting your stream, bro.
No, we're totally cool with it. In fact, it gives people time to prepare. So,
yeah, because I got an important phone call, so I had to answer it.
Okay, so one of the things I caught today, and one of the things I like about your channel is I tune in, and I find it's another puzzle piece, and I describe this thing as a million-piece puzzle, and people are here chipping in. You mentioned how Daybreakers, which has, like 42 in the title, DB, was released on Elvis Presley's birthday and has a savior named Elvis. And I was like, okay, that's crazy. And then I walk into a dollar store and I have a picture of this, and there's a magazine rack on the left. It says The King Lives, and it's Elvis. On the right, Jackie Robinson, number 42. What do you think of that?
Well, yeah. You know what, man? I get that same kind of crazy stuff when I go out, but here's the thing. Yes, there can be some things that are coincidence, but there's no way that movie Daybreakers could be a coincidence. It's impossible. Because the fact that in the movie, I know you already know this, but, like I said, I've done videos about it years ago, and I even done a remake of it on my newest channels. But so the guy's name is Elvis. He's a vampire. And he figures out a way that he can, this is how he figured it out. It was accidental how he figured out that he could, become something new, like a rebirth, because he was on fire. I guess it was daytime and he was on fire, the vampire named Elvis, William Dafoe. And he crashes his car because because he's on fire, so he flies into the water. After he crashes his car, he flies out the windshield, and he dives into the water. Like I said, he didn't know that this was going to happen. So he dives into the water, and he comes out, and he's like a new man, like a rebirth, like a phoenix, like a beast out of the sea. And he figures out a way to that he could save other vampires, I guess, right?
And his car was a Firebird, was it not?
Yeah, that had the phoenix bird, exactly.
And the movie had, at the very beginning, it had a poster and it said something like, "It all started with a bat." And it was about a global, so-called global plague, and it was set in 2019. All kinds of references to 2020. So the movie's packed with predictive programming, and it connects Elvis as the savior for the whole world.
Yeah, did you ever? Did you ever see? First of all, that's exactly the point of the movie. It's what you just said. And have you ever seen that one clip I got out of some stupid news program? It was like one of these fake, not fake news, but like Inside Edition type crap news, where they showed this guy who was saying that he had the cure to save the world, and he was an Elvis fan, and it was all about needles, and there was nothing but Elvis around him. Did you see that video I did about that?
I didn't, but this affirms what you said before. Elvis was the first guy to get the needle on TV, and it was tied in with Bill Gates' birthday, and so it cemented him there. The idea of Elvis showing you the way, and it all ties into this space needle symbolism as well, as you've been saying.
Exactly. He's the first person that had anything to do with the Seattle Space Needle. You know, besides him taking the polio injection, the first famous person to take an injection on live television, which he did on Bill Gates' first birthday. But he was also the first famous person that had anything to do with the Seattle Space Needle. He made a movie called It Happened at the World's Fair as soon as it opened, the Space Needle.
And, you know, a couple of years ago, I think it was in 2020 or so, the Space Needle had a renovation called the Century Project, where it was 57 years after its opening. They put 100 million into renovation, which I think reminds me of how, you know, money going into something suggests that there's a psyop coming. But the number 100, because it's the Century Project, stood out. And someone pointed out that the $100 bill folded up gives you the Space Needle with what looks like an EMP blast on top of it. Have you seen that?
Well, I did do a video about the Space Needle being shown, so I'm not sure which one you did. But years ago that I showed it on the back of the dollar bill, how people think it was the Twin Towers, but it also looks like the bottom half of the Space Needle. But I'm not sure what you saw.
Maybe that's where I saw it. But, you know, to me, this is just consistent stuff. And by the way, I just saw the movie Top Gun. And I don't know if you've taken the time to see it. I mean, these movies are such garbage, but I look at it as research, and it's full of symbolism. Every character's name, Phoenix, Rooster, and then of course Tom Cruise. All kinds of symbolic names. But any thoughts on Tom Cruise and the significance of that movie coming out just as we hit Gemini, it being the second in the series?
Well, I mean, I didn't see the movie, and I don't even remember seeing the first one. So I'm not too, other than his name being Tom, because Tom is important to this puzzle because remember the O is a crown. So if you take the O away from the word Tom, it's TM, and Elvis, his manager's name is Tom Parker, and Tom Hanks is playing Tom Parker in the movie coming up, right? And the TM without the O stands for Tupelo, Mississippi, or Memphis, Tennessee, where Elvis lived and where he died, you know. And MT equals 33, the initials, right?
Right.
And he moved from Tupelo, Mississippi, which is TM. He moved to MT, which is Memphis, Tennessee, and his tomb is MT, right?
Yeah, that's
it's
brilliant.
So ridiculous.
I heard that say TMMT, tomb empty. This is, and there's something else you mentioned, because the Elvis movie, and I saw the trailer for it. The trailer for the Elvis movie was before Top Gun 2, and it comes out on 6/24. But you mentioned that 6/24, it also relates to 6/11 on a different calendar.
Yeah, it 6/24 on the old Julian calendar, because we're on the Gregorian calendar. On the old Julian calendar was 6/11. 6/24 was 6/11 on the old Julian calendar.
So another significant connection to Elvis and the Elvis movie, and tying it to the 6/11 date. And again, the Tom Cruise movie is just typical stuff, same old symbols, but the timing of it was significant, I think, because Gemini. And during the movie, there's a scene where they play a David Bowie song, and it's when Jennifer Connelly's in the scene, a reference to the Labyrinth, perhaps. But of course, with David Bowie, DB42, Starman, all kinds of stuff connected there, which I thought might be significant. But anyway, um, the movie itself, the first one, the second one, they're probably interchangeable. But these symbols are what they're putting out there. I'm thinking, why is it that the most famous, the most popular, successful movie in the world right now is just loaded with symbolism, with Christian, or rather Christ, Phoenix, and various symbols that represent Christ or the sun? What is this? And I'm like, there's got to be something. And of course, Tom Cruise means twin cross, so I think there's some kind of second coming um, predictive programming inherent in this.
Yeah, there you go. The Thomas connection, right? If his name is Thomas Cruise, right? Thomas means twins. And you remember Tom Hanks, he did he was on for some reason he did like some small little Instagram post where he was in front of this building in New York. It was called the Long Lines building, which it was an AT&T building. And I talked about how important the ATT is. I'll talk about that in a minute. But he was in front of that building, and it was on Thomas and 33rd Street, the corner, that building. Because he was saying it was the creepiest building he'd ever seen. It was the AT&T building.
Okay, see, this is intriguing because this is one of the main things. In the Tom Cruise movie, this Top Gun, the second movie was started 33 years after the first, and the stories are separated chronologically by 33 years. Tom Cruise divorced his 3 wives at 33. Each one turned 33, he ditched them. And in this movie, he shoots down this bad guy with the black mask with 33 rounds. So everything with Tom Cruise, all of his movies seem to always have that association. So to me, it's just some kind of, again,
Can I tell you what?
Yeah.
Can I tell you what what do they call it? Hypothesis? I don't know what I'm saying.
That would be it.
But yeah. Let me tell you why. Let me tell you what I think that is. Because see, Tom Cruise is, I believe, a closet dude, if you know what I'm saying. I don't want to get your video taken down. That's why I don't want to say certain things.
Yeah. South Park addressed this. They addressed this. So that's been around for a long time.
So he's a closet dude. And what happened is that in order for them to communicate to us if it's a fake arranged marriage, that's why he keeps the 33. That's what the 33 is connected to, that, because it's all fake, his marriages.
Fascinating. Yeah, that has to be it. And he's significant to me because he's in Eyes Wide Shut, which is a big behind the scenes, shows all the human trafficking and all that stuff. So he's associated with Stanley Kubrick, who's huge in the space fakery. And in this Tom Cruise movie, the whole opening scene, they basically made him Yuri Gagarin, the first man in space. They recreated that with Tom Cruise. So to me, he's definitely tied in to the whole space agenda as presented by Stanley Kubrick. Okay,
yeah.
Now, I want to bring this up.
I'd rather you.
Okay.
Go ahead.
John
Hold
Hinckley.
on. I'd rather you talk more than me today because I did like a 3-hour live stream, so my throat's a little bit hurting. But I'd rather you talk more. So go ahead.
Awesome. Okay, yeah, that's right. And I've been listening to you most of the day. In fact, off and on. So, with regard to 611, of course, there's quite a lot we can go into. I was looking at a lot of predictive programming in the Batman movies, but ultimately, I think we're being set up for another 9/11-ish type event. And of course, as you know, the numbers tell everything. Do you think that the reason why they're so obsessed with birth dates and death dates is because they're obsessed with the solar calendar? I mean, is this all about, in your opinion, astrology or something?
Well, here's the thing. I have no idea because I don't know nothing about astrology. What to do with things to do with the stars and stuff. I really don't. But there is obviously some kind of magic to this, where they have to do the dates, exactly like that way. But how do I say this?
Well, I mean, look, here's one, for example, and I always bring this up because this brings it to this really makes a few points. One, New Year's Eve is all about celebrating the Dog Star, which reaches its highest point at midnight on New Year's. So the whole world doesn't know that they're idolizing, with the ball dropping, the main star that the mystery schools worship. So we're all being synchronized to their clock. And that's kind of what I'm thinking here. There's got to be some kind of, as you said, magic attached to it. I don't know what it all means, but it's there. And you do a great job of decoding this stuff. It's right there in plain sight. And that's one of the main things I think about these movies, is that there's the surface level, and then there's the subtext. And this is what I've been finding. So for people who didn't see the new Batman movie, I think it came out on March 4th for a reason, and it tied into that Frank James shooting. And as we mentioned last time, he shot 33 rounds. Again, the movie was suggesting that this Riddler, the QAnoner type, would send out extremists, and they've done that ever since. And so I've been looking at 6/11 because of Timothy McVeigh's death date, another guy who died at 33. So they can't stop doing this imitation Christ thing, can they?
You keep breaking up. Well, who died at 33?
McVeigh.
Oh yeah. He died on. Yeah, he was. They executed him on 6/11. Yeah. And Timothy McVeigh is the TM for the Tupelo, Mississippi, Memphis, Tennessee.
Okay, didn't catch that. Good call there.
Yeah. TM equals 33.
Okay. Now, so now what's with the 8-4 for people who aren't aware? Because in your name you have a reference to it.
Yeah. So Trump is going to get his head wound on August 4th. Okay, and so those are my two predictions: that June 11th, Seattle gets struck, and after that, somehow Elvis becomes the mark of the beast or the image of the beast. He's basically the beast out of the sea, Phoenix Rising thing, right? That's June 11th. Not on that day is Elvis going to appear. His image or his number, the number of his name or his name is going to be around and eventually becomes the mark of the beast. But you're not going to see Elvis on that day, on June 11th, and not the real Elvis, by the way. When I say you're going to see Elvis, you're not going to see the real Elvis. You're going to, like I said, his image or the name or his number, his name. Anyway, August 4th is the day Trump gets his head wound, because Trump is the replacement twin for Elvis's identical twin who supposedly died at birth. So that's why they needed Trump. And the reason he has to get his head wound on August 4th, which is Obama's birthday, and that's why Obama was chosen as the president right before Trump, because Obama was born on August 4th, and August 4th is the 216th day of the year, and Elvis Aaron Presley, spelled exactly like it is on his gravestone, Elvis Aaron Presley equals 216. Okay,
this twin thing is extremely prevalent, and we've honed in on it. The Twin Towers. That's why I brought up Top Gun coming out after Gemini, because it's about Top Gun 2. And the two movies, the movie franchise, like the Twin Towers, 33 years apart. Pluto's Return. Then we have Russia's threatening to nuke the West Coast with Satan 2, which is right out of like Tom Clancy. So this twin thing is a repeated symbol throughout all of these psyops. It's encoded into these names. And then on 6/11, whatever else happens, we know already. March for our lives, which, as you pointed out, lives anagram for Elvis. So in terms of their spellcraft or whatever, there is something going on 6/11.
Well, of course, not only does the word lives say, is the same as the word lives, because Elvis lives, right? And they had the Black Lives Matter thing all across the world. Forget about America. It was in the world they had the Black Lives thing. So you had the lives. Elvis was everywhere, the word Elvis. But of course, it was hidden with lives instead of Elvis, right?
Okay, and, yes. And there were 42s everywhere, as you've pointed out, because of MLB and Jackie Robinson, which, I mean, this is crazy.
Now with the basketball player who's being taken hostage by the Russians, right? She wore the number 42 on the Phoenix Mercury.
Okay, that's fascinating, because that really relates to Kobe Bryant's similar role when he turned 42 and they celebrated his life. And this is interesting because we're talking about stuff we're observing, and it really blows my mind that I'm listening to this stuff and I walk into a store and it literally says "The King Lives" right there in front of me next to Jackie Robinson, number 42. How would these two things be connected? But they're right there, front row, and I'm assuming it's like that in every single Dollar General.
Yeah, yeah. And the most fascinating thing about the 42, besides that, Jackie Robinson's number was retired, but the most fascinating thing was with the Chadwick Boseman thing, which we talked about last time. I mean, it just boggles the mind how people can't, that right there. If people could just see that alone, which I did the video about, that Chadwick Boseman, who played the number 42, he played in the movie 42 about Jackie Robinson. The year he died, Chadwick Boseman, who played Jackie Robin's son, so it's the man-son code. Boseman plays Robin's son. And he was wearing the 42, obviously, during that whole movie. And he dies at the age of, they say 43, but I showed that he died at 42, according to some of his friends. I showed in the articles that he was 42, not 43, but who knows, right?
They
Nobody's
altered
gonna
it.
know, but
They've been altering these things probably because of people like you, probably in particular, because this is their code and it's telling us something. And I look at the patterns, and that's the only way I can tell what these things mean. And I always think this is the most interesting one to me is how, when it comes to the number 42, is July 13th, 1977, July 13th, 2019, 42 years apart to the day. You had these identical blackouts on 42nd Street out in New York. The last one put 42K in the dark. So there's some strong connection between blackouts and the number 42. And that's the date Naya Rivera drowned, 7/13. She was 33. A whole bunch of 33-year-olds weirdly turning up dead on that date. But my point, and then of course on this last January, there was this beauty queen, black beauty queen, and I think it's significant. The royalty symbol fell from the Orion building onto 42nd Street, and she hit the ground at 7:13 a.m. So another blackout connection having to do with a falling black royalty. Of course, Orion. It's all connected in that sense.
Yeah. And of course, the Orion building, and Elvis impersonator right after Elvis died was Orion. He was very famous, and he wore a mask, because everyone's wearing masks now, right? But anyway, real quick, let me go. Oh, and by the way, that beauty queen was wearing a crown, so it's basically the crown is falling. You get what I'm saying? She wasn't wearing a crown, but she was a beauty queen, right?
Exactly. That was the story for sure. The crown was the story. And there was another beauty queen in Miami that fell as well. So there's a twinning. And then on 2/22, there were two Blackhawks that went down in Fork Canyon. I mean, all kinds of...
Wait, two what? Because you keep breaking up.
Two Black Hawk helicopters went down in Fork Canyon on 2/22. Wow. And I'm like, okay, there's a lot of pairs of these things. Two beauty queens, two helicopters.
Sorry. Sorry, because I'm talking so much, my throat's hurting. Back to the Chadwick Boseman. So Chadwick Boseman, the year he died, the guy who played Jackie Robinson, Chadwick Boseman, died on 8/28, I believe, and Jackie Robinson Day usually is on April 14th or 15th every year.
Yes.
But because of COVID that year, it was moved to August 28th. So the day Chadwick Boseman died was Jackie Robinson Day that year.
That's incredible, right? And then he had also had this thing called Operation 42. So he was putting money into the whole COVID thing. So that is that is just such intense planning. And of course, he dies. He's the king of Wakanda. And there was a Spike Lee movie out called The Five Bloods. And on the cover, 5 individuals kneeling over a grave with their fists raised. And this is before BLM started the raised fist while they're kneeling thing. So more predictive programming around this dead king. And it all connected to Martin Luther King Day being celebrated, his I Have a Dream speech anniversary, where it was a 57th. And I noticed that number was very prevalent. Like you had 57 cops in Buffalo resign when the 75-year-old falls and hits his head. You had 57 kneeling for the DNC singing of the national anthem. So that number, Prince died at 57, consistent with, I noticed, like even Bezos went to space. They called him, they said King Bezos passes on his crown, stepping down from Amazon at 57. So I've noticed a lot of patterns with kings, royalty, and 57 stepping
And
down.
Martin Luther King, yeah, that's a good catch with the 42-year thing you were talking about. With Martin Luther King, because Martin Luther King plays a big part in this charade, because his death was 33 years after Elvis was born, and Martin Luther King was killed in Memphis, Tennessee, where Elvis lived. Okay? And he killed him on 4/4. I mean, they supposedly killed him on 4/4. 44 is the kill number. It also equals anti, the word anti, like Antichrist. But anyway, so 4/4 he was killed, which is the exact number we're at from Elvis's death this year, 44 years. So from Elvis's death to now is 44 years. So MLK was killed in Memphis, Tennessee. He was known as the king. Elvis was known as the king. So the king has the king whacked in Memphis, Tennessee, where Elvis was living. And so you have the 4/4 connection, the 44 years till now. And in 2005 or 2006, they changed King County, Seattle, where Seattle is in King County. They changed it now, they named it after Martin Luther King. So Seattle is in Martin Luther King County now. You get what I'm saying? So that's why it's another connection to it being destroyed, just like Martin Luther King was supposedly killed.
Okay, let me run this one by you because the 4/4 thing, the kill number. So in 1977, during that blackout that I mentioned, that was the first of these 42 years apart blackouts. So during that blackout, there was the Son of Sam killer. And the Son of Sam, of course, Dave Berkowitz, DB 42, listening to a dog. And here's a connection. David Bowie's song 5 Years talked about a star man savior being born in 5 years, which would be about that time. And so people have correlated Bowie's prophecy to Kanye West, which ties into the Black Star album. Fascinating connections, but my point is they called the Son of Sam Mr. 44. And I've been thinking, 4 is a cross in much of their symbolism. Like 4 seasons is one of the main things. It's a solar thing. And so I'm thinking 44 is like 2 crosses together, like twin crosses, double cross. So Mr. 44 is like, could it be a reference to the Antichrist or something, is what I was actually thinking.
Well, I'm not sure, but I guess it could look like crosses. You're right. I mean, it does. It's interesting.
In the symbols, in the language, or in their symbolic language, like in the tarot cards or the playing cards, they have the 4 seasons. The number 4 is definitively with the seasons, like it's a solar thing.
Hold on. Someone in the chat saying it's not Martin Luther King County. I know it's not Martin Luther King County. It's King County, but it's now named after Martin Luther King. It was not originally named after him. It was named after a different king. But they changed it back in 2005 or 2006.
Yes, they made that point. And
yeah, I'm talking to one of your viewers.
Yeah, no, I appreciate you because I like the chats here and they have questions and I'm glad you're here to answer them. But so I think the 44 seems to be consistent with that double cross thing. Also because the 42, the way I see it used, I'm thinking it's a symbol of Saturn and this is I don't go too deep into their symbolism just based on the usage though. And 4 being the cross, Saturn is an agrarian deity, and 2 being the sickle, which looks like a reverse S. And you combine the 4 and the 2 together, it makes the astrological symbol of Saturn, a sigil. So I'm thinking they have people wearing their symbols that have these occult properties, and they have no clue.
Yeah, and I told you Trump was the 45 president. He was the 44th person to become president, but he's the 45th actual president. But anyway, let me real quick. You asked me about the 8/4. August 4th, like I said, is when Obama's born, and he was the 44th president. But Trump is the 44th person to become president. So it's he's 45 Trump, and like I say, he's going to get his head wound on August 4th, and you were asking why August 4th, because see, I told you Elvis equals 200, Elvis Aaron Presley equals 216. The 216th day of the year is August 4th. And from Elvis's birthday to 9/11 is 8 months, 4 days. So everything's about 8-4, and whatever, the 216, and June 11th is the 162nd day of the year. So it's the same numbers, 216, 162. Anyway, go ahead.
Okay, so recently, John Hinckley, the guy that shot Reagan and Brady, who has JFK's birthday, announced that he's going to perform musically, and I think they already sold out his concert, which is in July. But, I mean, how weird is that? We have a guy who attempted to kill a president, who shot a president, who lived, who's now roaming the streets, and now he's going to host a concert, and I actually have a video of him playing an Elvis song.
Yeah, I think I heard that on the YouTube, him playing Elvis, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, and I don't think it's a coincidence that this guy was let out, or that last year they were also talking about bringing Saran out, who shot RFK, who was, of course, 42. And for anybody who thinks these events are real, or, it's like, how do you explain this? The guy who photographed Robert F. Kennedy dying, as he fell to the ground dying, his name is Richard Drew. He's a photographer for the AP. He also photographed the falling man on 9/11, that very famous guy hanging upside down with his leg kind of crossed. Same photographer.
Yeah,
Another Kennedy connection here to 9/11.
Yeah, that's ridiculous. Impossible.
But then what's more, the person who owns the photo of the falling man is Elton John, the Rocket Man, of course. So what can you say about the Rocket Man for people who haven't heard about this this symbol?
Well, the reason that Rocket Man is so important is because stupid Trump was calling Kim Ding Dong, the North Korean dictator. he was calling him Rocket Man every second. And the reason he keeps calling him Rocket Man is because Kim Ding Dong is born on Elvis's birthday.
Okay, that's the connection.
Yeah, and also, Rocket Man, of course, is in reference to Elvis, because everything these people sing about, David Bowie, who was born on Elvis's birthday, he sang a Rocket Man. Elton John has the EL for Elvis, TON for Washington. He's got a lot of connections, and and I think Elton John's other name is Hercules or something. So it's like, another connection to like some kind of superhero. It's because Elvis thought of himself as some kind of superhero. I'm serious. He's like, I don't know what's wrong with that dude.
Okay, well, Elton John, of course, Rocket Man. And then you have David Bowie. You mentioned him. David Bowie's got the song Space Oddity about Major Tom. And some say that Major Tom might actually be Rocket Man, the same person, that these two songs, the characters kind of intermingle. And so on my screen, what I have here is a picture of SpaceX's Starman. And I think Starman is the same thing as Rocket Man in the sense that it's the rock star man. And Starman is an anagram for Mr. Satan, which I think is significant. So here you have a David Bowie song playing. David Bowie, who has Elvis's birthday, also, up there in this roadster in space, this rock star man thing. And then I'm looking back, and then you have Elvis, Aloha from Hawaii, 1973, and the image is Elvis beaming off of a satellite. So I think there's a lot of significance with of course, the idea of being in space as a falling to Earth rather from space. David Bowie, the man who fell to Earth. Of course, rock star kind of implies that. But anyway, we're talking about this rock or Rocket Man symbol thing. It's kind of
and also Rocket Man, if I'm not mistaken, because I haven't done it in a while, it connects to Watergate, because Rocket Man I think equals the same as Watergate, and water equals Elvis. So that's why when you hear water, anytime you hear water, it's Elvis, because water equals Elvis. It's in gematria, and that's why he's the B side of the C. But so Watergate, and everything's about the gates, because he took the injection on Bill Gates' first birthday, right? Elvis, because Bill Gates is born in Seattle near the needle, near the Seattle Space Needle, and that's another reason why Bill Gates was chosen,
Okay,
and go ahead.
Well, just the other day, these environmentalists shut down a tennis match by chaining themselves up to the the net there. And one of them had a shirt that said, "We have 1,028 days remaining." I guess until the world ends. But I'm like, 1028. I mean, what do you make of that?
Well, that's a good catch. I didn't even notice the numbers with the date. But it could look, according to biblical prophecy, is that the Antichrist rules for 42 months after he reveals himself. So that's why, it's another 42 connection. And it's like, what is it, like 1,200 and something days? I don't know. I forget now. What, 1,260? I can't remember. What
Okay,
is
interesting.
42?
Yeah, this 42 thing, and this is why I think it's significant too. David Bowie, DB, who's really, I think this persona and his connection to the space program is connected to Kubrick's Space Odyssey's David Bowman, who merges with the monolith, which is a symbol of Saturn. And again, I associate the number 42 with Saturn, and all this stuff starts to make sense. Even satellites, CubeSats. Cube is a symbol of Saturn. Satellite, you have Sat, then you have L, another name of Saturn, and then light. And then the L, as you've talked about, is an ambergram for 73. 73 seconds is when the Challenger exploded. Tom Cruise actually was born on 7/3, which is kind of interesting because he was in a race to film a movie in space against the Russians, and their movie was called The Challenge, and he lost. So I'm getting this image here of the Challenger lost. The Challenger is going to be destroyed, and that's kind of what I'm waiting on. And the Challenger, of course, symbolized by 7/3, the birth date, or the number of seconds before it explodes, is also L.
Wow, that's crazy. How many seconds it was. But yeah, the 73 or the 37 connects to the word perfect. Perfect equals 7337 in gematria. You got to see my calculator to understand that. But it also equals the word kingdom, and it also equals O Father. Like if you put a O, the letter O on the Father, it's like O Lord, O Father. O is a crown. So O Father equals 7337 too. It means perfect. And so 7-3, if you turn them upside down, the letters, it looks like the number 37 or 73. If you turn the number 73 or 37 upside down, it looks like the letters EL, because EL means God, and that's why it's perfect, because it's EL 7337. And the word perfect equals 7337. You get it? It's EL basically.
Fascinating. And
yeah, like the Father Son, the Father and Son, Jesus and his Father. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, this is so far beyond coincidence, and that number is so consistently used. Like the Challenger exploding 73 seconds. Then the first guy, the godfather of modern rocket science, Jack Parsons, who was an occultist, blew up in his laboratory at the age of 37. The director that filmed The Challenge was 37. So that number is used consistently. And then the Twin Towers burned down. The new tower opened on 11/3. And it was originally going to be called Twin Towers 2, which is kind of interesting, like Top Gun 2. But they changed it to what they did, the One World Trade Tower. Almost going to be called the World Trade Center Phoenix, going to be sponsored by Donald Trump. But they opened it on 11/3. So there's your
that would have been incredible.
That
would have been incredible. If it was named Phoenix, that would have been incredible. But the reason I was bringing up the Watergate is because I told you Rocket Man equals the word Watergate in gematria, same thing. Elvis, the only president Elvis visited was Richard Nixon. And Richard Nixon, hold on. When Elvis turned 37, Richard Nixon was in office, okay? And when Elvis, like I said, Elvis, the only president he ever visited was Richard Nixon. And it just so happens Nixon is the 37th president. And he was involved in Watergate, because Watergate equals Elvis Gate. That's what that means, like Elvis Gate.
Watergate, fascinating. And he was 37th president. And Elvis visits him, and Elvis brings him a Colt 45, which is a connection to Trump being president number 45. And Trump's wearing a hat right now. His MAGA hat has a 45 on the side of his head.
Wait, what's it say? I didn't
the number
hear you.
45 on the side of his
okay,
head.
yeah, yeah.
And I'm thinking, wait, Elvis brings Nixon a Colt 45. 37th president gives him a Colt 45 as a gift. And I'm thinking that's a fascinating little link there. The Watergate thing, someone brought up here, and I noticed this too. In the new Stranger Things, there's a Watergate. There's a gate to the underworld through this lake. They call it the Watergate. And there's a lot of Kraken stuff, a lot of Kraken symbolism in Stranger Things. A lot
Yeah,
of it's coming from Russia.
And the thing about the Colt 45, like you said, the 45 connects to Trump. Colt equals the same as the word June in gematria, just like Bush equals June in gematria. And Bush was the first 9/11, and now you're going to see the next 9/11 is on 6/11, and it's in June because Bush equals June. You know what I'm saying? And just and June also equals Colt, and Trump's born in June. So
okay, I have a question for you. So I interpreted all the names of the characters in the Tom Cruise movie and how their interactions were kind of telling this secondary story. But one character, the co-pilot of Phoenix, I couldn't figure out what his name meant. And these guys, they're playing all kinds of, you could call it mockery in a way. Like there's a character named Hangman who saves these characters and he says, "This is your savior speaking." And he describes himself as good, like I'm God, I'm good. This is your savior speaking, and his name is Hangman. All kinds of savior names. Again, like rooster has some connotations as a symbol of Christianity. And anyway, the character I couldn't figure out though is Bob. Does the name Bob mean anything to you?
Well, Bob, the only thing I could see out of that is that it's 2-2 with a crown. Because B is the second letter, you get two B's, and then you have the O as a crown.
Okay, well, his slogan or his logo on his helmet was a B-O-B, and it was burning. So there's probably something in that as well.
Isn't there a Pink Floyd album cover? I'm not sure if it's Pink Floyd, because I don't know nothing about Pink Floyd, but someone was showing me that years ago about the Pink Floyd album cover where there's two Elvis lookalikes. One is on fire. Does anyone know about that album cover?
If anybody here in the chat,
I can't remember if it's Pink Floyd or something. Like I said, I don't know nothing about Pink Floyd.
Okay, so let's see here. Now here's something I kind of came across. Like I was mentioning this before, how David Bowie dies, and his Black Star album has been interpreted as referencing somebody that would replace him, and it's been pointing at Kanye West, who would in some way continue this role. And I found some interesting connections because Kanye West is 44, and we were talking about 1977, and he was born around the time that David Bowie said the Black Star or the Savior, the Starman, which is Mr. Satan, would be born. So 1977 he was born. Right now he'd be 44. And so there's a new movie out called Man Who Fell to Earth based on the previous one Bowie was in, and the new actor is the same age as Kanye West. And I think you might have talked about him. His name was like Chiwetel or something, and he's all about water.
And I did a whole video on that and showed how it connects to the water, and he's 44 exactly. And listen, Kanye West is nothing but a puppet. He's just there. He's just another piece of the puzzle, and the only reason he's being used is because he was born in 77. 77 is the year Elvis died, and that's why when I mention who's the GOAT in football, who do you think of?
I'm not really big in sports, but the GOAT in football, let me think.
Your chat, let's see what your chat says. I mean, I would think you'd come with only one person I could think of who's known as the GOAT in football. Yeah, the first person that said something. Yeah, it's right there.
Tom Brady. Okay, Tom Brady, they call him the GOAT. Okay.
Yeah, he's the GOAT, right. I hate sports. I just know that, but Tom Brady's known as the GOAT, and he's born on August 3rd, one day before August 4th. But what's important about August 3rd, first of all, on the Elvis's death was on August 16th, but on the old Julian calendar, August 16th is August 3rd. And he's born the same year that Elvis died. So technically, he died on Elvis. He was born on Elvis's death date, technically, the GOAT. Because I told you, Elvis is the GOAT.
Okay, I see what you're saying, and I agree with you on this. Like for example, Elvis was the first to fit this black star savior, Mr. Satan, or man who fell to earth. He's the first one to hold this role of this alien savior thing, and the Superman, the Phoenix thing, all ties into it. This idea of being a savior from above. But David Bowie and his birthday and his use in this space ceremony of Starman connects him. So I'm thinking, okay, so he's just filling in right there. He's a fill-in for Elvis here. And so then I see the same pattern where it's been connected, this Kanye West, David Bowie thing as the Starman. And I'm thinking, okay, if he's the Starman and Black Star was about that, and the album Black Star came out on Elvis's birthday. Anyway, I'm thinking this would make more sense if Kanye West goes to space next. Because I'm looking at Elvis, 1973, again, 73L, and he is beamed up into space to a satellite with the L. And then, of course, David Bowie, same thing. And I look into it just on a whim today, thinking this would fit this pattern, if I'm right about this storyline. And sure enough, Kanye West is planning on doing his next listening party in outer space.
I've never heard that. That's awesome. Yeah. But listen, look, I'm not saying that Kanye West, he could possibly play a part in this, but he's nothing but a player. You know what I mean? Just, he's not anything more than, a small piece of the puzzle. You know what I mean? Just like David Bowie, whoever, anyone you can name.
I would say these people are like priests or something in the New World Order Church. He does the Sunday services when he's like 42, wears a crown of thorns on the magazine. Then on Dawn Day, his release party in the summer of last year, he's burned like a phoenix. So he does the Burning Man thing. And he does it on the anniversary of the actual Burning Mans, where they had 33 Burning Man festivals in Nevada, in Black Rock City. And so I see Kanye West as a phoenix, as a Burning Man in this event. And then I watch this Man Who Fell to Earth, and in the first episode, he talks about rising like Lazarus, and they show him coming out, these flames behind him. And so that's where I made a lot of the connections, where they're using Kanye on the world stage, as I call it, to telegraph these messages, to put these symbols out there. That's why they had him do this ceremony with Marilyn Manson on 222 when Hades returns, or Pluto. And with regard to that, that's a second coming. That's another two. Pluto returns to the point where it was in 1776, July 4th, this February 22nd. And I look into it, and Pluto is Hades. And Hades is the one who releases the Kraken. That's why I think the Kraken's going to be released this year, whatever that is. And then I caught you speaking about Elvis, and I'm like, okay, this might tie into this, whatever this is. It references the beast, the sea, the water, the underworld.
Yeah, that's a good. Yeah, like I said, with the astrology stuff, I don't have any idea. But what you tie into the 1776, I do that too. With you, it's one of my videos that has something to do with the timeline. I can't remember the title of the video, but it's something to do with the timeline. I connected to how the Great Reset. I mean, I don't want to say it, the reset. Because Elvis equals reset in gematria, besides equaling water. It equals reset also, exact same numbers. And from 1776 to next year, to July 4th next year, that's why everything is going in motion right now. From 1776, from July 4th, 1776 to next year, July 4th, 2022. I'm losing my mind, man. Next year on July 4th, it'll be 247 years old. And 247 days from Elvis's birthday, it landed on 9/11. See, it's the reset that day.
This is not, look, you're on target with this stuff. So, like, we're talking about the number 73 and how it connects to like 113, 1 minute 13 seconds. So SOS, and this is intriguing because Son of Sam, the movie about Son of Sam, is called SOS, Spike Lee. Anyway, the SOS as an international distress signal, emergency signal, was first used on 11/3/1906, which was exactly 113 years from 11/3/2020, which I really see as the kickoff for this Kraken agenda. That's when the split really became evident. and that date again connects to the new tower. But it tells me, look, whatever's going on here, the planning, the engineering, it's precise, and it goes back 100 years easy.
Oh yeah, for sure. And yeah, the Kraken is a big deal because it's the beast out of the sea, like you said. And the reason I've always said that Elvis is the Kraken, the beast out of the sea, not because just he's because Elvis equals water, and also Seattle has the word sea in it, right? And he's also the goat, okay? And the goat, he's born in January, Elvis, okay? And January is the sea goat logo. I mean, astrological sign is a sea goat.
Okay, you're right. Capricorn. Yep, exactly.
Yeah, he's a sea goat. Hold on. And he's the goat. I told you he's the goat. He's the greatest. You know what the goat stands for, greatest of all time. So he is their goat. Okay, and January is named after Janus, the two-faced twin god, whatever the heck. And the word and the abbreviation of January is JAN. JAN equals the same as the word sea, SEA. Okay.
And he's born in January. Another okay. And the twin thing.
And Janus, the two-faced god. That's why this whole twin thing is a major big deal. If you took the word El, which means God, El in Hebrew means God. If you take the El, add it to the word Janus, you get the word Seattle. There is no, listen, if you tried to do that with anything else, you wouldn't get nothing. It'd be impossible. Okay.
Now this is something that I've noticed because I follow the QAnon, the QAnon Kool-Aid drinkers, and it is such a mass deception here, where it's like a neo-Christianity. It's totally blasphemous when you get down to it, and they believe that, well, you probably heard most of what they believe, but they keep using this phrase or this hashtag TBIYTC. They say the best is yet to come, and some of them say it means the beast is yet to come, and they say it's a reference to JFK. But the beast is yet to come is one of their slogans, and they use it unironically, and they don't see it as sinister.
Yeah, the Q people are nuts. They've lost their mind. And the Q again is connected to Trump's head wound because Q is the 17th letter, and that's where Trump's going to get his head wound in Ohio on August 4th. It's all about the 17th. JFK is nothing but a puppet. When I say puppet, he's just another piece of the puzzle, just like Martin Luther King. These people are not. JFK is not coming back. He was taken out for Trump, just like Elvis. His rituals with MLK and all that. Like I said in the last stream we did together, everything's about the 17. Ohio's the 17th state. From Trump's birthday, the day he's born, to the day JFK was killed, it's 17 years. From JFK's birthday to Elvis's birthday is a 17-year span if you do it on the calculator, you know. So everything's about the 17. And from JFK's death to 1981, the day Reagan got shot, is also 17 years in between.
Okay, let me run this one by you because this is so precise, and this one's fascinating to me. So, and I have to go back and check the years. I think this was in '85, November. But basically, Joe Theismann had, and I believe it was at the 42-yard line, he had one of his legs taken out. And then 33 years later to the day, on the same yard line, Alex Smith had his leg blown out. And of course, this was witnessed by Joe Theismann, and his name, well, Joe Theismann, but it's pronounced like, or it looks like Joe Theismann. So they call it the eerie similarities between their injuries because they happened on the same day, 33 years apart. So I thought, okay, this is interesting. So then Alex Smith, AS, would give you 119, and he gets more or less replaced by Colin Kaepernick, which is CK, kind of another 33, but Here you have a guy who loses his leg or has his leg blown out. Another guy, same injury. The next guy who replaces him is known for what? Taking a knee. Only a different type of taking of the knee. The other two were by force. This one is voluntary. And I think this symbolizes the Twin Towers being taken down by force and the new tower symbolizing willing submission to the one world order. I mean, that's my takeaway from it, especially because Colin Kaepernick, who's the kneeler, was born on 11/3/87. So he was, 33 in 2020 when a lot of stuff was going down. But I was like, when I noticed this stuff, and I'm like, wait. So this guy who's the figurehead of BLM, and his name Colin Kaepernick means Nicholas, or derives from Nicholas Copernicus, another revolution connection there.
Yeah, that's some, I mean, and what's funny is I think my theories are crazy. I'm saying your theories are out there too. I'm saying, and people think we're crazy, you know what I mean?
Hey, but we have receipts. I mean, you can point to, I mean, that's what you do on your channel. I put a link to your channel so people can sub, so they can follow you, because you have receipts, you have reasons for everything, and some of the, you couldn't make this stuff up. Trump's grandmother's name, Elizabeth Christ, her death day, 6/6/66. Like, these are not coincidences. This is some intense storytelling.
It's absolutely that's exactly what this. It's all been planned ahead of time, and his dad's middle name was Christ, also. Yeah, it's it's beyond unbelievable.
Yeah, I have some clips about Donald Trump today, and someone else pointed out his initials DT gives you 420 or 42 with the crown.
Yeah, there you go.
So, hey, I've had you on for almost an hour. I'm glad you're able to touch base, and I'm putting a link to your channel so people don't miss anything. Do you have plans for 6/11, or are you just going to play it by ear?
Well, I'm just going to do a live stream, on and off the whole day, and what else? That's about it. But we already know that the whole day is going to be filled with something. You're going to have all those protests going on, so.
Yeah, it's going to be the march.
That's not a coincidence that
the march for our Elvis. Yeah, the fact that they're marching, and it's about the guns. And now you have the twin shootings, 18-year-olds, Kyle Rittenhouse, baiting the president, firing his weapon. I think there's something going down having to do with guns, and then Top Gun 2 comes out. A lot of gun stuff. For 6/11, a significant day with regard to the white nationalists, which are the new scapegoat. So yes, I wouldn't. I don't know. I'm gonna be monitoring 6/11 for sure. But definitely, thank you for taking the time. We all appreciate it here.
Yeah, no problem. All right. When are you going live again? Do you know?
Usually the same time. Usually the same time. If not in the mornings, the same time as tonight. So like 9 or 10 p.m.
What is that? 10 o'clock Mountain? I don't get it. Like, what time did you go live?
9 o'clock Mountain Time to 10 o'clock Mountain Time, around that. So basically around the same time. You can usually see my notification bell go off, but you know how YouTube is. I mean,
because you know what, we talked kind of about the same things again. I wanted to bring up other stuff that way people could, see that how crazy these coincidences are. You know what I mean? But you know what it is? I keep coming on the spur of the moment. I just happened to see you live. I was like, oh, okay, and I came on. But we need to talk about a few other connections, but we'll do it next time. Yeah, so I'll try to come back in a couple of days, like maybe on the 9th.
Yeah, that's what I was hoping for. And actually, yeah, and you have actually, I mean, tonight a lot of dots were connected. I'm glad you got into Chadwick Boseman and the way they repurposed his death day to coincide with
Jackie Robinson. Yeah.
Jackie Robinson. It's just amazing. So yeah, thank you for taking the time, and yeah, we'll touch base again, and I'll have a list of other things, and anybody in the chat as well. We'll take notes, and we'll cover some new ground.
All right, man. Take care. I appreciate all the viewers. Take care.
Likewise. All right. Have a great night. All right, everyone. Now let me give you the full channel. So if you're not subscribed to his channel, it is in the chat below. It's Jurassic Liars, Elvis, Seattle, 6/11, and Trump, 8/4, Ohio. Pretty specific there. Pretty specific. I think there's something going down. This Kraken imagery is key. Again, the David Bowie thing, this is what I wanted to bring up with them. So the fact that the David Bowie shows up in the Top Gun movie, I think it ties into this. Space Oddity, Ground Control to Major Tom. I think Tom Cruise going to the ISS for Dead Reckoning 2, there's another 2, you know, the second part of that, Mission Impossible, Mr. Twin Cross. Yeah, I think there's something here with, again, in Space Oddity, about Major Tom going into space and not coming back down. He dies on the moon. And now this is interesting too, because if you actually search Tom Cruise dead on the moon, I believe you'll find him dead on the moon on South Park. Yes, a dead Tom Cruise laying on the moon at the end of 201. Why is Tom Cruise on the moon on South Park? After he lost, Stan once apologized to Cruise for calling him a blank. Oh, that's pretty bad. Anyway, Kyle, Cartman, and Kenny sent him to the moon, where he suffocated to death. So Tom Cruise dead on the moon is significant because Major Tom, in the Black Star David Bowie album, Major Tom is dead on the moon. So Tom Cruise dead on the moon, and look at this. Major Tom is a persona of David Bowie's. He's mentioned in the new song Black Star. Major Tom is dead, and then you have him dead on the moon in his astronaut suit. So here you have dead Major Tom corresponding to ground control to Major Tom. Tom Cruise about to go to the ISS. Again, Apollo 11 on forward. All these things are Kubrick productions. I would even say from the beginning, First Man in Space was Kubrick. If Kubrick did Apollo 11, First Man on the Moon, he did the First Man in Space. I'm pretty sure of it. It's consistent here. And again, Tom Cruise reprised the role of Yuri Gagarin, who was the first man to go into orbit or something. But in the new Top Gun movie, they make him look like that. They put him in a similar space costume, and Gagarin lands in a field and basically says, I've come from outer space. Well, Tom Cruise lands in a rural area, goes to a diner, and some kid says, when he asks, where am I? He says, Earth. Again, it's a tie-in intentionally. All right, 5 Minutes of Fame says he tried calling in. Okay, let's see here. Phones are open, 833-311-1984. And I can also call in. Someone asked me to call back, but let's go ahead and continue through my notes here. Infinite Plane Radio.
Hey, Brother Tim, it's Five.
Hey, what's up, Five? What are your thoughts on the topics of the night from Top Gun?
Well,
Tom
first
Cruise?
of all, D-Day was 6-6, and 2022 equals another 6. And we lived, and they didn't do anything stupid. So you got them paranoid. That's my assumption. It's not a stretch. You know, they said we better not try anything on 666 because Tim probably said something about it a month ago.
Right. Well,
Yeah.
have you watched the new Top Gun?
No, I'm slow with that. And then I heard you say a new Batman, and I was terrified because I say I don't want to go to opening night of a movie, be in the middle of a psyop, and then be forced to sign a non-disclosure agreement. That would be a horrible day.
You wouldn't want one of those crisis actor paychecks? I think they get paid pretty good. There's a reason why there's no whistleblowers.
I don't know, man. I don't know. I still don't want to be like Gene Rosen. That's just me.
Well, okay, so I did watch it. The new Joker, by the way, it's called Folie à Deux, which means
I was driving Uber by the staircase there. I took some people home, and I said, how many white kids from the suburbs came here to take a picture on this staircase on University Avenue and got robbed? He was like, all of them.
Okay, well, Joker 2, the name means insanity of two. So another
what name?
The name of the new Joker movie, Folie à Deux,
what
Insanity of Two, and so it just got announced, and I'm thinking, okay, Top Gun 2, again, the second coming of everything is pretty much repeating here with the Pluto 2, and I'm saying this has been a year of mirrors. Has been a consistent theme, mirrors and twins.
Well, I'll tell you what Elvis would say, baby. After watching all the psyops on the news today, baby, what I noticed is Matthew McConaughey did such a good acting job. He should be the next Joker in the next movie.
Okay, you know what? On that note, I actually have a clip of Matthew McConaughey today. What did you catch him making that clicking noise with his mouth?
I did. It was very weird. And people were like, he went to Uvalde. He means this from his heart. Can't you tell?
So people make excuses for that. I'm going to play the clip.
You know what? He's an actor. I mean, he did the Lincoln Lawyer. He could do anything, bro. If you could master Dallas Buyers Club and convincingly look like a John Holmes dude, you got it, bro. You could do anything.
Yeah. Well, I'm gonna play the clip for anybody who's listening.
He's a good actor. He's a very good actor.
Well, I liked him in Texas Chainsaw Massacre. I believe it was Next Generation or Part 3. It was one of these ones where he operated a company called Illuminati Towing. And he was the one who...
That's so great. Oh, my God. But you get in deep into those, like, did you watch Freddy vs. Jason?
Well, the ones I watched, yeah, I did watch it. But I was watching the one with Matthew McConaughey. He operated a company called Illuminati Towing. And so what they would do is they would set up traps on the road to pop people's tires, and then he would be the one to tow them, and he would take them to the compound. And here's the thing. It turns out at the end of the movie, it explains why the family is involved with killing people. It's because the FBI is recording it 24/7, and it's basically 24/7 snuff films for this weird rich French guy who looks half alien at the end of the movie. It's an insane twist, but Matthew McConaughey
I love stuff like that.
Well, he's got this. He's basically cyborg, and they control him with they torture him with remote control. That's what keeps everybody in line over there at the Illuminati killing place.
Now I gotta watch it because I'm intrigued. I gotta tell you, like, I think you're like my Oprah's book club, because when you mention to see a movie, I watch it and I'm never let down, bro. Even Daybreakers. You know what I mean?
And Daybreakers.
It's so, like, today, you just take a... I was mentioning before Bubba Hotep. I don't know if you ever saw that. That was made by the...
Okay, Bubba Hotep is the one with Bruce Campbell. I believe I've seen it. He's an old Elvis impersonator.
Right, and JFK is the black guy who had his brain transplanted. But it's funny because it's, like, reminiscent of Q today. You know what I mean? Except for Elvis, if you substitute... as Trump, you would say, Trump and JFK are coming back to take out the satanic, risen pharaoh.
Well, that's quite literally what they're
at a nursing home. That's a little over the edge, but it was all great. I love anything like that. I love ridiculous. When you get really creative.
Sure.
Good.
I happen to like Bruce Campbell. I liked his work that he did with Sam Raimi with the Evil Dead series, which I'm pretty sure that movie that David Grohl did that has some predictive programming about the dead drummer was probably based on Evil Dead. I like Sam Raimi. I think he directed the Doctor Strange, which I need to go see because Doctor Strange is clearly based on Jack Parsons and the Scarlet Woman, and he has the Scarlet Witch. So there's got to be something in it.
That's great. Yeah, the Scarlet Witch, that wound up being Scientology's wife. Didn't he marry the red-haired girlfriend of Parsons?
No, Marjorie Cameron went on to do a film, and she only died recently, but she did some films with Kenneth Anger. No, actually, L. Ron Hubbard absconded with Jack Parsons' girlfriend and his boat and a lot of his money.
I love the word absconded. Classic, brother. So listen, man, I wanted to call in just to, people were asking me to call in, but I'm away from the chat because I got the radio blasted in the other room, so I can't read the chat while I'm on the phone.
Okay, well, hey, there's probably a lot of new people here, so tell them your channel name because I've reached the software I use, the company Restream. They lifted the limits on the number of channels, so I brought out all of my old YouTube socks and DLive sock accounts. So there's probably a lot of new people. So what's your channel, and how can they find you if they want
my channel's 5 Minutes of Fame, and it's got a picture of a white cat on like an orange blanket because there's like 7 of them. But I appreciate that plug, brother. And I just want to say, have a great night and great show as always.
Awesome. Thanks for calling. And again, and have Klaus Schwab call in anytime.
He will call in when he is ready to give you nothing but bugs.
Yeah, exactly. Can't wait for the roach milk and the cinnamon roach
Cinnamon
crunch.
toast roach. All right, good night,
Thanks.
brother.
All right, 5 minutes of fame. Okay, so on the screen you have the very annoying Matthew McConaughey, and here he is clicking.
All of these lives matter. Lives matter. All of these lives matter. All of these lives matter.
There you have it. I don't know what the click is. There was another movie that, what was it? There was what's his name? Benifer. The other half of Benifer, Ben Affleck. He had some movie, I couldn't watch it because he did that in the trailer. He did that click thing. I'm like, what the hell is that? Some kind of MK Ultra?
These lives matter.
Like, what did he just do? Did he just wake up the next 10 mass shooters? I'm putting a link in the chat to this video. The video is by Jurassic Liar 611, so subscribe to that channel as well. Infinite Plane Radio.
Infinite Plane Radio.
I'm trying to work on my clicking. Does it sound good?
You sound like an A-lister.
Be careful.
Cool. Hey, an A-lister. Holy shit. Like, I'm gonna keep my shirt on if that's okay with Matthew McConaughey.
Oh yeah, he's not a low-level
crisis.
Okay, I think we have a bit of an echo issue. Rourke66 says David Cronenberg's last film looks worthy.
If it's echoing,
Yeah, I assume you're in the white van. Yeah, I assume he's in the white van outside in the parking lot there, and he and the others got to get their feedback thing fixed. Okay, let's see. Travis Claude says he's trolling. You know, I don't think he's trolling. I muted the phone for a minute while he fixes it. I don't know, his settings must have changed. Now, Cronenberg's films, you got RoboCop. The other one I don't want to recommend his films because they're so revolting at a very visceral level, but that's their point. They used to use real special effects, real synthetic-looking gore. But I would also say Videodrome, which is kind of a precursor to the metaverse concept that we're in. It's just this kind of almost a dark satire. There's another one I watched recently. It was just unwatchable. But I even heard that the last one, people walked out on it. Not that, I mean, who knows? There could be shills, you know? I mean, it could be something. I believe that there's some shock director, was it John Waters or someone, used to pay people to pretend to be sick. Okay, so let me see if we got any sound from our caller. Okay, that was probably it. It probably had some kind of... We're still having some kind of issues on that one. Okay, let's move on here. The Fly, that's right, The Fly. A History of Violence, was that Cronenberg? No, that was... Anyway, let's go on. Cronenberg is mecha porn, says Tyrone McCloskey. People and machines get... Yeah, that's right, he did Crash, which is very bizarre, but it was about this cult of people recreating famous crash scenes for their own fetishistic enjoyment. The idea of like Patricia Arquette and James Spader in a car crashing into other people intentionally. And I think it's all just metaphor for relationships and how they damage you and scar you, etc. But the way he plays or he portrays it, you know, it's back when they used organic special effects before everything went CGI. And this is what I think they did it on purpose. I think there was a shift from organic or realistic special effects on real props to totally synthetic. And I don't think it's just because of budgetary constraints. Because aesthetically, it's difficult to compete, even now. I mean, CGI is impressive, but it's not the same. Special effects guru Douglas Trumbull from 2001 Space Odyssey said as much. He said that the special effects they did 50 years ago age better and look better now than CGI from 5 or 10 years ago. So Cronenberg used real effects is my point, but I think that there's been an intentional dumbing down of the ability of the public to tell the difference between real and fake by switching to CGI. Infinite Plane Radio. Okay, I think we might have a ghost caller here, but I'll hang on the line here in case anything happens. Tyrone says Cronenberg's a precursor to transhumanism. Yeah, that's kind of what I was talking about with RoboCop too. All right, AA says Black Lives Matter. Then he clicks like a plantation owner. I think he said Lives Matter. Did he say Black Lives Matter? But yeah, what was the clicking? I don't know what the clicking was, but it was bizarre. And I was thinking about this because in the movie I mentioned where he's with Illuminati Towing, the Texas Chainsaw Massacre movie, they have a little clicking device they use to torture him. It's like a remote control that zaps him. Yeah, Joker sequel. Working title, Joaquin Phoenix reading script in new pics. Again, the name Phoenix is extremely significant in all these contexts. And I brought this up that on the solstice of 2019, there was a phoenix spotted above a Russian military power station. It was like in the aurora, big old phoenix in the sky. And I thought, Phoenix as we enter the summer solstice, which means we're entering Cancer. And now they're saying that Putin, with his Satan II rockets, is going crazy, and they think he has cancer. And I'm like, might mean something there. Rourke66 says Existence. Yeah, that's another Cronenberg film, and that one has William Dafoe. I believe he plays God, doesn't he? Yeah, in that movie, William Dafoe, and I might watch it again. It's been a while, but it was basically a game about this sort of a metaverse, or this kind of concept where your consciousness goes into a simulation with these fleshy video game controllers. Okay, here we have the IMDb Existence spelled with a Z, 1999. A game designer on the run from assassins must play her latest virtual reality creation with a marketing trainee to determine if the game has been damaged. Anyway, he plays a mechanic, and he talks about how inside the simulation he's God. So there might be something to that. Jurassic says RoboCop has an Elvis connection also. They had an evil guy in the movie whose name was Cain, who worshipped Elvis and his bones. Now, Cain is the name that of the character that Ed Harris plays in the Top Gun 2, who gives Tom Cruise his orders. Might be something to it. Also, speaking of Cain, and I've seen Jurassic Liars, Elvis, Seattle 611, and Trump 84 Ohio talk about this, The Weeknd. So The Weeknd's parading around with a head injury. We're talking about the musical performer who performed at the 2020 Super Bowl? Or was it 2021? Yeah, here we go. Anyway, he's prancing around with this simulated head injury, like he's got some kind of reconstructive surgery or something. Several meanings you could take from it, but the main thing is this. Here he is holding this idol that they gave him, and of course red and black, these colors are associated with Saturn, may mean something. But the main thing here is his name is Abel. So I'm thinking Abel, head wound, there might be something in that. There's a whole other direction we could go with this as well. The picture on the right where his face is very distended and pumped up, just totally grotesque. This is from the music video Save Your Tears, which has a lot of Kubrick references built into it. Very unusual character. If you read his history, he was pretty much unknown. People thought he was a studio creation up until more recently. He hadn't ever shown his arms. He's always wearing gloves. There's a rumor that this is a mask and that this is some kind of grotesque inside joke, and that behind the mask is, well, that's a side note. The other thing that's related to tonight is that he hosted Coachella, which is kind of interesting considering previously Coachella was hosted by Kanye West. So you have Kanye West being replaced by this guy. Well, Kanye West, Starman. This guy, Weeknd, Starboy. So there might be some correlation there as well. These events are more than just concerts. Like the Burning Man festival, the Burning Man is Phoenix. The Burning Man is their Christ, whatever this thing they worship is. And they did Burning Man in Black Rock City, Nevada. They did 33 Burning Man festivals. In 1986 and 2019, you had literal Burning Man situations outside of the White House. Again, 33 years apart. Infinite Plane Radio.
Hey, this is my last attempt. Is it echoing on your end?
All right, we made it this time. Awesome.
Yeehaw. Hey, I'm right now in Rome, New York, where the 1999 there was a lot of nines there. I kind of shorted out. 1999 Woodstock took place. So I'm literally 10 miles. Well, not even 10, a mile and a half actually. I don't know why I said 10. It would take me 10 minutes to jog there, I guess. That's what I'm thinking of. But I'm right here in the septic cesspool of Woodstock 99.
Okay, Woodstock 99. Yeah, I think I recall some of the footage from that thing. Rome, New York. Okay, so you're the one, you mentioned this before, maybe you want to fill us in. You actually went out to Tops, or have you made it there yet?
I went there earlier today, and I'm very depressed because it was blocked off, and I couldn't really get much. All I could do is take footage from the sidewalk, um, basically a block away, and it was basically nothing. I could the window that was shot out was fully intact, and I asked a security guard um when they replaced it, and he said, "Oh, it was about like 6 days ago." So apparently they replaced the window that was shot out, but everything was kind of covered up. I kind of got some footage. Well, I zoomed in as best possible of the front door where the lady in the wheelchair was shot, but I was so depressed because I couldn't go in there, and they said it was wide open. Like I even called, and I talked to people, and they said it
So
was
it's a
open.
closed movie set?
So well, I took pictures of everything, but a cop came up to me uh and asked. He started talking to me, but it started raining, and I was just like I asked him also. I was like, "Hey, were you here?" And he's like, "No, I wasn't there that day." He's like, "We just got to keep people off." I don't know. It was annoying.
Well, you know what?
So I have
Yeah,
about
I'm not
I
surprised
have
by
about like
this.
30 photos, but
I'm
it was closed off.
like, check this out. You know the Buffalo. Oh, that's the Buffalo one. The other one, the Texas school shooting. So I saw the sign on it, and it said something like "We will rise," and I'm like, "That's a weird slogan for a school." It has the word "rise" very prominent. Well, sure enough, after this event, they came out and they said that they're going to raise the school and build a new one. And raise specifically means to burn it down, like burn down, build back better.
Yeah, no, what they're doing right now, they have like 40 well about like between 20 like about 20 trash uh receptacles. They're remodeling the whole entire of the store. So you can't really see any like the whole outs like it's fenced off. You can't go anywhere close to it. And there was about 30 security guards. I was like, dude, this is a shitload of security guards.
It's because they're
Like, why is
aware
there?
now. Look, you have people like Zach Hubbard went over there. I think the people who run these psyops, which are
What
all
did
hoaxes,
what
they know
what did
that there are
Zach
people
do?
watching. Well, he goes in
Is
here
there
before.
videos of Zach?
Yeah, he goes out to these events all the time, and he says, "Oh, like for example, he went to one at a university, and he said, this is interesting. This is 322 days after the 322 shooting at King's Superstore number 33. And, you know, going out and spouting gematria to security guards, you're not going to get very far.
He's like, and do you know that the Colts are going to win the Super Bowl next year? And they're like, dude, like, we're here. But dude, there was like literally, there was at least 17. Well, shit, that's a bad number. There was 16 security guards, like literally full blown. They had, well, not all of them, but there was 3 of them that had M4s or assault rifle 15s on their fucking bodies, and then there was one which was ridiculously funny, driving around in the handicap shopping cart thing in the front. I was like, this is ridiculous. I was like, I can't go in there. But it started to rain. I was but I didn't know. Okay, what drew me off is I didn't know if it was like a 2-party consent state or
Well, let me ask this. Let me run this
a
by you.
third party.
So, because this is a lot of people are in onto this how fake the things are in the news. You sound like you're kind of new to the concept of nobody dying. Are you still are you still believing that people died at these events? Is it hit or miss, or are you on Team Auto Hoax?
Well, I prefer to believe that no one died, and if if that makes me feel better.
What I mean is, do you have evidence for there being are you a false flagger? Like, do you believe this
No,
was a?
I rather have more evidence that people actually died, but the fact that there's very little evidence, I'm still what's tomorrow, Wednesday? The stupid chief of fire department or whatever's supposed to call me tomorrow. So I'm
Well, wait,
still,
here's what
and
I'm
then
asking for. Here's why I'm asking.
Judge
Because
Carter
here's why I'm asking. Because what I'm looking
is
at
supposed
here
to call me.
is I'm investigating or reality testing the claims of the media with these extreme events. And when I look at these things, I know that the media is not neutral. That's how I know that nobody died. These aren't false flags. And I'm just curious because if you think the media is neutral, you're coming at it from a slightly different place. And I'm kind of curious, what is your angle when you're talking to police about this? Do you think somebody died? And why would you be asking questions? Or are you trying to find out if nobody died? Or are you trying to find out if it was a patsy? Like, what's your exact angle?
Well, the dude, there was cops on every. Well, the back of the store was closed, but there was cops
But
on the
okay,
left
pretend I'm the
and then the
I'm the
front
chief of
and on the
police,
right.
and you get me on the phone. What are you proposing? What are you going to say to him?
I'll play my recording. I was asking the chief of police what the case number was, and he said he wouldn't give it out. It's like you got to call the clerk's office for that, and then the clerk's office
Okay,
gave
I guess what I'm
me.
asking is, are you going to confront them on whether the event was a real event or an example of propaganda inserted into the
Yeah,
news cycle?
I have I have a 6-minute audio recording of me talking to the chief of Buffalo Police in the area.
Did you broach the topic of nobody dying
Yeah,
and a bunch of actors?
I was like, do you realize that people are calling this a hoax, and you can't give me a way to get information? He's like, no, you got to contact the clerk's office. Then I asked the chief. I was like, hey, are you part of a lodge? And there was like 6 seconds of silence. He's like, what do you mean? I was like, are you like part of an Elks Lodge, a Moose Lodge? Are you of some type of Masonic lodge? He's like, who are you?
Okay, okay, interesting. I'm just kind of curious as to where you're coming from on this because uh,
So like,
it's
I have the recording.
yeah, okay,
I don't know
send
how
it to
I
me.
could
I'll check
send
it
it to
out.
you.
Yeah, give it to me in Discord or email it to me. I mean, this is
And
interesting to me
and then
because
I have
you don't know
and
who's in
then
the
I've
know and
called.
who's not. And to me, it's like
It's
there's a lack of plausible deniability at a certain level. Like with these events, you know who's in the know. And so it's kind of funny that you would go in there and actually question them. And I don't think they know how to deal with it.
Yeah, well, the cop today was like, "Hey, you got to go," but it literally started raining. It was somewhat misting when I first got there, and then it started raining, and the cop got out of his car, and he's like,
Well,
"Hey, man," he's like, "What do you?" He's just, I was like, "Hey, I'm leaving," because I had my semi truck literally parked there, kind of illegally. So I was just like, "I'm gonna get the fuck out of here."
interesting. Do
So
you have any other background in
it
journalism
was
before?
it.
Have you ever done any types of on the ground reporting previous to this, or is this new? Because I got to send you a press pass. I got these new ones, and we have
Yeah, no, we can get in that, but I literally I told you last time I called that I called every business, so like Family Dollar. So like it started to rain So I didn't want to walk over to the Family Dollar that I already called, and they're like, "No, we can't answer questions." Like every business around there said they can't answer questions.
Wow.
And I have it on recording, and I should have looked it up before, but apparently New York is a one what do they call it? One person consent
See, I'm
state.
of the opinion here that we had a window of opportunity that's been closed for the most part when it comes to
It
analyzing these
was
events and catching them when they aren't ready to offer counter narratives.
messed up because I drove there the next day, and I could have went there,
No, what I
but
mean
I
is
froze up
when I was talking about the window,
because
I think the window closed years ago. And if listen, the dominant majority of conspiracy theorists, so-called conspiracy theorists, Alex Jones, they all think people died. They can't think past the media as being neutral observers. That's the main trick, and I think that's their main purpose is to keep people on that line. I'm way past it. These things don't surprise me anymore, but that's what the
well,
yeah.
it, I was gonna say like in my reality, no one died, but in their reality, some people might have died. But it's just
Well, this is the thing. I think there's a paradigm shift, and this explains the mass deception. There's a paradigm shift here that we went through where we have now gone from directly experiencing the world to having another sensory apparatus, the TV screen. And the TV screen sets the premise for everything. And you mentioned, like, it is analogous to the Mandela effect, but it's the TV watchers who are in the subjective reality, not me. I'm the one demanding facts. So they live in a fantasy, a fictional universe where Jussie Smollett got lynched. And so I don't have any of these augmentations attached to my reality. But I'm saying here is that I don't think you can actually get to the truth of these scenes anymore. They clean up their tracks in advance. So I mean it's fascinating to go down and check it out, but I have no expectation that we're ever going
yeah.
to uncover.
I should have sucked it up and went down there the next day because I drove by the next day. I should have Ubered over there and got footage. Um, because when I went there today, there was literally like probably 40 cars in the parking lot. And it was like probably half of that was security, and then in like whatever they're doing inside remodeling type stuff. There was just no way to see any of the footage. The window I asked one security guard because I went around before the cop came up to me, and I was like, "Hey, when did they replace the window?" And he's like, "Oh, like 5, 6 days ago." So I mean, it sounds plausible, but uh, like I was even looking at the footage again too, because when he opens up the door, you can kind of see a reflection of the window, and I'm trying to see if it was augmented reality, but you can't really see the bullet holes through him opening up the window reflection. Well, the footage that I
Here's the
got.
problem though. The problem is this: is that the footage is obviously fake to me because I'm a video editor with years of experience. I've done detailed animation, even frame by frame modification and inserting things into segments of video. So when I see glitches, I see fakery, I see CGI, it screams fake. So I looked at this thing, I'm like, okay, the public's going to believe it. So we can break these things down from afar. We can get information on the ground. We can provide all the facts, and the public's going to go with whatever the mainstream says. And the loudest voices that are contradicting the media are people like Alex Jones, who still think people are actually being killed. So they don't, and what this does, and my main point is this: as long as you're pushing the idea that these are false flags with patsies or whatnot, you're granting the media a level of
Yeah, did you
neutrality it
see?
doesn't deserve. The media is not neutral, is my point.
Uh, well, but before I go on to that, but I literally I took photos of all the little candles and the white crosses that they had, but none of them had their birth dates. So we can't cross-check their birth dates to their names and try to find out if they're real people.
Well, you could look into it later,
Um,
but you're again, the premise is this: if it's a staged event, They didn't make up the names last year. And one of the things we notice is oftentimes their social media would be like 2 days old. Then they'd go to a shooting. But now they
Yeah,
have backdated characters. There's more extensive. So not only that, but you'll find back history. So um, it's not like you're going to find that many plot holes. Although it
yeah.
is curious that
Ashley,
all of the
yeah,
crosses from
Ashley,
all of the school shootings have been done by the same cross maker.
yeah, Ashley Babbitt's mom, uh, her Twitter, her Twitter account was 2 weeks before. Well, not even 2 weeks. It was like 10 days before the whole situation.
Yeah, typical. But
Yeah, that's
fascinating.
yeah.
Are you planning on investigating or debunking any other of these staged events?
You're breaking up. What was that?
Are there any other staged events or things you're willing to go check out? I mean, in your
Yeah,
area?
I mean, I live in Texas, but I travel around. But I mean, I didn't. Well, I mean, I don't want to blame it on the rain and sound like I'm a witch and like I was melting, but it just seemed pointless because I called literally every company before, and the banks around there, the fire department, everything around there told me already that they won't answer questions. They can't answer questions, and they so I was getting railroaded immediately. And then, well, like I took pictures of
Well, look,
the
here's the thing that's
front
going on. For
door
people who don't know, one of the things I'm
because
doing and I'm
I
working on
wanted to
here
see the
is
mid shots.
with the Infinite Plane media reporters is we are working on one networking our reporters, but also establishing some certain protocols that I think I can help you get interviews. So if you're not getting railroaded, what's happening is you're not approaching appropriately. So what I mean is like they have to see you as a journalist. That's why you get the media credentials. So I'm thinking the next step would be press pass, and then you could schedule interviews. Going guerrilla
Yeah,
or going
yeah,
ambush
yeah,
journalism is
gorilla.
that's last resort.
Well, exactly what you're saying. Like if I had a lanyard with a media pass, I mean, I might have had more confidence
Yeah,
to
let me give you an idea.
actually
For example,
ask the security guard if I can go in
look,
there
I called
and
into
see
the
the footage.
after Parkland, I was calling into various news agencies to find out if anybody saw the alibi that Nick Cruz had. And I found out by calling various news desks that they're just taking their information from somebody else and hitting play. They don't even vet the stuff. But having the press credentials is very useful. I recently had a conversation with the head of Secret Service at the White House, and I got the call by presenting myself with an email first, and then of course setting the expectations for the call. But much easier than trying to ambush or sneak in or act like you're undercover. No reason to be undercover. You can be up front. You can say I'm with Infinite Plane Radio, and we think these things are fake. Prove us wrong.
Well, I mean, I was saying IP media for the abbreviation, but I didn't want to like just because if you're like, hey, you don't have a press pass, so I was like kind of covering my own ass. But I just
Anyway,
I
hey,
mean, even
but beyond this though, beyond this, I mean, we all know that the event is what it is. Have you seen Stranger Things or any of the tie-ins to the Tops shooting?
all I heard was have
Have you
tops.
seen Stranger Things, the series, season number 4?
Well, I watched the first well, isn't that more of the Uvalde thing?
Yeah, it's more of that one.
Oh,
However, but well, it is, but
those
it has two
well
things.
aren't
L is playing with
Gradles
Tops. L is playing with
are
Tops, which is a Tops reference, and then the guy with the hat, the computer hacker guy, looks like the Buffalo shooter, who is also a 4chaner, a computer guy.
I uh I watched either yesterday or the day before where you were pointing that out. But I was like, dude, those are Gradles. Gradle. But then you pointed out like the lookalikes, the comparisons.
And then, of course, they made the
And
reference to the Uvalde shooting at the very intro. But yeah, and then, of course, there's a David Hogg-esque character, and they're going to be marching for their lives. Are you going to be in a big city on 6/11 to watch them marching for their lives?
I think I think your expectation of the ISS is actually the international, or not the international, the Chinese space station. I think the Chinese space station is actually going to get hit by a CubeSat and fall to Earth, and then the Chinese are going to blame Elon Musk, and NASA is like, no, we got to do our personal study on it. I wrote not a big article, but I wrote an article of a dream that I had where the Chinese space station actually comes down, but it hits the Golden Gate Bridge and not the Seattle
Well,
whatever
look,
it is.
Golden Gate GG77, very interesting because if you look into the falling of Skylab, all kinds of 77s thrown into that one. And again, with the 42nd anniversary of Skylab, what was the other one? It was there's a couple that fell. I think it was Mirror. No, Skylab had the sevens all over it. I'll pull this up, but Golden Gate Bridge figures prominently in a lot of predictive programming. A space station falling and hitting it, that would be pretty precise. It would almost
Well,
look
yeah,
like
the Chinese,
intentional.
yeah, the Chinese space station. Everyone inside gets obliterated basically, and it falls out of orbit and hits the Golden Gate Bridge, takes that out, and then the Chinese are mad
Okay,
and
listen to
saying it's
this.
Elon Musk.
Skylab was 77 tons, is how much it weighed. And I've been finding a lot of
Yeah,
77s connected to the falling space station agenda. Now, check this out. In May of 2019, NASA did a drill called Fictional Event. They did a drill with FEMA to prepare for a falling object in America. Well, exactly 1 year later, May of 2020, you had the Chinese, part of a Chinese space infrastructure fall into the Pacific. And so you might see something because they have actually drilled on this very scenario.
well, did it fall into Point Nemo?
Well, that's a good question.
Well,
The Chinese
I,
space station, let me
well, I
think.
think after the Chinese space
Here it
station
is.
wrecks, because it's so ridiculous, they're gonna pull, just for safety measures, the ISS down. And I think it's gonna all happen between 2024. So,
There is a thing with China.
I
I mean, we had that piece of Chinese space junk that landed the night that Elon Musk was hosting the SNL. And then this summer and this fall, two CubeSats, two different incidents, CubeSats nearly hit the Chinese space station. So
the
it,
Chinese one, yeah. So they're gonna actually get hit. Third time's a charm. They're gonna get hit, and then after they get hit and it falls into the Golden Gate, the Chinese are going to start shooting down the CubeSat Starlink, and you'll see it little small explosions in the sky, and the WHO is going to advise everyone to wear helmets just for the fallout.
well, they wore helmets in '79 for Skylab falling. And check this out. So the one I was referencing,
Did they really?
they
Did
did.
they?
I found it
No
online.
way.
Yeah, in fact,
No.
there's a movie called Skylab
Is,
that came out is made in Bollywood for
is
the
that?
42nd anniversary of Skylab, and they said
Are you serious?
crashing into a
Are you
theater near
serious?
you. Yeah, it was like they had Skylab helmet parties. They really did.
Yeah, I wrote like a probably like a 300 word just a hypothesis on this whole situation where what I'm talking about.
Post it in Discord
Um
or something. And here's the date: the Heavenly Palace, which is a Chinese space station, Tiangong 1 Heavenly Palace, fell to Earth on April 1st, 2018. April Fool's Day.
New Year's? No, that's New Year's Day, isn't it?
Probably, and it's probably got more significance. There's nothing about the space program that's coincidental. And hey, by the way, if you look on the screen, that's from my local Dollar General. You have Elvis, The King Lives On, and on the right, Mr. 42, Jackie Robinson. Just for anybody who's wondering, I put that up on the screen.
Uh I'm seeing with Justin Bieber's weekend photo still.
Oh yeah, you probably need to scroll forward. Yes, Justin Beaver slash Abel the weekend. But no, yeah. So this thing about this, your prediction, you might be right. It could be the Chinese one. I know the American space station's already symbolically falling to pieces. Already has a crack in it, literally. But the Russians have already said they're not going to be in it much longer.
Well, I mean, I have like lucid dreams. I mean, we can go into drugs and stuff, but my dreams are, I guess, quote unquote lucid, but it's because what I'm already thinking of to begin with. And I think when people do drugs like DMT and Joe Rogan are like, oh, you can take the coffee enema and just see stuff, but it's just what we're already thinking of, and it's just more, I don't know. It's a more vivid daydream type thing.
Okay, interesting. Now, as far as lucid dreaming goes, and this type of thing, are you talking like out of body or just dream control? What is this exactly?
Yeah, well, yeah, it's like where you feel like a dream is real. I think these people that are doing drugs and stuff, and they're saying like they're doing a spiritual event type thing. I think it's just what are a rapid eye movement. They're just falling straight into rapid eye movement, and they're
So,
having
so it's not a
a
real.
lucid
Okay,
dream.
so they're seeing like something. It's not a real
That's
spiritual
what.
experience. It's just drugs.
Yeah, that's why there's like bad trips and good trips. It's all like what your expectation into going into it, and like you're like, oh, I'm gonna go there and I'm gonna go fly on clouds and have sex with a mermaid, and then like or and then you do that, like you do the drugs, and then you go and you swim in an ocean and find Atlantis or something. You're like, oh no, that's the truth. But then if you're like secretly insecure about like what you've done in your life, and you have demons that you're hiding and you don't want to admit it, and then like you trip balls, and then like in reality like everyone's seeing like what you've done, and so
Yeah,
like
I've heard about that.
it's called a
Paranoia,
quote.
intense self-consciousness. Let me run this by you though. So let's say, like the people who do drugs, they think they're having some kind of spiritual event. Maybe you're saying it's just your brain's misfiring. So you would have a spiritual experience based off of something that's not spiritual, so it's like kind of fake. What do you make of people who think the Mandela effect is supernatural? But then because of it, they feel like they're on it.
Did you say
No,
Mandela? Did you say, I don't, you're breaking
yeah,
up a
the
little.
Mandela
What did you
affected
say?
people claim that they're having a supernatural experience, and to me, I'm like, does this does this invalidate their sense of it being supernatural or spiritual if it's
I'm
coming from?
laughing because if you heard what I heard on my end,
Well,
do
no,
you
well,
think if
okay.
this is what the
Is it is
men?
if my
I
my phone
all I
might be
heard was an
breaking up?
N word.
Okay, my phone's probably breaking up. Okay, well, my question was this. My question was this. Simply that anybody who spiritualizes something that's just a misfiring, a lens flare, I think there's something somewhat problematic about it. Like prayer warrior Roger Stone. Roger Stone comes out and he says that there's a portal above the White House and he's praying it away. And I'm like, the portal above the White House was a lens flare, but now he's spiritual. Is he any less spiritual because he arrived at it through some kind of a misconception, a misperception, an error, a glitch? I don't know. A spiritual lens flare. All right, the phone was getting choppy. I had to cut the call. All right, let us continue here. Let's go through the notes. I was making this correlation here between Elvis 73 and the satellite and David Bowie in space. Again, the similar situation. Elvis, Bowie, and then the Kanye connection. And I was looking at this thinking, is Kanye going to go to space? It would complete this story, and the answer is yes. He's recently discussed it after Pete Davidson turned down his trip to space. Suddenly, Kanye's all about it. Okay, here's John Hinckley, who has John F. Kennedy's birthday. John Hinckley, who just sold out tickets to a concert at a hotel in July. Again, this is the guy that shot Reagan.
Hello, everybody. Hope you're all doing great. I'd like to say that I have 14 songs on Spotify now, 14 of my original songs on Spotify, iTunes, Apple Music, and all the rest of the streaming sites. So check them out. I'm also on Twitter at John Hinckley20 on Twitter if you want to check that out. But right now I want to do some Elvis. You know I can't be found sitting here all alone. If you can't come around, at least please telephone. Don't be cruel to a heart that's true.
Pretty good. Okay, now one thing about him is he was obsessed with Jodie Foster for some weird reason. He's got Bush connections, all kinds of skull and bones all over the shooting of Reagan. Very significant historical event. Notable that he's been released and Saran is about to be released, or they're talking about it. Saran 77, this guy 66. You know, one of them shot RFK, this guy shot Reagan. A couple of assassins on the loose. That's kind of weird. And here he is doing an Elvis cover, and the Elvis movie comes out in a few weeks, and he's performing live soon, but it's already sold out. A few more seconds of this torture.
If I made you mad for something I might have said, please let's forget the past. The future looks bright ahead. Don't be cruel.
Now, this also ties into the Brady bill and the mental illness thing. The Brady Handgun Violence Prevention Act, 11/30/1993, mandated federal background checks on firearm purchasers. 5-day waiting period. So here's a connection to, again, gun control, assassination attempt, Elvis, and of course March for Our Lives coming up. So the fact that this guy, known for being a shooter, fascinating. All right, let's see. I'm going through your comments. 5 minutes says, "Don't be cruel to the man that helped create the Brady bill." Yeah, I'm assuming it was a psyop just based on all of the connections to everything else. But anyway, the fact that they let him out, it's like, what does this mean that they let assassins out? It's also notable that a couple of the people who were part of the, let me bring this up, because Malcolm X, the assassins of Malcolm X, I don't know if they were assassins. There was some kind of story recently. Here we go. 2 men convicted of killing Malcolm X exonerated. This just happened. And this is 57 years ago, by the way. 57 years ago, assassination of Malcolm X. X is the 24th letter, 2442, the X, the cross. You can extrapolate quite a lot from this. There's a few rabbit trails you can go down here. The main thing is, well, the name Malcolm actually showed up in the recent movie Macbeth, which was in black and white, also kind of noteworthy. Malcolm X was starring Denzel Washington, and it was directed by Spike Lee. Denzel Washington was Macbeth in the recent Macbeth, and Denzel was hanging out with Colin Kaepernick, who was in Colin in black and white. A lot of repetition with these things. But anyway, I think it's interesting here that in the last year we've had Hinckley, Saran, Malcolm X's assassins. It's like, what's with all these assassins being set loose? And when Derek Chauvin was let out on bail the first time before he went back in, and look, Derek Chauvin had a hearing on 9/11. I mean, these numbers are telling a huge story. But when they first let him out on bail, he was released from Hennepin County at 11:22 a.m. I'm like, well, there's an Oswald connection. Oswald shot the 46-year-old JFK. Well, George Floyd was 46. Okay, let's see. Tyrone says Black and White Raiders have signed Kaepernick. Did they sign him? Did they sign him? Now again, Colin is derived from the name Nicholas. Kaepernick from Copernicus. Nicholas Copernicus, the Copernican Revolution. Again, a revolution, leader of a revolution like BLM. That also is very significant. There's a lot about Colin Kaepernick on the world stage that I could go into here. It's all in my book, The Metascript Decoded. There are a number of characters that I deconstructed. But this is going to be interesting. Fascinating. None of these characters are... Look, I mentioned this earlier. This is also very significant when I was on the call with JL about Joe Theismann. And you got to look this up for yourself just because it's just too unbelievable. Joe Theismann's broken leg. Washington quarterback breaks leg exactly 33 years after Theismann. But then you go into the other coincidences that go along with this thing. Joe Theismann was there, and Joe Theismann has a nephew also named Alex Smith who happened to be 33 at the time. It's just ridiculous numbers of coincidences. November 18th, 1985, broken right tibia and fibula. And then you fast forward, November 18th, look, 2018, right tibia and fibula. Location, Washington, D.C. Teams, Washington Redskins. Yard line, 39. I read somewhere else it was 42, but whatever. Final score, 23-21. Caused by three-time DPOTY Lawrence Taylor, 3-time J.J. Watts. Anyway, what you're looking at here are parallel events 33 years apart. And it's about a leg being taken out. And the first guy's name was Joe Theismann. Again, Joe Theismann. This is insane. It's just like another world stage name reflecting his role. And I'm thinking here there's a torch being passed. That's what we're seeing with the similarity. And these stories go pretty deep. In fact, we'll probably go back to this here later. Demolition Man is trending. If anybody, we were talking about this movie yesterday because there's a new Taco Bell that looks exactly like the one out of Demolition Man, where it's a future where the only restaurant is Taco Bell. There's no toilet paper. Everybody's socially distanced, and you get fined for hate speech or no cussing. You swear, and you got to pay a fine. We're almost there. In fact, now they have the new threat to society. It's not actually weapons of mass destruction anymore. Now it's mail and dis and misinformation. So WMD became MDM. And now there's talk that there's going to be lockdowns. But there's going to be lockdowns not for COVID, but because of gas shortages, which we'll pull up. And let me play this, and hopefully Jurassic Liars is still in the chat. You got to hear this. Alex Jones calling Donald Trump the one-eyed man, king in the land of the blind, not of this earth, who's already transcended. This is Alex Jones talking about Donald Trump.
Diamonds with the devil close behind. He's not one-eyed. He's got one eye on earth, one eye into heaven. He's already not of the earth completely. He's already transcended his body. The one-eyed man in the land of the blind is king. And if Trump's anything, he's a one-eyed man. And if Trump's anything, he's a one-eyed man. He's riding like the one-eyed jack of diamonds with the devil close behind. He's
all right, so make of that what you will. Another Alex Jones-ism. Okay, so here we go. Attempted Reagan assassin John Hinckley's New York City concert sells out. Here's what he looked in his prime. Hinckley, 67, shot Reagan in 81, and yeah, people are going to pay to see this guy. He says, a big thank you to everyone who helped me get out of my unconditional release. What a long, strange trip. Now it's time to rock and roll. So he's going to be out on 6/15. Fascinating. Again, I just think it's strange, all these assassins being released. What is going on? So here's a little bit more about Kanye West. Sources say Yeezy wants to be the first celebrity in space, and he wants to have a listening party, entertaining the idea of having a party that's not only out of this world, but out of our price ranges. I did a pretty big review of the Tom Cruise movie and all the symbolism in the movie, Top Gun, and how it relates to, I would say, the bigger meta-scripted picture, the introduction of a new Christ, a second coming. There's some kind of story being conveyed in that, which ties into everything else. The alien savior man who fell to earth narrative. Something to look forward to. Now check this out. I'm always, like I said, I'm always digging in on what the QAnoners are claiming. So I saw a number of QAnon people with this video clip of this gray-haired man looking out to the sea, and they all say, watch the water. It's one of their catchphrases. And they're saying, yeah, this is JFK Jr. looking out to the sea. Well, coincidentally, I'm doing some other research, and I find this thing in Shutterstock. It's under the category Disappointed Mature Businessmen. Disappointed mature businessman standing by the seashore. Old man in a suit having negative changes in his career, facing the water. So yeah, the QAnoners think that this is JFK Jr. But no, this is some guy from Shutterstock. Gloomy mood. Just search gloomy mood. Stock photo number 266666641. The hopium out there is so crazy. They're addicted to it. And it's just, it's never ending, and it's getting worse. And when you look at who's behind this stuff, it's a whole other rabbit trail. We Are Woke TV posted this on Instagram today. I mentioned this, how there's this theory that Benicio del Toro does not exist. And I brought this up because we were talking about adrenochrome and Johnny Depp and Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas. And the theory goes like this, and Benicio del Toro was in that movie. The theory is that Benicio doesn't exist, that it is in fact a deep fake, that it is one of these hyper-realistic skin masks that these celebrities wear and spies, CIA agents wear, and that Benicio is actually Brad Pitt, simply wearing a mask, playing a role within a role, a movie within a movie, layers. These people are layered like Russian dolls. So you're watching a movie where the star is actually another movie star playing a role. I mean, that's how deep it goes, if this is the case. Looks like they're sending out the bots. It's happening everywhere. Thank you for those of you who are taking them out. All right, let me see. I'm going through your comments here. Rourke66 says, hey baby, do you want to go see a presidential killer sing some oldies tonight? Yeah, okay, that's good. Thank you. Tomanoid, Hinckley was obsessed with Foster from Taxi Driver. This is a deep connection here. So Jodie Foster, Taxi Driver. So a couple connections we can make from this. One, it's notable that the new Joker was clearly influenced from Taxi Driver. But here's the other one here. According to the letter Hinckley wrote hours before the shooting, the attempted assassination was an attempt to impress Jodie Foster. His obsession began after he saw her in the 1976 Taxi Driver, where she played a teenage prostitute named Iris. Sick storyline, sick movie, but I believe that she was wearing glasses. Let me see if I can find it here. There was some kind of Lolita reference. Now Lolita is this is why I think it's an interesting connection. Lolita is a Kubrick film. Here we go. There are some connections with symbolic connections here, and I'm just bringing this up because again, there's weird undertones. I'll dig deeper into this, but anytime you see, here we go, Kubrick connected with attempted presidential assassinations. John Hinckley has JFK's birthday, so there might be some connections there. And this Lolita thing is significant too. If you look into this character, the character's name is Dolores Hayes. Dolores has connections to Persephone. For example, in the film Westworld, the main character who's imprisoned is Dolores. You have Dorothy, Wizard of Oz, similar dynamic. Anyway, we'll get on to Lolita Express. I mean, just kind of gives you an idea there. What is their obsession with this stuff? You know, I will never quite understand it, but I've accepted the existence of evil in the world, and that's pretty much all you need to know. Intraspecies predators. And things are getting weird. Everything you see in Netflix will come true next year. I said this last year, and I said, hey, sadly, everything you see in that Black Mirror is going to manifest. And now we're watching the advent of child strippers on Cuties, or Cooties, whatever it was called on Netflix. And you can see how they float these ideas in the movies, and then they bring it out, and that's pretty much what we're seeing. Now this is kind of interesting. It's 30 Hudson Yards, I believe. This is a building. 30 Hudson Yards and its observation deck. This is a building that's opening up this year, and it happens to look like a gigantic penguin. Way out of my price range, obviously, but should we succeed in cashing out on this cyber squatting case and identity theft, which actually implicates YouTube as a co-defendant, I will be seeking some kind of office space. It may not be a giant penguin-shaped building, but it will be an upgrade from our present studio situation. I also want to say thanks to everybody here who's been frequenting the store. I've got to show you this now, and shout out to Osher for supplying these. Go to timosmond.win, W-I-N, and it's a link that'll take you to the shop. So if you go to the shop, we have keychains. This IPS keychains. We have decals, and more importantly, press passes, which have all been updated. And a lot of you should be receiving your press passes between now and Friday. So if anybody's heading to Seattle, hopefully we have some reporters there on the ground. All right, let's see. Going through comments. One thing I want to talk about with JL26 is the Rust shooting with Alec Baldwin, who's a Trump twin. He dresses up as twin. And he killed Helena Hutchins with a 44. The Union there in Santa Fe was IATSE 44. And they left, by the way, before the shooting. 5 Minutes of Fame says, I'll buy some more IPS stuff. I want a press pass. Oh yeah, the new press passes are great. You got retractable, you have lanyards. Lanyards make you look legit, and you'll blend in. And more. We have more stuff as well. More designs, more shirts from X-Pac. The decals sell very fast. All right, let me go back to my notes here. I don't want to miss anything. So yeah, Joker 2 is coming. Joker 2. All these twos. Not insignificant. We covered Matthew McConaughey's weird clicking. Again, this is a synchronicity for me. I'm listening to JL26, or Jurassic Liars rather, talking about Elvis and Jackie Robinson. I walk into a store and I see Elvis and Jackie Robinson juxtaposed. It's Jackie Robinson's 75th anniversary. 50 years his legacy. I thought it was 75. His legacy 50 years later. Let me see. And the number 42 is everywhere with the civil rights. Yeah, 75th anniversary of Jackie Robinson, the legacy of number 42. Like, for example, Rosa Parks. How old do you think she was when she hit the world stage and made a name for herself that everybody remembers? Thursday, December 1st, 1955, the 42-year-old Rosa Parks. 42s are all over these events that are intended to drive a wedge in the States in particular. The numbers tell the story. I mean, look at the George Floyd event, Derek Chauvin. If you have any doubts about what we're saying, it all checks out. I mean, you got 8:46 p.m. sunsets on the Twin Cities. 8:46 a.m. 9/11. It's when the event started. George Floyd kneeled on 8:46. Like, what does this actually mean? Well, the sun setting in the Twin Cities at 8:46 implies, well, the sun sets when the Terminator line, when the day meets night. At that exact moment, the Terminator line symbolizes night killing day in this context. The sun god dies at sunset. Another name for the Prince of Darkness in the Egyptian pantheon is Set. Like the offshoot from the Church of Satan, the Temple of Set, the sun sets. This even ties into reset. But, this is a consistent symbolism all around. Look at the Terminator movie, Terminator 2, T2. What happens in that one? John Connor, the Savior, JC, Jesus Christ, Terminator. You have this constant connection between the sun god and the Terminator, or the black and the white, light and the dark. So it's not even about race. With Derek Chauvin, George Floyd, it's about the light, dark, black, white is more like sun and Saturn. It's got to do with alchemy, order out of chaos more than anything. Twin Towers, Twin Cities. $20 bill has the Twin Towers on the back. By the way, Floyd's driver, Maurice Hall, his drug dealer too, the guy that gave him the fentanyl, was 42. George Floyd's twin, Stephen Jackson, 42. There's way too much to go into here. On the day they passed the George Floyd Act, it was the 30th anniversary of the Rodney King beating. Again, Rodney King was beaten with rods. They beat him for 1 minute 19 seconds. 119. They hit him 33 times. You'll find a lot of 33 King connections. Now, I mentioned some things about Black Lives Matter, connecting Colin Kaepernick as not the leader, but a symbolic figurehead leading this movement. Very significant, the kneeling here, because in 2020, this thing kicks off with George Floyd being kneeled on. The kneeling was the main symbol. Then Kaepernick's kneeling ties into this. The kneeling has something to do with something beyond what each side, like the Democrats all kneeling, what is it for? And I saw it as it's showing the world leadership kneeling to the new crown, the novel corona. And if anyone thinks it was an actual outbreak that just happened spontaneous and random, you're not paying attention to the obvious predictive programming. And let me show you two examples that are undeniable from Economist covers. One of them is predictive of the pandemic. Economist Solstice 2017, Sharp Power, the new shape of Chinese influence. So if you look at this image, it looks like a big COVID spiked ball. And the COVID ball, when I first saw it, by the way, I was like, man, this looks like a globe covered in nukes that are red. Like a Chinese World War III, Chinese nukes, communist nukes, Russian nukes. But here's the Economist. New shape, novel shape. Chinese influence, Chinese influenza, new Chinese flu, sharp power. It also has some references to Donald Trump as well. That might mean something, but I just want to focus on that part of it. And then this one's from 2015. There's another one, it's called, it's The Economist, The Weaker Sex. And on the cover you have what looks to be a MAGA hat, but this is pre-MAGA. It's a guy in a red hat inside of what looks like a Q. This is pre-Q. So how planned are these things? This is 2015. A guy in a red hat inside of a Q. It says, the weaker sex, no job, no family, no prospects. Well, that's a male sign from Mars that's pointed down, turned into a Q. Coincidence? I don't think so. And we have hundreds of coincidences like this. Tyrone McCloskey says Kanye is a spin on Kane, Cohen, King, Western King. Fascinating. Kanye's got some beef with the king of Staten Island, Pete Davidson. And again, Pete, Peter, Rock. Interesting connections there that tie into everything else. I have quite a few videos we've done on this topic and we'll continue to delve into it. Pete Davidson's dad died at the age of 33. The king of Staten Island's dad died at 33 in one of the Twin Towers on 9/11. So he's a son of a 9/11 Burning Man who died in the 33-year-old towers. He's the same age as the towers that burned. I mean, these are not coincidences. And then when you get into this, there's some fascinating connections here when you get into Kanye West and this West and the Dawn Day event, his record release event, which looked like a big CERN ritual. Comes out on 2/22, and it's all about this house behind him, which is a chapel, and it looks like the chapel from Westworld. So Kanye West, Westworld. It looks like the chapel from the Rust movie set, which was a Western. And so what I've extrapolated from this and from this performance art piece that he did is that we're seeing Kanye's world burning. Kanye West world's going to burn as the West is going to burn, as Putin has constantly threatened to nuke the West. Meanwhile, the Rust movie set has a shooting by Alec Baldwin, who shoots a Ukrainian, and of course he's shooting a .44. Very significant here that he was in Hunt for Red October, which is by Tom Clancy, who predicted 9/11, wrote 9/11, wrote Dark Winter. Tom Clancy wrote a book about a Russian sub. That's what Red October is, that nukes the West. And of course, 6/14 it ties into this. Alec Baldwin shoots the director Joel Souza, whose birthday is 6/14. That's Trump's birthday. Baldwin said he wants a meteor to hit the White House. He wants a meteor to hit the White House because he said this back when Trump was in office. He said, playing Trump on SNL makes me wish for a meteor to hit the White House. So I'm like, okay, meteor hitting White House, meteor hitting Trump, Baldwin dressing as Trump, shooting somebody with Trump's birthday, 6/14, and then the movie Don't Look Up comes out, trending around New Year's, and the movie starts off talking about a comet that's going to hit the Earth in 6/14. So there's quite a lot here about something hitting the Earth, a kraken, some event, ties into Trump in some way, but clearly it's been predicted and it correlates with this Rust shooting and the West burning. And I actually think this whole story that we're seeing here about the West is that the West has to, as in Western chauvinism. That's what was represented with Derek Chauvin. You're seeing Western chauvinism and world communism juxtaposed, and this dynamic between the two. And I think the main obstacle to everyone kneeling to the new crown is the last vestiges of individual freedom and liberty, which you have here in America. America is the challenger that must be destroyed. That's one of the messages behind the 11/3 opening date of the new tower, replacing the twins. Again, the challenger was destroyed at 1:13. The twin towers, I think, going down might actually have represented America being brought to its knees or something like that. But yeah, I think America is a pariah. We are a pariah because of property rights, individualism, concepts of things that they called selfish during 2020. You know, your selfish liberties, your selfish concepts of freedom. You're not giving up a little bit of freedom for the collective. Your pollution. You see, this climate change thing is pretty much blamed on America. And by the way, climate change is 33, and this is very significant. It's going to be, yes, climate change celebrated its 33rd birthday on June 23rd, 2021. So, if you saw the Batman movie on 11/6, which is a very 6/11-y kind of number, the right-wingers or the extremist terrorists motivated by the QAnon-like Riddler flood the polls by breaking a dam. And there's a flood on election day. Well, since as early as October of 21, the GOP and people like MTG, Marjorie Taylor Greene, have been saying, flood the polls. So I'm like, wait, flood the polls in real life and in the movie, all with the same theme. Marjorie Taylor Greene is telling GOP voters to flood the polls in 2022. So flood the polls. The Batman movie has a flooding of the polls. And then there was someone who emailed me about this saying, well, maybe with climate change about to turn 33, there's going to be some kind of melting of the ice caps, climate change, flooding of the poles in that sense as well, which again is very consistent with the Kraken thing. And finally, and Jurassic Liars brought this up, Dr. Evil's headquarters is in the Space Needle. Now this is hugely significant because the Space Needle, Seattle, Amazon, and the Space Needle is another symbol of the Tower of Babel. Again, a Space Needle, it's like an obelisk, modern obelisk, but Dr. Evil's headquarters. So Jeff Bezos, the character you know of as Jeff Bezos, is a combination of Dr. Evil, the man who fell to Earth, because like the man who fell to Earth character, he arrives in New Mexico, no one knows who his father is. The man who fell to Earth creates this biggest corporation in the world so he can go back to Mars. That's what Bezos is doing. And both of them start off in New Mexico. But anyway, so here he is, Dr. Evil in the Space Needle. This is a pretty solid correlation here. And the reason I'm pointing this out is that I've been saying for some time that Bezos represents, in many ways, Nimrod. You know, the whole idea of building this tower, challenging God, going into God's territory, going into the heavens. And that's what Bezos just did. On the anniversary of Apollo 11, Bezos launched at 9:11 a.m. And he pokes his head into the heavens. Not a coincidence. In fact, there's quite a lot I could point out about this. We might stay up later and delve into it. It might be something for tomorrow. But I wanted to point this out because Bezos recently died in a TV show called Inside Job, which is a 9/11 reference. Again, 9/11, Bezos went to space on July 20th, 2021. I've been saying that the space program represents the Tower of Babel, International Space Station, all the nations, one language, one trip, Earth to the heavens, and it makes God mad and he wants to knock it down. So I've been saying that the Kraken symbolizes whatever it is that's going to take this thing down. Now here's another 113 before I show you this. Seattle Kraken was the 32nd team of the NHL, and their trailer came out, A Legend from the Deep Awakens, Meet the Seattle Kraken. So a 1 minute 13-second trailer which looks like an EMP, some kind of a blast in Seattle. And if you look at the Seattle Kraken and their logos, it references the Space Needle. So here's where it gets interesting to me though. Again, out of the deep, Seattle Kraken 113. Well, here is Jeff Bezos, who again has his headquarters as Dr. Evil in the Space Needle, getting killed by a Kraken on a show called Inside Job.
The Coast Guard said they can tow your yacht into shore. I got a better plan. Look. Is that a Kraken? Hell yes. I'm about to collect on my yacht insurance policy.
Hey, has anyone seen Jeff Bezos?
Is the fight over? Guys! This is why I don't allow bathroom breaks!
So there you have it, Jeff Bezos. And this is, yeah, these are all fascinating world stage characters, but this again is just an important connection. All right, following through your comments, I have quite a lot to go through. If anybody wants to read my review on Top Gun and the symbolism that it contains, go to timosman.blog, or if you're subscribed to the newsletter, you can also get it there. I have to renew that domain apparently. Yeah, just sign up for the newsletter, no big deal. Covered quite a lot. We had a call from Jurassic Liars. I put a link to his channel in the chat. Today's the 8th now, just past midnight. So we're just 3 days away from what is likely to be a very significant and interesting day. March for our Elvis is going to be in the streets across the country with the whole gun control thing. David Hogg, who's ready to march with us around the country on 6/11 from the Parkland event. Now here's another connection that might tie into this. Parkland. The Parkland shooting happened. 17 got shot, 17 years of school shootings since Littleton. Well, JFK was in the Ford Lincoln, and he was taken to the Parkland Hospital, which is also notable, the Parkland Memorial, because the name Parkland, but also Meatloaf was there. Meatloaf was at the Parkland Hospital, and he said he saw the blood of Kennedy on the Ford Lincoln. Which, by the way, Kennedy and Lincoln have a lot of connections. The blood of Lincoln in the Ford Theater, the blood of Kennedy on the Ford Lincoln. So many connections connecting these two we could go into. But basically, though, again, there's some fascinating connections I can get into between the names of Kennedy, Lincoln, and Kaepernick, if anybody's interested. All right, let's see. Rudy the Dog says the first person to OD intravenously and die was the wife of the guy who invented the hypodermic needle. Not quite a selling point there. The Queen lighting a tree of life and activating the DNA strands. Okay, so here is the Queen approaching a glowing purple cube. Again, purple cube, very significant. The Saturn, L, the cube, very significant, but purple has a lot to do with the Phoenician, the Phoenix. And often these things are interrelated. So this is the Queen walking up to the purple box, and then she's presented with a globe.
Your Majesty, the Commonwealth of Nations globe.
The Commonwealth of Nations globe. They put on the cube. This is, again, just very bizarre ritualistic stuff. And I believe she touches it and then channels the energies of hell, the seething energies of Lucifer, and then it lights up the ground with this pattern that looks like DNA strands. So, something happened. Tyrone McCloskey says 2 Johnson vice presidents succeeded Lincoln and JFK, 1 term for both. Oh yes, everything they did, like 100 years apart. So many connections and coincidences. MD says, is this live? I can finally see the images and videos Tim's talking about. Yeah, this is live. And, you know, I used to play video on the replays. Now it's just audio. And the reason why is that YouTube has been targeting my channels. And they say, hey, he's using this channel and these playlists. Let's zap it. So in the middle of the night, my streams would go down. But I am going to return to that. Now that I'm backing up all of my archives on Rofkin, in all likelihood, I'm probably just going to return to playing video replays. Again, I'll put a link in the chat to my Rofkin channel if you want to follow me there. I'm uploading a lot of content that's been banned everywhere else. Nobody died at Thousand Hoax, borderline shooting hoax, worst crisis actors ever, New Zealand mosque shooting debunked, a lot of documentaries, Thousand Oaks shooting equals Hollywood, and I'm putting all of my most recent archives there as well. Tyrone says the elite stage redos of history all the time. History is a ritual. Sunrise, sunset. Yeah, agreed. Agreed. MD says go to Odyssey and the others. Love the stream. Good luck on everything. Yeah, absolutely. And pretty soon it will be back to a video stream so you can also see what previous commenters have said. But the main thing is keeping a chat open. When this channel started, it was a blank screen. It was just black. And it was just the chat. And we always maintained the chat as a, what we call it a think tank, not an echo chamber. It's not closed. Always open to new ideas, new voices. Doesn't mean you can't get kicked out, but we're not exclusive in that sense. Okay, here's a meme or picture. Whoever's up there flying, posing as the ISS. Okay, take a look at this. The height of the ISS, 253 miles. And here is the commercial airplane, 7 miles up. You see the problem? The scale? ISS transits over the moon are one of the last things that need to be really fully debunked. And I catch a lot of people lying about seeing the ISS. Fibbing, lying, what do you want to call it? Oh, also, if you want to never miss a live stream again, go to infiniteplane.media. There's 2 links there for you. 1, it's where you get the press passes, and 2, you can sign up for text alerts for live streams. So infiniteplane.media. We're also working on a Mandela Effect documentary. It's not a debunk. It's a documentary. And we're pretty objective about reporting, about facts. So it's not an opinion piece. But it is going to be, I think, the most thorough explanation of what it is in the words of the believers, in the words of the skeptics, and various experts who may have something to say on the potential or likely causes of it. There are Mandela effects. You can't deny that. But are these effects caused by faulty recollections? Like, let me go ahead and play this. This is an example. So how many of you seen the movie Scary Movie, or the parody of it? Scary Movie 2. So here's a Mandela effect that got debunked this morning. And if you want to sign up for the Discord, go to infiniteplanesociety.com. I'll put a link in the chat, and that will get you into Discord. And once you're in Discord, I will hand you the appropriate wrenches and spanners. Okay, so in the movie Scary Movie 2, it has been asserted by one of the lead Mandela effect pushers that the phrase "take my strong hand" is a Mandela effect. So if you haven't seen this movie, it has this character who has a small mangled hand. And so there's a scene where he says, I believe he says, "take my hand, my strong hand," or at least that's what is asserted to be the Mandela effect, because he apparently doesn't say that. What he says is, "take my small hand." So what do you make of it? Well, here's the thing. Brian Staveley comes out and he asserts that there's a major Mandela effect happening. J.J. George said, "This is a big one. My friends and I used to watch this over and over and joke about it. He used to say, 'take my strong hand.'" So anyway, this character apparently used to say, "take my strong hand." Now he says, "take my little hand." Well, it turns out there are two different scenes. In one scene, he says, "I better use my strong hand." In the other scene, he says, "use my small hand." So strong and small, two different scenes. No reality shifts. But some people take one scene from a movie out of context and claim that the universe has shifted. Well, this has been completely debunked. It's not a Mandela effect, it's in the movie. N.A. Literalist says, "Can P1000 see stadium from hundreds of miles away?" I would look at J.T. Nolan. J.T. Nolan has a lot of long distance. From my window, there's Mount Taylor I can see 106 miles away. Near sunset, I can see windmills that are, I believe they're 300 feet tall or thereabouts. A windmill farm 90 miles away reflects the sun more. Behind Mount Taylor, I see clouds that are tiny and they're above the horizon. And I wonder, I'm seeing clouds more than 100 miles away. Shouldn't I see them curving over the horizon? Shouldn't I see the bottoms of them? Why are they just as level to me? Why are they parallel to the ones above my head? And why, it just seems like flat clouds. I mean, curved earth, curved clouds. The sky should be curving. Anyway, this is a Mandela effect that has been debunked. The Scary Movie 2. Let me go through some of the symbolism here. Top Gun 2 symbolism. The main things to point out if you want to go watch it. First of all, the movie was released 36 years, but they produced it. They started creating this one. The first trailer was 33 years after. After 33 years, we get a trailer set 33 years after the original. The character Rooster dies in the first, the character Rooster's father died in the first movie. So it's the second coming. Rooster is a symbol of Christ, emphasizing the solar symbolism, light and resurrection. As Christ, the rooster announces the light that follows the night. A lot of sun, S-O-N and S-U-N connections here. Then you have Hangman, who I mentioned earlier, keeps saying that he's good. He saves a couple of characters after he flies out of the flames of a destroyed enemy plane, and he says, "This is your savior speaking." So you have Hangman, savior. Then you have Phoenix, character named Phoenix, another consistent thing. 33 rounds to take out the bad guy. The meaning of 33 in this context is something I've been getting into a bit here, and specifically with Tom Cruise. He wears the HGU 33 helmet. We already talked about his 33 Hollywood marriages, his 33-year-old wives, these Hollywood marriages. Tom Cruise's 33 problem. He split with his 3 wives at 33. I also mentioned that he was reprising the role of Yuri Gagarin, and this is not unintentional. And he's an important character on the world stage, really because of his Kubrick connection. And Kubrick's big in all of the major world stage psyops. Also, we were talking about the significance of 73. Cruise was born on 7/3, so his birthday is coming up. Tom Cruise was the headliner. He was the one who gave the opening speech at the first post 9/11 Oscars, where he gave a shout out to Stanley Kubrick for some weird reason. Talked about how he wanted to be an astronaut. There's really quite a lot here, but the main thing with Top Gun is every single scene is sort of reiterating something, and that Top Gun 2 has something to do with Tom Cruise's world stage role. So the twin cross symbol means resurrection. First crossbar is the death. The second cross is the resurrection of Christ. And anytime you look at Tom Cruise, again, the name means twin cross. Look at any of the movie posters, you will see him always hanging. I mean, that's the significance of the hangman. Look up Tom Cruise hanging on a plane, Tom Cruise hanging on cliffs. You will constantly see him hanging. And last fall, he was in the sky hanging upside down from a bi-wing plane. So there you have it. Twin cross, twin plane, or twin wings. Top Gun 2. Constant twinning. What is with this? So this is not a coincidence. And then again, if you look at Tom Cruise hanging from cliffs, these various movies, one of them in particular, I think it's one of the Mission Impossibles, they obviously stylize him to look like Christ hanging on a cliff, even with a crown of thorns. Again, crown of thorns, very significant. Corona, the corona of the sun, the crown. It ties in. This is where the number 33 comes in. Crown chakra at the top of the 33 vertebrae. The throne of higher consciousness, that's the idea here. And of course, the hair here makes it look like a crown. So we've been given a lot of imagery of Tom Cruise, who's this hero. Hero, Horus, Sun King, Sun God. We've been prepared for something with this character. He's conveying a message and has been throughout all of his movies. And it's all about this sacrificial, altruistic hero. And if there's anything you can take out of the Top Gun movie, it's about sacrifice, self-sacrifice. Cruise's character, Maverick, being a sacrificial character, altruistic, constantly being repeated because the sun in this astrotheological cult sacrifices its life for us. And they see this as this is the personification of Christ as a sacrificial savior. It's the giving of life so others can live. Let's go through some more headlines. New lockdowns coming, this time over gasoline. This is big. So what we have here, new lockdowns coming because of gasoline shortages. The Irish state is planning on re-implementing COVID-style lockdown rules. So I knew they were going to come up with another excuse for it. Yes, they're going to come up with another way to do it, but this time it's a fuel shortage. The Europhile government of Ireland is planning return to the draconian COVID-style lockdowns should a fuel shortage arise out of the ongoing Ukraine crisis. So there's a leak. They want to put a limit on non-essential travel. Strict speed limits on highways. Fascinating. Look, listen here. This is a leak. Here is the leak here. It says, there is a confidential, quote, high-level planning exercise. So, you know, Event 201, where they planned for the demic, or they planned the demic, what? It was a drill. It was an exercise. Well, here's another exercise. So just a heads up, get a bike, get some jogging shoes, get a press pass. GlobalResearch.ca, we're now in the last stage of a tyrannical takeover. Yep. Well, what do you mean now? I mean, we've always had it. The old world order and then is the new world order. New world order is the old world order. It's the same thing. It's the reset, recycle, new paint job. Russia readies Satan II missile for launch any day now. Now, I have a suspicion it's going to happen soon, possibly between now and the solstice, so a couple of weeks. All right, let's see here. Going through your comments again. Finally, Mad Max says Tomanoid 2. Yep, Mad Max was set in 2021, and Soylent Green was set in 2022. So I'm starting to think maybe they're a year off. So we get Mad Max this year, and we Eat Our Neighbors next year. Like Alex Jones said, 6 weeks into lockdown, he's ready to eat his neighbors. Now, if we're going to go to that level, eating our neighbors, I think we should agree on what we mean by neighbors, like Canadians. Don't eat the gooblets. I don't know if there's any, there's really no, there's been no wide scale testing on what that might actually cause, but I just would say as a rule, don't eat the gooblets. Which is also interesting because it means that, you might be, if you're not one, you might be sought after, your meat or something. So you might want to fake some vax tracks. Easy to do. Just fake it, like in that movie Shaun of the Dead, where to get past the zombies they had to put some gore on themselves and walk like zombies. That's often what we're doing. I have some new artwork as well. If you want to support the channel, it's one of the things that I do here is we support the channel because we can't get monetized on YouTube, and we want to make sure all of our monetization comes from sources that can't be censored. So here's one of my latest. This is one of the latest Phoenix penguins I've been working on out of charcoal, comprised of mostly one line. It's colored in. You can see all the infinities built into it. I put a link there. It's been great. Appreciate all the callers. There will be a replay, and I will have the archives out. I wasn't able to get yesterday's archive for a few reasons. It's just like, it happens. They killed all my Twitch accounts. They pulled 4 channels, and I lost all my ability to clip things, but I regained it tonight. So anyway, thanks everybody for joining. This is Allergic to Bullshit featuring Lean Dion, Fepe Akbar. Same time tomorrow, likely earlier. Get on the text message alerts. And again, if you don't want to be locked down, if you want to be essential, you got to be in the media for the most part. I don't think anybody else is considered essential. Just media, emergency responders, and crisis actors. So you can be an infinite plane radio field reporter. Unlockdownable freedom passes starting at, I think, $4 plus shipping. Anyway, here's Fepe Akbar. Have a great night. After this, it's going to return to the 24/7.
Don't fuck with your deception, keep it real, that's a profession. Like the whole world is pretending, found the truth around the penguin. Get a gang on with a blessing, all the other gang is stressing. RPSC on a nesting, only real one's gonna get this. Like fake ones only accept this, they can miss the message. Timbuktu got bodies, yeah, find them in our records. Auto host a message, squad are represented. Killing you with knowledge, yeah, the uppers getting steady. Oh, you're so effective, cause we're so effective. Let go of your worries, yeah, the whole thing is a stutter. We got it and we get it, offering refreshment. Level up your conscience, yes, honestly the essence. This wave is uncontainable, facts are undebatable. You lanes are unrelatable, give a fuck about saving you. We could keep on playing you, you just keep complaining too. Game is unescapable, unless you're with the gang or no. Messing with the penguin, we're messing with the penguin. Messing with the penguin, messing with the penguin. Messing with the penguin, messing with the penguin, messing with the penguin, fucking with the penguins, yeah, with the penguins, I'm coming with a vengeance, trying to make you come to your senses, forget the general consensus, just pay attention, the world just has paid for good intentions, I'm clenching my back wrenching, representing, always the most superior.
reality, some sort of illusionary grid that we're living in. Still I'm entrenched in the thought that my thoughts are my own and I'm giving in. Tired of living with hypnotic psychosis, of going through all of the social media motions. I don't care what you're posting in. Keep on scrolling through all of the propaganda. Keep on showing support. You're giving them the upper hand. You can find any info to support any truth that you want to pursue it. Truth is subjective. I'm being selective and choosing the path, and I knew it. Welcome to the masquerade. We're playing charades where the world has been staged like a play. The play is on the people. Either you wake up or succumb to the evil. When you succumb to the evil.
Thanks everyone for joining. A couple minutes early now. It's 10:12 p.m. Mountain Time, 6/5/2022. The subject of tonight's live stream, it's the Top Gun symbolism review, and I'm sure other people who've watched it have things to add, so I brought my notes. And I was taking notes in the theater. Sort of a thing I've been doing for a long time. It's kind of how I started to piece together these movies as having some kind of contiguous subtext and roles that link characters across various movies. Like I'd call it archetype casting. Alright, so we're joined by Jenna Lovecraft Reeves. I see some bots laying around, broken bots, Evil Coyote. Thanks everyone for taking them out. We tracked them down and it's actually a huge problem. Don't go to those links. Oh Sam has joined us. Magnus Von Thule. Yeah, people are earning their wrenches today. Tim and Vic 131. Zin Valis Rourke 66. Tim and Vic says Philly shooting, 3 dead, 11 injured. Yep, 311. We're just a few days away, from the countdown. 6/11 promises to be very interesting. Chris is here, says new 9/11 is 6/11. It's correct. Also, all signs point to domestic violent extremists. All signs, all predictive and concurrent programming suggests right-winger and domestic, which makes perfect sense because it's an inversion if you look at the symbol. 911, 611 is kind of an inverted one, and 6/11 is the execution day of Timothy McVeigh, who was executed on 6/11/2001, 90 days before 9/11, the American Osama bin Laden. There's a few other points about McVeigh and that number, which gets pretty obvious after a minute that you're looking at a scripted character. And in all likelihood, he's working in Florida today as a special agent Weissapal with the FBI. Same person, in my opinion. But anyway, the new Batman movie, as an example of recent programming, ends on 11/6 with Gotham underwater. And so then you have the 11/6 up to the water, you get a reflection, kind of a backwards inverted 9/11. There's a 6/11 in there. And the whole movie was about these extremists from the right wing going out and attacking the polls. Flood the polls is the current slogan of the GOP, which is also more of a tie-in to the programming. And I have a lot more tonight as well to go over with regard to Stranger Things and the gun control psyop subtext and other connections between the characters and situations in the Stranger Things season 4 and some of the recent shootings, and it gets pretty specific, as you'll see. Alright, see here, Tim and Vic says, I'm assuming that we'll see some kind of stage provocation between pro-gun and anti-gun. This will be used to further the next civil war. Oh, there's all kinds of anti-gun propaganda and sentiment out there right now. It's off the charts, but it's intentional. I mean, we're going up to the midterms, and think about this. We're in 2022. We had the Pluto returns, and Pluto again releases the Kraken because Pluto is Hades. And everything is about the number 2, and this all ties into the Top Gun 2, as you will see. So midterms 2022, I think will have some very special significance. And when you say civil war, I think we already are in a state that you could describe as a civil war. People have taken sides. There is a schism. It couldn't be more perfectly divided. I had a caller the other day. We were talking about things, and I brought up how Greta Thunberg and Kyle Rittenhouse, representatives of the extremes of the fringe, specifically the youth, and what they represent, have the exact same birthday, January 3rd, 2003. And that's because they're two heads on the same bird. It just shows you how we live in a society that has been engineered with a schism, a split, a crack down the middle. So that's what I mean. We're always in a state of civil war. And something I talked about yesterday as well, I was discussing the role of Michael Aquinos from the Temple of Set and Mind Wars with where we are today, and how the purpose of Mind Wars seems to be what we're looking at now. That there's this perpetual war like George Orwell wrote about, and we're living it. But it's not a war where they break things and kill people, but it's just a constant psy-war. And it seems to be accurate. And I was noting how we were talking, and I'll probably have to replay this later because I haven't archived it, so if you missed it, you'll hear it again. Like probably after this live stream. But we were discussing the role of certain characters who are very deeply associated with some of the major psyops of our time. Kenneth Anger, the satanic cult around Hollywood and the connection between the Manson killings, the Church of Satan, the director Roman Polanski and his connection to Johnny Depp. So there's a whole story there we're getting into, but it's leading up to something here. And it does tie into our overall picture that we're seeing a lot of recycled stories from the late 60s being grafted over the present time. 737 says, time to feed the penguin. You know, I've seen the penguins at the zoo. I take pictures, I video them. I haven't seen them eat. So, for any of these animal denialist purists, I don't quite have evidence that they aren't animatronic. But I do have some video, and I'll be uploading it very soon. I'm using the cinematic setting on my iPhone 13 to record my own stock footage. And Infinite Plane Society is collaborating on another documentary. And this is something I'll discuss later as well. It turns out BitChute had blocked all of our best documentaries, like the one about Christchurch. I had no idea. Luckily, we're now on Rofkin, and you can find him there. Joined by Frank Murr, Otto Hoaxer, Linda Curtis, Magnus Von Thule, Once Upon a Travis Cloud. Travis Cloud says 611 is customer service for Cricket Wireless. Sounds kind of ominous. I don't know why. Tominoid 2 says 622-3311. Maybe worth a minor prediction. Fascinating. You know, I look at this thing as put together by almost OCD. Witches and warlocks, Kabbalistic sorcerers, whatever they're doing. There's a significant amount of forethought that goes into it, and the programming is deep. And if anybody doubts this, look no further than the number 846 and how it connects 9/11 to the death of George Floyd, to the setting of the sun in the Twin Cities the day Floyd died, and why that connects to the ritual killing of the sun god at sunset. Things you could not plan. You could not plan to start the torching of the Twin Towers at the second that Mercury starts rising, nor could you plan that on 2/22/2022 a 22-year-old would be killed at 6:48 in the Twin Cities, a perfect mirror of 8:46. Too perfect. And some people say it's a simulation, and I'm saying, okay, if you default to simulation, you're actually going into the logical fallacy of the divine fallacy, God of the gaps. If I can't explain it, I'm going to attribute it to something supernatural. And this was the trick the Wizard of Oz did to convince people he was this big scary hologram and prevented people from looking behind the curtain. And we are very much behind the curtain here. Gardening Gal says, I'm heading to Seattle now. If you want a press pass, let me know. We would like to have some reporters front row. We had a reporter last time, Ground Zero, in Chazistan, when they really kicked off the reboot of civilization in Seattle. And if you didn't know, Chazistan is in fact the blueprint for the NWO. That's the ideal city. So it's coming to a neighborhood near you. Okay, let us continue here. Going through everyone's comments to see if I've missed anything. Okay, it seems like everyone has shown up. I sent out a blast to 176 people via texts. Oh, and speaking of blasts, Vladimir Putin's warning the West that he's going to send off his Satan too. And again, the idea of the West being threatened is very significant in all of this programming and in this storyline, the meta script. I believe Derek Chauvin represents Western chauvinism. And there's this reoccurring theme, Westworld burning, Kanye Westworld's burning. The shooting at the movie set where Alec Baldwin shot the director and the cinematographer was at a Western, and it has a chapel, we're talking about Rust, and the chapel looks like the chapel from Westworld from Dawn Day 2. Very significant symbolism here. And what I'm seeing here is that this house, this chapel that we're seeing represents the West burning. And I think that's what the Kraken is about in Dawn Day 2. And when Alec Baldwin shot that person, she was from Ukraine. He was in Hunt for Red October, about a Russian sub that nukes the West. And it's a Tom Clancy who also wrote 9/11, by the way. And when I say he wrote 9/11, I kind of mean it literally. You got to look into Frank Kubertson. He was on the ISS on 9/11, listening to the audiobook of Tom Clancy's Sum of All Fears. He peeks out the window, looks down at Earth, and he sees 9/11 happening, and he says, geez, it's just like this audiobook. Okay, let's see. AI says, Once Upon a Time says AI is completion, or 19. Yeah, very fascinating. AI, Pearl Harbor was actually called Operation AI. 9/11, a Pearl Harbor-like event, 19 hijackers, 19 years later, COVID-19, which was actually preceded by a comet called C-19, the Atlas comet that was breaking up. Then we have our COVID-19 reset. Now we have what? Gaia being introduced, the Global AI Alliance. So another 19 to look forward to. A lot of 19s being used in conjunction with the school shootings as well. I think this is signifying that they're done. They're moving the agenda forward. And you know what? It's notable. Well, there's a few things about this we'll get to. We'll talk about it in depth because the March for Our Lives protest movement is going to kick off on the 11th. That could be the Kraken. Somebody brought up pro-gun, anti-gun. Well, the anti-gun group, March for Our Lives, is going to be hitting the streets all across the country on 6/11. Okay, let us continue. Rusty says, what's up, fellas? Thanks to see you. Maxwell Cooper said Alec Baldwin fired the first shot on Ukraine. Okay, so let's go ahead and go through the notes. I just watched Top Gun. Well, Top Gun 2. And I've already been talking about the significance of Tom Cruise in the world stage. And if you read the book Metascript Decoded, I released the book at the earliest possible time. I mean, I didn't want to delay it because I wanted to make sure that these predictions were recognized as predictions. We're not connecting things in hindsight. And one of the subjects was the subject of space age sacrifices and the meanings of these various obviously ritualistic deaths, and also the metascripted world stage character Tom Cruise is the subject of one of my mind maps, and I have it on the screen here. And there's a lot more I can add to it, and I plan to. But what I'm pointing out here is that there's a pattern that really starts here to emerge when you note that there's a certain week of the year where all of these major immolations occur. Apollo 1, the Challenger, and furthermore, there's this pattern of sacrifices or foundational sacrifices or deaths as the space program has progressed. For example, Jack Parsons. We talk about Jack Parsons a lot, hanging out with L. Ron Hubbard and Marjorie Cameron. Well, Jack Parsons blew up in flames, his laboratory, at 37, supposedly. But that's just the story. Yuri Gagarin, first man in space. Mysterious fiery death. They couldn't even find his body parts. Anyway, Apollo 1, before we go to the moon, 3 guys burn on a launch pad. You know, the Challenger explosion we all know about. There's a few others, but my point being, there's this reoccurring theme. In fact, it got so predictable that leading up to that week, last week of January in 2020, I said, watch, there's going to be some kind of sacrifice in the sky. And sure enough, Elon Musk sent dummies up there in his Falcon rocket to be blown up, to be burned up in the Dragon's fire, and he called it a sacrifice. The significance there, of course, is the Falcon, is the sun god, the dragon. It's like Darth Vader and Luke, the Lord of the night, the underworld, and the sun god dies. It's a sacrifice to save the world, that kind of story. So they sacrificed the Falcon in Dragon's fire. And those are Musk's own words. That was actually the same week that Kobe Bryant blew up. He didn't just crash. The reports are that the helicopter blew up, which would be very consistent with the predictive programming in cartoons and commercials where he actually is involved in helicopter explosions. Okay, so anyway, to get back to the story here, there's this long-term story, and it's the space program, and it also has to do with, I believe, the emergence of this new order, new Christ, something, some unifying savior. This man who fell to earth narrative ties into it very much. And so, I noted that, given the role of Kubrick as this metascriptor, I noted that, there's a reason why Tom Cruise is so important in this thing right now, and why he's the #1, movie star in the world right now. And it's because Kubrick, who shot Apollo 11, used Tom Cruise, of course, in Eyes Wide Shut. And so here you can even see Tom Cruise going up into the space station, which is his next big thing, is an interesting link here. So you have a link between the guy who likely faked the moon landing, or was part of it, one of his stars, who's now going to space. So this was a clue to me. Cruise is behind the scenes. Then you attach to that his role in Scientology. Now again, I mentioned L. Ron Hubbard, Scientology, L. Ron Hubbard, Jack Parsons, the very beginning of this space age, the first space age sacrifice in this sense, and of course Marjorie Cameron. So with Tom Cruise, it's not just that he's an actor. He's playing a very important world stage role, and it's been further underscored in this movie, which I'll get into, but that he also is quite literally the Jesus Christ of Scientology, if you want to call it that, which was a space religion combined with a few other things, but NASA is a space religion. In fact, that's kind of why it makes sense here, in my opinion, that you have L. Ron Hubbard and the American counterpart to Aleister Crowley spending time together, because they were constructing this. They were doing what Crowley talked about doing, basically. The rediscovery of this ancient tradition, only they were updating it for the new age. Alright, I'm going through some comments again. If anybody has anything to add about the Top Gun 2 movie only, please call in. Okay, so let's go ahead. And so anyway, I was discussing how I had already looked at Tom Cruise in this bigger context. And we were noting all the symbolism that would suggest that we're being prepped for another one of these big, I would say, foundational sacrifices. You see, there's a pattern here. First rocket scientist, or the one ground zero JPL, fiery death. The first man in space, fiery death. First 3 who are preparing to go to the moon on the launch pad, Apollo 1, fiery death. After the moon landing, we have the shuttle program, which is where we start mastering low Earth orbit. Challenger explosion ends that, big fiery death. And so now we have the space station, and I think before we can go from space station to lunar base or to Mars base, I think they have to bring down this phase. And that's where we're at right now. At least that's where I arrived at when I first started mapping this out. And some of the synchronicities, or some of the symbolism, the patterns here was kind of suggesting that this year we would see the advent of space junk. that we'd see things falling from the sky, CubeSats, Starlinks. In fact, 42 have fallen. Well, 40 fell. 2 of them nearly hit the Chinese space station. So everything that we've discussed, though, regarding Tom Cruise really starts with his role on the world stage. It's very significant that he was hanging around with Kubrick. Also very significant that Kubrick also directed 9/11. If he did Apollo 11, he was involved in 9/11. The same movies that point to Apollo 11 have many more clues to 9/11, among other things. Again, when I say Kubrick, we don't know how many people are involved in this. He's just the face of this shadowy cabal of what I would call meta-scripters, the ones behind Team Monolith, with a big picture that everything else falls beneath. After 9/11, which would be Kubrick's magnum opus, the first Oscars were actually delivered by Tom Cruise. He opened the statements with a tribute to Kubrick, of all people, and, quote, magic, movie magic. And that's what we're getting into here. Okay, so 737 says, I don't want to see it. I'd much rather you tell me so I don't have to see it. Awesome. Yeah, I went in there specifically because I knew there was some bigger picture here. So it's also notable that 1969 was the template for 2021 with the repeat of certain things, specifically the space race. I mentioned it the other day about Bezos launching at 9:11 a.m. on January 20th, 2021. Sort of a nod to Kubrick and in both Apollo 11 and 9/11. I mean, these elite tell the stories in their code. I mean, you could tell what they're doing. So I'm looking at last year as sort of a repeat, and I'm like, well, we're having another space race with the Russians. It's the Russian movie company wants to film a movie in the ISS. Tom Cruise is racing to beat them. Well, we watched the race and the Russians won. So I took that as a hint for the future that the Russians are going to be the ones to really start this thing. And sure enough, the Russians have already decided to sign off at the space station. Not a coincidence there. Interestingly enough, the director of the movie that the Russians were filming on the space station was 37 at the time. The movie was called The Challenge. Again, The Challenge, a reference obviously to the Challenger. And the Challenger, and before, we can get into this first actually. Just some basic William Cooper Masonic space decoding, Masonic symbolism decoding with the Apollo program. This is a perfect place to start. And the reason why is that this movie uses specific symbols and it all ties into what I'm talking about here. And so it'd be nice to have a succinct breakdown of the primary symbols we're going to see. So NASA's Masonic conspiracy, Apollo missions, Masonic symbols. And yes, all this has to do with Top Gun and Tom Cruise, as you will see. So, in the opinion of William Cooper, quote, every Apollo mission was carefully rehearsed and filmed in a large soundstage at the Atomic Energy Commission's top secret site test in Nevada desert in a secured and guarded soundstage at the Walt Disney Studios, within which was a huge mock-up of the moon. All names, missions, landing sites, and events in the Apollo space program echo the occult metaphors, rituals, and symbology of the Illuminati's secret religion. So he starts with this. The most transparent was the faked explosion on the spacecraft Apollo 13, named Aquarius. So Aquarius is the New Age, and again, 13, at 1:13. So this is fascinating to me here. Again, because the Challenger exploded at 1 minute 13 seconds. And I don't even think he mentioned it here. So it goes on to say, and we're talking about William Cooper from Behold a Pale Horse. He says what we're looking at here is the new age of Aquarius and the raising up of the phoenix. 13 is the number of death and rebirth, reincarnation, sacrifice, the phoenix, Christ, the perfected soul imprisoned in matter, and the transition from the old to the new. Like Build Back Better. He says, here's a revelation for those who understand the symbolic language hidden in the meaning of the names of the space shuttles. Quote, a Colombian enterprise to endeavor for the discovery of Atlantis, and challengers will be destroyed. So here in this story, challengers will be destroyed. Again, the Apollo spacecraft explosion at 113. The number here is very significant, 113. The Twin Towers were destroyed, and the new one came up, the One World Trade Tower. They put that tower up on 11-3, which is 113. And again, the challengers shall be destroyed. I mentioned the movie called The Challenge that Tom Cruise was competing with, and he lost. And Tom Cruise's birthday, by the way, is 7-3, 73, which is 1 minute and 13 is 73 seconds. So this is just sort of a background of some of the symbols that I'm going to be referencing here. So to start, and this isn't really in any particular order, and I also wanted to point this out. Last year, there was a couple of publicity stunts that really stood out. One of them was Tom Cruise landing in a field, and the family comes out to see him, which I think is a reference to Yuri Gagarin, the first man in space, and when he lands, something that they kind of imitate in Top Gun 2. And he did this stunt where he was on top of a bi-wing plane. So again, the name Tom Cruise Twin Cross, the symbol of the Twin Cross means the resurrection. Reoccurring theme all throughout. So he's on a twin cross hanging in the sky. Again, I said when I saw this, I was like, this has got to be very much like I was predicting, more or less, an indicator that we're on target here with our symbol, with our breakdown of their symbolism. These aren't coincidences. So first of all, the significance of Top Gun 2 coming out at this time, the 2, there's a lot of 2s. We had the Pluto return, and it's the second coming of Pluto. The last time that it was in the position it is in right now was 1776. So I'm looking forward to July 4th, by the way, just because there are some certain expectations that Pluto would have some kind of a disruptive influence. Okay, so also 1776 is a second coming number, so another 2. 888, which in Christian numerology is Christ. So you multiply 888 by 2, you get 1776. Key point here, One World Trade Tower, as I mentioned, that opened on 11/3, is 1,776 feet high. So another reference to a second coming, and originally they were going to call it a World Trade Center Phoenix. Now it opened 13 years after the other ones were burned. Now the other ones burned after they were up for 33 years. So 33, 13, very consistent symbolism here. Again, Challenger blows up at 1 minute 13 seconds or 73 seconds, linking to Tom Cruise, born on 7/3, and he lost the challenge. We also have Satan 2 being dangled around. There's another conspicuous 2. They're pointing it at us right now. So this conspicuous use of 2. And before the movie started, there was a trailer for Mission Impossible, the new one called Dead Reckoning. And one of the things that stood out was it's Dead Reckoning Part 1, which means there's going to be a Part 2. Everything seems to be split in 2, this 20. So Top Gun 2 went into production 33 years after the first one. And as I'll show you in my notes, chronologically they're separated by 33 years. That's very significant in itself. Now there are various characters, and you can look at these as spoilers, but you pretty much know the story if you've seen the trailer and you've seen the first one. I'm just showing the underlying symbolism, and most of it is encoded in the names. It's all in the names here. So first of all, Rooster. Rooster is the character whose father died in the previous one. So in Christian tradition, the rooster is a symbol of Christ, like the eagle or the lamb. The rooster emphasizing solar symbolism, light, and resurrection. As Christ, the rooster, announces the light that follows the night. So one of the storylines is that Maverick, or Tom Cruise's character, Pete, again, Peter, Rock, very symbolic, has to do with his relationship with Rooster, the son of the original wingman. So the son is a second coming. It's a repeated character, like a resurrection. And they make many connections to them, showing how they look like the same person. The son performs the song Great Balls of Fire, like his father did in the previous one. Another connection here with this Phoenix rebirth theme, which you'll see. Tom Cruise's character, of course, the twin cross is the symbol, and twin guns now. Now you have Top Gun 2, so a separation of 33 years, twin guns, twin cross, just like the Twin Towers, 33 years before they burn. So Tom Cruise, flying this plane, or Maverick, risks his life, and he apparently dies. It looks like he dies. He risks his life in order to save Rooster. Then you find out that he survives. He parachutes out, hangs from the sky from a parachute, lands. When he wakes up, he's got the all-seeing eye, just one eye standing out. And there's a lot of detail put into these things. But shortly after, the Rooster character pretty much does the same thing. And so there's this reoccurring theme of self-sacrifice, giving your life for your brother, etc., that kind of thing. They keep using this. A lot of conspicuous use of solar symbolism. The character Hangman. Now here's another one. A character whose name is Hangman. So when you hear Hangman, I'm thinking here it's a reference to, obviously, the hanged man, Christ. And he keeps saying that he's good. Like, he keeps saying in a very smirky way that he's good. And I'm like, why does this guy keep saying that he's good in a very smirky way? It's kind of annoying. Well, towards the end of the movie, he flies out of the wreckage of an exploding enemy plane, like a phoenix out of the flames, and he saves a couple of the other characters. And he says over his communication device, "This is your savior speaking." So Hangman, who constantly says he's good, is their savior. And so I'm thinking another reference to a savior, hanged man. Then you have a character named Phoenix, who was misgendered for some reason at first. I don't know if that means anything. So very conspicuous, though. Phoenix is one of the first ones to crash. Her co-pilot is Bob. I don't know the significance of Bob, but the word Bob, the name Bob on his helmet's in flames. So if anybody has anything about Bob, any dirt on Bob? B-O-B, call in. What does that mean? I thought maybe, I don't want to reach. Okay, so the Top Gun school opened on 3/3/69, another obvious, conspicuous. Now, Tom Cruise, in this movie, throughout it, Maverick, is represented as not wanting to raise up higher than captain. Like, he was fine staying low at captain, and because he was kind of altruistic. So he's doing this one last ride, this last mission for everybody else, not himself. He's assigned the role by Ed Harris, the guy from The Truman Show. And Ed Harris, as Kane, assigns the orders. And he reminds me of Christoph, where he's like this ruler over the character's destiny, or even like God sacrificing his son. There's this dynamic there with this Ed Harris. He's always playing this certain role. And in this one, too, it kind of echoes the one he played over Truman. Again, the number 33 is hugely significant because Jesus dies at 33. Top Gun, 33 years later, the twin gun, twin cross, second coming symbolism. He wore the HGU 33 helmet in the first movie. He's divorced all of his wives since then, as each one turned 33, which is kind of strange. At the beginning, Maverick is speeding to Mach 10. The camera conspicuously pauses at 7.3. Then he goes off the radar. And while he's off the radar, the crew is joking that they can't see him because of the Earth's curvature. And they all laugh. Or it's, quote, ballage. So apparently there's some kind of inside joke. I don't know why they would be laughing, but they're all laughing when they mention the Earth's curvature. Anybody here have any idea? Now, the opening scene. This part here really stood out to me. The opening scene has Tom Cruise. He's flying at this impossible speed, and he looks like Yuri Gagarin, the first man in space. He's got this, it looks like a space helmet. So he looks exactly like the first man in space, he had kind of movie star looks, looked kind of like Tom Cruise in certain ways. And Yuri Gagarin died a mysterious, fiery death. They couldn't find his body. There was a lot of associations in his death with the ritualistic death, the fiery death of Osiris, and of course the search for the missing body parts. Now, Maverick has to eject. So he ejects from that plane, and the plane breaks up in the sky. And so it looks like more of this predictive programming, like we've seen with Moonfall, Don't Look Up, the Netflix series 100, Cowboy Bebop, and about 50 other I could name. It's like they all have been programming us for stuff falling from the sky. So you had a pretty good idea of what it would look like. They keep giving us this type of imagery. So anyway, he falls from the sky, and he lands in this rural area and goes to a diner, and he's asking where he is, and some child says to him, Earth. Obviously, because he looks like he came from outer space. And this, to me, again, reiterates that I'm right. He looked like Yuri Gagarin. It wasn't a pilot's helmet. He was wearing a spaceman's helmet on that flight where he was going to Mach 10 plus. Well, I looked into it, and it turns out that Yuri Gagarin, when he went into space, he lands later in a field. And the person who found him, the lady who found him, walked up to him and said, "Have you come from outer space?" And he says, "I've come from outer space." So basically, they were associating Tom Cruise with Yuri Gagarin. Now, the significance of this is actually pretty big. First man in space, Gagarin is also, and let me just go ahead and jump on over really quick to Super Recognizer for this one. He also played the role, after his obviously staged and fake death, of Neil Armstrong, first man on the moon. So there's a doppelganger here. A doppelganger, but they also both have the same exact historical role. So let me go ahead and put a picture up here so those of you who are watching. And the reason I'm bringing this up again is that this ties us back in to Stanley Kubrick. It ties us back into Apollo, the beginning of the space program, and one of the main actors, Neil Armstrong. So there's a connection here again. Main actor Neil Armstrong, repurposed. Originally was, here we go, Yuri Gagarin. Let me play a clip. I think I'm subscribed to this channel. This is by 777 Truth. Neil Armstrong and Yuri Gagarin exposed.
So, if you don't know, excuse me, was a Soviet pilot and cosmonaut who became the first human to journey into outer space, traveling the Vostok 1 capsule. Gagarin completed.
You can look to this for yourself. There are a number of people who have exposed this or examined this. It's not hard to see the resemblance, and it's really just how they do things. It's how they roll at the PSYOP entertainment complex. But it's hugely significant that they had Tom Cruise playing the role of Yuri for the first part of the movie. And it even looked like it was a scene from the early 20th century when he went into that diner. There's another scene where he's in a aerial combat with another pilot wearing a Darth Vader-esque mask. And again, Darth Vader is a Saturnian character. Luke is the son, and this is a very it's a very common theme in all these different movies, the same archetypes. But Luke getting his hand chopped off, losing his sword hand, hanging from a cross in Cloud City before his sword hand is reattached. Yeah, that's basically the same story. It's Set slaying the sun god, chopping his body up. The missing body parts is always a huge part of it. That's why Yuri Gagarin's story involved missing body parts. And anyway, so Tom Cruise is in a fight with this Darth Vader-looking pilot, and it takes 33 rounds to shoot him out of the sky. 33. And by the way, one of the trailers was for a Star Wars movie or some kind of theme park thing at Disneyland. And it had this cube. It looked like the cube out of Pinhead's movies, Hellraiser movies, the Lament configuration. And this Darth Vader-like character with a red cross, it's actually an upside-down cross, it's a crossed lightsaber, comes in to get the cube. I mean, the Saturnian symbolism is in all these different movies. It's always the same. But in this case, yeah, it took 33 rounds to take him out. Not a coincidence. One of the lines that stood out, Ed Harris / Kane says to him, "You could be a senator, but you remain a captain. Why?" And of course, the point here is he's sacrificing himself for others, for Rooster. A reoccurring theme. Kind of like Christ. He's offered the whole world by the devil, and he refuses. He wants to save everybody else. And again, Ed Harris is sort of this god-like character. more like a devil, actually, more like a demiurge if you actually look at him. In fact, in Truman Show, he's not God, he's the demiurge, he's the devil. In the other one, he's in Westworld, the Man in Black. He's more of a demiurge. Same here. So the name Cain makes perfect sense. So he's been tempted. He said you could be a senator, you could have 4 stars, but no, you're still a lowly. And it's because of, again, the reoccurring theme here, the twin cross, twin gun. So let me go ahead and bring up a definition here of the twin cross, just so you can see where I'm coming from here, because the name Tom Cruise is encoded with twin cross, and I think that's part of the story of the space program in this new age, is that we're being prepared for a new, like I said before, a new universal savior, a man who fell to earth is one of the ways that they describe it. Okay, so here we go. We have the patriarchal cross, a variant of the Christian cross. We have the cross of Lorraine. Here we have the bottom represents the death. The second rung is the resurrection. Various forms of this double cross. But again, I'm suggesting that twin cross represents the second crossbar. All right, let me go through your comments. I was just pouring through my notes really fast there because there's quite a lot there that I was just kind of jotting down in my notebook, and then we'll expand from there. Okay, let's see here. Salty Siren says, my BFF watched it and said it's better than the original. Evil Coyote says, Kubrick's Rube. Alright, 737 says, some actors just hurt to watch. Jennifer Connelly was in it. And weirdly enough, she's in a bar, and the second they show her in the background, you hear David Bowie's song, Let's Dance. And of course, David Bowie is the Goblin King in the Labyrinth with Jennifer Connelly. So he plays a very demiurge-like character, very similar to the Ed Harris archetype, and she has to break free of that character, but I don't quite know the significance of her yet, but we'll keep digging. Yes, when Tom Cruise landed his helicopter, no, it was parachuting, they had to use some kind of drone descrambling siren or something that knocked out the cattle, they say. Yeah, he was born right before the 4th of July, born on 7-3, and he had 7-3. That number is very much associated with the Phoenix fiery deaths explosions. Again, in the movie Vanilla Sky, he dies at 33, and he's reborn 3 days later. The thing is, he goes into this thing called LE, life extension, which allows him to be reborn, because they fix his body while he's cryogenically frozen and living in a simulation. Before he can go back into his body, he has to leave the simulation, but he has to agree to leave it and go back into a body. But again, LE, L is 7, and the E is 3. You have a 7-3 encoded into it, into this dying and resurrecting story, or this man of a dying, or this story of a man who's dying and then resurrecting into the meat verse. And these movies are so deeply encoded. Vanilla Sky is definitely an occult movie, meaning you have the surface, but then you have more layered subtext than surface meaning. Like the movie starts out with a quarantine, lockdown, empty New York, where he's faking sick with his girlfriend. Very much a bit of a, I'd say, COVID reference, kind of a lockdown. The scene of him running through Times Square lockdown. And that movie had a lot of 9/11 tie-ins, and a lot of it involved him jumping off a tower. And this represents him falling to earth, the man who fell to earth. The reoccurring theme here, of course, is with Tom Cruise, and this bigger story, of course, is the man who fell to earth. It actually ties into even Starman, which we'll get into. Okay, let's see here. Penguin Doctor says Top Gun was the most successful recruiting venture to date for all branches of the military. Well, it did open up with an Air Force commercial. Evil Coyote says, did you ever look at the clock randomly during the day and the same time keeps popping up? You saw 222? Okay, well, 222 is the name of a movie that was on Netflix that was out right before the Pluto return. And it was about this reoccurring event on 42nd Street, which is intriguing because there were so many synchronicities, or rather psyops, with that 42nd Street. But anyway, the movie, I believe the number 222, if you watch it, was pretty much a ripoff of Vanilla Sky, but worth watching. Once Upon a says there are two Trumps. Evil Coyote says, I fed my snake today. Snakes are real, gorillas no way. Yeah, no, gorillas no way. I'm waiting for one. I'm giving it to you. The gorilla deniers, I believe you. But I need you to take a mask off one of these gorillas first, and then I'll go on the record as believing you. I'll be a gorilla denier as well. So I'll be watching. Actually, you shouldn't. We don't want another one of these. What do you call them? What was that one gorilla they shot him because someone got in the cage? Can't have that happen again. Unless that was a psyop. Did they shoot a person? Who was wearing that mask? Alright, let's not encourage people to really encounter or confront gorillas here. Now, koalas, yeah, if you want to go test the mettle of a koala, go for it. They look cute, but when you get up close, they remind me of Pennywise the Clown. When he, not the new one, but the old one, the scary one, when he shows his fangs. That's how koalas look when they're up close. And I heard they all have chlamydia. Facts. Yurt Mama's joined us, says, good evening, IPS. Lean Dion says, Simpsons episode showed backmasking technique in pop music to push military to kids. Yeah, Rip Harambe. Rip Harambe. Rip the actor who played Harambe. Poor guy, you know, minimum wage job, stuffy costume, probably make more money dressed like a chicken in front of a chicken restaurant, but no, you're in a gorilla costume in an enclosure. Some kid jumps in, threatens to expose the whole psyop, so they kill you. And your family and you signed NDA, so no one's ever going to find out. Lean Dion says koalas are savages, stoned AF also, apparently. And he's on the other side of the disc. So if anybody here can verify the existence of koalas, it's going to be one of our southern, quote, hemisphere friends. Okay, so if anybody has anything to add, this movie, the bottom line is every name, Phoenix, Rooster, Pete, every character, Hangman, it all references salvation. Again, Hangman keeps saying he's good because he's saying that he's God. He flies out of the flames, saving these two characters, saying, I'm your savior speaking. Hanged man. And again, he keeps saying he's good, and it's the weirdest thing. Phoenix, obviously, we know what Phoenix is. And she was misgendered in the beginning, which may have some significance to the meaning of the Phoenix, which has to do with, there's something in there. Alchemically, there's usually, you know, Hermes, the god of magic, is hermaphroditic. So maybe there's something in that. Not quite sure. And if you didn't know, the phoenix is also a symbol of Christ like the rooster is. So I mentioned earlier, if you look up rooster symbolism in Christianity, because it is in various religions, you can find it in many different things, but it's always associated with the sun. So in Christian tradition, the rooster is a symbol of Christ. The rooster announces the light. Now let's look at phoenix symbolism in Christianity. And what you find here is that the phoenix has taken on a new lease in life, symbolizing the immortality of the soul and Christ's resurrection. So PVA says the holograms they've come up with today are crazy. They look totally real. Yeah, I saw that they hologrammed the Queen. I mean, we got CGI Joe, now the Queen. Alright, so let me go through some of my other notes. I just wanted to kind of point out what I had seen, my first impressions. I also watched the trailers and everything else to see, because you get an idea of what is being promulgated. By the way, tomorrow, well, in 1 hour, it'll be 6/6/2022, or 666 if you add the 2s. This is a tweet from Donnie Darkened. Donnie Darkened is a channel or a Twitter account you should follow if you have your eyes on Donald Trump and a bigger world stage role for him, something biblical. Garrett Summer said, could June 11th have a return of Elvis? But admitted it, and it could be a stunt for an Elvis movie that comes out 13 days later. Oh, what a letdown if that's all it was. If Elvis comes back, I want him to come back as the beast from the sea. I don't want him to be some retired musician with a publicity stunt. What would be the point? And there's this point here too I want to make. All the people following Trump on the premise that he's running some secret war against the deep state, you're following somebody that you admit is a liar and a deceiver. And you're in love with it. Oh, he's so tricky. He's so deceptive. 4D chess, 5D chess, 6D chess, 8D chess now I've heard. And it's like, okay, well, he's wearing a mask. Behind the mask is JFK. Behind the mask is JFK Jr. Whatever you're saying, you're admitting that you are following somebody who's tricking everybody. And you're loving it. Anyway, let's go ahead and continue here. So, Donnie Darkin wrote, tomorrow's date is 666, and on this day, Bill Gates turns 66. George Bush is 911 months old. I don't want to get too deep into these numbers. Donald Trump's going to be 666,000 hours old. These are too precise for me. A rare 5-planet alignment will take place over the sky this month. Yep. By the way, the solar system's flat. Supposedly. For those of you who believe in the solar system. Alright, let's see what else we have. Tom Cruise lands a helicopter in a family's field. Again, this is, I think, kind of suggesting here Tom Cruise in the new movie reprises the role of Yuri Gagarin landing in a field, even with the same conversation, I came from outer space, kind of mixed in there. He landed in a field. Just a publicity stunt. And then here's the actual person from the first event I'm referring to, the one who witnessed the first spaceman arriving on Earth, and he landed in her field. And when you look at the imagery of Yuri Gagarin and how he's represented and his helmet and everything, it's pretty much a match. The first flight that you see that Maverick goes on is pretty much styled off of the Yuri Gagarin flights. Okay, so here we have it. This is BBC News. The first spaceman landed in my field.
It's a celebration of Russia's achievements in space exploration. And the reason the park was built here is that 60 years ago, this place became part of a remarkable story. On the 12th of April, 1961, a Soviet Air Force pilot, Yuri Gagarin, became the first human to blast into space. And on his descent, Gagarin parachuted out of the tiny space capsule he was in, and he landed here. This was farmland at the time, much to the surprise of a 5-year-old girl.
Okay, so the 5-year-old girl says something to the effect of, where'd you come from? He says, I come from outer space. And this is what happens at the beginning of the Tom Cruise movie. He goes Mach 10, he goes really high, the thing blows up, he parachutes down, he walks into this diner in a rural area, and some kid, he says, where am I? And he says, Earth. And he is wearing a spacesuit.
Луночки, а я просто помогала, бросала картошечку в лунки. Через некоторое время я обернулась в поле и увидела что-то оранжевое, красивое, непонятно что. И шел к нам навстречу.
So there you have it. There's Neil Armstrong in a previous incarnation, if you believe that. Evil Coyote says, weird thing is, I enjoy most Tom Cruise movies, super sexy when he runs. Well, Tom Cruise is known for running, sure, but he's also known for hanging. If you look up Tom Cruise hanging from, and just look at the pictures, and I'm looking at the symbolism in this thing, and specifically in his name, with this second coming narrative. And what you'll often see is movie posters, hanging from planes, stunts, he's doing his own stunts, hanging from towers. Look at this movie poster from Mission Impossible, where he's jumping out of the plane, and then behind him you see the plane's wings. So you also have a double cross. Again, a lot of double cross, and then what's behind the double cross in this picture? The sun. So that's not a coincidence. Does he not look like he's crucified? Does he not look like Jesus on the cross, like that Salvador Dali painting with the bird's eye view? The sun symbolism, the spaceman helmet here is very also interesting to me. But my point is, you're looking at a Christ type of archetype or symbol here. Very, very common with all of his work. There's another one where he's hanging from a cliff. And on that one in particular, what stands out is the way the wind is actually blowing his hair. It makes it look like a crown of thorns, which is the corona. The crown of thorns represents the sun. And of course, with the corona, you have the sun and the moon. They use this in the various movies to convey the same thing. Again, if you look at Tom Cruise here, hanging like Jesus, again, Tom Cross, and it looks like a crown of thorns. All right, you can also find him hanging from harnesses and wires, so he'll do very well when he goes up to the ISS. Okay, so let us continue. So we have a documentary, Infinite Plane Society. We did one called The Christchurch Shooting Was Fake as F. And look what happened on BitChute. Video blocked, platform misuse. See, we can get blocked anywhere. Amazing, right? It's like we've been targeted. I didn't know these videos were blocked. Not to worry. Everything is going on to Rofkin, and every day I'm going to take another video from BitChute and put it onto Rofkin. Alright, so let's move on here. I have some more interesting things from Stranger Things. So let me go ahead and go into this topic as well. So a few people have messaged me asking, what do you mean about Stranger Things and this march against guns? Because the movie wasn't about a school shooting, but I was describing how it's connected to the school shooting events through concurrent programming and predictive. So season 4 episode 1 begins with a warning that this movie depicts scenes that will remind you of what just happened in Texas tomorrow. Like they knew in advance. I mean, it didn't literally say tomorrow, but it may as well have. They said, oh, we recorded this a year ago. We had no idea. Opening scene, the character 11 kills everybody. Dead kids everywhere. And they keep flashing back to the dead kids. The overarching theme is PTSD caused by the monster that the adults don't see, that the authorities can't deal with. And they have this David Hogg-like character who the students rally around, who speaks to the adults and agitates that they have to take out this monster or whatever's killing the teens. And I happen to think that the monster is just a metaphor for the Second Amendment. And of course, and the PTSD. And the whole series is about America's undiagnosed mental health problems. And the gun problem that they don't want to see. So this is built into the movie throughout different scenes. And here are some more examples. And it gets very precise. So Stranger Things Season 4, new pictures show the crew stocking up on guns. So last June, you could see in this, if you're looking on the screen here, the crew from Stranger Things was seen at this place called Warzone for Army surplus supplies, ammunition, arming up. Now, this is all, again, because as this movie came out, you had the school shooting in Texas, and then you also had the shooting in Buffalo. And both of these have significant connections to this movie, as you'll see. And some people have found some resemblances. So I don't know if this character with the hat looks like the Buffalo shooter, but I will say this. They do look alike. They're pudgy in the same way. And this character is a hacker. And the movie takes place in '86, the series. So it's not like today's hacker, but if he was alive today, or if it was set in 2022, he'd be a 4chaner, like the guy on the bottom. So there is kind of a connection there, I would say. There's a strong connection here visually between another Stranger Things character and the school shooter. They actually look identical. Again, just another coincidental resemblance there, maybe. Here's another one that really stands out, undeniable. So the shooting at the supermarket in Buffalo was actually called Tops. It was the Tops shooting. And at the beginning of Season 4, Episode 1, the character 11 who kills everybody is playing with Tops, with all the other psychic kids that she kills. So you have a Tops connection. That's pretty strong, I would say. A few others. Again, we're going through more connections between Stranger Things and the shootings. It's all concurrent programming. And this might just be random, but there's a person on the crew named Mason, and when they show his name, there's a poster that has pyramids in the back. Probably means something. I would assume pretty much that everything in the shop means something. Okay, let us continue here. There's quite a few things I wanted to go over. Cubstar found this one out, or pointed this out. I was talking about how the environmentalists are the new doomsday hysterics. The end is near. Well, here they are, interrupting events. Here's a climate change activist. She fastened herself to the net here at some kind of sporting event, interrupting the event. And on her shirt it says, we have 1,028 days left. 1028. And Cubstar points out, 1028 is Bill Famae's birthday. So, yes, Bill Gates, or Bill Famae. Why do we call him Bill Famae again? Oh yeah, that's right. Because he's got the same body as Baphomet. The breasted goat idol that squats toad-like on that ball, whatever it's doing. But yes, Bill Famae, who is likely also the model for the pregnant man emoji, was born on 1028. He was actually born on the first anniversary. No. He was 1 year old. He was 1 year old when Elvis vaxxed himself on TV. So on 1028, when Elvis gave himself the polio shot on TV, yeah, that was Bill Gates' first birthday. He was probably watching that. Wanted to be like Elvis. That's probably what started all this. But what does this mean? We have 1,028 days left, 1028. Is it a reference to Bill Gates? Are the goo bloods going to drop dead in 1,028 days? All right, let's see here. Knockout Bear, the new end is near. Exactly. The end is near. Repent, recycle, reuse, upcycle, pay more carbon taxes, which is just selling indulgences. Oh, yeah, you're going to go to hell for what you've done, but if you pay the church enough, yeah, we'll pray on your behalf, and we'll make sure we can secure you a seat up there in the heavens. How do you think the major polluters out there, like Al Gorleone or Leonardo DiCaprio, are able to get a pass? It's because they pay more. You pay more, you can pollute more. Pay more, sin more. Selling of indulgences. Okay, so let's move on. Good catch there. Donald Trump is Jesus Christ. This is a picture of a Ford truck. Someone actually put that on the back. I thought he was working for JFK Jr., who's the son of the second coming of Jesus Christ, JFK. Like, I can't quite get their story straight. They can't either, but somebody's coming back. I'm only bringing this up because there is this worship of him. He is seen as a messianic figure. Dark MAGA rising was predicted. He's in his post-exile Napoleon phase where he gets revenge. And he has people who worship him now as a savior. Nothing alarming about that. So here's a Twitter account, Search for Truth. And most of the time when I see the word truth, I look the other way. Most of the time. There's a few exceptions. I highly recommend Tim Truth. In fact, I want to reach out to Tim Truth and catch up on things. Search for Truth says, there are 900 people in witness protection, and many of us know that. Prince is alive, as is Tupac, Michael Jackson, Dick Clark, Anna Nicole Smith, Elvis, Marilyn Monroe, and so many others. The best is yet to come. Please research. Be blessed. Okay, so one, the best is yet to come is believed by QAnon initiates to be the beast is yet to come because they can't wait for the Antichrist, who they hope is or believe is JFK. Two, if Dick Clark is alive, he can set Brian Stavely correct. Set Stavely right. Set all the Mandela affected right. Did he or did he not work with Ed McMahon at American Family Publishing? As far as Marilyn Monroe, she can get her dress back from Kim Kardashian, which I would. Kim Kardashian's new diet, who knows what that's going to do, what's going to come out of her pores. Worse than adrenochrome. Garrett Summer says the new 2022 quarter, Washington has turned his back on In God We Trust. Fascinating. The 2020 quarter had the bat soup. It's always meaningful. So Washington turning his back. And it's been 222 years. There's a few things in there. Washington's birthday, 222. Yes, Rourke 66. Elvis got the first televised vax on Bill Baphomet's or Baphogate's first birthday. Do we say birthday or hatch day? We're talking about reptoids. You can't talk about reptoids on Twitch. And have you seen the CEO of Pfizer? Speaking of reptoids, the CEO of Pfizer. Well, I brought this up last year where his neck was bloating like an iguana. And I'm like, okay, what's up with this guy? And I believe it happened again. Here we go. 8 days ago, CEO of Pfizer, Albert Bourla, what is wrong with his neck? Things that make you say WTF. Oh, it's been removed by moderators. Okay, wait, here we go. I think I have a jiffy. But this guy's neck is out of control. And you know what's interesting about it is when they first brought this up in the story, they kept on saying something about being serious. This is serious. They kept saying serious, which stood out to me because according to David Icke, the reptoids come from, well, Sirius. Anyway, if you want to look into it, CEO of Pfizer might actually be an iguana from a binary star system out that way, which would explain why everybody in the elite worship the thing. Every New Year's date is centered around that star. New Year's, everybody worships the dog star, which reaches its peak on midnight on New Year's, and then it falls. That's what you're actually celebrating. 9/11, New Year's Coptic calendar. Then you also have Sirius rising in the summer above the sun, marking New Year in the Egyptian calendar. Very interesting how that star, though, seems to be associated with these reptoids as well. PBA says, I wonder how many of the big pharma CEOs took their own jab. Oh, I'm sure they all have vax tracks. A lot of them. Scars, dermatitis. They're probably on something way beyond what we can get. They're on like COVID 55. Like they're on something way harder. They're all vax junkies. And they want you to be too. Search for Truth follows up his first post here about the 900 death fakers with, quote, you'll have to figure out that something evil caused these people to fake their own deaths. But they're under the protection of the white hats. Many folks will pass out when they see that JFK Jr., along with Princess Diana, is alive. So there's a dose of hopium for those of you still hitting the QRACK pipe or drinking the Kool-Aid. It's pretty bad, the hopium. Although this probably adds to it, because many of them believe that the Queen was already executed by the white hats. And look at this, Hollow Ma'am. Queen appears as a hologram during the Platinum Jubilee pageant as William, Kate, Charles, and Camilla watch on. They brought her out as a hologram. What the heck? I've seen the Pope also come out as a hologram. Maxwell Cooper says, please research. Okay, point me in the right direction. Yeah, he's like, there's 900 people under witness protection. Research it. Well, where do you start? I kind of find it hard to believe when I look at some of these names anyway. Is Bill Hicks going to come back? That'd be nice. Who else is going to come back? Jim Morrison? Did Rush Limbaugh fake his death after 33 years on the EIB? Did he fake his death to grow out a beard and grow his hair out again? Come back and sing This Is the End? You know, there's a Rush for Excellence tour where he sings, where Rush Limbaugh sings, and I think they had to stop it because, yeah, clearly he's Mr. Mojo rising, Mr. Mojo risen. It's him. Okay, again, mass shooting tie-ins with Stranger Things. Very significant. There's a very strong subtext here about gun control, PTSD, this undiagnosed mental illness, and a personification of the Second Amendment as this monster that kills the teens. And moreover, the youth rising up to stand up to it is...
Hey guys, welcome back. It's Joseph, quick and simple goth.
It's reflected in, and here's a video I was referencing for you all. I'll put a link in the chat. This movie has a David Hogg-esque character, and this David Hogg-esque character is significant because March for Our Lives, an anti-gun group, is going to start marching here in less than a week. Here's a link to a video called Stranger Things Season 4, Episode 1, Symbolism, Gematria Jesuits 33, Texas Tops, Ukraine Hellfire. Now, he's one of these persons who goes really deep into Gematria and the numbers. I'm interested in the patterns. I don't know why everybody scapegoats the Jesuits. I don't believe that. Although I've been called a Jesuit gatekeeper. So that might be my big secret here. I'm working for the Jesuits. Now, this is what was at the beginning. We filmed this season of Stranger Things a year ago, but given the recent tragic shooting at a school shooting in Texas, viewers may find the opening scene distressing. We're deeply saddened by this unspeakable, but not recreatable, this unspeakable violence, and our hearts go out to every family mourning a loved one. So again, that's concurrent programming. This is where the link was made with the tops that the killer is playing with, and then you have the killing in tops. But there's an hour-long video here, and I went through pretty much all of it, and he has definitely pulled out a great deal of symbolism and coding in this movie. And it does look to me, though, like there's going to be some kind of tie-in with this upcoming March for Our Lives. Okay, so we have here, I don't know what to make of this, but this is a news reporter and the tip of her nose falls off. And I think what we're looking at here is what we've been describing as the real deep fakery with masks. I mean, who knows what this person looks like when she's not on camera? I don't know what news company this is. Oh, it's Action News at 6. I'll see if I can find the company. But if you're looking at the screen, nothing to see here, just somebody in the nightly news's face peeling off. And this is what happens in They Live. When the big deception starts to fall, people can see the media for what they really are. Maybe it's happening. Maybe the tip of this person's nose flaking off, showing you the reptoid, the Martian, whatever beneath it is just the start of it. Okay, so we talked about Tom Cruise, Twin Cross, and how that's not new. This is a reoccurring role for him, and I believe he's been brought back as sort of this Yuri Gagarin, who is also someone who died in flames. I think we're being given a very specific set of images to prepare us for something in the very near future. I'm going to get my scroll on for a moment here in the Discord server. If you haven't been in the Discord server, I highly recommend it. I just saw a really good mashup of Nickelback and Barack Obama. I believe it said Barack Obama. I'll see if I can find that later. But that's why you have to join the Discord server. We have, well, the memes are free. $2 a month. You get a discount if you pay for a year in advance. full access to cutting-edge 24/7 real-time research on everything. We break down the psyops, I think, almost faster than anyone, because we preemptively call things fake until proven real. Trouble, Atlanta rapper, shot dead at 34. I don't know if there's any significance to it. He was born on 11/4/87, the day after Colin Kaepernick. Not sure if that means anything. Anyway, Trouble was just killed. Are they changing all the